Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 1540 to Chapter 1625. Only by killing could one break through. This was the only criterion of the killing system. The enemy in front of him was a rank 2 deity, very strong, crushing power, crushing speed. Fighting head-on would only be courting death. This punch provided Luo Tian with a lot of information. This was different from the Tianxian continent and the ancient world. If one wanted to kill someone of a higher level, relying on brute force was not enough. That would only result in one being destroyed. Hehe, trash, come again. After I finish the two of you, I might even be rewarded by the vice captain. At that time, I won't have to be a servant of the Xianxia ship anymore. That man seemed to have seen a ray of light. Luo Tian was his path to the light. Luo Tian's eyes sank. Moving his fists, he shouted in his heart, 8 desolation 6 directions. At the same time, his footsteps moved. His speed was not fast, but the power in his body was constantly brewing. His fists also carried a different aura. Eh? Divine skill? The servant man said with disdain, so what if it's a divine skill? The realm determines everything. Kid, go to hell. Boom. The power of a rank 2 deity was released. Taking a step forward, his speed was twice as fast as Luo Tian's. Dragging his right fist behind him, when he was only 1 meter away from Luo Tian, his right arm moved, one punch to send you to the western paradise. Boom. Luo Tian once again sent his fist forward. Boom. 2 fists collided. Luo Tian was not sent flying like the first time. This time, he only took a few steps back. His heart trembled. A divine skill is indeed a divine skill. Even the lowest level of cultivation technique is worlds apart. It's just that, my hand, the joints on his fist felt like they were about to split open. It was incomparably painful. His entire arm was in a state of numbness. Under such circumstances, he could no longer use the 8 desolation 6 directions fist. The servant man took 2 steps back. His face turned cold. He was secretly shocked by Luo Tian's strength. Take another punch of mine. This time, the speed was even faster. The power was also stronger. In another place, Gu Zhongtian reminded him loudly, brat, quickly go up, the window is about to be smashed open, quickly go up. Cracks had already appeared on the windows. If he smashed a few more times, he would definitely be able to break it. Thinking about the bloody chrysanthemum, Gu Zhongtian felt like he had an endless amount of energy as he crazily smashed it. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. I don't believe it. Facing the oncoming odd job disciple, Luo Tian didn't hold back at all. This time, he didn't use his fists to meet the oncoming odd job disciple head-on. The power of the 8 desolate 6 directions could indeed contend with it, but it absolutely couldn't kill him. Thousand slaughter. The divine essence value moved. All of a sudden, it was reduced by a large amount. In the meantime, the divine origin energy in his body condensed crazily. A surge of energy shot out from his body, directly forming a boundless saber chi. The saber chi slashed out, like a frosty white ice, heavily striking down. Bang! It directly struck the odd job disciple. Ah, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The thousand slaughter directly smashed him to the ground, but he did not die. He was only seriously injured. Take advantage of his illness and take his life. At this time, Luo Tian would definitely not be lenient. One had to know. By the time he woke up, he might be the one to die. Inwardly, Shifeng was shocked. Sure enough, the thousand slash is amazing. It's just like the frost blade, capable of shattering 10,000 souls with a single slash. Only, my level is still too low. I can't insta-kill a tier 2 god. Once I reach tier 2, I should be able to insta-kill a tier 2 god, right? The power of a 3rd grade divine skill was naturally very strong. Moreover, the divine realm was the same as the other worlds. There was a lack of cultivation techniques. The thousand slaughter was naturally awesome. Moreover, what Luo Tian didn't know was that the thousand slaughter was a set of group attack divine skill. Bam! You think you're awesome? Luo Tian took 3 steps in one step and instantly landed beside the odd job man. He used all of his strength to continuously attack the odd job man's vital points, but unfortunately, the instant kill glove was no longer of any use. Otherwise, he would have used the Berserk Dragon's Fury to kill him in one punch. Bam! 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 On the other side, Gu Zhongtian was dumbstruck. You actually defeated him. Oh my god. His strength is above ours, right? Even a second-stage god can crush dozens of us, and you actually defeated him. Gu Zhongtian was so shocked that he was speechless, and then he thought of a very serious problem. Damn, you injured the people on this sky warship, then if we were to be caught. Oh my god, kid, hurry up and stop. Let's smash the window and escape together. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. He was extremely anxious. Moreover, he looked at Luo Tian, who was desperately raising his fists and fiercely punching out, and his heart became even more afraid. You want to kill him? Madman. You're a madman. While they were talking, he did not dare to stay for even half a second longer. If he delayed any longer and was caught, they would definitely not be able to survive. Stop. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the other end of the corridor. The voice was very deep and carried with it a strong force. When Luo Tian and the odd job disciple were fighting, the people in the control room had already seen everything. The vice captain immediately brought people over, and Emo Chongkong also rushed over. Seeing Luo Tian, who was still bombarding the bloody odd job disciple like a madman, the vice captain was furious. You dog, even my people are touched. This daddy told you to stop, did you hear me? Bam. 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 Luo Tian acted as if he did not hear anything and continued to attack. This was his last chance. He would definitely not miss the last chance to level up. Every punch was done with all his strength. Every punch was done with all his might. Sometimes, there was only one chance. Once lost, it would be hard to wait for another chance. Seeing Luo Tian like a demon, many people were dumbfounded. Gu Zhongtian kept saying, it's over, it's completely over, we've been discovered. Brother, Sai, I'm going to be killed by you, you should let go, if you continue, he will die. The odd job disciple on the ground let out a cold laugh, and said, trash, you can't kill me, ha ha ha. The two of you are about to die. The vice captain is here. Just wait for your deaths. Luo Tian punched down. Damn it, you still dare to be arrogant. 8 desolation 6 directions. Both fists moved together, his fist was raised in the air and condensed for half a second. The power was churning and the divine essence was surging. It heavily smashed down. It was also at this moment. The vice captain's figure had already landed, and he roared heavily, I told you to stop. Luo Tian looked up at him and grinned. Suddenly, his smile froze, and in the next moment, he roared, die. Ding. The system sounded out with a pleasant beep. The first chapter was delivered. There was still one more chapter in the morning. It's a new day. Brothers, cast your votes. The most unbearable thing was to be arrogant. Furthermore, it was at that moment when he was about to die, yet he was still so arrogant, this kind of person. He had to ruthlessly kill him. He definitely couldn't let him live. A punch came down. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. He didn't hear anything else clearly, but he heard the system flower's voice asking, do you want to replace? Luo Tian immediately moved, replace. I have to replace it. Isn't the point of risking my life to level up? How can I not replace it? Ding. Replacement successful. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through, currently at the second stage of God. As expected, the killing system was indeed a killing system. No matter who you killed, you would level up. As long as you were strong enough, as long as you were lucky, even if you killed the current God King, you would immediately become a God King. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The divine deity in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness released a wave of energy, and the black divine deity seemed to be even thicker. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, his strength was abundant, much stronger than his first-stage god strength. He thought to himself, this is the strength of a second-stage god, no wonder it would be so overwhelming, the strength is too strong. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A punch came down. Luo Tian's head suffered a heavy blow. His entire body directly hit the ground and was instantly bounced up. The moment he bounced up, a kick flew up and sent him flying again. With a sinister face filled with killing intent, he angrily said, I told you to stop, why didn't you stop? Killing my people in my territory, even the Heavenly King won't be able to save you today. The vice-captain felt that he had lost a lot of face. Luo Tian had killed 1,000 people in one night, and when he saw Luo Tian's cold expression, he was unhappy. Then, Luo Tian's escape caused him to lose face in front of Mo Chong Kong, and he was extremely unhappy. Now, he had repeatedly told Luo Tian to stop, but he did not stop. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation, and his attacks were incomparably ruthless. However, Luo Tian struggled to get up from the ground. His face was full of pain, but his lips curled into a sneer. He stared at the words above the vice-captain's head and laughed. Target number 1. Target number 1? The first target of the hunt? Little Blossom, what is this? The moment the vice-captain appeared, Luo Tian found that he was different from the others because there were 4 words floating above his head. Target number 1, why was that? Little Flower poked his head out of the interface and seemed to be very angry. He said coldly, if you kill him, you'll get a reward. That's it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Humph. There's a system reward for killing target number 1? Is this a new function of the killing system? Hee, Luo Tian laughed. At this moment, Gu Zhongtian broke the window with a punch and shouted, Kid, hurry up. He was extremely anxious. He had escaped from the iron cage and even killed someone. If it was him, he would definitely not let Luo Tian and the others off. Furthermore, these people did not treat them as humans. The only way now was to jump down from here. Want to run? Want to jump down from here? Humph. The vice-captain was not worried that they would jump down from the window. He sneered and said, you two trash, look down and see what's below. If you have the guts, jump down. Jump for me. What was below the sky ship? It was a mountain range. However, this was not an ordinary mountain range, but a flaming mountain range. This was nothing. The truly terrifying thing was that there were flame giants everywhere in the mountain range. Not to mention a level 1 deity, even a level 6 deity like him would not be able to survive below. Gu Zhongtian poked his head out to take a look and instantly retracted it. His face was pale as he said to Luo Tian, we can't jump. There are powerful beasts below, and it's a sea of fire. We'll die faster if we jump down. Ha ha ha, jump, why aren't you jumping? The vice-captain laughed wildly, his eyes turning sinister as he stared at Luo Tian and said, you killed my men, I want you to pay the price. Luo Tian's heart sank. He would definitely die here. If he jumped down, there might be a chance of survival. Immediately, Luo Tian said, Big Brother Gu, if we jump down, there's still a chance of survival. If we stay here, we can only die. Since you're betting with me, then follow me. Although, Luo Tian was very unwilling to leave. Target number 1 had appeared. The reward would appear. But, without life, even if he received a huge reward, it would be useless. If he had money but didn't have the life to spend it, what was the point of having money? He might as well jump down and take a gamble. While they were talking, Luo Tian had already moved towards the window. After suffering 2 consecutive heavy blows from the vice-captain, he was already seriously injured, and could not even walk steadily. The waves of pain in his body almost made him faint, and he kept reminding himself in his heart, hold on, Luo Tian, you can't fall here, absolutely not. There are still too many things waiting for you to do. Fatty Lei and the others are still suffering in the hell world, and Shuer is still waiting for you to save them. You absolutely can't fall here. Gu Zhongtian looked out of the window, gritted his teeth, and then went forward to support Luo Tian, and said fiercely, damn it, I'll bet with you to the end, at most I'll die. Even if I die, it's still a happy thing to have a brother like you accompanying me. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him, and said, although your striptease is not bad, but I still have to say that my sexual orientation is very normal, I'm not gay. Gu Zhongtian's face turned sinister, and said, I also only like women, I have 98 women in the Cloud Sky continent, humph. While they were talking, the two of them walked to the window. Luo Tian looked at the vice-captain and memorized his appearance. Then he smiled coldly and said, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely find you for revenge. I'll remember every punch and kick you gave me. Just wait for me. Finished. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, and said, jump. The two of them moved. Just that, their eyes suddenly blurred, and they were directly knocked back by a force. The power was like an elastic wall. It was directly thrown into the corridor. This power was too strong, Luo Tian was simply unable to resist it. Mo Chongkong's body moved, and said slightly, I didn't tell you to die. It was also at this moment. The vice-captain took a step forward, aimed at Luo Tian's head, and punched down, brat, you're dead for sure. Bam! Luo Tian's head was in intense pain, and he fainted. He thought to himself, this time, it's really over, I'm going to die. The second chapter has been delivered, brothers, recommendation tickets, old cow needs recommendation tickets, explode them for me. Luo Tian wanted to jump off the skyship and fight for his life. Who would have thought, he could not jump off at all. Bounced back by a powerful force, the covetous vice-captain gave himself a clean punch. His head hit the hard metal ground and he fainted instantly. His eyes slowly closed. Looking at the sinister and sneering vice-captain, Luo Tian swore in his heart, don't give me a chance, or I'll pay you back 10 times today. His eyes closed. He was unconscious. Luo Tian knew in his heart that he would not be able to escape death. Perhaps this was good too. He could directly enter the infernal court to choose Fatty Lay and 2 balls, then kill his way to the divine realm from the infernal court, and explode this bullsh *T vice-captain's anus. Huff. Huff. Huff, after an unknown amount of time. Little brother, little brother, little brother, Luo Tian's ears kept ringing with Gu Zhongtian's voice. Pain, it was very painful, his entire body was in intense pain. This feeling was similar to when he first crossed over to the Tianqian continent. Am I dead? Luo Tian could not help but ask himself. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Gu Zhongtian. This guy is dead too, right? If I die, he won't be able to escape death either. How could a fiendish vice-captain let them go so easily? You're awake, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for half a month, ha ha ha. Gu Zhongtian looked at Luo Tian slowly opening his eyes and felt relieved. He helped Luo Tian up and immediately said to a man in tattered clothes beside him, quick, get some water. Brother, we're still alive. We're still alive, ha ha ha. You've been unconscious for half a month, Gu Zhongtian said. Luo Tian's consciousness gradually became clear. Alive? When he heard the word alive, Luo Tian's body suddenly trembled. A murderous intent immediately condensed in his eyes. He was not happy that he was alive. Instead, he said with murderous intent in his heart, Vice-Captain, reward target number 1, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for what happened on the magnificent heaven warship. Luo Tian swore in his heart. No matter how he survived, it was definitely not because the vice-captain was merciful. He definitely wanted to kill him. A few minutes passed. Luo Tian drank some water, and his mind finally became clear. He looked at the surrounding environment. In a dark and damp room, there were people on both sides of the room. Every one of them was covered in scars, and their clothes were tattered. They looked listless, like prisoners in prison, or even worse. Where is this? First, he had to figure out where he was. Gu Zhongtian smiled. Xianxia Prefecture. Xianxia Prefecture? Luo Tian frowned and thought of the Xianxia warship's vice-captain. His heart trembled. It seems that this is the will of the heavens. I was still thinking about how to find you. I didn't expect that we would be living under the same roof. This makes it much easier to find you. Luo Tian asked again, why are there so many people? Gu Zhongtian's expression immediately dimmed, and he sighed again and again. These people are all slaves, the human sandbags of the Xianxia prefecture's martial artists, the targets of their divine skills. This is a slave concentration camp. We are also slaves. Speaking of this, Gu Zhongtian was unusually unhappy. He muttered to himself, I am a dignified overlord of a plane, and I wholeheartedly pursue the peak of the martial way. I didn't expect to fall to this point after entering the divine domain. If I can go back, I will definitely go back, but there is no turning back. With our cultivation, we can't travel through the spatial laws of the divine domain. Slave concentration camp? What happened in this half a month? How did we suddenly become slaves? Right, what happened after I fainted? Who saved us? No matter what, he was still alive. Someone must have helped them. Otherwise, with the vice-captain's personality, the two of them would have already reported to the king of hell. Gu Zhongtian's expression immediately changed. F***ck, just thinking about it makes me excited. Do you know what happened after you fainted? That vice-captain knocked you out with a punch, and then he stepped on your head, wanting to crush your head. You don't know how dangerous it was. As long as he used a little force, your little life would have been gone. At that time, I threw myself forward to save you from danger. Messing with my brother is touching my reverse scale. I absolutely won't allow it. But, you also know that I am only a first-order god. How could I be the vice-captain's opponent, so, I was just pretending to scare him. Brother, if I was stronger than him, I would have sent him to heaven in a matter of minutes. Gu Zhongtian said with a smile. Luo Tian said impatiently, get to the point. Gu Zhongtian's expression became serious and he continued, everyone thought you were going to die. The vice-captain had a smug look on his face and stepped on you, but at that moment, that elder Mo suddenly moved. You don't know how fast that speed was. It was simply dazzling. In the blink of an eye, Elder Mo stood in front of the vice-captain. Without waiting for him to speak, Elder Mo slapped him across the face. The powerful force of the slap sent the vice-captain sprawling to the ground. Elder Mo then coldly said, you don't have the right to make decisions on the heavenly ship. That expression and that tone. Wow, you don't know how domineering he is. I almost wanted to worship him. He's too cool. Moreover, the vice-captain didn't even have the slightest temper after being slapped to the ground by Elder Mo. He quickly stood up and retreated to the side, not even daring to let out a fart. The handprint on his face was clearly visible. Don't even mention how ugly his expression was. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh, said Gu Zhongtian excitedly. Luo Tian's brows twitched, and the seemingly weak old man appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, he was the one who saved us. Gu Zhongtian said seriously, brother, let me remind you that you must be careful in Xianxia prefecture. In the past half a month, the vice-captain has sent people to inquire about you several times. I don't think he will let it go so easily. You must stay away from him. We are not his opponent and we are in Xianxia prefecture. You have to lower your head when you are under someone else's roof. You must endure it. He was also worried that Luo Tian would act rashly. Luo Tian laughed faintly, don't worry, I won't do anything rash. However, in his heart, he thought to himself, just you wait, I'm not your match now, but it won't be long before I trample you to death under my feet. I must take down the first boss, I must obtain the system's reward. At this moment, the sound of a gong came from outside the house. Everyone in the room trembled, their faces pale with fright. If only we were chosen by the 3rd Mississippi, Gu Zhongtian imagined for a moment, then his expression became nervous. He said to Luo Tian in a low voice, we're going to choose slaves to accompany them in their trials. Lower your head later, don't care about anything, don't say anything, and don't meddle in other people's business, understand? If you have a vote, then support it. Brothers, good night. Waking up and becoming a slave. It didn't matter. As long as he was alive, he could change everything. Luo Tian nodded inwardly. There were about 100 slaves in this slave camp. They were in groups of 3 to 5. Some of them were alone and curled up in a corner. When they heard the sound of the gong, they immediately trembled in fear. Among these slaves, there was no lack of old men. There were even a few female slaves. All of them had a common characteristic. There were many injuries on their bodies. Everyone's eyes were trembling in fear. Suddenly, the door of the slave camp was kicked open. Clang! Before the person appeared, a long whip with thorns lashed out like a spirit snake. Who? Pa! A crack appeared on the bluestone floor. This bluestone floor had already shattered into countless pieces. The previous crack was a new one. It could be seen that the person who used the whip had a high cultivation. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear the gong? A middle-aged man with a slightly plump body walked in. However, his cultivation was not weak at all. He retracted his whip and rolled it into a ball before returning it to his palm. He glanced around and his eyes turned cold. I'm talking to you, bunch of trash. Pa! Before he finished speaking, the whip in his hand lashed out. The whip looked less than 3 meters long, but the distance it lashed out was more than 5 meters. There was a small blade at the end of the whip. When the whip lashed out, it directly sliced open the face of an old man leaning against the wall. Fresh blood flowed out. Ah! The old man screamed and quickly knelt on the ground. Manager Hu, please spare me. Manager Hu, please spare me, he repeatedly begged for mercy. His methods were extremely ruthless. Gu Zhongtian said in a low voice, he is Hu Yuan, the manager of the slave camp. He is a rank 3 deity and is known for his ruthlessness. The number of slaves who died in his hands is more than those who died in the hands of Xianxia Prefecture's disciples. You must not stand out. In this world, no one can control anyone. It wasn't easy for us to escape with our lives. We must cherish it. Seeing the old man kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy and seeing Hu Yuan's smug expression, Luo Tian was very unhappy. He thought to himself, rank 3 deity, right? Humph. Hu Yuan snorted coldly and said, spare my life. If you want to spare my life, then hurry up and get out of here. If you make young Master Lin wait too long, I'll take your dog life. Shortly after, Hu Yuan turned his gaze and stared at a sturdy young man in the middle of the room. He said with extreme displeasure, Madman Su, how do you manage the slave camp? Like I said, you must arrange everything for me before I ring the gong every day. Madman Su's face was cold, and he didn't reply. Hu Yuan coldly snorted and said, don't be so shameless. Your status is only a slave. I will give you 3 minutes to arrange 10 people for young Master Lin to practice the Soaring Heaven Fist. If you exceed the time limit, humph, you know what will happen to him. After that, Hu Yuan glanced at Luo Tian from the corner of his eye. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he turned around and walked out of the room. Young Master Lin? Lin Ba, he is a homicidal maniac. How is this a cultivation technique? Furthermore, the Soaring Heaven Fist is a Tier 2 divine skill, we can't block it at all. If we go, we will definitely die. I won't go, even if you beat me to death. Vicious and merciless. Hundreds of slaves have died in his hands. Last time, I saw him twist off the head of a female slave with my own eyes. It's too cruel. Madman Su, don't look at me. I won't go. After Hu Yuan left, the concentration camp exploded. Gu Zhongtian said to Luo Tian in a low voice, that Madman Su is the slave leader of the concentration camp. His cultivation is at the 2nd step of the divine stage, and he can be considered a special case in the slave camp. Every day, he is in charge of who goes out for the young masters to practice their fists. Actually, the reason why Madman Su forgot was because of Luo Tian's awakening. In this half a month, he had been paying attention to Luo Tian. Because Luo Tian was also a special case in this concentration camp. He was at the 2nd step of the divine stage. Gu Zhongtian continued, the young master Lin Ba they are talking about is a young master from a side branch of Xianxia Prefecture. He is a peripheral character of Xianxia Prefecture. Perhaps because he was not liked since he was young, he likes to find a sense of superiority over us. He is exceptionally hateful towards us slaves. If we don't die, we will be crippled. At least 8 out of 10 slaves will die. In the divine realm, human lives were worthless, just like grass. It was very common for a small branch family member to kill hundreds of slaves while practicing martial arts. Moreover, no one in the Xianxia mansion would think that he was cruel. They would only say that he was hardworking. This was also the way Lin Ba wanted to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Brother Su, there is not much time left. If we don't get someone out, Fatty Hu will definitely find trouble with you. A brother beside Madman Su reminded him. How could Madman Su not know? Taking a deep breath, Madman Su looked at the crippled old man in the corner and said, You, and all of you. In one breath, he picked 9 people out. All of them were old, weak, sick, and disabled. The 9 people curled up in the corner and said in fear, I'm not going. Madman Su, you're even more vicious than that Fatty Hu. We old men can't even take a punch from you. You're trying to take our lives. Madman Su's face was cold. He did not explain too much, but he secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves. Luo Tian could clearly hear the contraction of his strength. Big brother. And 2 female slaves. I'm afraid. A man frowned. Another man immediately said, Old 5, why do you care about their lives? The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of survival. Big brother can only blame his bad luck for choosing them. No matter how powerful he is in his next life, don't come to the divine realm to pursue some bullshit martial arts peak. Madman Su's face became even colder. He still did not say a word. Get up. Hurry up and get out. If you don't blame me for being rude. You'd better be sensible. Otherwise, it won't be good if we take action. Several strong men came forward to drive them away. They had to send these slaves out at the specified time. Otherwise, if Fatty Hu went crazy, they would suffer. Madman Su, you bastard. Who took care of you when you were seriously injured? Now that you are so powerful, you want to drive us old men out? You are 100 times more vicious than Fatty Hu. We are just women. Don't drive us out. Don't, please. The scene was very painful. Gu Zhongtian kept pulling Luo Tian and said, Don't stand out. But, Luo Tian saw this situation and the anger in his heart burst out. He suddenly stood up and said, Why did you choose? Why didn't you go out and provide the cultivation method for Lin Ba? Madman Su glared and suddenly burst out, Because I am the strongest in the slave camp. Oh? Then you are not now. Luo Tian walked out. Not long after he came back, he started to update. There was one more chapter before 7 o'clock. Everyone lived for a lifetime. It was all for the sake of being happy. Seeing something unpleasant, Luo Tian was unhappy. He didn't care why Madman Su expelled those old, weak, sick, and disabled people. But seeing those old people and women begging, kneeling on the ground and desperately struggling, Luo Tian was unhappy. Unhappy, then do it. So Luo Tian stood up. His eyes locked on Madman Su, and said, We are all weak. We should be united instead of abandoning the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Your life is a life, and their lives are also a life. Don't let them die because of your words. These old people and women would only have one ending if they went out. Death. Luo Tian didn't know them. He could ignore them. But, if people lived like this, they would be too indifferent, just like cold-blooded animals. Madman Su sneered, and said, Since you want to fight for justice for them, then go out on their behalf. You want to fight with me? If you have the guts, then beat up all the people of Xingtian Prefecture and save them. Humph. Do you think I want them to go out and die? Do you think I'm happy to decide their fates? If they didn't die, we would be the ones to die. Every one of them was seriously injured, and many of them won't live for more than a few days. I will remember their deaths. As long as I'm alive, I, Madman Su, will definitely avenge them. Madman Su said indignantly. The choice he made was what he thought was the best choice. Giving up the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Keeping their cultivation and the stronger slaves. He also did it to protect the slave camp. For a moment, Luo Tian was speechless. Indeed. If they didn't arrange for people to go out and cultivate for Lin Ba, then Hu Yuan would definitely not let them off easily. He would even ask for more people to cultivate for Lin Ba. In this way, more slaves would be killed or injured. Madman Su was indeed protecting them. But, everyone had one life. It was not like they could be resurrected after dying in the online game. What right did he have to decide life and death? Luo Tian said. It's not that they are old, weak, sick, or disabled. I don't know how powerful Lin Ba is, nor do I know how powerful his soaring sky fist is. I only know one thing: if you go out, he will definitely not be able to kill you. If they go out, there will only be one outcome: death. Let's share the injuries of those young masters equally. We can all survive. As long as I'm alive, anything is possible. Split the damage. This was a very common type of coordination in games. Furthermore, this would make them more united, instead of struggling desperately like they were now. Humph. Who the F***ck do you think you are? A man beside Madman Su said. Who do you think you are? Another man walked up with a fierce look on his face. For a moment, 5 or 6 men stepped forward. Each and every one of them was like a fiend. Gu Zhongtian stood beside Luo Tian, and said as a peacemaker, Big brothers, don't be angry, my brother has just woken up and his mind hasn't reacted yet, don't lower yourself to his level. He then pulled on Luo Tian, and said, don't mess around, they have more people. Luo Tian swept his gaze across the 6 people in front of him, and said, I'm not the boss, but you guys. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly moved. 8 desolation 6 directions. The Tier 1 divine skill was released, and the power of the second stage divine expert was crushed. Both of his fists struck out in an instant, and directly sent the 6 people in front of him flying. He said coldly, I'm a little stronger than you cowardly trash. Obviously, there were no injuries on their bodies. If they followed Luo Tian's instructions and shared the damage, then they would have to go out and be sandbags to accompany those young masters in their cultivation. They definitely did not want this to happen. Touch my brother? I think you're courting death. Madman Su also made his move in an instant. His fist broke through the air, and with a trace of powerful aura, it directly rushed towards Luo Tian. From the soles of his feet to his waist, and then to his arms, every part of his body seemed to be enhanced by energy. In just a short second, the power of his fist was extremely powerful. Luo Tian's face sank. Facing this fist, he continuously retreated. Madman Su's fist closed in step by step. Bam! Luo Tian supported himself with one foot on the wall. His eyes turned sinister as he shouted in his heart, Divine explosion. Buzz. His strength increased by a little bit. This little bit was enough. Luo Tian's right fist moved. There was no white tiger's roar, nor was there the berserk dragon's fury, only the power of a second stage divine expert. He faced the attack head-on. Bam! Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Madman Su retreated more than 10 steps. Luo Tian's body sank, his fist was in pain, his right arm was numb, his internal organs were slightly shaken, and there were still serious injuries left in his body. The deputy captain's punches were extremely powerful, causing his chest to feel stuffy, the blood in his throat churned, and the stench of blood filled his nose. Luo Tian forcefully endured it and swallowed it back down. At this time, he absolutely could not relax. His back foot supported himself against the wall, and the moment Madman Su retreated, his right leg suddenly exerted force. With the help of the elastic force, he took a step forward and directly rushed in front of Madman Su. Madman Su's face was pale. They were both second-stage divine experts, but why was his strength stronger than his? Why was he able to react so quickly in such a short period of time? He was shocked. Facing Luo Tian's punch, he was unable to block it. Luo Tian came too quickly. Moreover, his arm was numb, as if his bones were about to crack. Seeing Luo Tian's fist coming down, he powerlessly closed his eyes and gave up resisting. But, Luo Tian's fist did not land. After a long time, Madman Su opened his eyes and looked at Luo Tian in front of him. His hands drooped down unwillingly, and said, I've lost. From now on, you are the boss here. Boss. Big brother. Let's attack together. I can't do it. How can this injured brat be a match for the 7 of us? The 6 people who had been sent flying by Luo Tian stood up. Madman Su bellowed, all of you shut up. If you're willing to fight, you must admit defeat. If any of you dare to touch him, I won't let you off. At the same time, Madman Su said to Luo Tian, maybe what I did was wrong, but everything I did was not for myself, but for everyone in this slave camp. After saying that, he walked to the side, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. He was surprisingly relaxed. Luo Tian somewhat admired this Madman Su. If you're willing to bet, you must admit defeat. If you lose, you must admit defeat. If they were to fight again, Luo Tian really wouldn't be his match. He had a lot of experience in battle. The damage he suffered just now was a bit stronger than Madman Su's, but he did not expose himself. Moreover, he had already stood on the terrain and was unable to retreat. Are you done quarreling? I think you guys are tired of living. Young Master Lin is already impatient. If I am scolded, none of you will have a good life. Hu Yuan walked into the slave camp and said aggressively. At this moment, Luo Tian stood up and said, I'm one. Gu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and said, I'm one too. Luo Tian looked at Madman Su. Madman Su's eyes darkened as he looked at the 6 brothers and said, the 7 of us. There was a new update at night. Very good. Now that everyone is here, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come out. Young Master Lin Ba can't wait any longer. Manager Hu Yuan weighed the whip in his hand as his gaze landed on Luo Tian. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Including the old man who had just left, there were a total of 10 people. 6 of them were unwilling. These 6 were Madman Su's brothers. However, they didn't dare to say anything because Madman Su was a rank 2 deity. After all, even if the 6 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be Madman Su's match. However, in their hearts, they were especially resentful towards Luo Tian. They had been tyrannical in the slave camp for so long, but Luo Tian had changed everything as soon as he came. They hated Luo Tian. Gu Zhongtian was careful as he followed Luo Tian and whispered, Madman Su is a straightforward person. He will say whatever he wants to say. If he admits defeat, he will admit defeat. He won't play any tricks. However, you have to be careful of the 6 people around him. They aren't honorable people. Luo Tian nodded. As long as they touched his bottom line, he wouldn't show any mercy. Xianxia Prefecture ruled over 8 million kilometers of land. It was backed by the blazing mountain range and faced the heaven-reaching river. It formed a natural danger zone. Xianxia Prefecture's prefecture Lord Lin Zhan had an unfathomable cultivation. He had ruled Xianxia Prefecture for more than 1.3 million years and was the absolute overlord of this area. Nantian Prefecture was opposing Xianxia Prefecture. In terms of overall strength, Nantian Prefecture was superior. All these years, Xianxia Prefecture had been trampled by Nantian Prefecture. This made Prefecture Lord Lin Zhan very unhappy. He focused on developing disciples, expanding his strength, and recruiting soldiers. As long as you were strong enough, you could get everything you wanted. He recruited experts as guests. Internal rewards stimulated cultivation. Every time a disciple broke through, they would receive additional rewards. Even in the slave camp, as long as you reached rank 3 deity, you could get rid of your slave status and become a servant disciple of Xianxia Prefecture. If you could break through to rank 4 deity, you could become a true disciple and enjoy a salary. The higher your cultivation, the more benefits you could enjoy. However, the divine realm wasn't like the low-level planes. Breaking through, difficult, it was extremely difficult. Many people found it difficult to break through even once in a few decades. Because of this, more people put their attention on the study of cultivation methods. Among the same cultivation level, the one who cultivated the most profound cultivation method, whose cultivation method was more powerful, would be able to win. Every day, a large number of people in Xianxia Prefecture chose to cultivate as slaves. Lin Ba was the most prominent among these people. Homicidal maniac, on the martial arts field of the Xianxia Prefecture. A young man who looked to be in his early 20s spoke. His hair was combed until it was shiny, and his white robe was spotless. He had a gentlemanly smile on his face as he said, Sister Jing, watch me demonstrate how the power of the soaring fist is released later. I guarantee that you will be able to learn it within 3 days. He had practiced the soaring heaven fist for 3 whole years. These 3 years were all for today. As long as he could establish a relationship with Lin Jing, his future in Xianxia Prefecture would be much easier. He might even be able to enter the inner clan. Thinking of this, Lin Ba couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing Hu Yuan bring the slaves over, he couldn't help but snort coldly and say, "Why are you so slow? Don't you know that our time is precious?" His expression changed. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Hu Yuan immediately smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. This servant has chosen a few strong slaves for young Master Lin, so that young Master Lin can practice to his heart's content. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Lin Ba didn't have time to care about Hu Yuan. Right now, he couldn't wait to release his most proficient soaring fist and let Lin Jing know the power of this fist technique. As long as she was interested, then his chance would come. Lin Jing had been provoking cultivation techniques during this period of time. With her qualifications in the clan, the highest cultivation technique she could choose was a second-grade divine skill. However, she didn't want to waste time choosing. She heard that Lin Ba's soaring fist was good, so she found him to see the power of the soaring fist and whether it was suitable for her to cultivate. She said lightly, let's begin. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The first move of the soaring fist, shattering the starry sky. Lin Ba's right fist moved. When the fist technique was released, a gust of wind condensed on his right fist. The gust of wind struck out, producing a trace of light, as if it was shattering the starry sky. At this moment, Lin Ba said, Sister Jing, watch carefully. As soon as he finished, the fist moved first, and the body seemed to be dragged, but the body was the source of the fist's power, constantly providing the transmission of power. Bam! A punch landed on the injured old man's body. Whoosh! The old man's chest immediately split open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed onto Lin Ba's clean clothes, and Lin Ba immediately became angry. Dog slave, you actually dirted my new clothes, you old bastard. The speed of his speech was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, without waiting for the old man to fly out, Lin Ba suddenly said, the second move of the soaring fist shaking the heavens. Bam! Bang, 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 both fists moved at the same time, and like a rainstorm, they heavily bombarded the old man's chest. His chest cracked. It was pierced through. Blood spurted out. The old man did not have any room to resist and was instantly killed. However, even if he died, Lin Ba did not stop. The second move of the soaring fist technique was not finished, and he was still bombarding the old man. His face became angrier and angrier. Old thing, you dirted my clothes. Even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough. Bam! The last kick directly exploded the old man's head, and his brain splattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely shocking, it was incomparably cruel. This was called a cultivation technique. This was simply killing someone. Killing someone was not as cruel as this. Luo Tian's eyes were secretly shocked, and anger was brewing. Gu Zhongtian pulled his arm and reminded him in a low voice, hold it in, hold it in. Lin Ba kicked the old man's body away, and this was not the end. His body moved, and landed beside the old man's body. He was already as thin as a skeleton, and now he directly fell apart. It was as if he was still angry. Human life was really worthless in this world. In Lin Ba's eyes, this old man could not even compare to the corner of his clothes. Lin Jing stood on the side, and his face was very calm. He did not care about the old man's tragic death at all. He had been paying attention to Lin Ba's soaring fist, and seemed to have a trace of interest. Hu Yuan on the side flattered, young master Lin Ba is so strong. These two moves of the soaring fist are seamlessly connected, and the strength of each punch is heavier than the previous one. This set of fist technique is displayed to the extreme in your hands. I'm afraid that no one among the outer disciples of Xianxia Prefecture can surpass you. Lin Ba laughed, and this flattery made him feel very comfortable. Luo Tian's anger soared to the sky. A life was gone just like that. He could not help it. But, without waiting for him to step forward, Madman Su suddenly said, "Young Master Lin Ba, let me accompany you in your training." Thank you brothers for your support. Brothers, please come to QQ to read and subscribe to support Old Niao. Old Niao really needs subscription support. Were slaves human? In Lin Ba's eyes, they were worse than animals. They were just tools for them to vent their anger, tools for him to climb up, so. When he released the soaring fist, he did not hold back and used his strongest power to attract Lin Jing's attention. This was his only chance to reach the upper echelons of Xingtian Mansion. Luo Tian was unhappy. Gu Zhongtian was also unhappy. None of the slaves present were happy. It was just that, without waiting for Luo Tian to step forward, Madman Su was the first to step forward. Pa! As soon as Madman Su finished speaking, the whip in Hu Yuan's hand lashed down like a bolt of lightning, directly striking Madman Su's chest. His skin split open and blood flowed out. Hu Yuan coldly snorted and said, "Impudent thing, did young Master Lin call you?" Madman Su did not dodge. He did not even look at Hu Yuan. He did not even blink from the pain of his flesh being torn open, as if Hu Yuan did not exist. Tough guy, an absolute tough guy. The corner of Lin Ba's mouth drew back, and he laughed sinisterly. "I heard that you broke through to the second rank of God in the slave camp the day before yesterday, right? That's good. Beating up these trash will not show the power of the soaring fist at all. It's great to use you, a second-rank god, to cultivate." Immediately, Lin Ba turned around and respectfully said to Lin Jing, "Sister Jing, watch carefully." Lin Jing nodded lightly, and did not say much. Lin Ba turned around, and that sinister smile returned to his face, and said, "Challenging my authority? You damn slaves are worthy? Is a second-rank god that great? You want to break through to the third rank of God and get rid of your slave status? Humph, if you had endured for a few more decades, you might have been able to, but now. You have no chance." As soon as his voice faded, Lin Ba's fists suddenly moved, both fists rushing towards the sky, releasing the energy from his fists. The energy in his body surged, transferring all the energy in his body to his fists, not giving Madman Su any chance to prepare, and suddenly attacked. Bam! Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! Both fists were like muffled thunder. It exploded on Madman Su's chest. Next, Madman Su spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and his body retreated. Luo Tian's body moved. He stood behind Madman Su and supported him with his palms. Walala, even so, Luo Tian was still pushed back more than 2 meters by the huge impact. The suppression of realms was really extraordinary. Seeing Luo Tian stand out, Hu Yuan's eyes turned ferocious. The long braid in his hand suddenly swung towards Luo Tian as he shouted, "You dare to disturb young Master Lin's cultivation? I think you're tired of living." Pa! The whip drew a whistling sound in the air. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and moved his right hand. Without waiting for the whip to fall, he made a grasping motion in the air and grabbed the whip. Channeling his strength, he pulled hard. Pooh! Hu Yuan was not mentally prepared at all. Who in the slave camp dared to rebel against him? No one dared to dodge his whip, let alone take it. He didn't think that Luo Tian would catch his whip and pull it with all his might, causing him to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. His chubby cheeks rubbed against the ground, causing the skin on his face to break and turn red. Anger surged. Hu Yuan's fat body suddenly bounced up, with a furious roar. He stared at Luo Tian with murderous intent. Subconsciously, he moved his feet and said in a deep voice, "You dog, how dare you resist? I'll kill you." Luo Tian did not move. His eyebrows secretly tightened, his eyes locked onto Hu Yuan's footsteps, and his mind was frantically calculating, at the same time. The black divine deity in his sea of consciousness was also quietly operating. The power of darkness slowly rose from his mind. At this moment, Madman Su suddenly stood in front of Luo Tian and said heavily, "If you want to touch my boss, you'll have to pass through me first." He was mighty and valiant, just like a Vajra general. Good, good, good. I'll take care of you two pieces of trash together." Hu Yuan was furious. When had he ever lost face like this? Furthermore, it was in front of Lin Ba. Where was his dignity as a slave manager? If he did not take care of Luo Tian, how would he survive in the future? Just that, not waiting for his attack to land. Lin Ba shouted in a deep voice, "Fatty who, I think you want to die? Don't you know that they are slaves to my cultivation technique? If you injure them, what will I use to practice my fists? Scram to the side." His voice was filled with anger. He did not expect Madman Su to be able to block the punch just now. And he was not dead yet. This made him extremely unhappy. Since he was unhappy, he had to get back at him. Hu Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks and immediately looked at Lin Ba with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, young Master Lin. This old servant was impulsive, I will stop immediately." There was always something to subdue. Hu Yuan was tyrannical in the slave camp, but when he met a servant disciple of the Xingtian mansion, he had to kneel down and lick his face, let alone the young master of the Lin family. However, he looked at Luo Tian and Madman Su with a cold gaze and said in a low voice, "Just you two wait, don't think about having a good life in the future." After saying that, he stood to the side. His face was still red and swollen, looking extremely miserable. When Luo Tian received Hu Yuan's whip, Madman Su's heart changed. This was something he had always wanted to do but did not dare to do. Seeing Hu Yuan fall to the ground, he was happier than anyone else, so he stood in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian had just woken up and his body had not fully recovered. Hu Yuan's attacks were famous for being ruthless. Even if it was not fatal, it would still cripple him. Lin Ba smiled as he looked at the two of them. "Not bad, I didn't expect that our slave camp would actually have 2 second-stage Divine Realm slaves. Unfortunately, after today, there will no longer be second-stage Divine Realm slaves in the slave camp." You. Lin Ba pointed at Luo Tian and Madman Su, saying, "The two of you will be my punching bags." Madman Su's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but Luo Tian took a step forward and said with a faint smile, "How can the cultivation of a fist technique be reflected by a human punching bag? If that's the case, why don't you find a tree stump and practice? I don't think that Beauty wants to see this." The cultivation of a fist technique was focused on a battle. It was not just a punching bag. Lin Jing's eyebrows twitched, and he said without any expression, "He's right, Lin Ba, only a battle can show the power of the soaring heaven fist." Lin Ba secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves. Lin Jing had been in the training grounds for so long, but he had not said a single word to him. He was actually talking to a slave, which made him very unhappy. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Shortly after, Lin Ba coldly laughed, "Since it's like this, then the two of you can come together. I'll let you two trash see what the soaring heaven fist is like. A new day, let's count the votes." "I've been waiting for you to say that." Luo Tian's killing intent rose. It didn't matter if he killed people or practiced fist techniques. But, you killed people and whipped their corpses. You didn't even let an old man go. Are you still human? Does it feel good to bully the weak? Since it feels good, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be bullied. Lin Ba's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a third-stage god. Furthermore, he was only qualified to practice one type of cultivation technique, which was the level 2 divine skill, the soaring fist. However, he had been practicing the soaring fist all these years. This set of fist technique was quite profound, but it was only profound. 3 moves appeared. Luo Tian observed carefully. He had found the weakness of this fist technique. Madman Su looked at Luo Tian. He didn't know why, but the man in front of him gave him an incomparably powerful feeling. He completely trusted him. His eyes became firm. From his eyes, Luo Tian knew what he wanted to do. Fight one-on-one, he was definitely no match for him. Even if Luo Tian found the weakness of soaring fist, he was still no match for him. Because of the difference in realms, he still couldn't kill someone of a higher realm. He needed cooperation. He needed someone to attract Lin Ba's firepower. In other words, he needed a tank. Madman Su quickly understood what he needed to do. The two of them stood out. Madman Su laughed and said, "What soaring fist? I think it's just a set of punches. It's not even as strong as my tickle." You still want to practice fist techniques? You only know how to beat a dozen old people. Taunting, attracting hatred, very sharp, Luo Tian praised Madman Su in his heart. This move was very useful. Lin Ba was instantly enraged by Madman Su's words in front of Lin Jing. His fists suddenly moved, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a deep voice, "Dog slave, I think you're tired of living. Prepare to die." In his fury, the strength of his fists increased sharply. This time, he didn't hide anything. His fists came crashing down with soaring energy, directly locking onto Madman Su's life gate. Madman Su sneered, come on if you have the guts. I want to see how powerful your girly fist is. Let's see if it can scratch an itch for me." He continued to taunt them. He was well aware of the power of this punch. There was no way he could block it, but he had unlimited trust in Luo Tian. He was handing his life over to Luo Tian. Then die for me. Lin Ba was infuriated, and he only had eyes for Madman Su. As for Luo Tian, he didn't care at all. A mere rank 2 deity was nothing. What use was a slave? Boom, right at this moment. Luo Tian's fists moved as he shouted in his heart, "Godly explosion." Even the slightest increase in strength was still an increase. At the same time, the black divinity in his sea of consciousness circulated a dark energy from his mind. If Luo Tian had noticed it, he would have discovered that his fist was enveloped in a thin layer of black do qi, dark force, dark do qi. This point, he didn't notice it. No one at the scene noticed it either. The weakness of the soaring sky fist is lower body. Luo Tian grinned, 8 desolation 6 directions. Luo Tian leaned forward, lowered his body, and shot out fiercely, directly locking onto the roots of Lin Ba's feet. The moment Lin Ba punched out, his fists also followed suit. The power of 8 desolation 6 directions was unleashed. The power of the dark do qi also erupted. In that instant, Luo Tian's speed was faster by a bit. Bam! Lin Ba's fist stopped a centimeter away from Madman Su's forehead, and then his body sank. The bones in his feet were broken, and he felt an incomparable pain. He lost his balance, and his body suddenly fell to the ground. Bam! Do it! While he was sick, take his life, at this time, he definitely couldn't let it go. Madman Su's grasp of the battle wasn't as good as Luo Tian's, but at this time, he exploded with an astonishing reaction. The moment Lin Ba fell to the ground, he didn't wait for Lin Ba to get up and fiercely punched Lin Ba's face, F***ck your ancestor. He directly burst out with a curse. Luo Tian also attacked with all his might, thinking in his heart, kill him and he will be able to break through to the 3rd stage of God. Level up, I must level up. When he finds the opportunity, I won't be his opponent anymore. Lin Ba was lying on the ground, his mouth full of dust as he roared, "You actually dare to sneak attack this daddy, you bunch of dog slaves. Do you know who this daddy is? Do you know this daddy's identity?" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian slapped him, shout again for this daddy. Bam! 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 A series of punches and kicks. Using all his strength. Killing him would allow him to level up, even if he was a 3rd stage god, he would be able to get rid of his slave status, and even, walk out of here. Change, becoming stronger was the only way to change. He must be killed. Luo Tian did not care about his own safety as he punched out with both his fists. Every punch landed on the same place, the throat, which was the weakest part of the defense, and also one of the most fatal places. Thus, after a few punches, Lin Ba kept coughing dryly, unable to speak, not even able to call for help. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that even Hu Yuan was caught off guard. Only after being beaten up by Luo Tian and Madman Su did he suddenly wake up, his face turning pale. If Lin Ba was beaten to death by Luo Tian and the others, then his position as a slave manager would come to an end. Immediately, Hu Yuan yelled and pounced on them. "You two, stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" The scene was a bit chaotic. Hu Yuan was also worried that his attack would hit Lin Ba's body, so he did not dare to use his full strength. At this moment, Gu Zhongtian's face darkened as he said, "Everyone, let's go together." Gu Zhongtian saw that they did not dare to make a move and immediately said with contempt, "You guys are indeed a bunch of cowards. Don't you want to take revenge? Do you want to live like this? Be a slave for the rest of your life?" After a few words, they looked at each other. "Damn it, let's go all out. Anyway, it's just death. There's no point in living like this. Damn it, let's go all out." The 7 of them directly pounced forward. It was a complete brawl. The 7 of them frantically held on to Hu Yuan, while Luo Tian and Madman Su attacked crazily. "Damn it, you're still arrogant. You're vicious and merciless. Lin Ba, you son of a b*tch, this daddy has long been unhappy with you. Today, this daddy will kill you." In another place, Lin Jing said to the maid beside her, "Let's go, soaring fist is too trashy. It's not even as good as the fist technique that slave used just now. It's just that. I didn't expect a slave to see through the weakness of soaring fist in just a few minutes. This slave is really not ordinary. Miss, I heard that this slave was caught by Elder Mo for the 3rd miss to cultivate." The maid said. "Huh? For Lin Yuer?" Lin Jing's face was a little unhappy, but her mouth revealed a trace of a sly smile. Suddenly, there was an angry shout in the distance of the training field, "Stop!" The power was through the sky, instantly crushing down. There was still one more chapter at night. "Brothers, old Nyo needs support. Stop!" An incomparably majestic voice pressed down. It was filled with a powerful force. This force formed a pressure that crushed all of them. Gu Zhongtian stopped. Madman Su's 6 brothers also stopped. Madman Su also couldn't take it anymore and stopped. Only Luo Tian, he was still attacking with all his might, but his fist was raised in the air and could not strike down anymore. However, he still tried. He thought to himself, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I can kill him and level up. But this little bit was incomparably difficult. Boom. The sound was like thunder, directly exploding in Luo Tian's mind. His body trembled violently, as if he couldn't hold on any longer and almost fell to the ground. The old man's voice was filled with anger. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Before his voice faded, the figure had arrived. It was Emo Chongkong. Gu Zhongtian's expression immediately changed. Luo Tian had also seen him before. From Gu Zhongtian's words, he knew that this old man had saved him on the sky ship. He retracted his fists and struggled to stand up. Hu Yuan's clothes were torn apart. He quickly climbed up from the ground and knelt in front of Emo Chongkong, saying, "Elder Mo, these slaves have rebelled. Look at how they have beaten young Master Lin Ba, this. While speaking, Hu Yuan finally saw the half-dead Lin Ba lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Without any reservation, even if Lin Ba's mother came, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. He was beaten to a pulp. Too cruel. Hu Yuan finally choked out a sentence. He was also extremely shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Luo Tian and the others would really kill him. Fortunately, Emo Chongkong came in time, otherwise Lin Ba would definitely have died in their hands. Hu Yuan immediately said, "We should kill them one by one." Lin Ba's face was swollen like a pig's head, and several of his front teeth had fallen out. He spoke with a lisp as he stammered, "Elder Mo, kill them, kill them. These bastard slaves are still trying to overturn the heavens." Emo Chongkong glanced at Luo Tian, then waved his hand to the 2 disciples behind him and said, "Take him down and send him to the infirmary for treatment. Also, Lin Ba, since you've worked hard to cultivate and wanted to contribute to the Xingtian prefecture, you've received a chance to enter the 2nd floor of the Divine Skill Pavilion to choose a cultivation method." Huh? Even if his whole body was in pain. It was so painful that he couldn't feel his face, but he could still hear it clearly. It was like a dream. A blessing in disguise. One had to know that only the core disciples of Xingtian Prefecture were qualified to enter the 2nd floor of the Divine Skills Pavilion. Even Lin Jing wasn't qualified to enter the 2nd floor. She thought about how she was beaten up to enter the 2nd floor. Happiness came too suddenly. In the meantime, Lin Ba hardened his heart and said to himself, "You lowly slaves, wait until I cultivate a rank 3 godly skill. At that time I will chop your heads off one by one." Following that, Lin Ba was carried down. His injuries were heavy, but he was incomparably happy. Hu Yuan was secretly shocked, he felt that his chance had come. Lin Ba was beaten up by the slaves and obtained the right to enter the second floor of the Divine Skills Pavilion. That meant that he would definitely gain some benefits, but the opportunity had to be fought for by himself. Immediately, Hu Yuan said, "Elder Mo, just now, I risked my life to protect young Master Lin. Otherwise, these slaves who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth would really, Elder Mo, this kind of thing must not happen. Leave them to me, I will definitely take care of them well, and will definitely not let this kind of thing happen." Elder Mo, not waiting for him to finish. Mo Chong Kong didn't even look at Hu Yuan as he slapped him with the back of his hand. An invisible force slapped Hu Yuan's face as he said solemnly, "It's not your turn to teach me how to do things." Pa. The fatty who weighed more than 200 jin was flipped over just like that. He somersaulted in the air and heavily smashed onto the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. He immediately fainted. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Madman Su and the others were all stunned. They thought that their time of death was coming, but they didn't expect that their savior would come. Mo Chong Kong looked at Luo Tian and said softly, "People must learn to endure. If you can't even endure this little bit of anger, then no matter how talented you are, it's useless. The divine realm is not a low-level plane, if you take one wrong step, you might be smashed into pieces." Finished. Mo Chong Kong turned and walked towards the shade of a tree in the distance. Under the shade stood a fairy dressed in white. After Mo Chong Kong walked far away, Gu Zhongtian's mind relaxed, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His forehead was covered in sweat as he said, "Elder Mo has helped us again. Brother, you seem to have taken a fancy to you. Every time, it's because of you that he appears. If Mo Chong Kong did not appear, Luo Tian would definitely kill Lin Ba. However, the result was obvious. He would die miserably in the Xingtian manner. With his cultivation, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. Fortunately, nothing happened to Lin Ba, and Mo Chong Kong even made an exception to let him enter the second floor of the Divine Skill Pavilion. It wasn't that he was diligent in cultivating the technique, but that he was comforting him and also protecting Luo Tian. Luo Tian was not a fool, so he naturally understood the meaning behind it. He also felt an additional sense of gratitude towards Mo Chong Kong in his heart. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "I, Luo Tian, will remember this kindness." Under the shade of a tree in the distance, Mo Chong Kong revealed a kind smile and said, "Third Miss, that man just now is the slave that I chose for you." After saying the word slave, Mo Chong Kong didn't say slave, but changed his words, "He is the person I recommended to you. His talent is very special, and his godhead is also a bit special. He entered the divine domain from a lower plane, but he doesn't have any source of origin energy in his body. This is the most special thing about him." Third Miss, Lin Yuer. Dressed in white, her body emitted spiritual energy, as if she was a fairy that was untainted by the world. Lin Yuer pouted and said in a spoiled tone, "Grandpa Chong Kong, I told you to call me Yuer. What third miss, I'm not some third Mississippi." While they were talking, Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian who was slowly walking back to the slave camp, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Grandpa Chong Kong, then did he walk into my cultivation technique?" Mo. Chong Kong's expression became serious, and said in a low voice, "The cultivation technique you cultivate is a top secret, and you absolutely cannot let anyone know, including that slave. Do you understand? You are the Palace Lord's top secret trump card, and everything about you is top secret. As long as you raise your cultivation technique, you can sacrifice anything, anyone, so you don't have to care about the life and death of others, it is their honor to die in your hands. Do you understand?" His voice was serious. However, there was a trace of cruelty in Mo Chong Kong's eyes. There was no such thing as an absolute good person in this world, anyone could be using you, including your savior. At night, his daughter's foot had a long cut, and she had been crying in her sleep. Old Cow's heart was in so much pain that it was about to die. There was one more thing. There will be a blackout tomorrow, so I can't guarantee that the update will be out tomorrow. If there is no update, Old Cow will make up for it on September 1st and 2nd. Thank you for your support. Slave camp. It was dark, damp, and filled with a foul stench. Luo Tian was not used to it. This place was even dirtier than the Luo family's horse pen. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that this place was temporarily safe. He leaned against the wall, trying his best to keep his body in its best condition. Regeneration technique. Weng, releasing it bit by bit, the healing speed was very slow, almost negligible. The regeneration technique was a cultivation technique from the profound sky continent. In the world of God's domain, it was not considered a cultivation technique. In the past, it could regenerate an arm, but now, it could not even regenerate a single hair. It could only slightly heal the internal injuries. He was different from other cultivators. He could not rely on comprehending the essence of heaven and earth to repair his body. He could only heal it bit by bit. Madman Su sat cross-legged not far from Luo Tian, meditating to comprehend the ethereal aura of heaven and earth. It was very weak, but he could not let go of any second. He did not want to stay in the slave camp for the rest of his life. He entered the divine realm to pursue the peak of martial arts. No matter how much pain he suffered, the conviction in his heart had never wavered. After a long time, Madman Su exhaled, looking at Luo Tian beside him who was leaning against the wall. Deep in thought, he could not help but ask, "Boss, what are you thinking about?" He was now completely convinced by Luo Tian. He also sincerely admired him. To be able to find the weakness of the soaring fist in a few minutes, this was truly amazing. Furthermore, Luo Tian had done what he had always wanted to do but did not dare to do. Beating up Lin Ba and resisting Fatty Hu, these things made him admire him endlessly. Luo Tian came back to his senses and smiled, nothing much. Actually, he was thinking about how to break through to the third step of the divine realm. A third step divine realm could walk out of the slave camp and out of here. Lin Ba was injured, and would definitely not appear in the martial arts practice field for a short period of time. Moreover, it was impossible to kill him again. If he wanted to level up, he had to kill a third step divine realm warrior. Who? After thinking about it, the figure of Fatty Hu appeared in Luo Tian's mind, and he asked, "Madman Su, do you know where Hu Yuan lives? Does he have any special habits?" He was no match for him in a one-on-one fight. He had to think of a plan. Madman Su was surprised and said, "There is an alley on the west side of the martial arts practice field. All the odd job disciples live there. Hu Yuan lives in the deepest part of the alley. If you want to talk about special habits, he seems to go to the fragrance pavilion once a month." Does that count as a special habit? Huh? Luo Tian immediately became interested and asked, "Is there a fixed time to go to the floating fragrance pavilion every month?" Madman Su said, "On the 10th of every month." Luo Tian asked, "What day is it today?" Madman Su said, "Today is the 7th. 3 more days." Luo Tian's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, "You're the one, Fatty Hu." Their gazes locked onto each other. In that case, he would have to carefully plan how to kill him. Madman Su lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, do you want to do something to him?" Luo Tian grinned and whispered in Madman Su's ear, "Don't you want to kill him?" "Yes. Even in my dreams." As long as Madman Su broke through to the third-order deity realm, the first person he would deal with would be Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan had killed countless slaves in the slave camp with a single whip. Every time someone died, he would remember it in his heart. In the future, he would definitely pay them back with interest. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Then listen to my plan." Clang! The gate of the slave camp was pushed open. The people in the slave camp suddenly woke up and trembled involuntarily. Luo Tian was shocked, coming here in the middle of the night to pick slaves to cultivate? Do they still have any humanity? Madman Su lowered his voice and said, "Boss, don't go out. None of the slaves who go out at night come back alive. I heard that someone in the Xingtian prefecture is cultivating an evil technique that specializes in sucking people's blood essence. Many nights, the sound of ghosts crying can be heard." Just as he was speaking, a maid walked into the slave camp. She didn't light any lamps. But her eyes were especially bright and suffused with a green light, like the eyes of a beast in the dark. She swept her gaze over and stared at Luo Tian, saying, "You, come out." Luo Tian's heart tightened. Madman Su immediately stood up and said, "I'll go in his place." "Did I call you?" "Scram to the side." The maid's tone was very cold and did not allow a trace of resistance. Moreover, when she spoke, her body emitted a beast-like pressure that directly suppressed Madman Su, making him squat on the ground and unable to move. Luo Tian stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Madman Su pulled Luo Tian back. "Boss, don't go. It's too dangerous." Gu Zhongtian also said anxiously, "During the half-month you were unconscious, none of the slaves who went out at night came back. Listen to Big Brother's advice, don't go out. Do you have a choice?" The maid's cold voice sounded. It was filled with coldness. The maid said, "Do you people have a choice?" Choice? For them, choice was the most extravagant thing that only existed in their imagination. There was no choice, there was no room for choice. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and walked up, saying, "I don't have a choice now, but it doesn't mean that I won't have one in the future. I'll go with you." The maid did not say anything more. She turned around and walked out. Luo Tian followed behind her. She did not say a word along the way. Luo Tian only felt coldness from the maid, without a trace of human life. It was as if she was not a human at all. Luo Tian kept walking. He walked for about an hour. He did not know where he was going, but he silently paid attention along the way and calculated the distance. Opportunities were for those who were prepared. No matter what, he had to survive. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Suddenly, the maid stopped and said to Luo Tian, "Go in." Through the dim light, Luo Tian saw a special building in front of him. It was a tower, a blood-red tower. There were 2 dark red lanterns at the door. Looking inside, looking at the black entrance, it was as if it was the entrance to hell. "Go in." The maid repeated again. Luo Tian had no choice. He could not escape, he could not fight, he could only walk forward. He did not hesitate. Since he was here, he would go in and see what kind of people they were and what kind of evil techniques they were cultivating. Maybe, he might even be able to kill him. Luo Tian walked very calmly and walked into the tower. Clang! The door closed. The tower was completely dark. He could not even see his own fingers. Suddenly, a white dress floated down, just like the female ghost in a Chinese ghost story. Moreover, it was an incomparably beautiful female ghost. It was just that her face was as pale as paper, and her 2 tiger teeth were very, very long. It was not tiger teeth, but the teeth of a vampire. Fortunately, there was no power outage today, so the update was as usual. Old cow is so diligent, come and count the votes. Vampire's fangs? Furthermore, it was long and in the mouth of the lady in white. It actually sounded cute. What the hell was this? Luo Tian instantly tightened his butthole and retreated continuously. Thinking of those vampires and zombies in the movies in his previous life, he felt a chill in his heart. Damn, I don't want to become a vampire that can't be exposed. He immediately dodged. However, he was no match for the lady in white in terms of speed. Furthermore, the aura released by the lady in white directly suppressed Luo Tian, causing Luo Tian's speed to slow down. His eyes widened as he shouted, "No." There was a sharp pain in his neck. It's over, it's over. My life is over. I'm going to become a vampire. You will turn into ashes when you see the sun. That's how it is in the movies. Luo Tian's heart trembled. He felt a strong force entering his body from the spot where his neck was in pain. It was like venom rapidly expanding in his body. It was expanding crazily. His blood flow slowed down. His internal organs had all stopped moving. His heartbeat was rapidly accelerating. It was just like in the movies. However, the only difference was that the moment this venom seeped into his consciousness, the black divinity floating in his consciousness was like a god of war that had suddenly awakened. A ray of light flashed and immediately after, the force instantly extended to Luo Tian's limbs and bones, crazily absorbing it. It completely absorbed the power of the venom in his body. The speed was extremely fast. The speed of the venom spreading was much faster. Furthermore, the black divinity glowed red as it crazily absorbed the power of the venom. At the same time, it was also crazily transforming. The power of darkness, the head of evil, it could absorb any evil power. Without a doubt. The Lin family of Xianxia Prefecture was the blood race. The blood-sucking was the purest blood race in Xianxia Prefecture. The power flowing in the blood was the inheritance of her father, Earl Lin Zhan. It was even purer than her father's blood and had a trace of the inheritance of the Lord of the Blood race. This dark red pagoda was called Blood God Pagoda. It was a place that provided her with cultivation techniques. The slaves that were sent here were called sacrifices. Lin Yuer's expression changed and her pupils shrank. When she sensed a powerful force devouring her power from Luo Tian's body, she made a prompt decision and flew backwards. Her expression was firm as she said darkly, "Who are you?" Luo Tian's neck was in unbearable pain. Facing the flying Lin Yuer, he said, "I was just asking who you were. You called me out in the middle of the night just to suck my blood. Is this the shameful thing of the Xianxia Prefecture?" Lin Yuer's eyes narrowed, a hint of anger in her voice. Xianxia Prefecture has no right to blame themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the power of the blood race from his body, and with a flick of his fingers, he condensed a burst of sword qi and directly pressed it towards Luo Tian. It came too quickly. The difference in cultivation was too great. Luo Tian couldn't resist at all. He was forced to retreat. At this time, the divine deity in his sea of consciousness seemed to have eaten its fill, and suddenly released a thick dark aura that leaked out from Luo Tian's body, forming a layer of aura defense. Because the tower was too dark, Luo Tian did not notice the changes around his body. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Wang, a burst of power collided. The sound of a bell rang out. Luo Tian stood in place without moving, and was not affected in the slightest. However, Lin Yuer was sent flying by a powerful force, directly hitting the wall, bouncing down, and heavily falling to the ground. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yuer's heart tightened, and she thought to herself, what a powerful force. Without waiting for him to react. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Without waiting for her to stand up, he sat on his waist and slapped her. Pa! The sound was loud and clear. Lin Yuer's eyes widened in anger as she screamed, "Ah!" Tears came out from the pain. "I told you to suck my blood. Pa! Ah! I told you to sneak attack me. Pa! Ah! Woo woo! I told you to look down on us slaves. There must be a lot of slaves who died in your hands. Pa! Ah!" Every time he spoke, he would slap Lin Yuer's body. It was a solid slap, and Luo Tian was going all out with every slap. Her buttocks were red and swollen. Lin Yuer's face was red. It was too painful. Lin Yuer's tears flowed as she begged for mercy. Don't hit my butt." Then he said angrily, "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to suck all the blood in your body, I'm going to suck you dry, Don't hit me, I was wrong. I really didn't kill anyone, not a single one. I secretly released all the slaves that were sent here in the past, it's just that. It's just that you're a little special, and you don't have any source energy in your body, that's why I sucked your blood, but I definitely didn't want to kill you, I just wanted to use your blood essence to cultivate blood arts, I really didn't. Stop hitting me, if you hit me again, my butt will bloom." For such a long time, in order to improve her blood arts, Mo Changkong had continuously captured slaves for her to cultivate, but those slaves that were sent here had all been secretly released by her. She really couldn't bear it. Luo Tian was secretly startled, his palm stopped in midair. "Really?" Lin Yuer said with a sobbing tone, "Of course it's true. Pa." Luo Tian slapped him, and said, "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Woo." Lin Yuer cried in pain, and said, "You didn't ask. Pa." Another slap came down, and said, "You bit me just now, will I become a vampire?" Lin Yuer was in so much pain that she forgot to resist, and obediently allowed Luo Tian to press her down, and obediently replied, "No, I won't let you become my puppet blood general. I don't want a man to be my puppet blood general." Not bad. Luo Tian secretly rejoiced and finally stopped. He stood up from Lin Yuer's body and said, "Luckily you didn't turn me into a vampire, otherwise I would have immediately sucked all your blood." Lin Yuer quickly crawled up from the ground and leaned against the wall. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at the faintly discernible dark dou qi on Luo Tian's body and immediately said, "Stay away from me, don't come near me." The power of the dark dou qi was too strong. Moreover, when she got closer, she felt as if she was about to be devoured. Did this man in front of him really just enter the divine realm? Did he really not have any source energy? Then where did the dark dou qi come from? This kind of dou qi, how could he have something that even the divine king could not obtain, something that even the rulers were envious of? 2 chapters today, 4 chapters tomorrow, to make up for today's chapter. Good night, brothers. How strong was the dark tribulation, Luo Tian did not know. Nor did anyone else. What could a super perfection level heavenly tribulation with 999 streaks of tribulation bring? Luo Tian did not know. No one in the entire divine realm knew. The black divine spark was unique. Was it a mutation, or was it a super divine spark? No one could give Luo Tian an answer to these questions. Within the Black Blood Tower, the divine spark in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness absorbed the evil energy of the Blood Clan. Furthermore, after absorbing it, it exploded, sending Lin Yuer, who was a level 5 deity, flying. In God's domain, such an overwhelming victory was something that had never happened before. The most important thing was, Lin Yuer did not dare to approach Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body had a powerful energy that seemed to be absorbing the energy in her body. That kind of feeling made one's heart tremble. She deliberately kept her distance and said, "Don't come over. If you do, I'll scream." As she spoke, Lin Yuer rubbed her but with one hand. It was so painful that tears flowed out. It was too painful. Luo Tian was very playful. He laughed evilly and said, "Scream, scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will hear you. The maid who brought me here has already left. Ha ha ha, why don't you scream?" Luer, Luer, Luer. Lin Yuer screamed a few times. There was no response from outside the Blood Tower. As expected, her maid had already left. Lin Yuer became even more anxious. Luo Tian laughed evilly and said, "No one cares about you." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Luo Tian took a few steps forward. He was secretly puzzled. Her cultivation is much higher than mine. Why did I see fear in her eyes? Just now, what kind of power sent her flying? Why didn't I feel it at all? In the instant when the dark battle chi exploded, Luo Tian did not feel it. This was the Black Divine Spark's automatic defense. It was like the power in his subconscious. Luo Tian didn't notice it, and he didn't notice the change in the Godhead in his sea of consciousness. He only felt that the poison in his body had suddenly disappeared, absorbed by some kind of power. Lin Yuer's right hand moved. A blood sword flew out from under her feet, and she held it tightly in her hand. She was ready for battle, and her expression became extremely serious. She said, "I'll warn you again. Don't come near me, or I'll suck all your blood." Two fangs were exposed, just like the fangs of a tiger. They didn't look scary at all. Instead, they looked cute. Coupled with the shallow dimples on her face, she looked even cuter. For a moment, Luo Tian was actually stunned. He muttered, "What a cute vampire girl." Every time she showed her fangs, she would scare people, but the man in front of her actually said she was cute. She didn't know if she should be happy or depressed. She pressed her back against the wall and said, I will really suck your blood dry." Luo Tian waved his hand, and said, "If you don't want to get close, then don't." He thought to himself, "I wonder what she looks like. My vision is too poor, and I can't see her face clearly. I can only see 2 big tiger fangs on her mouth. If she's a super ugly monster, then I'll have suffered a huge loss." Immediately, Luo Tian said, "Are you still going to train?" "No, I'm not training anymore." Seeing that Luo Tian had stopped, Lin Yuer secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He still dared to train at this time, Luo Tian said. If you don't want to train, then I'll go back. Lin Yuer nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, and said, okay, you go back, you go back. She really didn't want to see Luo Tian for even a second. Luo Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense, and found the door that he had just entered, but the door was opened from the outside, and couldn't be opened from the inside. Luo Tian used all his strength, but the door didn't budge at all. He could only helplessly shake his head, and said, the door can't be opened. Lin Yuer's heart tightened again. Lu Er, where did you go? In the past, she would only absorb a little bit of blood essence before starting to train. Who would have thought that she would meet Luo Tian today, absorbing blood essence? She was almost swallowed. There's no other way. I have no choice but to wait here. Luo Tian sat down, too lazy to pay attention to Lin Yuer who was guarding against him. His mind was thinking about something else. How do I kill Hu Yuan and break through to the third rank of deity? There are still 2 days. This is an excellent opportunity. Whether or not I can break through to the third rank of deity will depend on this. Luo Tian thought to himself, one plan after another flashing through his mind. He had to kill Hu Yuan without anyone noticing. That way, no one in the Xingtian prefecture would suspect him. He was too weak right now, and couldn't protect himself at all. He had to be extremely careful with every step he took. As he thought, Luo Tian didn't know if it was because he was too tired, or because he had been bitten by Lin Yuer, but he fell into a deep sleep. While he was sleeping, the Black Godhead released the Blood Clan's energy that it had just absorbed and frantically healed his injured body. In just a few minutes, all the pain in his body had been completely healed. Luo Tian slept even more soundly. He didn't even notice when Lin Yuer came close. Hey, why are you sleeping? You're even snoring. He was too tired. After being unconscious for half a month, the pain in his body had disappeared, and he immediately began to snort lightly. At this moment, the Black Godhead didn't push Lin Yuer away when she came close, as if it could feel that Lin Yuer didn't have any intention of harming him. Lin Yuer squatted beside Luo Tian, both hands supporting her cheeks, like a little girl with a face full of questions. Who exactly are you? Why did you absorb the Blood Clan's energy? What is that energy in your body? Is this the secret that you don't have the origin energy in your body? She had never looked at a man so carefully in her life. This man was also a slave. Suddenly, Luo Tian's expression suddenly changed, and his voice trembled. Shui Chun, Xian I will definitely save you. Don't be afraid, I will come to save you soon. 2 balls. Fatty Lei, I will also save you. Those who touch my brothers will die, he kept talking in his sleep. Moreover, when Lin Yuer heard Luo Tian call others not to be afraid, his body curled up, as if he was a helpless and pitiful child. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she muttered to herself, did you come to the divine realm to save someone? The night passed without knowing anything. When Luo Tian woke up, everyone gathered around him. Looking at the pairs of eyes around him, Luo Tian suddenly sat up and looked around. Why am I back? This was the slave camp, Gu Zhongtian asked doubtfully. We don't know either. When did you come back, don't you know? Dang, Hu Yuan rang the gong at the entrance of the slave camp. Trash, come out. Today, the first chapter of the 4 chapters has been delivered. Thank you always for the large wave of rewards. Thank you, brother. Before his voice faded away, Hu Yuan's fat body stepped into the slave camp and directly lashed out with his whip. Pa! Ah! An elderly slave near the door was whipped by Hu Yuan on the spot. His skin and flesh split open, and he let out a blood-curdling scream before fainting from the pain. Suddenly, the slave camp burst into an uproar. Many people were trembling in fear. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, Fatty Hu, if you have the guts, then hit me again. Hit me again? You said it. Then I'll hit you again. While speaking, Hu Yuan's whip directly lashed towards Luo Tian's head. Just that. The whip fiercely swung over Luo Tian's head to the other side and heavily lashed onto a female slave. Pa! Ah! Ah! Pain! The small knife at the end of the whip directly pierced into the female slave's chest. With a fierce pull, a large piece of flesh was directly cut off from her chest. All of a sudden, blood gushed out and her face turned pale from the pain. Hit. Hit. What can you do to me? Dog. Hu Yuan angrily stared at Luo Tian. The whip in his hand suddenly retracted and landed on his palm. Brat, who do you think you are? A savior? Let me tell you, I am the master of this slave camp. I control all of your fates, do you understand? Humph. I'll give you all 1 minute to come out. If you're late for even a second, don't blame this father's whip for being impolite. With that, Hu Yuan disdainfully stared at Luo Tian. Yesterday, Luo Tian made him lose face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. All the anger in his heart was vented on these slaves. Luo Tian couldn't help it. His anger almost made him go berserk. However, Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su hugged him tightly, worried that he would go all out against Hu Yuan. The disciples outside were all from Xianxia Mansion. If Hu Yuan was beaten, they would definitely help. In Xianxia Mansion, slaves had no status to speak of. Regardless of right or wrong, it was the slave's sin. Luo Tian immediately shouted, Fatty Hu, sooner or later, I will beat the shit out of you. Hu Yuan sneered and said, you were already dead before that day. Humph. A mere slave wants to overturn the heavens? Hu Yuan said disdainfully. Then, he quickly walked towards a man in the distance. The vice-captain of the Xingtian warship, Han Xiao, the two of them exchanged a few words, and Hu Yuan nodded and bowed like a pug. Luo Tian and Gu Zhongtian walked out of the slave camp together. Seeing Han Xiao in the distance, Luo Tian's expression immediately changed. Target 1. Above Han Xiao's head were the words Target number 1. Gu Zhongtian's body trembled inwardly. He immediately pulled Luo Tian and reminded him, brother, don't be rash. You are not his match. He is a rank 6 deity and the commander of Xingtian Mansion's outer court. Don't be rash. Madman Su also said in astonishment, you were captured by him? Gu Zhongtian said, we almost died in his hands. Madman Su secretly clenched his fist and said, I was also captured by him. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Luo Tian was not envious. He was not rash at all. Instead, he was slowly getting excited. Because, target number 1 was so close to him. Sooner or later, he would kill him. What would the system's reward be? When Luo Tian looked at Han Xiao also narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not die. Han Xiao was also happy. On the Xingtian warship, you made me lose face and even got beaten up by that old fart Mo Chong Kong. Kid. I want to see how many times that old fart Mo Chong Kong can protect you. Finished. Han Xiao said coldly, keep a close eye on him. Without my order, no one can touch him. His dog life is mine. You didn't die on the Sky warship, but in Xingtian Mansion, even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough. Hu Yuan immediately said, don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on him. All the slaves stepped out. At the back of the martial arts practice field. In addition, all the outer court disciples of Xingtian Mansion were gathered at the martial arts practice field. They were all in high spirits. After a while, a few old men walked up the stage. One of them was Mo Chong Kong, and beside him was a beautiful woman in a white dress. Gu Zhongtian immediately became excited. He pulled Luo Tian and stood on his tiptoes. She is the 3rd miss, she is the youngest daughter of the Xingtian Mansion's lord, and also the most beautiful woman in the Xingtian Mansion. Look, she is too beautiful, even more beautiful than my 90 wives. Luo Tian followed his gaze. She was indeed very beautiful. There was a kind of coldness that came from her bones, a unique charm. Suddenly, Luo Tian asked, didn't you say yesterday that we are the 3rd Mrs. Slaves to cultivate the cultivation technique? Gu Zhongtian's gaze landed on the girl in white. Yes, but 3rd Miss has never come here to choose a cultivation method. She must be kind and can't bear to use us as punching bags. She's so beautiful and kind. Such a woman is so rare. How good would it be if she could become one? Luo Tian laughed in his heart. He could basically confirm that the woman in white in the tower last night was her, and thought to himself, if you see her two fangs, you probably won't think so. Blood clan. Vampire. It seems that this Xianxia mansion is quite interesting. Luo Tian stood quietly in the crowd. Mo Chongkong bowed slightly to the old man beside him, and said, Elder Lin, please. Lin Hun smiled modestly, walked to the front, and said, the annual trial of the Xianxia mansion's outer sect will begin in 2 days. This trial is different from the previous ones. In addition to the outer sect disciples, the inner sect elite disciples will also participate at the same time. It's just that the disciples of the two sects will enter different areas, and the scope is also different. In addition, Lin Hun glanced at the slaves at the back, and said, this year's slaves can also sign up. As long as they can survive the trial, regardless of their cultivation level, age, they can regain their freedom and become a disciple of the Xianxia mansion. In addition, no matter who it is, as long as they find the 9 Suns flower, they will be directly promoted to the inner sect disciple of the Xianxia mansion, obtain the divine weapon forged by the Xianxia mansion, and obtain the cultivation resources of the Xianxia mansion. For anyone, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. When it came to this, the slave camp was in an uproar. As long as you come out alive, you can regain your freedom? Participate, I must participate. I must leave the slave camp. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian were incomparably excited. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, it's exactly the 10th day of the lunar month, and the plan to assassinate Fatty Hu. Damn, it's the same day. Then, for Hu Yuan, Luo Tian could not bear it for a moment. He wished he could kill him right now. Today, the 2nd chapter of the 4 chapters had been delivered, there must be 2 more chapters tonight. Boss, the chance is here. Returning to the slave camp, Madman Su's face was filled with excitement. In the entire slave camp, no one was happier than him. After waiting for such a long time, he finally got this chance. It was too difficult. Along the way, Luo Tian had been thinking about how to kill Hu Yuan and break through to the rank 3 deity realm. Only after hearing Madman Su's words did he come back to his senses. He smiled and said, yes, it is indeed an opportunity. Madman Su laughed happily and said, as long as we survive this trial competition, we will be free. At that time, as long as I have a little time to cultivate, I will be able to kill that vicious and merciless Fatty Hu. This was the first thing he wanted to do. 2nd rank deity, he could not defeat the 3rd rank deity Hu Yuan. Luo Tian laughed. Madman Su asked, boss, are you participating? Eh? Luo Tian hesitated for a moment. He had heard Lin Hun's words clearly. The newcomer's trial was a test for every disciple of the family, but they were just slaves. In the eyes of everyone in Xingtian Prefecture, they weren't even humans. Why would they be allowed to participate? Moreover, the most important point was their cultivation, too weak. So weak that they could not withstand the attacks of any demon beast. There was definitely a conspiracy. Using them as cannon fodder, Luo Tian could not guess, but this was an opportunity for him, an opportunity that he could not refuse. As long as he survived, he would be able to regain his freedom and do whatever he wanted. He thought to himself, whether it is a conspiracy or not, I will participate. Knowing that there are tigers on the mountain, I will still go there. Immediately, Luo Tian nodded, I will participate. Gu Zhongtian laughed and said, when the time comes, us 3 brothers will kill our way through the sky and find the 9 Suns flower to become inner disciples. At that time, we can crush that Fatty Hu however we want. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. From time to time, there would be excited laughter in the slave camp. It was as if they could see the day they regained their freedom. It was as if they had trampled on Fatty Hu. They were very excited, indescribably excited. But they did not think about whether they would be able to return alive. How dangerous was the training ground? Xingtian Prefecture, Outer Gate, Han Xiu's courtyard. Han Xiu straightened his body, lowered his head and said, yes. I will follow Great Elder's arrangement. Don't worry, Great Elder, I will take good care of those slaves. I will not delay your business. Standing before him was Lin Hun. Lin Hun stroked the goatee on his chin as a cold smile appeared on his face. In the end, he warned, this matter must not be known by that old fellow, Emo Chong Kong. Do you understand? Xianxia was startled and immediately said, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely not let Emo Chong Kong know. Lin Hun smiled with satisfaction. The mansion lord is in seclusion. This is my best chance. As long as I get the legendary 9 Suns flower, I can raise my blood power to the 9th level. At that time, no one in Xingtian Prefecture will be my match. Ha 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 ha, Xianxia was shocked. Xingtian Prefecture, Emo Chong Kong's courtyard. Ever since they returned from the outer sect training grounds, Lin Yuer had been following behind Emo Chong Kong. She said coquettishly, Grandpa Chong Kong, just let me participate. Just let me participate. I guarantee that nothing will happen. Her voice was coquettish. Furthermore, she was shaking Emo Chong Kong's arm. No man would be able to resist her. But, Emo Chong Kong did not buy her words and said, you can't participate. You definitely can't participate. Although he did not say it, he felt that Lin Hun was hiding something behind this matter. Searching for the 9 Suns flower is something that has never happened in the past. Moreover, the inner gate and outer gate are participating together. Even the slaves are participating. There must be a conspiracy behind this. 9 Suns flower. A treasure in transportation. This kind of treasure is nurtured by heaven and earth. How can the inner and outer gate disciples find it? Impossible, unless they have already found its location and need a large amount of manpower. The more he thought about it, the more Emo Chong Kong felt that something was wrong. He could not let Lin Yuer participate. Lin Zhan was in seclusion. If anything happened to Lin Yuer, he could not bear the responsibility. Seeing Emo Chong Kong so determined, Lin Yuer immediately felt like a frosted eggplant. She could not muster up any energy and muttered to herself, I'm already so old. I also want to go out for a walk. Big sister and second sister are both out training. How can I become stronger by staying in this cage every day? Emo Chong Kong smiled and said, you are different from your big sister and second sister. The blood in your body is much purer than theirs. Before your father went into seclusion, he repeatedly told me not to let you leave Xingtian Prefecture. Third miss, be obedient. Don't let your father worry about you. Oh right. How was your cultivation last night? Why do I feel that the kid is still as lively as before? Furthermore, he seems to have become stronger. Did you not refine his essence blood? Emo Chong Kong asked doubtfully. When he saw Luo Tian in the morning, he thought that he had seen wrongly. The aura emitted from Luo Tian's body had become stronger. Lin Yuer stuck out her tongue and said, of course, I refined it. Like you said, he does not have any origin energy in his body. His essence blood is very helpful to me. It's just that. I finally found someone who can help me cultivate. Of course, I have to make good use of him a few more times. If I let him die so quickly, that would not be good. Huh? Emo Chong Kong was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He knew that Lin Yuer was lying. He also knew that Lin Yuer was kind-hearted and never killed anyone. She had released all the slaves that had been provided for her cultivation in the past. However, her secret could not be revealed to outsiders. Therefore, he had gotten rid of all the slaves that she had released. He was protecting Lin Yuer. Once her secret was revealed, it would bring about huge trouble. It might even be trouble that Xingtian Prefecture could not bear. As for Luo Tian, Emo Chong Kong thought to himself, could it be that Yuer has taken a liking to him? What a headache. Late at night, Luo Tian quietly got up and walked into the darkness. According to the location that Madman Su had told him, he walked towards the depths of the alley. The day after tomorrow was the day of the trial competition. He had to break through before then. Moreover, Luo Tian was very unhappy with Hu Yuan's actions in the slave camp this morning. He could not hold it in any longer. He had to kill him. After he walked out of the slave camp, a white figure not far behind him hesitated for a moment before following him. The 3rd chapter had been delivered. There was still one more chapter. I knew you weren't a good person. Humph. I want to see what you're up to in Xingtian Prefecture. Lin Yuer was very melancholic at night. Similarly, she was also very surprised. Because, the moment the moon appeared, she clearly felt that the blood in her body was different from yesterday. The most obvious sign of this difference was that her blood had become stronger. This was not the result of her hard work in cultivation. Instead, the problem of consuming a little bit of Luo Tian's blood. Knowing this made her very excited, but at the same time, a little scared. After hesitating for half a night in the courtyard, she decided to come to the slave camp to look for Luo Tian. She wanted to further confirm that Luo Tian's blood essence could help her. This time, she did not ask her maid, Luer, to look for Luo Tian. No one knew that she had come to the slave camp. But, when she arrived at the slave camp, she saw Luo Tian sneaking out like a thief. She immediately thought of the powerful force that came out of Luo Tian's body last night. Her heart sank. I knew it. How could someone with that kind of power be willing to be a slave in Xingtian Prefecture? There must be some conspiracy. Maybe, he's a spy from Nantian Prefecture. Humph. See if I don't catch you in your true form. Lin Yuer followed him silently. She was a 5th-level deity. Following Luo Tian would not be discovered at all. It was a dark and windy night. Luo Tian walked into the depths of the alley and confirmed that this was Hu Yuan's residence. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, he jumped directly onto the wall and landed in the courtyard like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Luo Tian's footsteps were very light. Every step he took was extremely careful. When he approached the room, he heard the sound of breathing. The door was not locked. Luo Tian easily entered the room. Seeing the pot-bellied Hu Yuan on the bed, he gathered all the strength in his fists and his footsteps suddenly sank. 8 desolate 6 directions, but he didn't wait for the attack to land. Hu Yuan suddenly sat up on the bed. In a flash, he struck Luo Tian's chest with his palm and shouted, "You're really something. You think you can sneak up on me?" Bang! Walala, the doors and windows were smashed apart, and Luo Tian flew out of the room. He fell directly into the courtyard. The pain in his chest was unbearable, and the blood in his throat was churning. Unable to suppress it, he spurted a mouthful of blood. What a powerful force! Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He seems to be waiting for me to come. Could it be that he already knows? The palm strike just now had definitely been brewing for a long time. In that situation, Hu Yuan was not shocked at all. He even had a cold smile on his face. Obviously, he had been waiting for him. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "I've been betrayed." There were many eyes in the slave camp. Luo Tian thought that they wanted to kill the slave owner Hu Yuan just like him. Everyone should hate him. Therefore, Luo Tian didn't set up any defenses. Who would have thought, since he had been discovered, that Hu Yuan must have come prepared? If he were to fight head-on, even if he killed him, he would suffer even more serious injuries. Retreat. He made a prompt decision. Luo Tian immediately thought of escaping. However, Hu Yuan coldly snorted, seeing through Luo Tian's thoughts with a single glance. He coldly snorted, "You want to escape? You dog, since you dare to come, then don't even think about escaping. Today, let me show you my methods." His fat body was extremely nimble at this moment. The moment Luo Tian flew into the courtyard, Hu Yuan took the opportunity to grab the long whip and rushed into the courtyard. Before Luo Tian could react, the whip turned into a black shadow and wrapped around Luo Tian's right foot. Hu Yuan sneered and said, "Get down." He exerted force. Pa! Luo Tian lost his balance and fell to the ground. His right hand formed a palm and slapped the ground. He flipped in the air and stood on the ground again, looking at Hu Yuan. The overwhelming power of a third-stage god. Seeing that Luo Tian did not move, Hu Yuan sneered, and said, "Run, why aren't you running?" He did not approach. His weapon was the spirit whip. If he was too close, he would not be able to use it. Right now, the distance between him and Luo Tian was the best distance for the spirit whip. Hu Yuan continued, "With your weak cultivation, you think you can assassinate me? Brat, even if you live for another 10,000 years, it's useless. You can't escape from my grasp." Luo Tian looked around the courtyard. He was standing in the center of the courtyard, so there was no time for him to climb over the wall and leave. His feet would be entangled by the whip again. Since that was the case, since he couldn't escape, then fight. With a twitch of his brows, Luo Tian took a step forward and rushed forward, shouting in a deep voice, "Don't be scared, I will send you to heaven." Humph. Overestimating yourself. Hu Yuan did not panic in the slightest. The spirit whip in his hand suddenly lashed out, transforming into a fist in the air. Like a horse's rope, it landed on Luo Tian's head. With a pull of his right hand, he exerted force and directly locked onto Luo Tian. With a sneer, he said, "Lie down." "Is that so?" Luo Tian steadied himself and exerted force with both hands. Pulling the whip, he quickly moved towards Hu Yuan's position. He already knew that Hu Yuan would use the whip to lock him up. This was also the best opportunity for him to get close to Hu Yuan. As long as he got close, he would be able to knock him down with 2 punches. However, Luo Tian ignored this whip that Hu Yuan had used for decades. This was not an ordinary whip, but a whip refined from poisonous vines. Hu Yuan's eyes turned sinister, and with a thought, he directly activated the mechanism on the whip, laughing, "You're too inexperienced, you think you can get close to me like this? Ha ha ha, Poochie." Ah, Luo Tian clenched his teeth and screamed. His palm was pierced. 5 centimeters long barbs suddenly appeared on the whip, like steel needles. It directly pierced through his palm, causing blood to flow out. His entire body was in so much pain that it was twitching. He never thought that this spirit whip would actually hide such a sinister mechanism, and these barbs even had poison that numbed the nerves. Luo Tian's eyes began to blur. Hu Yuan's sinister and complacent face appeared. He walked up step by step and sneered, "Let me see your true face. Don't worry. I won't let you die now. I will drop you at the gate of the slave camp and let all the slaves have a good look at the consequences of going against me, ha ha ha." Hu Yuan was very proud, very proud. The current Luo Tian was no threat to him at all. Seeing Luo Tian on the verge of collapse, he became even more proud. Just that, when he was 2 steps away from Luo Tian suddenly stopped. Luo Tian used all his strength and fiercely pulled out his hands. Blood splattered everywhere, and his flesh was badly mangled. Clenching his fists tightly, he used all his strength before he fainted and suddenly jumped up. His fists fiercely attacked Hu Yuan's chest. As long as this punch could kill Hu Yuan, the poison in his body would automatically be eliminated. Because of leveling up, but the strength in his body was weak and powerless. When his fist smashed down, it only sent Hu Yuan flying slightly. The strength of this punch was not enough to kill him. Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened. "This is bad." His eyes slowly closed. At the last moment before his eyes closed, he saw the white-clothed angel descend. The 4th chapter has been delivered. In August, thank you brothers for your support. In September, there is less than half an hour left. Can you push Old Cow into the sky? Let me see the Weaver Girl. Give all the guaranteed monthly votes to Old Cow. I really need it. A white figure descended from the sky. Picking up Luo Tian, who was on the ground, she flew past like a female ghost. Hu Yuan had no time to react. His chest was in pain. Looking at the disappearing white figure in the darkness, he said coldly, "You can escape today, but you can't escape tomorrow. As long as I find out who you are, I will immediately take your life." He had already thought about what to do tomorrow. Moreover, the numbing poison on the spirit whip would not disappear so quickly. Furthermore, the injury on his hand would not recover in half a night. As long as these characteristics were discovered, there was no doubt that this person was here to assassinate him. He would not let him go easily. Subconsciously. Careless, too careless. Luo Tian thought that Hu Yuan was only a third-rank deity and was not very strong. He also did not expect that there was a hidden mechanism in his whip. This sneak attack, a complete failure. Before he fainted, he saw the white figure descend like an angel. A person's image flashed through his mind. Lin Yuer. No matter why she saved him. In short, he survived. In the Blood Tower. Lin Yuer put Luo Tian down. Looking at his pale face, she secretly said, "Why did you sneak attack a slave master? Revenge?" At first, she thought that Luo Tian was secretly investigating the Xingtian prefecture. Or with someone on the streets. But she did not expect that Luo Tian would actually sneak attack the slave master Hu Yuan. This kind of person was a peripheral member of the Xingtian prefecture. Even if he died, no one would care. Assassinate him? Lin Yu'er dispelled the idea of Luo Tian hiding in the Xingtian prefecture. With a thought. Sensing slightly, she found that Luo Tian's entire body was in a state of paralysis. Moreover, blood was constantly flowing out of his palm. Lin Yu'er frowned anxiously. That, I don't have any spirit pills on me. I don't know how to heal. The only way is, let me suck your blood. Last night, she had clearly felt that Luo Tian's body was injured. However, after she sucked Luo Tian's blood essence, the injuries on his body healed. She did not know if it was because of her blood. No matter what. Let's give it a try. Lin Yu'er's mouth moved, revealing 2 large canine teeth. Aiming at Luo Tian's neck, she gently bit down. Hiss, buzz, Lin Yu'er's body trembled violently, as if she was being stared at by the eyes of a huge beast. She could not move at all. That feeling of being completely crushed. That power came from Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, automatically defending herself. He was quite frightened. What is it? Lin Yu'er still had lingering fears. She inhaled slightly. The venom under her teeth slowly seeped into Luo Tian's body. However, in less than 1/10 of a second, her body suddenly moved and was sucked in by a powerful force. Her entire body fell onto Luo Tian's body. Whoosh, 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 that kind of powerful suction force seemed to want to suck her body dry. She couldn't resist it at all. She couldn't even think of resisting it. It was too powerful. That kind of power was too powerful for her. She couldn't resist at all. The power of the Blood Clan, although it wasn't the strongest power in God's domain, it was still one of the higher-ranked powers. However, in front of this kind of power, she was incomparably small. She paled in comparison to a great one. Sucking, crazily sucking, unknowingly. Lin Yu'er's consciousness slowly blurred. Her entire body fell onto Luo Tian's body and she finally fainted. At this moment, the black divinity in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness crazily absorbed the power of the Blood Clan in Lin Yu'er's body. At the same time, the black divinity was also crazily transforming. The power of darkness seeped into Luo Tian's 4 limbs and 8 extraordinary meridians bit by bit. The pain on his body recovered in a short period of time. The wound on his palm healed rapidly. In the end, not even a scar was left. The paralyzing neurotoxin in his body was also quickly removed. Lin Yu'er's blood had self-healing properties. Under the urging of the dark divinity, Luo Tian's body was recovering crazily. The power contained in the divinity also became stronger once again. The dark battle energy surrounded Luo Tian. It was extremely dense and visible to the naked eye. It was like an invisible defense. Very, very strong. More than 2 hours passed. Woo, huh? Luo Tian was secretly stunned. Why is she unconscious? I should be the one unconscious, right? He clearly remembered being saved by the angel in white and then fainted. But now, it was actually the other way around. Hiss, there was another piercing pain on his neck. Luo Tian's back was covered in cold sweat. Damn, she couldn't have bitten me to save me, right? This kind of scene often appeared in movies. He immediately touched it with his right hand and realized, there was not even a wound on the place where the pain was. Only 2 pieces of flesh were left. Huh? Why is that? Why do I feel so relaxed? Even my strength seems to have increased by quite a bit. I was clearly injured. What happened? Luo Tian, who was unconscious, did not know what had happened. However, the only thing he could be sure of was that the beauty in his arms had saved him. He did not know what method she had used to save him. Looking at Lin Yu'er, a voice rang out in Luo Tian's mind. It was Little Blossom's voice. Kill her, and you'll be able to obtain her cultivation. You'll become a rank 5 deity, and you'll be able to immediately return and crush Hu Yuan. Indeed. This was a very good opportunity. As long as Luo Tian made a move, he would be able to kill Lin Yu and obtain her cultivation. But, Luo Tian didn't even think about it and directly said, "Little Blossom, you're too cruel. She's my savior. No matter how bloodthirsty you are, you can't make me kill her, right?" Little Blossom pouted and said, "I am doing this for your own good. You almost died tonight. Your cultivation is too low. Even if you don't think for yourself, think for me. If you die, I will disappear too. You are really too weak now. If this goes on, how are you going to survive in this world? How are you going to save those people you want to save? More importantly, don't you want to reach the highest level and summon me? I know everything. Including the source of the system in your body." Luo Tian was secretly shocked. "You know the source of the system in my mind? My chrysanthemum is about to explode. Brothers, I beg for votes." "Of course. I know everything you want to know. However, you have to level up to the top level. As you level up, my knowledge storage will increase, and I will know more. We are a community, the stronger you are, the stronger I am. Didn't you want to know where the son of the Divine Lord of Heaven is? The Crown Prince is in the Tiandao city outside the Xingtian mansion. Do you know why I know all this? Because you have broken through to the second stage of the Divine Realm, so I know all this. Now that you have killed him, my ability will increase again. I might be able to help you find out where the ruler of fate is, where the ruler of luck is, and how to open the passage to the Hell Realm. As long as you continue to break through, I will be omnipotent." Xiaohua said seriously. She did not lie to Luo Tian. They were a community. So, in the iron cage of the sky warship, Luo Tian was ambushed many times, and it was only because of Xiaohua's reminder that he was able to avoid the calamity. In the past, the system was dead, but now it was alive. Luo Tian thought that it was just an upgraded function, but now it seemed that it was not. Luo Tian really wanted to know what was going on with the system in his body. He had always wanted to know. He had once wanted to get rid of the system. Xiaohua's voice sounded again, "Now that you have killed her and broken through to the 5th stage of the Divine Realm, my ability will increase and I will definitely be able to help you even more." Luo Tian looked at the quiet Lin Yu in his arms, with a shallow dimple on his cheek. In that instant, killing intent flashed past his mind. He came to the Divine Realm to kill the Crown Prince and save Shuer and the others, as well as Fatty Lei and the others. Didn't he come here to break through, become stronger, and save people? Now, she was right in front of him. He only needed to move a finger to kill her, and he would be able to instantly obtain the power of the 5th stage of the Divine Realm. This thought flashed past his mind. Then, it disappeared from Luo Tian's mind and smiled faintly. "Little Blossom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I'm a human, not a system, not a machine. I have emotions, and I won't kill the innocent because of my own goals, and I won't be controlled by some kind of power. I am me, and I am Luo Tian." In the profound sky continent, in the ancient world, if Luo Tian were to kill the innocent, the power he would obtain would far surpass what he had obtained now. What Crown Prince? What Moro Wanjian? They wouldn't even be qualified to carry his shoes. He could use his sin points to exchange for a powerful expert from ancient myths and legends, who could destroy the world with a single move. But, he was not a homicidal maniac, and he did not want to be controlled by the system. If he did, he would lose his conscience. No matter what Little Flower's motive was, Luo Tian just needed to be himself. Little Blossom fell silent. Then, he sighed softly. "Sigh, I really don't want to see you fall into a desperate situation. I don't want to see you die." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't die." Immediately after, Little Blossom disappeared from his mind. The killing intent in Luo Tian's mind completely disappeared. Fortunately, the killing intent in his mind had disappeared, otherwise he would have died by now, because the Blood Tower was the absolute forbidden area of the Xingtian prefecture. The tower was divided into a total of 7 floors, and the power of each floor was different. The moment Luo Tian woke up, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at him from the highest floor of the Blood Tower. The moment he felt the killing intent in Luo Tian's heart, that pair of eyes also carried an incomparably strong killing intent. He, Count of the Blood Kindred. Xianxia Prefecture Lord, Lin Zhan. The moment the killing intent in Luo Tian's heart disappeared, the killing intent in his eyes also disappeared. Even Little Blossom couldn't sense Lin Zhan's current cultivation. He was the absolute overlord within a radius of a few million kilometers. Other than that, Lin Zhan was also filled with doubts about the power in Luo Tian's body. However, he didn't want to see Luo Tian, because Luo Tian was his daughter's opportunity. Although Lin Yu'er was unconscious, not long ago, the purity of the blood in her body had increased again, and she had broken through to the 6th stage of the deity realm. The night passed without a word. Luo Tian left the blood tower when the sky was still dark. At this moment, Lin Yu'er's face was rosy and her breathing was even. From being unconscious to sleeping, she should be fine. Luo Tian also dared to return to the slave camp before dawn. If he escaped, Hu Yuan would definitely not let this matter rest. Moreover, he had eyes and ears in the slave camp, so he had to investigate this matter thoroughly. Luo Tian couldn't let a bomb stay by his side. Early morning. Today, Fatty Hu came earlier than any other day. Dang dang dang, the gong at the entrance of the slave camp sounded. Pa! A whip lashed out on the ground of the slave camp, causing the blue stone on the ground to crack into several pieces. Fatty Hu took a step into the slave camp and roared, "All of you, get out here and ambush me? I want to see where you can hide." Hearing the sound of Hu Yuan's whip, many slaves secretly trembled. They quickly got up from the ground and rushed outside, afraid that they would be whipped by Fatty Hu's whip. They were all afraid. As expected, Luo Tian was secretly shocked, and the corners of his mouth rose. Outside the slave camp, all the slaves stood in a row. Hu Yuan first counted the number of slaves. There was no less. Then Hu Yuan said again, "Take out both of your hands, palms up." From the beginning, his gaze had been constantly moving between Luo Tian and Madman Su. He also knew that other than these two, no one else in the slave camp had the guts to assassinate him. "Boss, what's going on?" Madman Su naturally sensed something and couldn't help but ask worriedly. Luo Tian laughed, "Nothing. Pa." Suddenly, a whip lashed down, directly breaking two of the slave's fingers. He coldly snorted, "Didn't you hear me clearly when I told you to take out your hands?" "Ah," the slave screamed in pain, rolling on the ground in pain while clutching his broken fingers. Luo Tian was once again enraged, and clenched his teeth tightly. Madman Su immediately pulled him back, and said, "Boss, tomorrow is the day of the trial competition, you must endure it. If we survive the trial competition, we will definitely beat him up, I will definitely not let him off. Hurry up. All of you, take out your hands." Hu Yuan checked them one by one. He looked at Madman Su's hands seriously, and then his gaze turned cold. He stared at Luo Tian who was at the side and laughed sinisterly, "You dog, you're the one who ambushed me. Give me your hand. As long as your hand is injured, hee. I'll immediately use this whip to whip you to death." Very proud, it was just like the smug smile from last night. Moreover, he was already prepared. The whip had already been injected with spirit essence. As long as he found a wound on Luo Tian's palm, he would immediately whip it. Luo Tian smiled and extended his hands. Both of his hands were white. Not to mention a wound, there wasn't even the slightest bit of skin broken. Luo Tian looked at Hu Yuan's stunned expression, and laughed sinisterly, "I've let you down, but next time I will definitely not let you down." There were still no monthly votes. Sigh, forget it, the old cow will no longer ask for monthly votes, I'm sad. Impossible. It's you, it's you. Fatty Hu's face was filled with indignation as he glared at Luo Tian. He grabbed Luo Tian's hands and forcefully rubbed them. He discovered that Luo Tian's hands weren't injured at all. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest bit of divine-grade poison in Luo Tian's body. Why was this? Hu Yuan looked at a slave in the crowd from the corner of his eyes. The slave was also at a loss. Luo Tian secretly remembered the slave and said in his heart, "You'll see tonight." Fatty Hu was very angry. However, He could not find evidence to prove that it was Luo Tian who assassinated him, so he could not do anything to Luo Tian. Even if he was a slave owner, he could not casually kill a slave, let alone Luo Tian, who was wanted by Han Xiao. However, he could not make an example of Luo Tian, but some other slaves suffered. 7 slaves were beaten to a pulp because they were half a second too slow. Luo Tian saw all of this. At night, there was a lot of discussion in the slave camp. Tomorrow is the trial competition. This time I must come back alive. When I regain my freedom, I must teach that fatty who a lesson. I can regain my freedom if I come back alive. As soon as I enter the mountain, I will find a place to hide. Ha ha ha. When the trial competition is over, I will come out. I will come out alive like this, right? I am really too smart. The great elder said that he was looking for some 9 suns flower. What kind of flower is this 9 suns flower? I don't even know what it looks like. As long as I can find the 9 suns flower, I can become an inner disciple of the Xianxia mansion and get all the cultivation resources. When the time comes, won't breaking through be like flying? Everyone was looking forward to the future. It was very lively. It was like the new year. Everyone saw hope and saw the day they regained their freedom. Madman Su asked, "Boss, with your ability, it's definitely not a problem to survive. Why do you seem to be thinking about something today? What's wrong?" Luo Tian had been thinking about what happened last night all day. The battle with Hu Yuan. And that poisonous whip of his. Luo Tian practiced every move and style over 1,000 times in his mind. There was still one more night before the trial tournament. There would definitely be unimaginable dangers in the trial tournament. Every bit of strength he could raise was a bit more of a life-saving ability. Other than that, Luo Tian was also wondering why the power in his body had become so strong. Logically speaking, he could only rely on the system to break through and become stronger. As long as he broke through, he could become stronger. However, he did not break through, but the power in his body was obviously much stronger than yesterday. He even had a feeling that the power in his body was about to burst out. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger. What was the reason? Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about tomorrow's trial competition. This is a rare opportunity for us." Gu Zhongtian squeezed over and said with a smile, "After the trial competition, we will be free." Luo Tian smiled and said, "For tomorrow's competition, follow me. Don't run around." Although he was not sure. However, Luo Tian kept feeling that there was some kind of conspiracy hidden in this trial competition. Why would they, these useless slaves, participate in it? Serving as cannon fodder? Who's cannon fodder? Why would they serve as cannon fodder? He couldn't understand. However, no matter what, Luo Tian had to participate in this trial competition. Because he had to enter the mountain. Because his beast was also going to break through. His human body was already a 2nd stage divine expert, and his beast body was still a 1st stage divine expert. The two bodies could not be too far apart, or else they would be affected. Huff, Luo Tian exhaled slightly, and then whispered a few words to Madman Su. Madman Su's eyes shook as he secretly nodded. Late at night. That night, the slave camp was exceptionally quiet. Everyone was having a good dream. There were only a few hours left before his fate could be changed. However, a figure also flashed out. It was very fast and did not arouse anyone's suspicion. It was also at this moment. Madman Su opened his eyes slightly, secretly paying attention to everything in the slave camp. A few seconds later, a figure crawled up with a rustling sound, looked left and right, and then went out. Madman Su glared and immediately followed. Luo Tian was not going anywhere else. It was still Hu Yuan's residence. It was just that, this time, when he entered Hu Yuan's room and found no one there, he began to think that he had fallen into a trap. He thought to himself, "Fatty whose IQ isn't that high, right? He knew that I would come today? After being injured yesterday, even a fool would know that he wouldn't come today." Luo Tian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he quietly squatted in the dark and waited. "If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human anymore." Luo Tian secretly swore. Half an hour passed. The courtyard was completely silent. An hour passed, but there was still no movement. 2 hours passed. Finally, heavy footsteps came from the depths of the alley. From the sound of the footsteps, one could tell that this person's body was not light. Luo Tian's mind tensed up, his heart was incomparably calm, and his eyes flashed with a ray of light. He's here. Clang. The courtyard door was pushed open, and Hu Yuan walked into the courtyard drunkenly. His face was flushed red, and he hummed a little tune. Today, the little demoness waist is really strong, she almost broke my family jewels, ha ha ha. Tomorrow was the trial competition, and he had to participate as well. So he went to the fragrance pavilion once a month, but this time it was brought forward. The moment he closed the door to the courtyard, a black shadow jumped out. Hu Yuan immediately woke up from his drunken stupor. His hand speed was extremely fast as he pulled out the whip from his waist. With a cold snort, he said, "You dog, you still dare to come tonight. This time I will definitely not let you escape." Luo Tian had wanted to launch a sneak attack. However, he did not expect Hu Yuan's reaction to be so fast. However, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. Since he was here, he had to kill him this time, for the sake of breaking through, for the sake of the third stage of the divine realm. Facing the spirit whip that was lashing down from the air, Luo Tian moved his fists and grabbed onto the whip. With a sudden pull, he caught Hu Yuan's power and crazily pounced towards him. Hu Yuan sneered, and said, "You really don't have a good memory." Whoosh! The barbs on the whip suddenly pierced out. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness sank, and a burst of power suddenly erupted from his palm. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. In the darkness, this power could not be seen at all. If it was in a bright place, then one would be able to clearly see that Luo Tian's fists were wrapped in a thick layer of dark do qi. The power released from Luo Tian's palms directly sealed the whip, and the barbs could not pierce through at all. This was a move that Luo Tian had comprehended for a day to counter the poisonous barbs on the whip. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Hu Yuan had a complacent smile on his face. He thought that just like last night, he would definitely not be able to escape the barbs. However, just as he was about to laugh out loud, a fist landed on his forehead. His entire body was sent flying. He crashed into the steps. Bam! Luo Tian roared angrily, "Let's see if you die or not." With a leap, his fists punched out violently, directly smashing Hu Yuan's head into smithereens. Ding! Thank you to those brothers who voted for the monthly votes. The old cow said today that there was no need for monthly votes. There was no use in asking for it. In the past, he only wanted his brothers to remember this book, but now. The old cow was fine, quietly finishing writing the undefeated book. Good night, everyone. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hu Yuan. Do you wish to change your realm? Yes. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through, currently at the third step of the divine realm. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Spirit Whip Structure Diagram. Kill, Fatty who died, and he died very miserably. His head was smashed into meat paste. If his mother was here, she definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, and thought to himself, I've broken through. Third step of the divine realm. It really wasn't easy, sigh. I still prefer the previous experience to level up. Killing people like this is really too difficult. In order to kill the third step divine realm Hu Yuan, Luo Tian had really put in a lot of effort. If not for the fact that the divine deity in his sea of consciousness had become stronger and used the dark do qi to bind the spirit whip, he didn't know when he would be able to kill Hu Yuan. If he couldn't kill people, he wouldn't be able to level up. It was really a bit **ket up. If he could change it back, Luo Tian really wanted to change it back. It was just that, Luo Tian sighed in his heart, the idea moved, and asked, Comrade Little Blossom, now that I have leveled up, your ability has also increased, can you sense the position of the Crown Prince? And the position of the Ruler of Fate, the position of the Ruler of Luck, you can try all of these. Little Blossom popped out from the system interface, with a faint smile on his face, he said, Yes sir. Very cooperative. A few seconds later. Ruler of fate. Search failed. Ruler of luck. Search failed. Crown prince. Search. Success, distance 138 million kilometers, location Heavenly Law Divine City. The reason for the failure of the search was that the distance was too far. Luo Tian was secretly startled. At first, he thought that Little Blossom was lying to him, but he didn't expect that he would really be able to find the location of the Crown Prince. It was just that. This 138 million kilometers was a bit too far. The Xingtian prefecture's territory was only 8 million kilometers, and this 8 million kilometers required a sky warship to fly across. What kind of concept was 138 million kilometers? If he walked with his feet, he would never be able to reach it. Immediately, Luo Tian was puzzled, and complained in his heart, it really isn't as good as the previous system. Xiaohua giggled and said, you can change everything. Huh? Luo Tian was puzzled. Change? I can even change the system? Little Blossom smiled but didn't say anything. You'll understand when the time comes. Just as Luo Tian was communicating with Little Flower, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. A white figure stood on the wall of the courtyard. Killing a slave owner? If the steward of Xingtian Prefecture finds out about this, I'm afraid you won't be able to live. His voice was cold. Luo Tian was shocked and looked up. It's you? Lin Yuer's silhouette moved. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. She was indeed a fairy from the Blood Clan. Her body landed gracefully on the ground, and she smiled. If I tell anyone about this, you'll be executed before the sun rises. Killing a slave owner was not a big deal. However, as long as people found out, the outer sect of the Xingtian prefecture would definitely take care of it. It was normal for a slave to be executed. Luo Tian laughed, and asked, what do you want? Lin Yuer looked as if her scheme had succeeded, and said, be my Wushu. Luo Tian said, Wushu? Lin Yuer said, that's right, it's a servant who specializes in accompanying me in my cultivation. His status is higher than your current slave, and you don't have to be a human sandbag to cultivate your cultivation technique anymore. I can even give you some freedom in your life. Luo Tian laughed, what an enticing condition, I think no slave would reject it, not to mention that the master is such a beautiful little sister from the Blood Clan. However, why do you want to be a Wushu? You might as well be your lover. Your husband is fine too. Other than accompanying you in your cultivation, I can also accompany you in bed and serve you in all aspects. What do you think? I think it's pretty good. Luo Tian said shamelessly. Moreover, as he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yuer's chest that was about to pop out. The corner of his mouth drew back, revealing an evil smile. Lin Yuer was furious, and said fiercely, humph. Since you don't agree, then I will immediately report this matter to the outer sect elders. Let's see what you can do. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. After turning around, a smug smile appeared on her face, and she thought to herself, tell me to stay, beg me to stay, beg me, you're about to beg me, hee hee. This is your little weakness, I don't believe that you won't beg me. Killing a slave owner could be a big or small matter. However, if Lin Yuer were to say this, then it would definitely be a big matter. The outer sect elders would definitely punish him severely, and without even thinking about it, they would definitely execute Luo Tian. Lin Yuer thought that she was in control of everything. However, she walked to the entrance of the courtyard and didn't see Luo Tian say a word. Not to mention begging her, he didn't even make a sound, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. She was a little anxious, and her pace slowed down a lot. She pretended to not care and said, you can beg me now, but when I spread the news that you killed him, you won't be able to live. Luo Tian was indifferent. Lin Yuer became even more anxious, and her pace became even slower. Hurry up and beg me, this is your last chance. Luo Tian still didn't say anything. Lin Yuer was so angry that she stomped her feet, and turned to stare at Luo Tian. At this time, Luo Tian had a smirk on his face as he said, go and threaten me, go and threaten me. I hate it the most when people threaten me. If it weren't for the fact that you're a beauty, I wouldn't have been polite to you. Now, I will give you a choice. Be my warrior, and I will let you break through quickly. You were able to break through to the 6th level of deity because of me. If you report me, it will be difficult to increase the purity of your blood, and your cultivation realm will also be shackled, unable to break through. Little girl, this is your only chance. All of this was Luo Tian's guess. However, yesterday, she was still a 5th level deity, and today, she broke through. It had nothing to do with him, impossible. Otherwise, why would she save him time and time again, and Luo Tian's heart moved, and he couldn't help but think that his increase in strength might have something to do with Lin Yuer. Perhaps it was because of some kind of power in her body that stimulated him. Lin Yuer was furious. Humph, I think you are thinking too much. Do you know who I am? Just based on what you said just now, I can kill you 100 times. Luo Tian acted as if he didn't hear her. My warrior, other than accompanying me in training, will also warm my bed, wash my clothes, and cook for me. She will do whatever I say, including, some things that everyone loves to do. Lin Yuer trembled from Luo Tian's evil stare. Luo Tian smiled evilly, do you agree? I don't agree. I won't agree to it. Lin Yuer blushed. She clearly had Luo Tian's weakness in her hands. Why was it that Luo Tian was threatening her? It was a mess. Lin Yuer's little head couldn't wrap itself around it, and she even walked away angrily. Luo Tian smiled and said, think about it again. There are many benefits to being my Wu warrior. You really don't need to think about it again? This is your only chance. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another one. The more she spoke, the faster Lin Yuer walked away angrily. Finally, she walked into the blood tower. Huff, huff. I'm so angry, so angry. He actually wants me to become his Wu warrior. Doesn't he know that I have something on him? As long as I report it to any elder. Huh? That's right. I'm the one who has something on him. How could I? Lin Yuer, oh Lin Yuer, you must be out of your mind. Your cultivation level is higher than his. If he dares to plot against you, you should immediately crush him. What can he do to you? Lin Yuer suddenly understood. She exhaled heavily and said angrily, I won't let you off so easily next time. However, speaking of which, it was indeed as Luo Tian said. After absorbing Luo Tian's blood essence twice, the purity of her blood had increased twice. Her cultivation had also naturally broken through while she was unconscious yesterday. If it was in the past, this would definitely be impossible. Luo Tian must be hiding some huge secret. This was the reason why Lin Yuer wanted Luo Tian to be her Wu warrior. Yuer. Suddenly, a voice came from the top of the tower. The voice was very deep and echoed in every corner of the blood tower. Lin Yuer's expression immediately tensed up. She respectfully replied, Father. Agree to any of his requests. He can help you with things that I can't. Yuer, no matter what happens, don't leave him. He will make your achievements greater than mine. Lin Zhan said calmly. If these words were to be said outside, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. What kind of existence was he? He was the ruler of a land of death with a radius of 8 million miles. He was the lord of the Xingtian prefecture and an extremely noble count of the vampire race. The power he possessed was immeasurable. How could he say something like that? Lin Yuer herself was secretly shocked. She said, but father, he actually wants me to be his warrior. I don't want it. She wanted her to warm the bed, do the laundry, cook, and accompany Luo Tian. She was too embarrassed to say these words. Lin Zhan smiled faintly and said, ha ha ha. Fish has grown up and knows how to be shy. Lin Yuer stomped her feet and said coquettishly, Daddy, he is really too despicable. Ha ha ha, Lin Zhan smiled kindly. Then, he continued, this brat isn't bad. If he wanted to do something to you, he would have done it last night. However, he didn't take advantage of you. It can be seen that he's a gentleman. No man would be able to resist that kind of scene yesterday. However, Luo Tian held himself back. This was what Lin Zhan respected the most. He knew very well how beautiful his daughter was. However, Luo Tian could remain calm in her embrace. This was indeed very rare. Lin Yuer was stunned. She only remembered that when she was sucking blood last night, she was sucked in by a force. Then, she fainted. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. What happened while she was unconscious? After hearing Lin Zhan's words, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Lin Zhan said, "He has a very powerful force in his body. Once this force is fully unleashed, even I will be his match. Also, this force can help you purify your blood and cultivate. Believe me. Don't reject anything he asks you to do." Daddy, Lin Yuer didn't think about anything else. The scene of her warming the bed for Luo Tian kept appearing in her mind. She also saw the evil smile on Luo Tian's face. When she thought of this, her head felt like it was going to explode. She kept saying in her heart, "No, no, I don't want to be his warrior." Luo Tian disposed of Hu Yuan's corpse. Then he returned to the slave camp silently. At this moment, Madman Su stepped on a slave. "Traitor. You actually colluded with Fatty Hu. Don't you think that he hasn't killed enough brothers? Go and die." He kicked the vital part of the slave. He killed him directly. He didn't show any mercy. Luo Tian walked up and glanced at his brothers in the slave camp. "I don't want to explain anything, but please believe me. I just want you to leave this place alive. Tomorrow is the trial competition, and it is our only chance. But, this chance is filled with danger. Once we enter the trial grounds, obey my orders. We need to be united in order to survive. Unity is our only way out." Everyone looked at Luo Tian. There was respect. There was also disdain. After tomorrow, they might be free. Who would be willing to listen to Luo Tian's nonsense, regardless of whether they listened or not? This was all that Luo Tian could do. The night passed in a throbbing rhythm. Morning. Early in the morning, all the outer court disciples were gathered at the martial arts practice field. The gong at the entrance of the slave camp did not ring. Luo Tian and the others did not go out. After waiting for a long time, Fatty Hu did not appear. Following that, an outer court steward walked into the slave camp while covering his nose. He said in disgust, "What are you bunch of trash still standing there for? Hurry up and gather at the martial arts practice field. Do you want me to use a palanquin to invite you all? A bunch of trash." After saying that, he turned around and left, as if he would die if he stayed even a second longer. Everyone rushed out and quickly ran to the martial arts practice field. Madman Su stood beside Luo Tian and said excitedly, "Boss, did you succeed?" Luo Tian chuckled. Madman Su immediately became excited and said in admiration, "Boss, you're too fierce, and your current cultivation is stronger than mine, could it be?" Luo Tian nodded again. Madman Su became even more excited. On the martial arts practice field, Lin Hun said some motivational words. It was nothing more than telling everyone to work hard and find the 9 Suns flower to change their lives. He told the slave camp not to be discouraged, that as long as they lived, they would be able to regain their freedom. Throughout the morning, no one asked about Hu Yuan's disappearance. This was out of Luo Tian's expectations. No one cared about a mere slave owner's life or death. Only Han Xiao looked around the slave crowd a few times, but did not find Hu Yuan. He frowned, but did not send anyone to ask anything. Luo Tian stared at the target number 1 above Han Xiao's head and secretly clenched his fists. "If I get the chance, as long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. The system reward. Hee, this time, I will definitely take the trial competition." As for what reward, Luo Tian seemed to have already guessed it. The system changed, 1600 chapters, it had unknowingly become so many. Outside the Flame Mountain range, the heat was unbearable. The surface temperature had reached 70 to 80 degrees, and this was only the periphery. The further in one went, the higher the temperature. It was as if one was being roasted on fire. Moreover, the heat was nothing. The blazing aura was also mixed with poison gas. If one was not careful, they would be poisoned. Training grounds. in a crimson-red forest. These trees were also extremely special. Every tree did not seem to be a tree, but a stone tree formed from magma. It was just that these trees were the same as ordinary trees, with branches and leaves towering into the sky. There were also all sorts of spirit grass growing here. The common characteristic of these spirit grass was that they were of the fire attribute. The 9 suns flower that they were looking for this time was a top-grade spirit grass of the fire attribute. It possessed an incomparably blazing power and was filled with the explosive power of the sun. Huff. Huff, hot, it's too hot. I even said that I would find a place to hide for a few days before going out, but there's nowhere to hide in this place. Not to mention a few days, even if it's a day, it will directly turn into a dried corpse. The Flame Mountain Range is simply being roasted in a furnace. Many slaves complained. Everyone was drenched from head to toe, and many of them were half naked. Luo Tian was the same. Hot sweat the size of beans rolled down his body. If this continued, even if he didn't die from the sun, he would die from dehydration. Although they had divine bodies. However, there was a saying that gods were also humans, they were only stronger than the humans of the lower planes. In the divine realm, they were restricted by various laws. In the end, they were still humans. Hurry up. All of you are like dead dogs, hurry up. Behind Luo Tian and the others was a group of outer sect disciples. From the moment they entered the training grounds, these so-called outer sect disciples directly used Luo Tian and the others as cannon fodder. Only a small number of outer sect disciples were moved. Pa. Did you slaves hear what I said? I told you to hurry up. Lin Ba said aggressively. After 2 days of treatment, the injuries on his body had healed. Furthermore, he had even cultivated a Tier 3 cultivation technique. Furthermore, because of that cultivation technique, he had broken through in the past 2 days, reaching the 4th rank of deity. All of this was thanks to Luo Tian. If he hadn't been beaten half to death by Luo Tian, he wouldn't have been able to obtain all of this. However, Lin Ba's participation in the trial tournament was to properly thank Luo Tian. Brother Ba, the progress is too slow. At this speed, we won't be able to reach the next foothold before dark. If we don't arrive at the gathering place at the scheduled time, I'm afraid we'll encounter danger. A disciple reminded. Tyrant brother, why don't we just leave him here? Why bring these burdens along and drag down our progress? Indeed. The cultivation of the slaves could not be compared to the outer sect disciples. His speed was naturally much slower. Lin Ba glared at that person and said, "What the hell do you know?" This time, when he was choosing cultivation techniques in the Divine Skill Pavilion, he coincidentally heard the conversation between the 2 elders. One of them was about the trial tournament, and was also about the 9 suns flower. That kind of dangerous place needed cannon fodder. Only by filling the stomachs of the man-eating flower would they be able to get close. These slaves were the best cannon fodder. This was also the reason why he didn't make a move on Luo Tian at the first moment. Then again, Han Xiao had specially explained that Luo Tian was the person he wanted. Lin Ba frowned secretly. These slaves could not be given up, but their progress had to be caught up. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous to spend the night in the blazing mountain. Although there was nothing in the day, at night, all sorts of powerful demon beasts would appear, and they would not be able to resist at all. Pa. A whip lashed down from the sky, directly splitting a slave who was at the back into 2. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Lin Ba retracted his whip and shouted, "Whoever is the slowest will die. None of you can afford to delay this daddy's important matters." Cruel to the extreme. All the slaves were stunned. A second later, they all ran forward with all their might. Their speed increased. Lin Ba grinned and said, "If I don't kill a few slaves, you will all forget about this daddy's methods. Brothers, follow them. Remember, don't let these dog slaves escape, especially that brat." Lin Ba pointed his whip at Luo Tian who was in the crowd. A trace of killing intent flashed past his eyes as he thought to himself, "You dog, if not for Elder Han's instructions, you would already be dead." In the crowd, Luo Tian said in a low voice, "Madman, speed up." Madman Su was startled, and said, "Boss, what plan do you have?" Luo Tian said, "This can't go on, we will die of dehydration before we reach the assembly point, and Lin Ba will definitely treat us as cannon fodder. Under their control, none of us will be able to survive." Madman Su also noticed this and asked, "Just tell me what you want me to do." Luo Tian said, "Later, you just have to call for the demon beasts to come, their formation will definitely be messed up, and at that time, find an opportunity to kill Lin Ba. Once Lin Ba dies, these outer court disciples will be like a plate of loose sand." Madman Su nodded his head, "Boss, but it's very difficult to see demon beasts during the day in the outer area of the Flame Mountain Range. If I say that the demon beasts are here, they won't believe me, and once I say that the demon beasts are here, they will be in chaos, and our own people will also be in chaos. I can't care about that anymore. Tell your brothers to calm down." Luo Tian said. If this continued, it would definitely not work. If he wanted to live, the prerequisite was to escape from the control of these outer court disciples. Madman Su clenched his fists and said, "All right." Luo Tian said, "Now, count down. When you count to 300, start talking. At that time, demon beasts will naturally appear." Madman Su nodded. Although he did not know why demon beasts would appear in this place, he chose to believe in Luo Tian. Suddenly, Luo Tian's speed suddenly increased. The cultivation of a third-stage divine expert exploded out. He directly rushed to the front of the crowd. "Brother Ba, that brat suddenly increased his speed. Should we follow him?" An outer court disciple said. Lin Ba grinned, and said, "He won't be able to escape from my grasp." He did not chase after him. Because, Lin Ba was very clear about the terrain here. There was only one path that led to the assembly point, and the other places were all dead. 5 minutes passed. Madman Su pointed to the front, and suddenly shouted, "Demon beasts, demon beasts, demon beasts are here." The brothers in the slave camp immediately panicked. Lin Ba's eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, "Demon beasts won't appear in this place during the day. I think you want to die. If you dare to disturb my morale again, I'll," not waiting for him to finish. A werewolf with traces of flames on its body suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, Lin Ba fell to the ground, and was so scared that he peed his pants. He shouted for help, "Help, demon beasts are here." Luo Tian, who was in beastman mode, directly scared Lin Ba to the point of peeing his pants. Lin Ba had completely lost his ability to resist. Moreover, at this time, the outer court disciples rushed out like a swarm of bees, hating their parents for not giving birth to them with 2 more legs. Luo Tian did not give Lin Ba a second chance. Both fists struck out, every punch hit flesh. Half a minute passed. Ding. He only wanted to say one thing. "Long live the motherland, brothers, good night." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Ba, obtaining 100 points of God Essence, 100 points of Source Energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Soaring God Fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding. Do you wish to exchange levels? Exchange. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, 4th stage Divine Stage. Kill Lin Ba, what a lucky kill. The beastman of the first step was not his match at all. The reason why Lin Ba was afraid was because the demon beasts of the Flame Mountain Range were all extremely powerful. At that moment, he was scared silly and did not have the strength to retaliate. Furthermore, he was only used to being a tyrant in the outer sect of the Xianxia mansion. Every time, he would only bully the slaves. In terms of battle experience, there was nothing at all. Run. Young Master Lin Ba was killed by the demon beasts. Run. Run for your lives, the demon beasts of the Flame Mountain Range are here. For a moment, chaos ensued. The outer sect disciples were fleeing, and so were the slaves. When one fled, the others followed. What followed was chaos, and with Lin Ba's death, they became even more panicked. Even Madman Su's expression could not help but become nervous. The brothers beside him kept asking him, "Big brother, run. Big brother," in the end. None of his 6 brothers in the slave camp were left. A few minutes later, Only Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian were left. The idea moved, Luo Tian immediately returned to his human form. Madman Su's back was drenched in cold sweat. When he saw Luo Tian, he immediately fell to the ground, paralyzed. "Boss, you scared me to death. I almost had a heart attack. Do you know how ferocious the demonic beasts in the Flame Mountain range are? If we really encounter one, all of us together are no match for it." Gu Zhongtian's face was filled with excitement, and said, "Ha ha ha. Then you don't understand him, this brat likes to play with excitement." Then. Madman Su was startled, "Boss, your cultivation? A tier 4 deity." Luo Tian didn't hide anything. This was just the beginning. For Luo Tian, this wasn't a trial competition, but a slaughter competition. He wanted to use this opportunity to quickly break through and kill his first target. It was Han Xiao. Killing people to level up was indeed satisfying. However, Luo Tian was still not used to it. He liked the feeling of killing people to gain EXP. Only by leveling up could he feel the thrill of it. Furthermore, without anyone to kill, Luo Tian would not be able to level up. It was as if he was restricted by the system. His heart skipped a beat. Luo Tian continued to ask, "Can you sense where the Chief Sovereign of Fate and the Chief Sovereign of Luck are?" Little Blossom's interface popped up, and after sensing for a bit, she said, "I still can't. The Divine Dominion is too big. I have to level up a bit more." "But, even if you can sense the location of these sovereigns, what can you do? Given your current strength, let alone a hegemon, you won't even be a match for a high-tier deity. The most important thing right now is to kill more people and break through more often." Luo Tian frowned. He didn't ask further. Madman Su walked up and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Gu Zhongtian said, "I heard them say that we have to reach the gathering point before nightfall, otherwise, there will be demon beasts at night, and we won't be able to live past tomorrow. Furthermore, the Flame Mountain range is too hot. If we don't drink any water, our bodies won't be able to take it." Madman Su said, "If we go to the gathering point, will we be discovered? Once we are discovered, then we..." The appearance of the demon beasts was too strange. Moreover, why did only Linba die? Luo Tian was thinking. Gu Zhongtian couldn't help but say, "Why don't we escape? If we follow the disciples of the Xianxia matter, we will definitely die. Even if we don't die in the hands of the demon beasts, we will die in their hands. At that time, we will be free to escape." Madman Su bitterly smiled and said, "I came to the slave camp earlier than you guys. You might not know, but all the passages on the east side of the Flame Mountain range are controlled by the Xianxia matter. Without these passages, we won't be able to leave. If we don't use these passages, then we will have to go to the south or the west. If that's the case, I estimate that we won't be able to live past a day before being eaten by the demon beasts." Gu Zhongtian said, "Then what should we do? Can't we escape or stay?" While they were talking, Luo Tian asked Xiaohua, "Is there a water source around?" The most important thing now was to replenish his water and recover his strength. He definitely couldn't go to the gathering point. Even if he wasn't discovered, he would still be used as cannon fodder. Even if Luo Tian was a rank 4 deity, it was still the same. Moreover, there was still a rank 6 deity at the gathering point, Han Xiao. If he knew that his cultivation had broken through so quickly, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Xiaohua's thoughts moved. Luo Tian was secretly delighted. He immediately said, "We have to walk on our own from now on. We can't go to the gathering point. It's too difficult to escape from the Flame Mountain range. Our only path now is to advance, find the 9 Suns flower, and survive until the end of the trial. Only by surviving would there be hope." Madman Su said, "Then where should we go?" Luo Tian pointed to the side and said, "West." "Eh? Big brother, the west is a cliff. There's no way to go there." Gu Zhongtian asked about the situation of the Flame Mountain range. Luo Tian smiled, "Trust me." "Eh? Eh?" The two of them were stunned. Luo Tian had already walked far away. The two of them quickly followed. "Linba is dead? Useless things." Han Xiao was furious when he heard the news of Linba's death. "Where did the slaves go?" Most of them are rushing to the gathering point. There are also some who got separated. I don't know where they are. A disciple replied. Xianxia frowned and said, what about the kid I wanted? He got separated too. We haven't found any trace of him yet. Xianxia's eyes darkened and he suddenly shouted, trash, you people can't even keep an eye on a person. I really don't know what's the use of keeping trash like you. Send more people to search. We must find that kid. Old Han, it's going to be dark soon. Even if that kid has 9 lives, he won't be able to live past tomorrow. If we go to find him, Pa. Xianxia slapped him and shouted, I told you to go and find him. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you can die here. Yes, yes, yes. The disciple spat out of the tent. Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, Kid, that guy Mo Chung Kong provided you with a cultivation method for the 3rd miss, but you didn't die time and time again. What secrets are you hiding? Wah, gulp, 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 the 3 of them walked into a deep valley and found a small stream. The 3 of them started drinking. After drinking, the 3 of them recovered a little. Madman Su looked at the dimming light and said, Boss, night has fallen. It's time for the demonic beasts. Today is Victory Day. The whole country is on holiday. Old Nyo. Old Nyo. Bosses, can you give Old Nyo a chapter break? Let's just have 2 chapters today. There's one more at night. Thank you, bosses. Night fell. A wild roar came from the depths of the mountains. Along with this roar, the earth shook. It was time for the demon beasts to come. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. The scene had completely changed. It was as if the daytime was a peaceful battlefield, but at night, the battle instantly broke out. Artillery fire filled the sky, and the killing continued. In the quiet canyon, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The 3 of them slowly walked forward with their backs against the rocks. Gu Zhongtian said, it's time for the demon beasts to dominate. This flame mountain range is filled with fire-type demon beasts, and the 9 suns flower that Great Elder Lin is looking for is the same. I heard from those disciples that the 9 suns flower only grows in lava and absorbs the fire essence of the lava. Madman Su said, I wonder what use this 9 suns flower has. Gu Zhongtian said, this kind of extreme yang divine grass is priceless, it is something that cannot be bought with money. Great Elder Lin definitely has a use for it, but it is very difficult to obtain this spirit grass of heaven and earth. Those who are fated will know. This has always been the rule of choosing a host for the spirit treasure of heaven and earth. It is the same in the lower realms, and it is the same in the divine realm. Luo Tian did not say anything. He had always been in charge of guarding. His cultivation was the highest, so his consciousness could spread out the furthest. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body suddenly stopped, he squatted down, and said in a low voice, danger. The 2 of them immediately squatted down. Looking ahead, there was only darkness. There were no demonic beasts in sight. Just as Gu Zhongtian was looking at Luo Tian in confusion. Rumble, rumble. A huge figure was flung out. Bam! It was a flame golden-winged tiger that was burning all over. It was incomparably huge, like a small mountain. Holy sh*t. Luo Tian's heart sank. After hearing that the demon beasts in the flame mountain range were powerful, he did not care, but now that he saw this flame golden-winged tiger, he immediately changed his opinion. The most frightening thing was that this flame tiger was a class 2 demon beast. How strong was this? Gu Zhongtian's face turned pale from fright. His entire body was pressed against the rock. His body was as low as it could be. His back was instantly covered in cold sweat. Madman Su was also at a loss. None of them had ever seen a demonic beast from the blazing mountain range. They were completely stunned by this blazing golden-winged tiger. Most importantly, this flaming tiger was directly flung out. Then, wouldn't the one inside be even stronger? Gu Zhongtian lowered his voice and said with a trembling voice, Brother, what should we do? It won't be long before he discovers us. Even if you're a rank 4 deity, you're still no match for him. Madman Su also looked at Luo Tian. At this critical moment, they completely treated Luo Tian as their backbone. Luo Tian's eyebrows sank as he thought to himself, riches and honor come from danger. If you don't go crazy, you won't become a demon. Immediately after, Luo Tian said, you two find a place to hide. No matter what happens to me, don't come out. As he spoke, Luo Tian stood up. Gu Zhongtian pulled him back and said, what do you want to do? Aren't you afraid of death? Although this flaming tiger is injured, it's still more than enough to crush you. Come with us and find a place to hide. Don't go crazy. Madman Su also said, boss, it's better to hide. They thought that Luo Tian wanted to die. It was just that, Luo Tian was grateful in his heart, and said, don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to throw away my life. Just hide well, I have a way to deal with it. While they were talking, Luo Tian held his breath and quietly moved over. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian looked at each other, puzzled by Luo Tian's craziness, but since Luo Tian had stepped forward, they did not hide and followed him. If they were brothers, then they would attack together. At this moment, hiss, the 12 legs of the giant flame scorpion moved crazily. Wherever its huge body went, it would be a mess. The speed of its movement was too fast, as if it was flying close to the ground. Roar, the flame golden-winged tiger shook its bleeding head and roared at the giant flame scorpion. Its front claws dug into the ground and its fangs were exposed. With a push of its hind legs, it flew into the sky and pounced towards the giant flame scorpion. The giant scorpion was not afraid at all. The moment the flame tiger pounced down, the poisonous needles on its long poisonous scorpion tail shot out like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Chi, 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 awoo, awoo, the flame tiger screamed a few times in the air, but its speed did not decrease. Instead, it became even more ferocious than before. The sharp claws on its front claws were like scimitars that flashed with a cold light, pressing down towards the back of the giant scorpion. The flaming tiger is going to lose, Luo Tian muttered. At this moment, he immediately transformed into beast mode and entered stealth mode. Killing system. Beast martial system. Whether it was killing people or beheading demon beasts, it could level up. The flame golden-winged tiger could not hold on for long, so he had to take advantage of this opportunity. It was impossible for them to kill a second-stage fire-type demon beast with their strength alone. Luo Tian had been waiting for this opportunity. Boss? Huh? What does he want to do? Gu Zhongtian lowered his voice as he watched Luo Tian disappear from his side. He started to worry. Then, Gu Zhongtian said to Madman Su, we need to attract the attention of that giant scorpion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The flame golden-winged tiger pressed down. It directly pressed the giant flame scorpion to the ground. However, before it could bite down, the poisonous needle on its tail suddenly changed into an incomparably thick flaming steel needle. It aimed at the abdomen of the flame golden-winged tiger and pierced it down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The giant needle directly pierced the flame golden-winged tiger and sent it flying, hitting a rock on the side of the canyon. Awoo, the flame golden-winged tiger let out a painful scream as flame-like blood continued to gush out from its abdomen. HP continued to drop. The giant flame scorpion revealed a complacent look as it slowly walked towards the flame golden-winged tiger. Thinking about the delicious meal in front of it, it couldn't help but become excited. Grandson! Grandpa is here. Come on. Come and bite me. Gu Zhongtian suddenly poked his head out from the bushes and said mockingly to the giant flame scorpion. The giant flame scorpion seemed to understand. It turned its body and the poisonous needle on its tail suddenly pierced out. Its pace also increased in an instant. Gu Zhongtian almost peed his pants. The poisonous needle flew past his face. If he was hit, he would lose his life. At this moment, his soul was almost scared out of his body. It was also at this time that Madman Su suddenly appeared from the other side. Grandpa is here. The giant flame scorpion turned its body again. Just as the two of them were attracting the attention of the giant flame scorpion, Luo Tian quickly rushed to the side of the flame golden-winged tiger. Looking at the last bit of HP above its head, Luo Tian laughed excitedly and punched it. Give me your body. Good night, everyone. The 3 chapters will be updated as usual tomorrow. Killing people could level up. Killing monsters could also level up. Looking at the dying flame golden-winged tiger, Luo Tian punched down. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing flame golden-winged tiger for obtaining 200 god essence. Do you wish to replace it? Replace. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing to a rank 2 demon god. On the other side, Madman Su's arm was pierced by a venomous scorpion stinger, causing blood to flow non-stop. As for Gu Zhongtian, he was sent flying. Boss, are you done? We can't hold on any longer. Madman Su endured the pain and shouted. He really couldn't hold on any longer. This flame scorpion was simply too perverted. Its strength was comparable to a rank 5 god's cultivation. Gu Zhongtian leaned against a rock and panted. Every time I'm with this kid, I have to risk my life. I really miss my previous continent. I really shouldn't have come to this damn divine realm. It's so good to be an overlord in the lower planes, but he just had to play with a few women in the divine realm. Bah. He just had to chase after the peak of the martial Dao. Now that he's chasing it, he's going to die here. He continued to chatter. He really regretted it. There was a saying that one would rather be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. Facing that angry flame scorpion, Gu Zhongtian was in despair. This fellow was too amazing. He couldn't even get close, leaning on the rock and watching the flame scorpion walk away step by step. Gu Zhongtian let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. Oh God, give me another chance. I definitely won't come to this damn god domain. I hate this place, I hate everything here. But in his heart, he said, I didn't even get to play with a single girl and I'm going to die. This is 2F** get up. The scorpion's tail moved. It directly transformed into an extremely thick stinger. It was as thick as an arm. If this stinger hit him, his head would explode. Gu Zhongtian roared out, come on, if you have the guts, come and kill me. I'm not afraid of you. Even if he had to die a little more heroically. The giant flaming scorpion seemed to have understood. It moved its huge tail, and the huge poisonous stinger started to spin like a spinning awl. There were waves of energy around it, and it made Gu Zhongtian's chest feel stuffy. Seeing this, Gu Zhongtian's heart turned cold. We're going to die. We're going to die. His voice was trembling. The giant flaming tail moved, and the stinger shot out. Gu Zhongtian closed his eyes and sighed inwardly, my journey in the deity realm has come to an end. Suddenly, he felt his body become light, as if he was being lifted up by a force. His eyes widened, is there a need for you to fight over it? Huh? Didn't the blazing golden-winged tiger get nailed to the canyon by the giant scorpion? Why are you? Gu Zhongtian was startled. He immediately became excited and said, it's you? Luo Tian's orc mode leveled up. He became a golden-winged flame tiger. At the critical moment, he saved Gu Zhongtian and then roared at Madman Su who was not far away. Gu Zhongtian immediately shouted, Madman, it's him. Hurry up and come up, that giant flame scorpion is about to go berserk, ha ha ha. This is great. Madman Su was also stunned. Looking at the blazing golden-winged tiger flying in the sky, his brain could not react. Just a moment ago, he was just a human. How did he become a tiger now? A real demon beast of the Flame Mountain range. What are you in a daze for? Hurry up and come up. Gu Zhongtian shouted. Madman Su reacted and quickly rushed up, climbing onto the back of the flaming tiger. Luo Tian immediately flew to a high altitude. It was also at this time. The giant flame scorpion's tail turned into many needle holes, aiming at Luo Tian who was in the air and shooting at him. Holy sh*t. Hit the plane. Luo Tian cursed in his heart, and said to the two of them in his mind, hold on tight, I want to do a few difficult flying moves. Facing the giant scorpion stinger that was like an anti-aircraft gun, Luo Tian's mind flashed with the battle techniques from the future sci-fi movies in his previous life. Hold on tight, it's about to begin. His body tilted, 90 degrees rotation. It was almost flying close to the canyon wall. Oh. This feeling is too good, ha ha ha, bang, 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 the giant scorpion stinger hit the canyon wall twice, and it was as if there was an explosion. The rocks exploded, and countless gravel fell down. There were several times when they were only a few centimeters away from Luo Tian's tiger butt. Aha! Boss, this is too awesome. Madman Su was extremely excited. Gu Zhongtian, on the other hand, mocked the giant flame scorpion on the ground. Grandson, come again, come and hit me again. Your sister, I almost peed my pants because of you, come and do it to me now. Ta 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 ta, like a machine gun, it shot out crazily. Gu Zhongtian opened his eyes and immediately hugged Luo Tian's back, and said loudly, a new round of bombing has begun. Damn it. Hold on tight. Luo Tian reminded in his mind. Facing the overwhelming number of stingers, there was no place to hide, except for the ground at a low altitude, just as the stingers were about to hit. Awoo, Luo Tian roared and retracted his wings. Swish. His body fell straight down. Boss, I am still a virgin. I still want to get a few beauties from the divine domain, are you trying to play me to death? Madman, compared to you, Madman Su is like heaven and earth. The two of them screamed. This feeling of free fall was simply too cool, and their hearts seemed to rush to their throats. A few meters away from the ground. Boom! They spread their wings with all their might, and the powerful force lifted them up. They flew up again like gliders, spinning 360 degrees in the sky and flying in a straight line into the sky. Then, Luo Tian retracted his wings again. One more time? I'm going to pee. My shit is going to come out. I want to go home. I'd rather be a slave in Xingtian Prefecture for 100 years than be with this madman. Luo Tian said in his mind, I'm going to kill this guy. Otherwise, none of us can escape. The body of the flame golden-winged tiger was too heavy to fly too high. In the sky, it would directly become a live target for the giant flame scorpion. If they didn't kill it, they would be shot down sooner or later. They must kill it. Madman Su's eyes darkened and said, how can we kill it? The flame golden-winged tiger couldn't beat it just now, and it's still the same now. It's impossible at all. Gu Zhongtian said, Big brother, grandpa, don't joke, okay? Luo Tian laughed excitedly, have you heard of a human bomb? Awoo, son of a bitch, F***ck me, I'll blast you to death. Here comes the human bomb. There are 2 more chapters in the evening, updated at 9:30 and 10:30. We're going to die. We're going to die, we're really going to die. Madman Su had always thought of himself as a madman, but now, he couldn't help but shout out loud. Gu Zhongtian was even more so. Falling from such a high altitude, he would directly become a human bomb. This was the rhythm of falling into meat paste. However, Luo Tian was extremely excited, ha ha ha. I'll blast you to death. This was the only way. If they didn't get rid of the giant flame scorpion, they wouldn't be able to escape. The giant flame scorpion seemed to have sensed the danger, but it did not retreat, nor did it move. It was extremely unhappy that it had not been able to attack Luo Tian. Now that the flame golden-winged tiger was falling vertically with 2 humans, it might as well shoot them down with one shot. Immediately, the huge tail moved. Crack! Just like a cannon barrel, it changed into a large caliber one. An incomparably thick stinger was loaded with bullets, locking onto the falling Luo Tian. Boss, it's going to fire its stinger. What should we do if this goes on? What should we do? We'll be blown to pieces by the scorpion's stinger. Hurry up and think of something. When the 2 of them were shouting, Luo Tian had already reacted, and shouted in his heart, God explosion. Divine fire. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he would release it first. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Luo Tian did not bombard the giant flame scorpion on the ground, but the rocks not far away from him. The change of the divine fire was simply unable to kill the giant flame scorpion in an instant. Rumble, a loud sound rang out. A large piece of rock was blasted out. Luo Tian moved, and said, try to grab 1 or 2 large rocks. Madman Su said, boss, what exactly do you want to do? Gu Zhongtian was startled for a moment, idiot, grab the rocks to increase the gravity and speed up the fall, Oh my god, it's hard not to turn into meat paste now. Indeed. The giant flame scorpion still needed a bit of time to fire its stinger. During this time, they had to accelerate their descent. Although he knew this, Gu Zhongtian still tried his best to grab a piece of rock that flew out from the explosion. Madman Su also managed to grab a piece. Luo Tian moved his four limbs and grabbed a very large rock. The weight increased. His falling speed increased. Rumble, he's here. Super suicide bomber. You son of a bitch, go meet the king of hell. Luo Tian roared inwardly. Both the man and the rock were smashed down heavily. It smashed directly onto the tail of the giant flame scorpion. Crack! Crack! Kacha, the giant flaming scorpion's tail was like a broken bone. It broke off section by section and finally smashed into the giant flaming scorpion's back. Its back caved in and red liquid gushed out. The giant flaming scorpion screamed in pain. His body continued to struggle. Still not dead? Luo Tian fiercely bit the scorpion's body with his two long fangs. His scimitar-like claws tore the scorpion apart. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing giant flaming scorpion for obtaining 300 divine essence points. Ding! Do you want to replace it? Yes. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the body of giant flaming scorpion. Sigh, I just changed my body. I didn't gain any experience and didn't break through. I'm really unhappy. I'm only a little stronger than the flaming golden-winged tiger. Luo Tian was a little unhappy in his heart. The moment he replaced the body of the giant flaming scorpion, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian, who had just walked through the gates of hell, crawled up from the ruins. Their eyes were startled as they saw another intact giant flaming scorpion beside them. The two of them were dumbfounded. Run! Gu Zhongtian ran away. Madman Su asked curiously, Boss? Buzz. Luo Tian's body changed into his original body. He exhaled heavily and said, Smart. At this moment, he was drenched. Drenched in sweat. The Beastman mode was also extremely tired. Gu Zhongtian, who had run far away, turned around and saw that it was Luo Tian. He turned around and said, Are you trying to scare us to death? Luo Tian laughed and said, You guys received a fright today, so I used the rock-roasted scorpion meat to calm you guys down. The meat of the flaming golden-winged tiger is fine too. An hour later. So satisfying. Damn it, I feel like all the things I ate before were trash. This is too satisfying. I've lived in vain before. There's actually such a delicacy in this world. The two of them ate heartily. Their mouths were covered in oil and their stomachs were bulging. They were feeling extremely good. Luo Tian laughed, How's the pressure? Not bad. It would be even better if we had another meal. Gu Zhongtian picked his teeth and said, his face full of desire. If it wasn't for the fact that he had finished all the barbecue meat, he would still be able to eat a thigh. Madman Su burped and said with tears in his eyes, Boss, I will follow you for the rest of my life. As long as you can let me eat such delicious barbecue meat, I will do anything you ask me to do, even if I have to be a cow or a horse. Luo Tian was puzzled, and said, Why is everyone around me a foodie? Sigh, after eating and drinking enough, the shock has also been suppressed. It's time to set off. There will be a lot of demon beasts at night, and I'll kill another 70 or 80 of them. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Luo Tian said excitedly. At the same time, he missed the days of hunting demon beasts in the past. Killing demon beasts gave him experience, and he could even obtain all sorts of demon beasts' abilities and cultivation methods. But now, other than a little bit of divine essence, there was not a single fart. He could not help but ask in his heart, Little flower, can I choose to change back to the previous system? The killing system is really not suitable for me, and when the system leveled up, my cultivation techniques seemed to have no effect. This is 2F** ket up. My dragon god forbidden technique. My 4 divine beasts. Bloodline. My divine explosion, my divine fire, my ancient tree, these awesome things have all become trash in the divine realm. Didn't you and the system designer just want me to kill more people? Then let all of my cultivation techniques break free from the restraints of the divine realm's laws and let them return to their previous strength. Then, I can kill whoever I want, roam the divine realm, and crush the divine king. Isn't this the result you want? Change it. Some begged. Since the system wanted him to kill more people, then he had to give him enough power. Moreover, he still liked the system from before. Little Flower was silent for a few seconds, and in these few seconds, it was as if she was communicating with some kind of energy. Then, her eyes flashed with a bright light, and she said, "In view of your suggestions, the higher-ups have already agreed, but you must kill target number 1 in order to get the reward you want. Can they all change back? Can they all become stronger?" This was the question Luo Tian was most concerned about. Little Flower smiled mysteriously, and said, "Guess." The Divine Realm chapter, Old Cow wanted to write something new. Since everyone did not like it, Old Cow also felt anxious. Since that was the case, then release everything. Luo Tian would become a killing god and sweep through everything. There was still one more chapter at night. He did not know if it was good luck or bad luck. They did not encounter a single demon beast in the entire canyon. Luo Tian was somewhat disappointed. However, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian were secretly delighted, afraid that Luo Tian would be involved in a life-and-death situation again. Early in the morning, the forest was shrouded in fog. "Boss! Look!" Suddenly, Madman Su stopped and looked at a few disciples patrolling not far away, as if they were looking for something. At this time, Gu Zhongtian also rushed back and said, "The situation is not right. This seems to be a gathering point. I just found that all the brothers of the slave camp in the north side have been captured and locked up. Didn't they say that slaves are free in the trial competition?" "Why," Madman Su angrily said, "I knew there would be no such good thing. Why bother? We can do it directly in the Xingtian prefecture." Luo Tian said slightly, "It should be related to the 9 Suns flower. The reason why we didn't kill those slaves is because they are still useful." When they participated in the trial competition, Luo Tian knew that there was a conspiracy. Now he was even more certain of this. "What should we do now?" Gu Zhongtian asked. Madman Su also looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said, "Without them leading the way, we don't know where the 9 Suns flower is. If we just hide here for a few days and go back alive, I'm afraid that the great elder of the Lin family will not let us go. 9 Suns flower. As long as we get this thing, we will definitely be able to regain our freedom." Freedom, it was very important to them. Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su nodded their heads heavily, secretly clenching their fists. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came. "Where the hell are those 3 slaves hiding? I haven't slept all night. I'm exhausted. I really don't know what Elder Han wants the 3 of them for. They are just 3 slaves. They are not important at all. Anyway, we still have so many slaves. They are enough to serve as cannon fodder in the fiery abyss. Damn it, don't let me meet those 3 dogs. Otherwise, I will definitely teach them a lesson." Several outer sect disciples were talking as they walked. They were getting closer and closer to Luo Tian's position. Furthermore, Luo Tian and the other 2 did not expect that there would be people behind them. Now, if they moved, they would be discovered. Madman Su lowered his voice and asked, "What should we do?" "Huh? Where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear? Oh my god." Gu Zhongtian blurted out in astonishment as a thought crossed his mind, "Don't tell me he's turning into the giant fiery scorpion again?" Madman Su was also stunned. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream sounded out as an outer sect disciple fell to the ground. His throat was crushed, and he was instantly killed. The other 2 were scared silly. Luo Tian's figure sank as he said faintly, "Now that you've found it, you can go and meet the King of Hell." "It's you?" "That's him. Elder Han wants this slave." "You bastard, don't count yourself lucky that I've finally met you. If I don't peel off a layer of your skin, I'll change my surname to yours. You made me unable to rest for the entire night." As he spoke, a gust of wind came crushing over at an extremely fast speed. Finally, Luo Tian's speed was even faster than his cultivation base, the suppression of the realm. That disciple was only a third-stage divine expert, while Luo Tian was already a fourth-stage divine expert. The two fists collided. Bam! The collision of power caused the disciple's shoulder to spit backwards. His bones directly pierced out, and all the bones at the joints of his 5 fingers shattered. Ah! Before he could even scream, Luo Tian grabbed his mouth, and with a move of his right hand, he directly flipped that person over. Using his palm as a blade, he slashed that person's throat. Dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian, the system sounded out. Nothing dropped, the other person was scared silly. He instantly knelt on the ground, covered his mouth with both hands, and shook his head as he stammered, "I don't know how to call for help, I didn't see anything, I beg you, please spare my life, I beg you, spare your life?" Then who spared my life? Didn't you want me to die? Luo Tian didn't have any hesitation. In such a situation, he would definitely hesitate. With a move of his body, he punched that person's head. Bam! Ah! A scream pierced through the morning of the assembly point, that person was also dead. It was just that, Luo Tian's face changed slightly as he secretly shouted, "This is bad. Run!" Without saying another word, Luo Tian immediately shouted at Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian. "Run? Laozi wants to see where you can run to." A deep voice could be heard. As the voice faded, Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su's bodies were directly sent flying by a powerful force, and they fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Puff! Both of them spat out a large mouthful of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their auras were extremely weak. As their bodies fell, a figure stood 1 meter away from Luo Tian before they landed. His eyes were cold as he sneered disdainfully, "Want to run? I let you run away once on the Sky Sword. Do you think you can run away again this time?" Xianxia, the first reward target, it was also the purpose of Luo Tian's trip. Seeing his appearance, Luo Tian's eyes slightly tightened, and a murderous intent flowed out. He said in a deep voice, "Am I a ******? Or did I play with your sister? You said that I won the Iron Cage battle, but you didn't admit it after I won. You tried to kill me on the sky ship, and you sent all kinds of people to watch me in Xingtian Prefecture. Xianxia, let me ask you, am I that easy to bully?" The anger in his heart was rising little by little. Originally, Luo Tian still wanted to make a breakthrough before killing the first target. But now that he had encountered him, there was only one word to describe it. Fight. Who was afraid of who? Xiao's eyes were wide open as he angrily rebuked, "Is my name something a lowly person like you can call? Huh? 4th stage deity. Your speed is really fast. No wonder that old thing Mo Chongkong would protect you. So you are really special. Tell me, how did you cultivate with Lin Yuer? To what extent has her blood been refined, and why didn't you die after cultivating with her? As for why I didn't go with you, the reason is very simple. I don't like it." Overbearing. The one who spoke was completely disdainful. Luo Tian's heart secretly trembled. Without thinking much, he sneered, "You don't like it? You will feel very good soon." Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly moved, 8 desolation 6 directions. His hands moved. His footsteps became steady, and then a fist swept out. Xianxia sneered in disdain, "You trash, you are courting death." The power of a 6th stage deity was released. A palm directly crushed over. Luo Tian did not dodge, and directly faced it head-on. One word, fight. Brothers, good night. Along with the noise, more and more people gathered around the assembly point. Who is this person? He actually dares to challenge Elder Han? I think he's a slave. Look at his clothes and the slave tag on his neck. He's a slave. A slave actually dares to challenge Elder Han? Isn't he courting death? Elder Han, there's no need for you to deal with trash like this. Call me and I'll send him to his knees with one punch. A disciple stepped forward, wanting to show off in front of Xianxia and seize the opportunity to steal the limelight. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. As soon as he finished speaking, The disciple took a step forward and landed in front of Luo Tian. "Damned slave, you dare to," before he could finish speaking. His pupils constricted as he saw a fist rushing towards his head. Bang! His head exploded and blood splattered. His entire body swayed and his eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground. Dead, instant kill. Luo Tian kicked that person's corpse away and coldly snorted. Nice, right? Although the outer sect disciple's cultivation wasn't high, he was still a rank 3 deity. Yet, he was instantly killed. What was up with this slave? Shocking. The surrounding outer sect disciples were all stunned. Instant kill. Was he really a slave? Was there such a powerful person in the slave camp? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. This slave's cultivation is a rank 4 deity. How is that possible? How can a slave break through to rank 4 deity? Damn, his cultivation is higher than most of the outer sect disciples. The crowd whispered among themselves. Among the outer disciples, there was a disciple wearing a thick black robe. His head was covered with a black cloth, and his eyes flashed as he muttered, "He's actually a type 4 deity? Is it because of the powerful evil energy in his body?" If one were to pay attention, one would discover that his voice was very soft and gentle. It was impossible for a man to make such a sound. Lin Yuer. She had mixed in with the outer sect disciples. Mo Changkong didn't allow her to participate in the competition, so she disguised herself and mixed in with the outer sect disciples. Luo Tian swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Who else is unhappy? Who else wants to step on me and climb up? Just come out." Rank 4 deities were considered powerful existences in the outer sect. None of the outer sect disciples dared to make a sound. Even a few rank 4 deity disciples didn't participate in the battle. The reason was simple, they weren't here to fight a slave. They were here to train and search for the 9 Suns flower. So what if they defeated Luo Tian? Luo Tian's voice was cold as he said, "Since you don't, then scram to the side." "How dare you?" Han Xiao could no longer hold back. His rank 6 divine might surged out and charged at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not dodge at all. Facing the attack head-on, there was only one word for it, do it. Bang! Boom! When the two forces collided, all Heaven's body sank. His arm felt as if it had been crippled, and he was sent flying backward. He slammed into a towering tree, causing creaking sounds to ring out as if it were about to break. So strong. Luo Tian's heart trembled. A rank 6 deity's strength was enough to suppress a rank 4 deity like him. Han Xiao smiled coldly and said, "A mere slave dares to act so impudently in front of me, Han Xiao. Last time, on the skyship, I let you escape. This time, let's see who can save you." Boom! Ferocious tiger fist. A burst of energy was released. Suddenly, the shadow of a ferocious tiger appeared on Han Xiao's body. As he moved, the shadow of the ferocious tiger moved as well. Step by step, he walked towards Luo Tian. The surrounding outer sect disciples were forced back by this powerful force and had difficulty breathing. He's going to die. That slave is going to die. Elder Han actually used the peak rank 3 divine skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist. That brat is dead for sure. A slave dares to be so arrogant. He must be tired of living. Look at him. He still wants to resist. He's overestimating himself. Luo Tian slowly stood up, his eyes locked. He thought to himself, not a match? Not a match? Really not a match? Looking at the words target number 1 above Han Xiao's head, he clenched his fists tightly. Even if I'm not a match, I still have to do it. Boom. Divine burst. Damn it. Divine burst. At least have the word divine in your name. Can't you burst out some power? He cursed in his heart. At this moment, in his mind, the black divine spark suddenly began to move. The moment he clenched his fists, a black flame suddenly appeared on Luo Tian's fists. The flame circled around his fists. No one noticed the black flame on Luo Tian's fists. Even Luo Tian himself did not notice it. However, when Lin Yuer saw it, her eyes darkened. She thought to herself, it's this power, Dark Do Qi. What kind of background does he have? What is his identity? How can he have dark do qi? Lin Yuer had flipped through many ancient books. In the deity's domain, battle aura was something that could only be released by those unreachable experts. Furthermore, amongst the various types of battle aura, dark battle aura was the most powerful, and also the most abnormal type of battle aura. Furthermore, in the entire divine realm, there was probably no one who could use dark do qi. But the slave in front of her was released. Lin Yuer was extremely shocked. At first, she was not sure, but now, she was 100% sure that the thin layer of black flame on Luo Tian's fists was dark do qi. It was just that this do qi was very thin and had not taken form. If it was a formed dark do qi, there was no need to make a move. The rank 6 deity Xianxia would have been devoured by the dark do qi. Tiger out of the cage. Boom. Lowly slave, tremble under my fists. Let's see how you survive this time. Xianxia angrily roared. His fist moved, and the tiger phantom rushed towards Luo Tian along with his fist. Boss, run. Run. You are not his match. Run. Under the intense pain, Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su loudly shouted. Seeing Luo Tian standing there motionless, their hearts were dead silent. They were going to die. They were really going to die. How could a rank 4 deity be a match for a rank 6 deity? This was completely impossible. Run. Last time, Luo Tian had no choice. He was too weak. This time, he would bet everything he had and not run. If he did not kill Xianxia this time, then he would never have another chance. Boom. Luo Tian threw his head back and roared, then shot forward like a bow, clenching his fist and unleashing all the power he could muster to meet Meng Hao head-on. Rumble. 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 The shadow of the ferocious tiger was shattered. The moment it shattered, it was completely devoured by the dark do qi on Luo Tian's fist. The strength of the fist continued to explode and collided with Xianxia's fist, meet force with force, fist against fist. When the tiger phantom was shattered and swallowed, Xianxia's heart sank. He did not panic at all. Instead, he was strangely calm. He could be considered a veteran. Under such circumstances, a surge of godly energy erupted from his dantian. Weng, pure godly energy, surged into his fist. He roared, "Brat, this daddy is furious. You're dead meat." Energy wreaked havoc on his fist. Waves of vigorous energy erupted. The pressure of a rank 6 deity was released, suppressing Luo Tian's mind. Xianxia's fist retreated slightly. Immediately, with a thunderous movement, his fist struck out. Swish, two fists collided, white energy flames burst out. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The fists collided with each other, and no one retreated half an inch. It seemed like they were competing in strength, but Luo Tian's arm suddenly trembled violently. He's overestimating himself. A rank 4 deity wants to compete with Elder Han in terms of strength. Does this idiot not know that Elder Han is a rank 6 deity? Look at his arm. It's almost unable to take it. Just wait and see. His arm is about to be crippled. Not just his arm. I think his entire body is about to be crippled. The disciples outside began to discuss with disdain. A rank 6 deity dealing with a rank 4 deity was too easy. Under the black robe, Lin Yuer lightly bit her lips and muttered, "Even if you have dark do qi, your do qi has yet to take form. How can you be Xianxia's opponent? You don't know how to be patient." Now, Lin Yuer was thinking, rapidly thinking. Should she step out and help Luo Tian? Just as she made the decision, Luo Tian's mouth suddenly curled up, revealing a sinister sneer. "Wahahaha, dog slave, what are you laughing at? In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to laugh." Xianxia coldly snorted and said with disdain, "Explode." The godly energy from his dantian exploded once more, the vigorous power once again surged into his fists. Xianxia laughed proudly, "Let's see if you can still laugh. A newbie who just entered God's domain, so what if he's a tier 4 god? Do you know what divine essence energy is? Do you know what origin energy is? You don't understand at all. So what if you have a cultivation base? In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash, do you understand? Ha ha ha, as he spoke, Han Xiu laughed maniacally. Luo Tian's lips curled into a grim smile. Trash? Then I'll let you know the power of this trash. Power of darkness. Buzz, following Luo Tian's shout, his entire arm was entwined by the dark Do Qi, shielding his arm. The dark Do Qi contained an endless devouring power. The Do Qi rolled and quickly entwined around Han Xiu's fist. A few seconds. It wrapped around Han Xiu's arm. What is this? What is this? Han Xiu was a little flustered because he had never seen such dark energy before. He also did not know that this was the legendary dark fighting energy. In his knowledge, it was impossible for something like this to be connected to Luo Tian. He could not wait any longer. The energy in Han Xiu's right arm was like it was filled with energy. He roared, no matter what it is, it's trash in my eyes. Prepare to die. Luo Tian was not flustered at all. He smiled and said, what is it? Something that will take your life. Explode. At the moment when Han Xiu's power burst out, Luo Tian controlled the dark fighting spirit with his mind. The dark fighting energy around Han Xiu's arm suddenly shrunk. Kacha, rumble. Fresh blood spurted out. His body swayed and staggered back. His entire arm was gone, all that was left was a pool of blood. Ah, a pig like howl startled a flock of birds. His arm was torn apart. It was devoured, fresh blood spurted out and splattered on the faces of the surrounding disciples, including Lin Yuer. Their expressions were dull. What's going on? What is this? How could this be? What did he do? What exactly is that dark flame? While they were shocked, Han Xiu held his bleeding arm with one hand. His face was extremely pale as he kept retreating. In the end, he roared, what are you all looking at? Sneak attack the elder. Kill him. All of you, kill him. At this moment, Luo Tian took a step forward and fiercely swept his gaze across the crowd. He said domineeringly, if any of you dare to move, I'll kill him. Those disciples who had just taken a step forward retreated. If Han Xiu was no match for him, they were even less of a match. Seeing this, Han Xiu's face turned even paler. At this moment, Han Xiu shouted, whoever kills him, I promise to let him enter the inner sect of Xianxia Prefecture. I promise. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and wanted to escape. His arm was devoured. At that moment, he felt that the power was too strong. It was so strong that he could not shake it. He did not know why Luo Tian had such power. There was only one thing on his mind right now, and that was to escape. Wait until I recover. See how I'll deal with you. Brat, just you wait. I won't let you go. Han Xiu was furious, however, some of the outer sect disciples stepped forward. Brothers, let's attack together. He definitely won't be able to resist. Didn't we participate in the trial competition to enter the inner sect? This is our chance. Kill. Let's attack together. No matter how strong this brat is, he won't be a match. Kill. The temptation of an inner sect spot was too great, everyone wanted it. Especially the rank 4 deities among the outer sect disciples. They cultivated with all their might, but there were too few cultivation resources in the outer sect. If they wanted to continue breaking through, they had to enter the inner sect to obtain more cultivation resources. This was an excellent opportunity. With someone taking the lead, there would be others responding. The outer sect disciples all walked forward. The muscles at the corner of Luo Tian's eyes twitched a few times. The idea moved, I think you're looking for death. At this moment, he did not want to waste any more time. Han Xiu was about to escape into the forest. If he were to escape, it would be difficult to kill him again. I can't care so much. Luo Tian's heart sank, and secretly said, since the system is going to change, I don't care so much anymore. Beastman mode. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. It directly turned into a giant flame scorpion. The giant scorpion's tail suddenly turned, and like a machine gun, it crazily shot out, opening a path and chasing after Han Xiu like lightning. Less than half a second later, Luo Tian stood in front of the pale Han Xiu. The poisonous stinger on the giant tail changed into an incomparably thick poisonous stinger. He laughed coldly. Go to hell. Brothers, come to QQ to read and subscribe. This old cow relies on this to eat grass. Viper. Boom. The poisonous stinger on the giant tail rolled and shot out like a rocket launcher. Viper was the name Luo Tian came up with himself. It was poisonous. It was as poisonous as a snake. The distance was too short. The moment Luo Tian transformed into a giant flaming scorpion, Xianxia was stunned. His eyes were trembling and his lips turned black. He stammered, no, no, impossible. No, no, no. Poochie. The poisonous stinger pierced through his head. He was nailed to a tree more than 10 meters away. Hanging in midair, his limbs were still twitching. He stared at Luo Tian in disbelief. It was as if he was in a nightmare. How could this be, at this moment? Luo Tian returned to his human form. His eyes were ferocious and an excited smile appeared on his face. Explode, my #1 target. He felt great, he was also looking forward to it. This feeling was like hunting a boss. However, this was even more exciting than hunting a super boss because the reward for the #1 target might be a change in the system. Moreover, everything he had in the ancient continent would be restored. He might even become stronger. This was what Luo Tian wanted. This was also the reason why he was so excited. Xianxia struggled and stared at Luo Tian. He said fiercely, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Moreover, don't think that you can live after killing me. Just you wait. You will enter hell in a few days. Ha ha ha, laugh? Laugh your head off. Luo Tian moved his right leg and flew into the air. He kicked Xianxia's crotch. Still acting in front of me. Do you think you are still qualified? Hurry up and die. Ouch, Xianxia was in so much pain that he could not make a sound. His hands covered his crotch. At the last moment, his testicles were kicked and he was dead, his limbs loosened. He was dead, the system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Xianxia for obtaining 500 Divine Origin points and 100 Origin Energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ferocious Tiger God Fist. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a rank 6 Godhead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Xianxia. Would you like to change your realm? At this moment, Luo Tian did not choose to switch. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing target #1 and obtaining the system reward. The reward is, suddenly. At this moment, the system seemed to be stuck and didn't continue speaking. At the same time, Little Flower came out of the system interface and asked seriously, did you really change back to the old system? Please think about it seriously. The killing system's leveling speed is faster than you leveling up with experience. How could this be? Of course, it was fast when there was someone to kill, but what if there was no one? However, just based on the time that Luo Tian had spent in the Divine Realm, leveling up was really faster than using experience, but there was one thing that was not good, it was also leveling up. One was sudden, and the other was punching the flesh. It was very satisfying. Luo Tian did not hesitate much, and said, I am now the previous system, but I want to ask, my previous cultivation technique, sacred art, and my dark holy artifact, will all of these be sealed in the Divine Realm? The restrictions of the law were everything. The holy artifact of the lower planes would become trash in the higher planes. This was the law. Luo Tian was also very clear in his heart. However, he still wanted to know more clearly. Little Flower said, you don't have to worry about this. In order to help you better, the system will allow you to choose a cultivation technique, sacred art through prison break to escape the restrictions of the Divine Realm's laws, so you don't have to worry about this, but you can only choose 5 cultivation techniques, and all of them are attack-type cultivation techniques, not support-type cultivation techniques. 5? Luo Tian muttered, then what about my previous cultivation techniques? They will all be cleared out. Little Flower was very direct, and said, "There is one more thing, you have to think carefully, you can only eliminate one system, the killing system or the beast warrior system, you can only choose one of the two. Also, the Hanshou you killed just now, according to the rules of the killing system, your current strength should be at the 6th step of the divine realm. If you choose to change the killing system, then your cultivation will still be at the 4th step of the divine realm, and you can only get the experience of killing him." Luo Tian. I know how you broke through and leveled up in the past, that kind of pleasure is indeed addictive, but I still want you to think about it carefully, don't change the system, if the system changes, I will also disappear, my ability will be sealed, and I will still become that voice that only has the system prompt. Little Flower said this without any reluctance, on the contrary, she told him her function. Huff, Luo Tian took a deep breath. There was no doubt that Little Flower's ability was extremely powerful, and as his level increased, her ability became stronger as well. Right now, she was actually able to sense the Crown Prince who was 130 million kilometers away in the Heavenly Law City. This ability was too powerful. However, Luo Tian still wanted the previous system, and said, "Little Flower, I'm sorry." Little Flower smiled faintly, and said, "I understand." Immediately after, Little Flower closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, she said, "I will help you one last time, the ruler of fate you are looking for is in the west, if my guess is correct, it should be the Sky City in the west, and the ruler of luck is in the Sky Fortune City in the north. As for Li Shuer's location, I really can't sense it, but I seem to have sensed it, just like the stars in the sky. As for where she is, I can't give you a result, but I can only remind you of one thing, when you grow up, have the strength, and have the qualifications to find her, go to the star closest to the divine realm and look for her." Finished. Little Flower smiled faintly, her smile was very bright. "Goodbye, my Luo Tian." As soon as his voice faded, Little Blossom slowly disappeared from Luo Tian's mind, but the bright smile on Little Blossom's face was still imprinted in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt pain. It was like being pricked by a needle. Ding. System conversion, player Luo Tian, please choose the cultivation method you want to break out of prison. Hint, you can only choose 5 types of attack type cultivation method. Luo Tian opened the cultivation method column, Dragon God Forbidden Technique. Without a doubt, this had to be there. Divine Flame. This had to be there as well. Instant Kill. God Explosion. What an abnormal bonus. For Divine Beast's Bloodline. The power of the bloodline could not be lacking. Hint, there's one last option. Luo Tian wanted to take away all the cultivation methods, but he could only choose 5. After pondering for a moment, he said faintly, "Ancient Tree." Ding. The system is running, brothers, let's all subscribe to QQ. It's so miserable. Good night. The system update was in progress, just like a game update, it was not that fast. Just after Luo Tian killed Han Xiu, while he was communicating with Little Blossom, the surrounding outer sect disciples were in an uproar. Moreover, this matter was quickly reported to the other outer sanctum elders. Madman Su struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Han Xiu who was nailed to the tree. His face was pale as he said, "Boss, run." Gu Zhongtian's legs went soft. Killing 1 or 2 outer sect disciples was still fine, but to kill the deputy captain of the Xingtian warship and an outer sect elder, Han Xiu, this disaster, was 10,000 times worse than stirring up a hornet's nest. "My ancestor, run quickly." Run, in the vast flame mountain range, where could they run to with their current cultivation? Moreover, more and more people were surrounding them. There was nowhere for them to run. Luo Tian was waiting, he was waiting for the system update to be completed. If it was really as Little Blossom said, that the 5 cultivation techniques could prison break and escape the constraints of the divine domain's law, then, he did not need to be afraid of anyone. With the divine fire, what was there to be afraid of? With the divine dragon forbidden technique, what was there to be afraid of? Luo Tian said indifferently, "We didn't do anything wrong, why should we run? From the beginning, it was Han Xiu who went against me. He was also the one who made the first move. We are slaves, but we are also humans. We can resist." resolute and decisive. So what if they were slaves? Even if they were arrogant, they would still be killed. This was what Luo Tian wanted to express. His words were filled with arrogance. Madman Su was stunned. Gu Zhongtian also did not recover for a long time. Everyone thought that they were wrong. Killing an elder was a serious crime, but who said that slaves could not resist? As an outer sect elder, he could not even win against a slave. How could he still have the face, invisibly? Luo Tian's words were like a slap to everyone's face, burning hot. In the eyes of these people, slaves were not humans at all. They were just tools for them to vent their anger, human sandbags. But now, they were actually being crushed to the point that they could not breathe. Impudent. Suddenly, a deep voice was heard. The crowd dispersed. Elder Lin Tai is here. He's a peak rank 6 deity. He's much stronger than Elder Han. He is the great elder's younger brother. This brat is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Heaven's Xingtian Prefecture is not a small sect in a low-level plane. This place is the absolute overlord of 8 million miles. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he killed Han Xiao? A man in his 40s walked out. His eyes glanced at Han Xiao, who was nailed to the tree with a ferocious glare. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he glared at Luo Tian and coldly uttered, "A slave will always be a slave. The result of resistance is death." Han Xiao was his big brother's man. He knew why Han Xiao was looking for Luo Tian. This was his elder brother's order. Luo Tian sneered with disdain. "According to your Heaven's Xingtian Prefecture's so-called rules, I'm already a rank 4 deity. I've regained my freedom and am no longer a slave. Before I killed Han Xiao, I wasn't." Before Luo Tian could finish, Lin Tai coldly snorted and said, "You want to talk about rules with me? Little bastard, do you have the right? If I say you're a slave even if you turn into ashes. Do you understand?" Madman Su said respectfully, "Elder Lin, it was Elder Han who attacked us first." Slap, an invisible force swept over and slapped Madman Su to the ground. Bang! His face bounced off the ground and his head buzzed. He had a severe concussion. Gu Zhongtian unhappily said, "I was wondering why you were being so unreasonable." Reasonable? Lin Tai's eyes darkened. His right hand moved and another force burst out. He shouted, "This old man will let you know what it means to be reasonable. Careful," Luo Tian warned. However, facing the peak rank 6 deity Lin Tai, Gu Zhongtian, who was only a rank 1 deity, couldn't resist at all. He didn't even have time to react. The slap landed on his face, and his body sank and crashed to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. "What do you think of reasoning?" Lin Tai sneered. The surrounding disciples all laughed. They were all laughing at Luo Tian's group of 3. Slaves will always be slaves. You can even use the word reason. That's too funny. Brat, the world of God's domain isn't a trash plane like yours. Here, reason is spoken with fists. Ha ha ha, too stupid. The mocking laughter continued. Under his sleeves, Luo Tian clenched his fists, but he didn't move. There wasn't even a trace of anger on his face. He was waiting for the system update to complete. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. When everyone saw Luo Tian standing there motionless, they laughed even more happily. He's scared silly. When has a slave like him ever seen such a scene? I say, once Elder Lin comes, he'll turn into a dead dog. Lin Tai's face was full of disdain as he stared at Luo Tian. He laughed. Do you still want to reason? Ah? His voice rose. Luo Tian didn't move. Seeing that Luo Tian didn't say anything, Lin Tai coldly snorted. In Xingtian Prefecture, I'm the reason. Little bastard, do you understand? Luo Tian still didn't move. The system was still being updated. If he moved now, he would only be courting death. However, in his heart, he had already thought of 10,000 ways to kill Lin Tai. Just wait. In the crowd, Ling Yuer looked at Luo Tian. She seemed to have seen through Luo Tian. What is he waiting for? Should I show myself? She was somewhat conflicted. Because, the night before she came to the trial competition, she was cultivating in the blood tower. Her father suddenly looked for her and specifically told her to protect Luo Tian no matter what. He even gave her the token of the prefecture master, telling her to only use it as a last resort. Was this the last resort? Lin Yuer looked at the calm Luo Tian and wasn't in a hurry to come out. She had a feeling in her heart that Luo Tian was definitely waiting for something. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds, Luo Tian silently counted in his heart. The system interface was also slowly changing. Suddenly, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding. System conversion complete. Ding. System update complete. Ding. 5 cultivation method prison break successful. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new system. The system notification sounded crazily. At this moment, power crazily flowed into Luo Tian's body, mind, sea of consciousness. One by one, the power was crazily awakening. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he sneered, saying, "You think having a hard fist is the reason? Then I'll let you experience what it means to have a hard fist." The first chapter had been delivered. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly made his move. The speed of lightning. Divine explosion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom, his body released a wave of dark do qi and shot out. In that instant. Divine fire. With a move of his right palm, a flame shot out and directly locked onto Lin Tai's face. Luo Tian followed closely behind. It didn't matter if it was an instant kill or not. Luo Tian would rush forward and let him know what it meant to have a hard fist, and let him know what it meant to be reasonable. Lin Tai was also a veteran of hundreds of battles. When Luo Tian suddenly made a move, he was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly and snorted, "You're overestimating yourself." With a move of his right hand, a wave of divine essence was released. It was just that, at the moment when the flame fell, Yi Zichen was stunned. He didn't know why, but his body was sealed by a powerful force. Moreover, his body couldn't move at all. Azure Dragon. White Tiger. Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, move. Roar. Roar, 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 for a moment. Luo Tian's body continued to release the roars of the 4 divine beasts. It was as if they had been imprisoned for 10,000 years and were suddenly released. Power. Power. Too powerful. This was the true might of a divine beast. It poured into his fists. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and his fists were like heavy cannons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom, boom. It directly hit Lin Tai's chest. Pfft, Lin Tai's body caved in and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear as his body flew backwards. Divine fire, it was still the same divine fire, and it was even more powerful. Not only could it faint, it could also seal the target's power completely. This was something that Luo Tian could clearly feel. There was also the divine explosion. In the ancient world, the divine explosion did not level up much, but at this moment, the true might of the divine explosion was unleashed. That kind of multiplied power surged in his body, and this feeling was as if he could grasp a substantial power. However, Luo Tian did not waste even half a second because of the increase in power of these cultivation techniques. The moment Lin Tai flew out, his mind moved, speed. Buzz. The towering tree in his mind suddenly shook off a few leaves. The moment the leaf fell on his mind, Luo Tian's feet seemed to be equipped with 2 wind-fire wheels. With a whoosh, he caught up with Luo Tian. His eyes moved. Whose fist is harder? Bang, his right fist exploded. It hit Lin Tai's chest again. Pooh. Blood spurted out again. Bang, his left fist exploded. Lin Tai spat out another mouthful of blood. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Luo Tian and shouted, "Little bastard, what are you trying to do? Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me again, I will." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian punched him again and said disdainfully, "I'm going to hit you. What can you do?" Bang, he punched out. His chest cracked open, and dark red blood seeped out. Lin Tai's face was incomparably pale from the pain. While speaking, Luo Tian punched down again. I'm going to hit you again, what can you do? Bam. 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 His fists were like torrential rain, crazily striking, every punch hit the flesh. It had been a long time since he felt this way, it was really too satisfying. The blood in Luo Tian's body seemed to be boiling, and all the cells in his body were activated. Bam! Lin Tai's body crashed into a thick rock. His chest was badly mutilated, and his eyes were still filled with anger as he roared, "Little bastard, you will die miserably, pa." With a slap, his front teeth flew out. Then Luo Tian moved his two fists and once again smashed onto his chest. Crack! The bones on his chest broke. The rocks behind Lin Tai were also cracking. Lin Tai screamed in pain, his mouth full of blood, and shouted for help, save me, you trash, hurry up and do it, save me, big brother. Big brother. Come and save me." Scared, his cultivation seemed to have been completely sealed. He couldn't release it. Moreover, Luo Tian's strength was really strong. Hearing his cries for help, the surrounding outer sect disciples were so frightened by Luo Tian's actions that their faces turned pale. Not to mention making a move, they didn't even dare to move. What kind of power was this? Was he really a slave? Lin Yuer's mouth was wide open, and her heart was incomparably shocked. Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su woke up from their coma. Seeing this scene, the two of them were also dumbfounded. What exactly happened during this period of time? Madman Su excitedly roared out, "Boss, beat him up ruthlessly, let's see if he still dares to be arrogant." Gu Zhongtian sighed again and again, sigh. "It's over, killing an elder is not over, now even the direct descendant elder of the Lin family is going to die, this is completely over, but it's really satisfying, ha ha ha. Kill him, damn it, flat-chested, hit me, and even hit my face, you deserve to die." He was going all out. At this time, he couldn't care so much anymore. He would die, and if he didn't die, he would live for thousands of years. Lin Tai's arrogance was completely gone. Instead, it was replaced by fear, extreme fear. He said, big brother, spare my life. Spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." Luo Tian's fist moved as he said, "Whose fist is harder?" Yours, your fist is the hardest." Lin Tai hurriedly said. Luo Tian said again, "Does Han Shen deserve to die?" Lin Tai continued, yes, he deserves to die, even if you didn't do it, I would have crippled him. How dare he do it to you, he must be tired of living. In order to live, he would say anything. No matter what plane, no matter what kind of expert, when faced with death, they would all feel the same, fear. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth twitched, and he said, "Do you deserve to die?" Lin Tai's eyes suddenly trembled, and begged for mercy, "I beg you, please spare my life, I swear I will never find trouble with you in the future, don't you want to regain your freedom? You are now, I can even recommend you to enter the inner sect, no, you can directly be promoted to an elder, what do you think?" It was also at this time. A powerful force came crashing down. The aura was like the sky. Waves of wind wreaked havoc. Lin Tai's expression suddenly changed, ha ha ha. "My big brother is here, brat, you're going to die, ha ha ha. Just you wait, see how I'll kill you." It was a complete change. Luo Tian's face was sinister, his cold eyes were like the god of death, staring at Lin Tai, and said sinisterly, "Do you think you can live? Bastard. Stop." Before the figure appeared, the voice had already arrived, and a powerful divine might crushed down on Luo Tian's mind. The vermilion bird sword. It instantly broke free from the shackles of the divine might. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were like King Kong, "Those who touch my brother, die. Kill." The second chapter has been delivered, thank you brothers for the large wave of rewards, thank you, I won't eat for the time being, alright first, the third chapter will be delivered around 7:30. Die. A punch came down. It directly hit Lin Tai's head. Looking at the HP bar above his head, the damage of this punch could directly kill him. Why did he kill him? Because Lin Tai had touched Luo Tian's bottom line. He had hurt his brother. It was also because he was too arrogant. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy. The more important reason was, it was because Luo Tian needed experience right now, and he would not let go of any bit of experience. Not to mention Lin Tai, who was at the peak of the 6th step, he would not let him go either. Stop. A black shadow swept over. A palm print descended from the sky. Luo Tian did not care about anything else. Explode for me. The heavy fist was like thunder as it struck down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunderous explosions rang out incessantly. Lin Tai's head cracked open, and even his feces came out. The rocks behind him were also blasted into countless pieces by Luo Tian. Luo Tian's strength was too great, and it was a complete mess. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Tai for obtaining 15,000 experience points, 600 divine essence points, and 300 source energy points. The fusion of source energy has failed. The body is unable to accept it. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Black Iron Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 106 gold coins. Ding! Sin value +1, current number of sin value 1. The system sounded out. Experience, divine essence points, source energy, as well as exploding items, sin value, all of this was too familiar to Luo Tian. It was just that. Hearing Little Blossom's voice, he suddenly felt that he had let her down. He thought to himself, don't worry, I will definitely summon you out. Because, back then, Little Blossom had once said that as long as he reached the peak of the divine realm, he would be able to summon her out. The system changed. Luo Tian felt that he owed this lowly a little. Only by summoning her out could he make up for it. The moment Luo Tian killed Lin Tai, Mi Tian's palm fell. Boy, go die for me. The newcomer was undoubtedly the great elder who was in charge of the trial competition, Lin Hun. He was also Lin Tai's biological brother. Lin Hun's cultivation level was unfathomable. As the sky-covering palm pressed down, Luo Tian could not move at all. He shouted in his heart, level 10 physical body, resist. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a golden light shoot out. Rumble. 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 Luo Tian was directly crushed to the ground. His mind, sea of consciousness, and body were all in a kind of intense pain. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He used both hands to support himself. His body rose slightly. You still remember? Get down. Lin Hun was furious to the extreme. Killing his own brother in front of him was an insult to him, a great insult. He could not tolerate it, absolutely not. Bam! Luo Tian was once again crushed to the ground, the anger in his heart soared to the heavens. When he turned his head to look, his heart suddenly sank, and he instantly became excited. Boss. The glittering boss, haha. It's finally appeared again. An inexplicable impulse, seeing Lin Hun's body emitting a golden light, that feeling was too exciting. Luo Tian's blood once again burned. With a thought, his mind connected to the Dragon God Ancestor in another time and space. Huff, the Dragon God Ancestor who was sleeping in the ancient time and space suddenly opened his eyes. The light that burst out from his eyes swept across everything, and a roar that could tear apart the heavens and earth resounded in the entire universe. Luo Tian could clearly feel this power. Lin Hun took a step forward, his entire body exuding a tyrannical aura, and the corner of his mouth revealed two incomparably sharp fangs, Blood Clan fangs. Lin Hun said solemnly, a mere slave, the most lowly thing, actually killed 2 elders in a row. Today, even the heavens won't be able to save you. Go to hell for me. In that instant, Luo Tian's mind sank. Being crushed to the ground made him unhappy. The difference in realm was too great. Being crushed to the ground twice, this made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. Seeing Lin Hun's palm coming down, Luo Tian's heart hardened. *CK your ancestors, I think even the heavens won't be able to save you. The Dragon God Ancestor who was connected to the ancient time and space. He was just short of releasing the Dragon God Forbidden technique. Just at this moment, a blood mist shot out. The incomparably pure Blood Clan power, the purity of the blood far surpassed Lin Hun's. As a blood clan member, Lin Hun was very clear what this blood mist meant and what status it represented. At this moment, his heart sank. Prefecture master? In the Xianxia prefecture, only the prefecture master had such pure blood. In the blood clan, only the prefecture master Lin Zhan could raise the purity of his blood to such a level. Lin Hun stopped. If the prefecture master asked him to stop and he still dared to move, there would only be one outcome, death. However, the one who walked out was not the prefecture master. It was Lin Yuer. She took off the black scarf on her head, her hair falling down, curling slightly on her shoulders as if she had been scalded. Her gaze was firm with a hint of coldness, and her voice had an irresistible aura. She said softly, "Uncle Lin Hun, I saw everything just now." Han Xiao and Lin Tai were at fault first, he was just trying to protect himself. Lin Hun's heart skipped a beat. Raising the purity of his blood to the same level as Lin Zhan, could it be, really because of this kid? At the same time, a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Since it was not Lin Zhan, then there was no need for him to be afraid. Lin Hun snorted and said, a slave killed 2 elders of the Xianxia prefecture. Was he trying to protect himself? Also, I warned him, but he still killed them. Does he still respect me, the great elder? Also, you're a woman, it's best that you don't interfere with family matters. I'll also warn you. It's not up to you to tell me what to do, understand? His voice was cold. A strong pressure pressed down, and Lin Yuer's body trembled slightly. Her face was red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Hun, you're too presumptuous." Strong, Lin Yuer said, "My blood purity is higher than yours now, and my status is higher than yours. Do you dare to disobey me?" "Humph. Little girl, you dare to lecture me?" Lin Hun did not care about Lin Yuer at all. Even if her blood was pure, it had only been raised in a few days, and it was not mature yet. Also, his cultivation was much higher than hers, and she was not his opponent at all. You overestimate yourself. An invisible force was released from Lin Hun's body. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Not good." At this moment, Lin Yuer took out a token from her chest. "Lin Hun, kneel down. Thank you to all the brothers who have subscribed. Everyone, please support the subscription. Only with your subscriptions can Old Niao survive. Come and subscribe, it's only a few dollars a month." When it was time to be tough, never be weak, she took out the Mansion Master token. The surrounding disciples all knelt down in unison. "Greetings, Mansion Master. Greetings, Mansion Master. Greetings, Mansion Master." Their voices shook the heavens. Luo Tian was a little fierce. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuer still dared to be so domineering. Domineering. At this moment, Lin Yuer's gaze was cold as she stared into Lin Hun's eyes. She shouted again and said word by word, "I want you to kneel." Her voice was absolutely domineering. Lin Hun's expression was very ugly. Anger filled his heart. A strong aura burst out continuously. He stared at the Mansion Master token in Lin Yuer's hand and gritted his teeth. Extremely unwilling, he knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Mansion Master." He was very unhappy. He was very unhappy. Being suppressed by a little girl with a Mansion Master's token and being forced to kneel was a humiliation to him. The anger in his heart was constantly erupting, but at the same time, he was constantly suppressing it. He thought to himself, "When I get the 9 Suns flower, I will make you disappear from this world in an instant." Lin Yuer put away the token and said coldly, "Can I say that the 2 of them were in the wrong first?" Lin Hun did not speak and snorted unhappily. Lin Yuer continued, "Lin Hun, don't think that I don't know that you sent Han Xiao and Lin Tai to spy on me. If my father finds out about this, you know the consequences. As Xianxia Prefecture's elders, they can't even defeat a slave. Do you think they have the right to live in this world? They deserve to die. Moreover, they were the ones who bullied me first. I saw everything." Lin Hun's lips curled and he sneered. "You have the Mansion Master token in your hand. Whatever you say goes." Lin Yuer sneered and said, "Since you know the power of the Mansion Master token, I don't need to explain anything to you. From now on, he and he are no longer Xingtian Prefecture's slaves. They will be promoted to Xingtian Prefecture's inner disciples. Lin Hun's expression changed and he was about to speak. Lin Yu said directly, the Mansion Master token represents the Mansion Master. No one can object to the Mansion Master's decisions. Lin Hun, you know this, right? Her meaning was clear. I can do whatever I want. As a Grand Elder, you have no right to interfere, let alone stop it. One had to know that becoming an inner disciple was a very big matter. Directly letting 3 slaves become inner disciples was completely ridiculous and did not conform to the rules of Xingtian Prefecture. There was a more important point. If Luo Tian and the other 2 became inner sect disciples, then he would have to spend a lot of effort to get rid of them. Once he was found out, not only would he lose his position as an elder, he would also be severely punished. Lin Hun frowned. He gritted his teeth and said, I have no objections. Lin Yu swept her gaze across the crowd and asked, do you have any objections? Even the great elder didn't dare to have any objections, so how could they? He immediately shook his head and said, no. No. Lin Yu smiled faintly and expressed her satisfaction. Since you don't have any, why don't you hurry up and prepare for the next gathering point? What are you still doing here? A waste of time? Everyone immediately stood up in unison and quickly got to work. Lin Hun also slowly stood up and smiled, Nishiwer, you really have a good method. You used the Mansion Master's token to protect 3 slaves. I don't know what value they have to you, but you have to see their true faces in the end. Especially him, he is definitely not a good person. Lin Hun's gaze turned to Luo Tian, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Just like him. Luo Tian's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Similarly, he did not hide it. Lin Hun actually felt a trace of pressure. He laughed coldly and said, Flame Mountain Range, demonic beasts run amok. You lowly slaves. Oh, that's not right. You should be inner disciples now. Then you noble inner disciples should be careful. Who knows when a demonic beast will rush out and tear you apart? Ha ha ha, finished. Lin Hun laughed wildly and slowly walked away. However, the killing intent in the forest did not disappear. It was still incomparably strong. Ha ha ha, we are inner disciples now. We have regained our freedom. Third Miss, you are really too good. All this was too sudden for Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian. They did not expect it at all. In just one day, from a slave who was being hunted down to an inner disciple of the Xingtian mansion, it was even more like a dream. It was simply too amazing. Huff, Lin Yu exhaled heavily, her body sinking, and suddenly paralyzed on the ground. Beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead, and her face was pale. She almost could not bear it. The difference in cultivation realm was too great. Lin Hun's divine power had never been heard of before. If not for the fact that the purity of the blood in her body had increased a little, she really would not have been able to withstand it. Luo Tian walked forward and asked, Are you all right? Lin Yu shook her head and said, I'm fine. Luo Tian said, Thank you. Lin Yu laughed and said, There's no need to thank me, it's not like I want to save you, it's my father who wants me to protect you. If you want to thank him, then thank him, but you better leave this place quickly, leave the Flame Mountain Range. With my understanding of Lin Hun, he definitely won't let the 3 of you go. Just as he said, the Flame Mountain Range is filled with demon beasts, we can't even defend against one of them. Gu Zhongtian immediately agreed, Third Miss is right, we have to leave this place quickly. Once we return to the Xingtian mansion, he won't dare to do anything to us in public. Madman Su did not say anything, but looked at Luo Tian. Go back, no way, he hadn't even killed the boss, how could he go back? Returning to the Xingtian mansion was indeed temporarily safe, but Luo Tian himself could not openly kill the boss Lin Hun, so he had to stay. Furthermore, there were countless demon beasts in the Flame Mountain Range, and he needed them to level up. He needed a lot of experience. This place was heaven to him. Luo Tian pretended to think for a moment, and then said, You 3 return to the Xingtian mansion, I'll stay. The 3 of us are in danger, but you are also in danger. The Mansion Master's token can only suppress him temporarily, once he completely explodes, it won't work. Furthermore, he came to the Flame Mountain Range to find the 9 Suns flower. This kind of thing will definitely greatly improve him. Once he obtains it, his strength will increase greatly, and he will be even stronger than your father. Then, he won't have to worry about anything. Lin Yuer also knew this. From the way Lin Hun looked at her, she could feel it. She asked curiously, I really want to know why you're staying? Could it be that you also want the 9 Suns flower? Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, and said, the treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by those who are fated, of course I want it too. His heart was filled with excitement. As long as I obtain the 9 Suns flower, I can activate the flaming fruit on the demon tree. The ancient tree had already evolved into the demon tree. The fruits hanging on the tree were all demon fruits, plus new weak, old bull needs firepower. That's right, burning fruit, the fruit of Ace's strength in one piece. After the ancient tree broke out of prison, it directly became the demon tree. Hanging on the tree were all demon fruits. Burning fruit, tremor fruit, time fruit, the demon fruits of the 3 generals, Blackbeard's darkness fruit, and even many unknown fruits. The entire tree bore no less than 10,000 fruits. What kind of concept was this? As long as these fruits were activated, Luo Tian would be able to possess them. Moreover, he would not be restricted by the fact that his body could not withstand 2 types of demon fruits. He could possess these demon fruits indefinitely. What was needed to activate the burning fruit? A large amount of fire essence. The 9 Suns flower grew in magma and absorbed the fire essence of the blazing mountain range. The place where it grew was the place where the fire essence of the blazing mountain range was the densest. Moreover, the 9 Suns flower itself was a fire attribute spirit treasure. It definitely contained a large amount of fire essence. Swallowing it would be enough to activate the blazing fruit on the demonic tree. Other than that, the reason why Luo Tian stayed was to level up, break through, and almost kill the boss Lin Hun. Just as Lin Hun said, the blazing mountain range was filled with danger. It was like that for Luo Tian, and it was also the same for him. As long as he grasped the slightest chance, Luo Tian would trample Lin Hun to death, kill, and cripple him. Boss, are you serious? Madman Su was startled. Xianxia Manor had sent out about 100 trial disciples this time. More than 20 of them were inner disciples, and their cultivation was above the 5th stage of God. Furthermore, there was also Lin Hun, Lin Hu, and Lin Yao. Under such circumstances, how could they snatch the 9 Suns flower? Very difficult, very, very difficult. Luo Tian nodded, who knows, I might be the one to pick it up. Don't think too much about it. You guys have seen my strength. I will protect myself well. The 3 of you should leave as soon as possible. Gu Zhongtian immediately pulled Madman Su and said, let's leave. Our cultivation is too weak. We will only drag him down if we follow him. Madman Su's face was filled with excitement. I'm not leaving. Boss, I'm not leaving either. I also want to see what the 9 Suns flower looks like. Lin Yuer replied softly, I'm not leaving either. Lin Hun started the trial competition and brought all the slaves in. He must be plotting something, or he must have the 9 Suns flower. He is very ambitious. Before my father went into seclusion, he told Elder Mo to keep an eye on Lin Hun. I want to see what he wants to do. Gu Zhongtian looked at the dark forest and gulped, fuck, I'm going all out. It's just Lin Hun, I don't believe he can eat me. Ha ha ha. Madman Su laughed loudly and said, that's a good brother. Gu Zhongtian said helplessly, brother, you have to protect her. The 3 of them immediately despised him. The first assembly point was reached. This was still the periphery of the mountain range. Other than at night, demonic beasts rarely appeared in the Flame Mountain range. Now, they had to reach the other assembly point before nightfall. They had to go 100 kilometers deep. This 100 kilometers was much more dangerous than the previous one. Demonic beasts might appear during the day even if they were lost. Lin Yuer said, Xingtian Prefecture set up 3 assembly points in the Flame Mountain range. We have to reach the 2nd assembly point before nightfall. Otherwise, if we meet demonic beasts at night, it will be difficult. The inner sect disciples have already set off, and, if, Luo Tian asked, if what? Lin Yuer said, if Lin Hun arrives first, he will definitely close the gate of the assembly point. At that time, we will not be able to enter and can only sleep outside. In that case, the assembly point was like a large stockade. In order to defend against demonic beasts, the walls were built very high. With their cultivation, they could not pass through. Once the gate was closed, they could only sleep outside. This way, it would be much more dangerous. Hearing this, Gu Zhongtian immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I don't want to meet any demonic beasts again." Thinking about what happened last night, they felt a lingering fear. The golden-winged flame tiger and the giant flame scorpion had traumatized them too much. Lin Yuer said, "Our cultivation is not as good as Lin Hun's, and our speed is definitely not as good as his. During the day, the demonic beasts are all hiding. I know a shortcut, but it's a bit difficult. If everything goes well, we should be able to reach the assembly point before them." Gu Zhongtian said, "Hurry up. I don't want to meet any demonic beasts again." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Lead the way." The four of them rushed in another direction. In another place. Half an hour later. A disciple reporting to Grand Elder, Third Miss and the other three are rushing towards the Great Rift Valley. They are probably taking a shortcut. "Oh. Lin Yuer, you still have some brains." Lin Hun was not surprised. "You know that I will close the gate if I arrive early, but, do you think you can be faster than me by taking a shortcut?" Lin Hun's lips curled into a ferocious sneer. Immediately, Lin Hun shouted, "Pass down my order. Full speed ahead. If those slaves dare to drag us down, beat them up. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them. This group of lowly things, do they really think we brought them to the Flame Mountain range to let them regain their freedom?" "Yes." A disciple quickly walked down. Lin Hun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He secretly said, "Lin Tai, I will definitely avenge you. Don't worry, I will use that kid's head as a sacrifice to your soul." Lin Yuer led the way on a small path. At the edge of the cliff, the slightest carelessness would cause them to fall. The canyon was bottomless, and if they really fell, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. "Be careful," Luo Tian reminded. He led the way in front. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian, who were weaker, were in the middle, while Lin Yuer brought up the rear. The four of them did not walk very fast. Time passed. In the afternoon, they walked to the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, replenished their food and water, and rested for a while. Luo Tian did not waste any time. He had only glanced at the changes in the ancient tree for the 5 cultivation methods, and had not checked the transformations of the other 4 cultivation methods. The idea moved. He opened the system's cultivation method column. The 8 desolation 6 directions and 1,000 executions had been cleared along with the system's changes. Right now, he only had these 5 cultivation methods. Cultivation method, Dragon God Forbidden Technique, First form, Dragon Transformation, Second form, Flying Apsaras, Third form, Soul Scare, Fourth form? Fifth form? Attribute, it's evolved. In the past, there was only the first form. Now that there are 2 more moves, Dragon Transformation is already so powerful, then wouldn't Flying Apsaras and Soul Scare be even more awesome? And Luo Tian closed his eyes slightly. While feeling the Dragon God Forbidden Technique, he could feel the aura of the Dragon God Ancestor from the ancient time and space. It was very strong, very shocking. There is one more chapter today, please subscribe. In the ancient times, it evolved into the Demon Tree. The Dragon God Forbidden Technique evolved into 3 moves. The Divine Fire was also close. Through the release of Lin Tai, not only did it instantly kill and stun him, it also suppressed his strength for a certain period of time. The Divine Explosion evolved into the Divine Fiend. The most important bloodline, the 4 Divine Beasts bloodline. If it was said that the bloodline in Luo Tian's body was only an ordinary 4 Divine Beasts bloodline in the ancient continent, then no. The 4 Divine Beasts in his body were all abnormal dark level, all of them were dark-type super bosses. Why did it evolve like this? Luo Tian was not sure either. Of course, this was related to his 999 heavenly tribulation. They were all assimilated by the power of darkness. Not only the 4 Divine Beasts bloodline. Even the ancient dragon god ancestor was the same. When Luo Tian transformed into the dragon god ancestor, the dragon god endured more than 900 bolts of dark power. Its transformation was the most powerful, and the amount of dark power it absorbed was even more than Luo Tian's. Luo Tian's blood boiled. Looking at these cultivation techniques, he felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. It was just that, the only thing. Other than the 4 divine beasts' bloodline, all of these cultivation techniques needed to be cultivated and increased proficiency points. Furthermore, each move required 10,000 proficiency points to level up. It was a bit of a scam, but Luo Tian was still very happy. As long as he had these cultivation techniques, he would be able to establish himself in this world. Time was no longer a problem for him. Divine beasts had an unlimited lifespan. It only took time to level up the cultivation technique. Schwer. Pure, Xianxia, 2 balls, fatty lay, just you wait. I will come to save you soon. Luo Tian secretly swore in his heart. Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian, ate a few mouthfuls of dry food and said, "Climb up from here and you will be at the back of the assembly point. After spending the night at the assembly point, you will enter the 3rd assembly point tomorrow. After that, you will have to prepare for the trial and look for the 9 Suns flower." Luo Tian regained his senses, looked up at the Lion Canyon above his head, and said, break through, and then leave this place." Tiandao City was the closest to here. His next stop was Tiandao City. First, he would get rid of the Crown Prince, who was a potential threat, so that his family in the primordial continent could live a more peaceful life. Hearing Luo Tian say that he wanted to leave this place, Lin Yuer's heart tightened. She was a little disappointed. She smiled faintly to hide the disappointment in her heart. She said, "The divine dominion is huge. Everywhere is filled with fear. If you leave this place, where do you want to go?" Luo Tian smiled but did not answer. He didn't want anyone to know his whereabouts. Because he was walking on a path of no return. He didn't want too many people to be implicated by him. Snow was a good example. Even now, he didn't know if she was awake or still unconscious. Madman Su grinned and chuckled. "Wherever boss goes, I'll follow." "Anyway, I'll follow boss, hee." Gu Zhongtian glared at him and said, "Idiot, if you want to follow his footsteps, then your cultivation must rise quickly. Otherwise, how will you follow him?" "I haven't learned my lesson yet." Madman Su scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Suddenly, not far behind them, a rolling sound came from the rocks, as if a huge rock was rolling. The ground began to shake. It was getting stronger and stronger. Gravel continued to roll down from both sides of the canyon. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? It doesn't look like it. Furthermore, this violent tremor is coming from the mountain. The tremors are getting stronger and stronger. What should we do? Lin Yuer's brows twitched, her expression secretly changed, and she immediately said, "Retreat, all of you retreat." Luo Tian quickly retreated in front of them and asked, "What is it?" Lin Yuer said, "Rock flame worm." "What is it?" Gu Zhongtian asked. Lin Yuer said, "Even if it's a bug that eats rocks, this kind of bug lives in the mountains all year round. Many of the great rifts in the Flame Mountain range were formed because these bugs devoured rocks." Gu Zhongtian raised his head to look at the Great Rift Valley, and clicked his tongue. "Oh my god, I thought it was a natural occurrence due to the movement of the Earth's crust, so it was caused by a bug?" Rumble. 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 Rumbling sounds kept coming out from the canyon. The intense rumbling sounds were like muffled thunder, constantly exploding in the mountain. Suddenly, a huge rock on the rock wall suddenly cracked. Traces of red magma seeped out from within. Luo Tian frowned, and said, "Why is it magma?" "Huh?" Lin Yuer said, "I forgot to say just now, this big bug was mutated from a ball of magma. Everyone be careful." The cracks on the rock wall grew bigger and bigger, and could explode at any time. Luo Tian immediately said, "Find cover." The 4 of them hid behind a huge rock. Before he could finish, bam! With a loud sound, like a volcano erupting, a burst of flames shot out, like a yellow dragon spitting out sand. The surrounding trees were directly reduced to ashes. Bam! A huge body fell out of the hole. It was extremely fat, just like a huge worm of meat. It was just that, magma was rolling on its body. Everywhere it went, it was scorched black. It could be said that not even a blade of grass grew. Bam! Next. Another rock flame worm fell down. Bam! 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 A large nest of rock flame worms fell down, and the entire canyon was immediately set ablaze. Those rock flame worms were squeezed together, like a lake of magma, but their bodies were all covered in injuries of varying degrees. What should we do? Lin Yuer's face was very calm as he looked at Luo Tian and asked, "We can't continue to hide like this." Luo Tian did not say anything. Gu Zhongtian's face was also filled with shock, and he grabbed onto Luo Tian's arm in fear and said, "Ancestor, my ancestor, you must not act recklessly, I beg you, if we hide for a while, they might leave. With so many magma worms, any one of them could send them to their deaths. Moreover, there were dozens of them, wouldn't they be blasted into smithereens? We'll find out sooner or later. We can't just sit here and wait for death." Lin Yuer said twice. Then her figure flickered, and she disappeared. Next, a mist of blood shot out, enveloping a radius of 10 meters. A sword pierced out. This time even Luo Tian was stunned. Madman! Madwoman! After a few encounters, he had never thought that Lin Yuer would be so crazy. Even crazier than him, Gu Zhongtian rolled his eyes. "It's over." At this moment, Luo Tian had already rushed out. Even if Lin Yuer did not come out, he would have gone out to fight. To him, this was a huge wave of experience. He was still in the early stages of the divine realm, so he could not let go of any experience. One word: explode. Good night. The rock bugs were still falling out of the cave. The canyon was a sea of fire. Other than a few large rocks, there was nothing else to stand on. Lin Yuer rushed out. Luo Tian followed closely behind. Lin Yuer's body released a blood mist, just like Guangdao's blood sacrifice world, only a little thinner. The long sword shook. The sword hummed and the sword aura slashed out. The sword pierced into the body of the rock bug at the front, causing it to scream in pain, which also attracted the attention of all the other bugs. Their huge mouths moved, and flaming rocks shot out crazily from their mouths. Whoosh! 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 Lin Yuer did not panic, she was extremely calm as she jumped left and right. Every time, the tip of her foot would gently tap on the ground, causing the flames on the ground to slightly press down, not burning her at all. It was as if there was an invisible defensive air shield around her body. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. This was beyond Luo Tian's expectations. At this moment, he did not think too much about it. It was more important for him to squeeze them together and not get into a formation in a short period of time. This was the best time to kill them. Immediately, Luo Tian shouted, and said, "I'll attract the firepower, you find an opportunity to kill them." As soon as he finished, regardless of whether Lin Yuer understood or not, Luo Tian immediately rushed forward. Stepping on the flaming ground, he released his divine essence, and around his feet were traces of thin dark do qi. Luo Tian was too weak in terms of control over the power of darkness. It could not stimulate the dark energy within the divine deity. Moreover, he knew very little about this dark do qi. Regarding the black flames on his body, he had always thought that it was the power of the divine essence released by the black divine deity, and not some kind of do qi. "Grandson! Grandpa is here." Hearing the voice, those fat rock bugs turned around and locked onto Luo Tian. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "God fiend." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His strength increased exponentially, and his proficiency increased to 2 points, at the same time. The 4 dark god beasts' bloodline within his body immediately moved. They were unable to break out of his body, but they continued to churn within Luo Tian's body. Vigorous power burst out. Luo Tian was like a titan standing in front of the flame insects. His body was continuously hit. Lin Yuer was scared out of her wits. "You, don't waste time." Hurry up and attack. I won't be able to hold on for long. Luo Tian did not wait for her to finish speaking before reminding her. His attack power was higher than Lin Yuer's, but, if he did not act as a meat shield to block these insects, Lin Yuer would not be able to unleash her full power. Lin Yuer did not hesitate any longer. The blood mist released from her body thickened, and her movement speed increased as well. Swish swish. Swish swish, Luo Tian's longsword continued to attack. Sword flowers constantly shot out from the left and right of Luo Tian. Every time a flame insect was struck, it would let out a miserable cry. What Luo Tian needed to do was to see the flame insect's HP drop to 0, then he would send a punch at it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing rock flame insect for obtaining 1000 experience, 80 god essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining fire essence. These rock flame insects ate the rocks in the Flame Mountain range. These rocks contained fire essence, so they could explode out from their bodies. Without waiting for Luo Tian to control it, the fire essence that exploded out was directly absorbed by the burning fruit on the demon tree. However, the power of these fire essence was too small, and could not immediately activate the burning fruit. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time now. He would definitely be able to gather all the fire essence in this Flame Mountain range. F***CK. Even the third miss is attacking. Are we going to hide here? Are you still a man? Madman Su could not hold it in any longer. He took a step forward and his shoes were immediately burned. He did not care so much and roared, "I'll fight it out with you. Boss, you attack. I'll block them." He pounced forward without a care for his life. Gu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and said, "Sooner or later, I will be killed by you lunatics." Although he said that, his movements were not slow at all. He followed closely behind Madman Su and shouted, "The two of us will block it. The two of you attack, hurry up, we won't be able to hold on for long." Their cultivation was too low, so it was impossible for them to hold on for too long. Madman Su charged forward. Luo Tian's body shot out and retreated to a certain distance. Standing on a rock, the idea moved, beast transformation. Previous chapter next chapter boom. His body turned into a giant flame scorpion. The giant scorpion's tail turned like an anti-aircraft gun, aiming directly at the swarm of insects. He roared in his heart, "I'll let you all have a taste of the power of a machine gun." Thump, 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 thump. The poisonous stingers on the giant tail were like a machine gun, shooting out crazily. Lin Yuer was dumbfounded. In the morning, she had seen Luo Tian transform into a flaming demonic beast. At that time, she had thought that it was one of Luo Tian's cultivation techniques. But now, she completely believed that he was a demonic beast. She thought to herself, beast and martial arts dual cultivation. Is this his special ability? Don't just stand there, attack quickly. Luo Tian transmitted his voice. The poisonous stingers of the giant flame scorpion were indeed fast, but the damage was not too high. Fortunately, these insects had all suffered different degrees of injuries when they fell from the cave. Otherwise, the scorpion's stingers would not be able to hurt them at all. Lin Yuer came back to her senses and frowned, "Blood Clan, we're fine." She shouted softly. The surrounding blood mist suddenly shrank and gathered around the giant flame scorpion, which was Luo Tian's side. What's going on? Luo Tian was stunned. At this moment, every poisonous stinger that was shot out carried the power of the Blood Clan. The crimson poisonous stingers exploded on the bodies of the insects, causing them to scream miserably. Many of them fell down. Wow! What's this move called? Blood Clans for fine? To be able to use this kind of power on a person and release the power of the Blood Clan, the Lin family's Blood Clan, is really extraordinary. Luo Tian thought to himself, this support is too strong. Kill. Kill all of them. Take his life while he's sick. Take advantage of the fact that these insects had not reacted, and give them a good beating. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing rock fire insect for obtaining 1000 experience points, 80 divine essence points. Ding. Do you wish to replace it? The level of the rock fire insect was about the same as the giant flame scorpion, but the former was slightly stronger. However, with Lin Yuer's super support, the giant scorpion could unleash even more power. Luo Tian did not replace it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing rock fire insect for obtaining 1000 experience points, 80 divine essence points. His experience points skyrocketed. Recently, the update time was a little unstable, but the 3 chapters a day would not be less. There would be a special explanation when there was a special event. Brothers, please have some firepower. The rock bugs continued to fall, and his experience continued to increase. It had to be said. Lin Yuer's blood race refinement was extremely powerful. Strong support, the system had changed. Luo Tian's beast mode was no longer able to use God's explosion, divine fire, demon tree, and bloodline. He could only rely on the beast's own strength. This is great. Ha ha ha, boss, can we have a roasted fire bug later? Madman Su's entire body was covered in wounds, but he was still extremely excited. Gu Zhongtian's body was about the same, and he scolded loudly, "Idiot, how can one be enough? We need at least 3, we've lost so much blood, shouldn't we eat some?" "Yes, 3. Madman Su immediately changed his words. Thinking about the barbecue meat he ate yesterday, he couldn't help but drool. The meat of the demon beasts in the Flame Mountain range was extraordinary. Other than being delicious, it also contained a large amount of fire essence and spirit essence. These could all help warriors cultivate, and it was obvious that Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian had experienced this point. Lin Yuer asked doubtfully, "Barbecue? The meat of these demon beasts can be roasted and eaten? That's too evil." Just thinking about it made her feel a little nauseous. Eating demon beasts was something she had never even thought of. Luo Tian moved, and said, "Let's finish off these fire bugs first, I'll let you guys eat to your heart's content later." Lin Yuer looked at the sky. Unknowingly, they had already been in the canyon for more than 2 hours. There was still more than an hour before the sky turned dark. If they had not gathered by then, his heart tightened as he said, "We have to speed up. It's getting dark, and at night, the strength of these demon beasts will increase, and they will become violent. At that time, we won't be a match for them at all." "Huh?" Luo Tian said, "Then speed up." As the number of rock bugs decreased, the number of fire bugs falling from the cave also decreased. At this moment, the power of the giant flame scorpion was weakening. Luo Tian moved, and immediately changed back to his human body, and shouted, "Kill." Taking the lead, he directly charged into the group of rock bugs. Holding onto the black iron sword that had exploded from Lin Tai's hands, he began to attack crazily. The dark doqi on his body followed him like a shadow. The 4 dark divine beasts were the same every time. Go all out. Woo woo, woo woo, the rock flame bugs kept screaming in pain. Being chased by some powerful creatures, they wanted to rest in the Rift Valley, but they didn't expect to be beaten so badly by 4 low-level humans. They were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. When Lin Yuer saw Luo Tian charging into the swarm of flame bugs, she followed suit. It had to be resolved quickly. If this dragged on any longer, the sky would turn dark, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, they still had to reach the rendezvous point before Lin Hun. If it wasn't for these rock bugs, they would have already reached the rendezvous point. "Attack together!" Luo Tian shouted. Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su rushed over. Gu Zhongtian cursed, "Grandson, I'll kill you." The 4 of them fought like mad demons. If there was anyone here, they would definitely be shocked by their madness. Facing the demonic beasts of the Flame Mountain range, any martial artist's first reaction would be to avoid them. Yet, they didn't even try to avoid them. They directly faced them head-on. Furthermore, they even had the upper hand. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rockbug for obtaining 1000 experience, 80 divine essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining fire essence. Let it go, let me do it. Luo Tian stood in front of Lin Yuer and rushed forward without any care for his life. With a punch, he killed the flame bug that still had a trace of blood left. The system beeped. He did not care about the stunned Lin Yuer, turned around and ran to the other side, and fiercely punched the heavily injured flame bug beside Madman Su. Lin Yuer did not understand Luo Tian. She looked at him motionlessly. Luo Tian smiled from the side of his face, and posed in a rather handsome manner. Are you captivated by my handsome appearance? Shameless. Lin Yuer spat out 2 words, rolled his eyes, and stared at Luo Tian for a moment, then threw himself into a new battle. Experience, even if it was just a little, it was still meat. Luo Tian would definitely not miss it. If he wanted to level up, if he wanted to break through, he needed these experience points. The Crown Prince was still threatening the safety of the ancient continent. What happened in the profound sky continent could not be repeated. He had to kill the Crown Prince to ensure the safety of Yunmeng, Xianxia, and Cloud Mist College. Moreover, when he left the Cloud Mist continent, Huang Fuju's words contained a trace of concealment. This trace of concealment was because he did not want Luo Tian to worry. Luo Tian had a guess in his heart that he might be a father, so he had to kill the Crown Prince even more. Kill the ruler of the heavenly Tao, ensure the absolute safety of the ancient continent. And then, Shui Chun Chun, Xian as well as Fatty Lei who was suffering in the hell world, Dan, and the other brothers, they were all still waiting for him. He had to quickly break through and level up. As long as his realm was high enough, he would be able to do what he wanted to do and save them. Therefore, even if he had to snatch it, Luo Tian would not waste any experience. Even if he was attacked by demon beasts, he would not waste it. Lunatics were like this, killing them one by one. His experience increased bit by bit. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rock Flame Worm for obtaining 1000 experience, 80 Divine Essence. Ding! Congratulations player. The number of rock flame worms continued to decrease. This is the last one. Lin Yuer thrusted his sword down. After Luo Tian finished off one of them, he immediately shouted, "Let it go, let me do it." Lin Yuer refused to let go. He increased his speed. Luo Tian's eyes shook, and he said, "Lin Hun is here." Lin Yuer's eyes widened in shock as he immediately turned around. At this moment, Luo Tian killed the half-dead rock flame worm with a punch, laughed out loud, and said, "Sorry, I lied to you." Lin Yuer glared at Luo Tian angrily, and said, "It doesn't matter who kills, why do you have to do this just to kill a demon beast? I really don't understand you, it's not like killing more demon beasts will help you break through." She naturally did not understand Luo Tian. As for Luo Tian, he didn't need anyone to understand him. Luo Tian laughed. There's a saying that even if you die under a peony flower, you'll still be a romantic ghost. Don't tell me you want these demon beasts to be romantic? I won't let them succeed. It's their honor to die under my fist. Lin Yuer rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. After dealing with the rock flame worm here, he raised his head to look at the sky and gently exhaled, saying, "I came in a hurry, I can still reach the assembly point before dark, I'm just afraid that Lin Hun." Gu Zhongtian said, "Don't worry, you are the daughter of the palace chief, what can he do to you? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get going, we can't stay here any longer." Lin Yuer urged. At this moment, a violent collision suddenly sounded out from the mountain, and lava spurted out like yellow sand. A golden light flashed, and an incomparably fat body fell from the mountainside. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. "Boss." There was still one more chapter at night. After killing so many small ones, how could there not be any big ones? The moment he saw the golden light, Luo Tian immediately became alert. Lin Yuer's face was filled with anxiety as she shouted, "Not good, the rock fire worm king is here. Quickly find a place to hide, the entire canyon will be engulfed in flames." At this moment, Lin Yuer looked at the sky above the canyon as she became even more anxious. If they were dragged out by the rock fire worm king, they would not be able to climb up at all. The later it was, the more dangerous it would be for them. From the looks of it now, it would be impossible for them to reach the assembly point before Lin Hun. She only wanted to bring Luo Tian and the rest to take a shortcut. Who would have thought that the situation would happen one after another? Now that they had encountered the rank 4 rock fire worm king, this time, Lin Yuer began to blame herself. Gu Zhongtian rolled his eyes as he looked at the rock fireworm king that was at least 5 times bigger than the normal rock fireworms. His legs went soft. Oh my god, I told you not to kill these rock fireworms. After killing the small ones, the big ones came. What should we do now? Madman Su pulled the stunned Gu Zhongtian and quickly ran behind a rock. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't talk." Woo la la, woo la la, woo la la. Looking at the corpses of the flaming insects all over the ground, the flaming insect king was extremely furious. It kept making strange noises, and the blazing aura released from its body directly ignited the surrounding rocks. The crimson flame quickly spread out. It was as if it was being roasted in an alchemy furnace. Lin Yuer's body was drenched in sweat. In less than half a minute, her clothes were completely drenched. Her exquisite curves were completely exposed. She was completely wet and seductive. Just one look and one would have the urge to have a nosebleed. Luo Tian took a quick look as his heart pounded. Lin Yuer stared at Luo Tian and said in a low voice, "If you continue to look, I will gouge your eyes out." Very impolite. Luo Tian smiled evilly and said, "Do you want to fight again?" Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian's mischievous smile, then looked at the crazed firebug king. She frowned and said to herself, "If we don't get rid of it, we won't be able to get out. It won't leave anytime soon. All the water in our bodies will evaporate. We can't afford to waste any more time." But, this guy is much stronger than the ordinary flame insects. It's a rank 4 demonic beast, and it's even a king level. Even if the 4 of us work together, I'm afraid we won't be its match. What should we do? Fight. He couldn't win. If he didn't fight, he would be exhausted to death. Lin Yuer looked up at Luo Tian. Eh? Where is he? Suddenly, he realized that Luo Tian was no longer in his original position. Lin Yuer looked at Madman Su on the other side. Madman Su shook his head, indicating that he didn't notice. Bang! A figure was sent flying by a flame. Against the rocks. The rocks shattered. Luo Tian slid down from the rock. His chest was burned, and there were traces of poison in the flames. Fire poison, it had continuous damage. Ouch! Luo Tian said in a low voice. But I know your HP now. Hehe, only 1/3 of my HP left. Seems like this is a gift from the heavens. Luo Tian was excited. The move just now was just to see the flame insect king's HP. The HP of more than 30,000 was only left with 1/3. Facing such a boss, how could he not kill it? Lin Yuer stared at Luo Tian strangely, as if she was looking at an idiot. A rank 4 demonic beast's strength is comparable to a rank 7 deity. Moreover, it's a king-level demonic beast. Of course, its attack is strong. What are you trying to do? Hey, hey, while Lin Yuer was speaking, Luo Tian rushed up again. Lin Yuer was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'm going to be angered to death by you. If you continue like this, you won't be his match at all. You're only a rank 4 deity. You, sigh, she was so angry. Gu Zhongtian said, "Third miss, he's this kind of person. Don't be angry with him. I'm already used to it." Madman Su said, "Don't say so much. Think of what to do now." Eh? Third miss, why did you disappear too? Gu Zhongtian blinked and suddenly realized that Lin Yuer had disappeared. Hu, Weng, the blood mist was released. A black shadow moved and Lin Yuer appeared beside Luo Tian. If my father didn't ask me to protect you, I definitely wouldn't care about your life or death. If you continue to mess around like this, all of us will be killed by you sooner or later. Was a rank 4 king-level demonic beast so easy to kill? Luo Tian said, "Protect the 2 of them. You don't have to worry about me." Just as he was speaking. Pung! A blazing ball of energy shot up and sent Luo Tian flying once again. Luo Tian was ruthlessly smashed into a rock on the side of the canyon. Dark red blood spurted out from the depths of his chest. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yuer's heart tightened and immediately retreated. You don't need me to worry about you? Lin Yuer's eyes darkened. You really want to kill it? Of course. Luo Tian endured the pain and was about to rush up again. However, he was stopped by Lin Yuer. Lin Yuer looked sideways at Madman Su and said, "The two of you, stop it. No matter what, don't let it get close to me. Do you understand?" Madman Su was stunned. He didn't ask any questions and immediately rushed up. Gu Zhongtian was very unwilling. However, he was pulled forward by Madman Su. Madman Su even said, "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know that Third Miss has something to tell boss? She doesn't want us to see it." Gu Zhongtian grinned and said enviously, "This kid is really lucky. Third Miss is such a beautiful girl. How did she fall for him?" Lin Yuer said seriously, "Then listen to me. There is a powerful force in your body. As long as I bite you, the venom will seep into your body. Your power will then crazily devour my blood clan power." Luo Tian's heart tightened. "And then?" Lin Yuer said, "Then that dark force will explode. At that time, your power will reach an unprecedented peak. It should be enough to kill it, but..." She didn't finish her sentence. Because, once Lin Yuer bit Luo Tian, in a few seconds, she would be completely drained by the dark force in Luo Tian's body and faint. If Luo Tian couldn't kill the Firebug King, then she would die here. Luo Tian asked, "But what?" Lin Yuer didn't say anything. "Nothing. You are ready." Luo Tian stood still. Lin Yuer's mouth moved, revealing two cute little canine teeth. She aimed at Luo Tian's neck and bit down. In the distance, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian were stunned. Because of the angle, they saw it differently. Gu Zhongtian said, "Damn, she's already kissing. What's going on? I don't ask for monthly votes. I only want recommendation votes. Brothers, there are recommendation votes every day. Remember to vote for Old Cow, good night." Chi. Under the main artery, an electric current spread throughout his body. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly opened wide. At the same time, he could clearly feel the dark energy hidden in the divine deity pouncing on him like a hungry tiger, greedily absorbing the Strigoi power flowing in from the main artery. What is this? The moment the dark energy devoured, Lin Yuer's body began to tremble rapidly, becoming weak, and said, "This is the thing in your body that can absorb the Strigoi power. Don't tell me you don't know your own strength?" This, Luo Tian really did not know. He only knew that he had endured 999 bolts of dark energy, turning his divine deity black. As for the rest, he did not know anything. What did 999 bolts of lightning mean? He did not know. However, the entire divine realm was going crazy for him. Many almighty experts were searching for his whereabouts, and even the dominator-level experts were searching for him. This was also why he discovered that someone was looking for him the moment he entered the divine realm. Luo Tian had always thought that the crown prince was looking for him for revenge. So much so that after he came to the divine realm, he did not reveal his name to anyone, including Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian. Lin Yuer's body became weaker and weaker, and said, "Feel it yourself, this power is hidden in your body, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint soon, don't worry about me, after you let it absorb its fill, it can unleash unimaginable power, this is the only way we can kill the Firebug King, you must grab it." Then, Lin Yuer fainted. However, the evil power under her teeth was still seeping into Luo Tian's body, constantly transmitting. Luo Tian was also constantly absorbing uncontrollably. Luo Tian's mind tightened, and thought, what exactly is this? Is it related to the black divine deity? Is it related to the black flames released from my body? If this is the power of darkness, then... Luo Tian's heart tightened, thinking of the demon tree in his mind, thinking of the fruit of darkness that Blackbeard had obtained by hook or by crook, then can the fruit of darkness be activated? If he had the power of the fruit of darkness, then... Luo Tian clenched his fists. His heart was boiling as if he had been injected with chicken blood. However, he could not control the power in his body at all. He kept trying to control it with his mind, but it was completely useless. That force didn't even care about him. It was as if he didn't exist. He was completely despised. F***CK. How dare you be so arrogant in my body? Do you still want to live? Luo Tian shouted in his heart. That power was still the same, there was no reaction. It was still absorbing the evil blood clan's energy that was continuously being transmitted from Lin Yuer. In the process of sucking, a black flame involuntarily appeared around Luo Tian's body. It flowed all over his body like a dark elf. Moreover, this dark elf had a strong and passionate power. He could clearly sense it. Furthermore, the black flame aura continued to grow thicker. Luo Tian didn't know that this was the legendary Dark Do Qi. This was something that even dominators were jealous of. Yet, he didn't know. Boss, we can't take it anymore. This fellow is going crazy. We can't block it anymore. Madman Su shouted. Gu Zhongtian said, what time is it now? You are still talking about love. Can't you care about our feelings? How can such a beauty be stuck in your cow dung? You are really blind. Hurry up. We really can't block it anymore. We are really going to be played to death by you guys. The two of them were really using their lives to block it. After being sent flying a few times, they charged forward again. The Rock Flame Bug King was also going crazy. Seeing so many of its brothers die and being chased in the mountains, it was very unhappy. It was extremely unhappy. If it didn't kill these humans, it wouldn't stop. Luo Tian sighed softly. He thought to himself, okay, it's time for you to explode. He couldn't control it, he still couldn't control it, Luo Tian was really angry. Lin Yuer's face was also pale from being sucked dry. She looked like a dead person. If she was really sucked to death, then. Although the Blood Clan's life force was very tenacious, were the Blood Clan here really like the ones in the movies? He didn't know. I don't care anymore. Luo Tian couldn't wait any longer. If he delayed any longer, not only would Lin Yuer be sucked to death, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian would also be killed by the Rock Flame Bug King. Hong. Luo Tian grabbed Lin Yuer and pulled out her two canine teeth from his main artery. He gently placed them aside. Then, he moved his feet and charged forward. He roared in his heart, it's fine if you are not under my control. However, you are a part of my body. If I die, you will disappear. Now, kill it. He charged forward. He stood beside the Rock Flame Bug King. Luo Tian instantly punched it. The Rock Flame Bug King's cold eyes moved. It opened its mouth and shot out a super lava rock. So. Hong. The moment the lava rock shot out, the dark flames on Luo Tian's body suddenly disappeared. Bang! It directly hit Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian was directly sent flying. Smashing into a rock at the side of the canyon, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was in extreme pain. Luo Tian was furious, *CK your ancestors. You like to play with me, right? Then let's see who can win. He was really annoyed. At the crucial moment, he actually retracted his Dark Do Qi and allowed him to be attacked. If it wasn't for his strong physical defense, Luo Tian would probably have died. If this wasn't playing with him, then what was? Luo Tian immediately retracted all his aura. You want to play with me, right? Then come at me. Once again, he rushed forward. Bang! He was sent flying again. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of black blood. He continued to charge forward. He continued to be sent flying. He continued to spit out blood. Luo Tian didn't think of attacking. He wanted to see who could win. He wasn't afraid of death at all. If he was angered, then he would fight to the death. Who could fight to the death? Bang! Luo Tian was sent flying again. His entire body was burning, and the pain made it difficult for him to breathe. However, he didn't care at all. If you want to play, then I'll accompany you. He charged forward again. This time, the black flames on his body were suddenly released. Luo Tian grinned excitedly, and said, Are you afraid now? I'm afraid. Then kill it for me. Luo Tian's idea moved, and a ball of dark Do Qi spread out from his body, directly enveloping the real canyon. Finally, it suddenly shrank, and an incomparably powerful devouring force directly swallowed the Rock Flame Bug King. Crack! Instant kill. Explode. The first chapter was delivered. Want to compete in ruthlessness? No one could compare to Luo Tian. Even the will of darkness was the same. The dark Doqi was a part of the dark divine deity. As Luo Tian had yet to develop the power of the dark divine deity, the current dark Doqi was completely controlled by the will of darkness. Luo Tian attacked with all his might. He was constantly sent flying. He completely disregarded his life. Just as Luo Tian had said, if he died, the will of darkness would also disappear. Facing Luo Tian's madness, he could only compromise. Moreover, he regretted his disdain just now. This lunatic Luo was too terrifying. Luo Tian was ecstatic, he did not blame the will of darkness. He was very strong, very strong. Why couldn't he look down on the weak? In the eyes of the will of darkness, Luo Tian was very weak, very weak. What right did he have to control him? In this world, the strong were the kings. If you were strong, not only would people be afraid of you, even your power would be afraid of you. This was the reality. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The dark Doqi immediately engulfed the magma bug king, just like how Han Xiu's arm exploded after being entangled by the dark Doqi. However, Luo Tian was extremely shocked to see the magma bug king that was over 5 meters tall being engulfed. Too damn strong. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rock Flame Worm King, for obtaining 14,000 experience points, 500 divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 drops of fire essence chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining permanent tempering fire. Do you wish to comprehend it? Ding. Congratulations to player for killing Rock Flame Worm King. Do you wish to replace it? Replace. This guy is a rank 4 monster, and a king level monster at that. How can I not replace it? Luo Tian said in his heart. The system also immediately replaced it. Luo Tian could feel that his beast had been replaced with the Rock Flame Worm King. Nothing was dropped. Eternal Tempering Fire? What is that? Luo Tian was a little unhappy that this mini-boss did not drop anything. He opened up the system interface and saw that this ball of fire was moving around on the interface like a fire elf. Item, Quenching Fire Attribute, Fire Description, the Fire of Refinement and Fire of Refinement. It can increase the fusion ability, speed up the refinement of weapons, and increase the grade of weapons. It has a bonus effect on fire attribute weapons. This was the auxiliary fire of the refining technique. This thing, sigh. Luo Tian sighed and said, I don't even have the refining technique right now, so what's the use of it? It's better to drop something useful. But, speaking of which, there aren't many disciples in the Xianxia mansion who have weapons. Are weapons so rare in God's domain? It was not just scarce. It was very, very rare. Even an elder like Lin Tai only had a grade 1 mysterious iron sword. This was enough to prove that God's domain's weapons were truly lacking. This ball of flame seemed useless. But in reality, he had picked up a treasure. This was something that many refining masters dreamed of. If it was auctioned, it would definitely fetch a shocking price. It's already dropped. Anyway, it's permanent, so I'll just keep it. Release. Luo Tian released it like trash. Releasing it was equivalent to a kind of cultivation. Just like a cultivation technique, it would follow Luo Tian forever. My god, one move kill. Fierce. Too fierce. Gu Zhongtian clicked his tongue. Looking around, he couldn't even find the corpse of the Firebug King. It was devoured in an instant. Wasn't this a little too ferocious? That was a 4th-rank king-level demonic beast. Madman Su walked to Luo Tian's body in shock and said, Boss, can I ask why you are so fierce? That was a grade 4 monster, and you killed it instantly. Are you really a newbie who just entered God's domain? Luo Tian smiled and did not say anything. It was not that he was fierce. It was that the dark energy was fierce. With a thought, he wanted to find the dark Doqi that was released just now, but he could not sense it at all. He wanted to try and see if he could activate the dark fruit on the devil tree, but it had completely disappeared. He could not sense it at all. Anyway, it was in his own body. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He said in his heart, as long as you are in my body, sooner or later, I will make you submit. Wang. A buzzing sound came from the divine deity, as if it was protesting. It also disappeared in disdain. More importantly, it said, come if you have the guts. Luo Tian grinned and walked to Lin Yuer's side. At this moment, Lin Yuer was still unconscious and her face was still pale. Phew. Luo Tian looked at Lin Yuer's pale face and felt grateful. At the same time, he was puzzled. How did she know that there was a strong power in his body? Was it because she had bitten him? This girl is really strong. Strong support. Moreover, she could stimulate the dark energy in his body. Her blood could also heal the wounds on his body. If this was in the game, with a healer, an output, and an attribute that could increase one's strength, it was simply too strong. Gu Zhongtian asked, what's wrong with her? I saw her kissing you and then fainted. Are you poisonous? Madman Su said in disdain, don't talk nonsense, the third miss must have fainted because of something else. Look at how powerful and domineering the boss is, maybe she was mesmerized by the boss's handsomeness? This flattery was too comfortable. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the gradually darkening sky, and said, it's going to be dark soon, we have to hurry up and climb up. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Zhongtian walked to Lin Yuer's side and said with a wronged look, leave the tiring work of carrying people to me. Scram. Luo Tian pushed Gu Zhongtian away, and said, look at this steep cliff, it's already good that you can climb up, and you still want to carry her? Do you want her to fall to her death? Madman Su immediately agreed, that's right. He lowered his voice and said to Gu Zhongtian, I didn't even get a turn, so how can you get one? If someone has to carry her, it should be me. Gu Zhongtian said in disdain, what a guy who values love more than friends. Gathering grounds. After Lin Hun arrived, he immediately ordered the gates to be closed. Outside the gates, many disciples were crazily shouting. Open the gates. Grand Elder, open the gates. Lin Hun, who was standing on the walls of the stronghold, acted like he didn't hear anything. He looked into the distance and searched for Lin Yuer. After not seeing her for a long time, he smiled and said proudly, I thought you took a shortcut, but you still haven't appeared. It's going to be dark soon. Grand Elder, those 3 slaves still haven't appeared. Everyone in the stronghold is an outer sect disciple. Are we really not going to open the gates? A disciple asked carefully. Lin Hun laughed coldly, there's no point in keeping this bunch of trash alive. Let them die outside. The trial competition, how can they grow without it? Woohaha. Chapter 2 has been delivered. Requesting firepower, requesting subscriptions. It took him a lot of effort to climb up from the bottom of the canyon. At this time, it was already dark. Boss, the assembly point is just ahead. Madman Su looked at the stronghold not far away and said excitedly. Gu Zhongtian also laughed happily, I can finally have a good sleep. These 2 days, it's better to be a slave in Xianxia Manor. Every day is fighting and killing, and I'm so scared that I'm about to have a heart attack. Luo Tian looked at the stronghold in front of him and did not look very optimistic. Let's go over first. Night fell. It was time for the demon beasts to dominate. The roars of various demon beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest, and from time to time, there would be rumbling sounds. Great Elder, let us in. Great Elder, I beg you. The demon beasts are about to come, I beg you. Great Elder, please do us a favor. There were cries below the stronghold gate. Lin Hun, who was on the city wall, ignored them. A bunch of trash. If you had stopped me a little, my brother wouldn't have died in the hands of a slave. Since you're so afraid of death, you might as well die outside. Xianxia Manor has raised you for so long, it can be considered benevolent. Lin Hun snorted coldly. He held a grudge against his brother's death. Thinking of Luo Tian's face, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He thought to himself, kid, let's see how you're going to survive tonight. Great Elder. Those 3 slaves and the 3rd miss are here. A disciple quickly reported. But, Lin Hun immediately became interested and said, they're finally here. They're really fast, ha ha ha. But what? If you have something to say, say it quickly. The disciple said, but the third miss seems to be unconscious. Huh? Unconscious? Could it be that she encountered a demon beast on the way and was seriously injured? Lin Hun laughed coldly and said, Lin Yuer, this is the result of going against me. Even the demon beasts are helping me deal with you, ha ha ha. At this moment, Luo Tian and the other three walked to the gate outside the stronghold. Gu Zhongtian immediately shouted, open the gate, quickly open the gate. No one answered. Madman Su shouted, the third miss of the Lin family is here. Hurry up and open the door for me. If you're slow, I won't be polite to you. There was still no response. On the city wall. First Elder, it's really third Mississippi. Should we open the door? Lin Hun sneered proudly, no, she was not on the trial list in the first place. You can't blame me for what happened this time. She asked for it. Pass down my orders, no one is to open the door without my permission. Understood. The disciple hurriedly retreated. Shortly after, Lin Hun poked his head out and sneered, third miss? What third young miss? The third young miss name wasn't even on the list. The sky was already dark. If the gate of the stronghold was opened, what would happen if the demonic beasts took advantage of the opening to enter? There are only a dozen of you, but there are hundreds of people inside. As an elder of Xingtian Prefecture, I must consider the overall situation, ha ha ha. After saying that, he didn't forget to laugh wildly. Madman Su couldn't help but say, you saw the third young miss this morning. Open your King eyes wide and see if this is the third young Mississippi. Lin Hun laughed, what happened this morning? Why don't I remember it at all? Why would the third young miss come to such a place? Do you want to trick me into opening the gate? Ha ha ha. Madman Su was furious. Gu Zhongtian scolded, CK your ancestors. If you don't want to open the gate, just say so. What bullshit demonic beasts took advantage of the opening to enter? There are no demonic beasts in this area. Lin Hun, do you deserve to be the first elder of Xingtian Prefecture? You're even worse than a dog. Luo Tian finally saw through it. Lin Yuer guessed right. Lin Hun would not open the gate. The more he scolded, the happier Lin Hun was. It's getting dark. There will be a large wave of demonic beasts rushing over. Let's see if you still have the energy to scold me then, ha ha ha. I won't open the gate. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? Shortly after, Lin Hun said to the other outer sect disciples, don't you want to come in? It's very simple. As long as you kill all four of them, I'll immediately open the gate and let you in. Luo Tian frowned. The outer sect disciples immediately looked at Luo Tian and the other three. Madman Su said, don't be a fool. If you want to open the gate, you should have done so before we came. Fighting with us will only let him reap the benefits. An outer sect disciple said, the demonic beasts will appear soon. Instead of waiting for the demonic beasts to kill, why not take a gamble? Brothers, let's kill these three slaves. If we attack together, we can definitely win. Is that so? Luo Tian gently put Lin Yuer down. His aura fluctuated, and the aura of a rank 4 deity exploded. He snorted coldly, I don't even care about the rank 6 deity Lin Tai. Do you think you can be my opponent? His voice trembled, bringing with it endless deterrence. It directly stunned the outer sect disciples. Indeed. Even the rank 6 deity Lin Tai was not a match for Luo Tian. All of them added together were even less of a match. Lin Hun laughed, rank 4 deities are very arrogant. If they don't attack, don't worry. A large wave of demonic beasts will attack. In the morning, you had that bitch protecting you. I want to see who can help you tonight. You killed my brother. Do you think you can live? His voice was filled with killing intent. To Lin Hun, killing Luo Tian was very simple. However, he did not want Luo Tian to die so easily. He wanted to see Luo Tian's body being torn apart by the demonic beasts, piece by piece. He wanted to see him in pain, struggling, and suffering as the demonic beasts ate him bit by bit. This was what he wanted to see. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, looking at the golden boss Lin Hun on the wall. he said, whether I live or die is not up to you. If you want to avenge your brother, then come down. Come. Lin Hun laughed, why would I need to do anything to kill you? There will be demonic beasts coming soon, just you wait. Luo Tian said domineeringly, if you don't have the guts to come down, then scram to the side. Lin Hun was enraged, bringing with him a strong killing intent. However, in the end, he endured it. Lin Hun moved his right hand, and a slate below the city wall was sucked up, directly breaking his neck. Blood spurted out, and he fell to Luo Tian's feet, saying, the smell of blood is everywhere, in less than 10 minutes, the demonic beasts will be here. You dog, just wait for your death. Ha ha ha. The stench of blood spread out crazily. The smell of blood could greatly stimulate the nerves of demonic beasts. Even demonic beasts that were 100 miles away could smell it. Especially the blood of humans, it stimulated their nerves even more. In less than half a minute, the depths of the forest began to stir. It's coming, those brothers who can subscribe, please do so. The old cow is extremely grateful. Good night. Recommend the book written by the girl, The Aristocratic Family's Plot, search it and add it to the bookshelf. Treat it as helping the old cow, thank you. Enjoy it. Lin Hun laughed a few times, then walked down from the city wall. Bastard, don't go. If you have the guts, come out. I definitely won't beat you to death. Lin Hun, you have to take responsibility for what happened today. You actually dared to leave the third miss outside the assembly point. Just you wait. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian continued to curse. However, Lin Hun was not there at all. The outer sect disciples were all kneeling at the entrance of the stronghold. Great Elder, let us in. We will die outside, please. Madman Su asked, Boss, what should we do now? Gu Zhongtian said, what do you mean, what should we do? Hurry up and think of a way to hide. The human blood has stimulated the demon beasts. Look at the forest, there is already a large wave of demon beasts approaching, and this is only the beginning. The demon beasts will be even more ferocious at night, and there will be even more of them. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, and said, kill. What? Gu Zhongtian immediately asked, are you crazy? This was a rare opportunity to level up. He couldn't miss it. A despicable person like Lin Hun had to be killed, but with Luo Tian's current cultivation, he was simply not a match for him. He needed to level up, he needed to obtain even more power, and he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the 5th step of the divine stage. He couldn't miss it, even if he had to pay a heavy price, he couldn't miss it. Luo Tian said, the two of you take Lin Yuer behind me. Remember, you must not come out this time, no matter what happens to me, you must not come out. This time, he was serious. Moreover, this was his own path of breakthrough. He didn't want others to take the risk with him. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian's cultivation was too low. They wouldn't be of much help. Instead, they would drag him down. He could erupt completely by himself. Madman Su asked seriously, Boss, are you serious? This is a demon beast tide, and each wave is more ferocious than the last. These demon beasts are probably even stronger than the rock fire bugs in the canyon, let's temporarily avoid them. Luo Tian said, Madman, protect them well. While they were talking, he took a step forward and walked to the gate of the stronghold. Looking at the outer sect disciples kneeling on the ground, he shouted, if you don't want to die, come with me. Everyone turned to look at Luo Tian. His eyes were filled with resentment. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, they wouldn't have been unable to enter. However, they didn't dare to make a move because they weren't Luo Tian's opponent. It was even more impossible for him to be a match for demonic beasts. Without thinking, they turned around and continued to shout, First Elder, please open the door. In the village. Great Elder, that brat actually wants to fight against the horde of demonic beasts. Lin Hun picked up his teacup and paused for a moment. He found it funny and said, I thought he was smart. He actually chose to fight against the demonic beasts. How stupid, extremely stupid. But this is also good. He will be torn apart by the demonic beasts. Lin Tai, although I did not personally avenge you, his death was 100 times worse than yours. You can rest in peace in the underworld. Then Lin Hun waved his hand and said, I understand. You can leave now. Remember, no one is allowed to go out and help. No one is allowed to open the door. Yes, sir. In the room. Lin Hun was the only one left. He took out a sheepskin map and looked at a tall mountain on the map. He said in a low voice, we are still 2 days away. The 9 suns flower should also bloom in these 2 days. As long as I obtain it, I will be able to cultivate the power of the sun and absorb any power of the blood clan. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhan, all of your skills are mine. Rumble, 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 the sound shook the sky. A large tree was uprooted and thrown out. Buzz, a barrier suddenly appeared above the stronghold, directly repelling the tree that was smashing down. Luo Tian was slightly startled, there's actually a defensive barrier. This was not strange. Otherwise, if the gathering place encountered some flying demonic beasts, it would be useless. It wouldn't be of any use. Kacha, kacha, kacha. In the dark forest, one tree after another was pushed down, and the sound of footsteps became stronger and stronger. Help. Let me in. Hurry up and let me in. Help. Those outer sect disciples were so scared that they were trembling, and even peeing their pants. The earth shook. Their hearts were also trembling. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at the edge of the forest. His fists sank, and with a move of his feet, he rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Kill. 4 divine beasts bloodline. Release. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The power of the 4 divine beasts of darkness surged out. A rank 1 ape that was the first to rush out suddenly found a human descending from the sky and landing a punch on its head before it could even poke its head out. Crack. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Instant kill. With the help of the force, he jumped onto a big tree and aimed at another demonic beasts on the ground. Come on, go crazy. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding. The system beep sounded. Every time the system beep sounded, the experience points would rise. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, rank 5 divine beasts. I leveled up. Unfortunately, there is no system reward. Luo Tian gasped for breath as blood flowed from his forehead. There was a long bone in his chest, and the pain was unbearable. However, there was only excitement in his eyes. The moment he broke through, all the pain in his body disappeared. Therefore, his attributes were completely restored. 8 flame wolves instantly pounced. Luo Tian moved sideways, Azure Dragon, Fury. Roar, his left fist moved, and his fist was like a dragon, sweeping across. Bang, 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 White Tiger, Madness. Roar. Following that, another punch swept out, knocking back the 8 giant wolves that were pouncing at him. Then, locking onto one of them, Luo Tian turned around and pounced back, crazily attacking. During this period of time, he continuously used God Explosion and God Fire. Skill proficiency was extremely important. As long as the cooldown was over, it would be released. The wails of demonic beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest. No one knew what was happening inside. However, not a single demonic beast rushed out. Even so, none of them dared to approach. Late at night. The stench of blood from the forest was pungent and unpleasant. This night had become even more restless, and demonic beasts were constantly approaching from afar. Luo Tian was like a man who had crawled out of a pool of blood. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through, current level, rank 6 divine beasts. Another level. Lin Hun, what is your cultivation level? Ha ha ha, your father, will kill you all night. Tomorrow morning, I will take your life. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. His body was already exhausted, and the moment he leveled up, it was as if he had returned from hell. His entire body felt indescribably comfortable. His strength had increased. Luo Tian became even crazier. There was no need to talk about the reason why I stopped updating yesterday. There are at least 5 chapters today, and I will update them in the next 2 days. Brothers, support whatever you have. Old Cow thanks you. At midnight, Luo Tian was still fighting with all his might. However, it was getting harder and harder. Killing a demon beast had to pay a terrible price. Every time, he had to risk his life. Fortunately, his level 10 body's defense was strong enough, otherwise, Luo Tian would have already gone to see the King of Hell. Lin Hun walked out of his room and looked at the sky. He could still hear the continuous rumbling outside the village, and when he looked at the city wall, he realized that there were many inner sect disciples standing there and discussing something. What are these inner sect disciples doing there instead of resting? Could it be men? Lin Hun shouted out. A disciple immediately walked up and said, "Great Elder." Lin Hun asked, "What happened? What are those inner sect disciples doing on the city wall?" The inner sect disciples were not under his jurisdiction. Lin Hun was only the great elder of the outer sect. He could not interfere with the matters of the inner sect, and no one in the inner sect would pay attention to him. The disciple said, reporting to the great elder, that Brat has been fighting in the forest for an entire night, and is still fighting. Until now, not a single demon beast has rushed out of the forest, and many people are watching from the assembly point. What? Lin Hun's face was shocked. That dog is still alive? He's actually still alive? He couldn't believe it. How could a mere 4th stage god survive under the attacks of a group of demon beasts? That was absolutely impossible. The disciple said, "I heard that the demon beasts that have appeared are all 4th stage demon beasts. A 4th stage god is no match for them. I don't know how he survived." While he was speaking, Lin Hun had already walked out, and said, "Let's go and take a look." On the city wall of the assembly point. So strong. He's actually still fighting. Just how strong is this Brat? Who is it? I heard that it's a slave from the outer sect's slave camp. That's what the outer sect brothers said. They offended Lin Hun and were blocked outside the assembly point. Are you joking? A slave in the slave camp? Even we inner sect disciples can't do that. Half the night was filled with violent tremors. More and more people couldn't sleep. Walking up the city wall and looking at the gloomy forest, they didn't know what was happening in the forest. The only thing they could be sure of was that there was only one person in the forest resisting those powerful demon beasts. Only one person. This made them incomparably shocked, an indescribable shock. Lin Hun is here. It was unknown who said this, but all the inner sect disciples looked over. Lin Hun's expression was very ugly. He walked to the front and heard the sounds of battle in the forest. He immediately asked, "Is he really the only one fighting inside?" The disciple beside him replied, "Yes, I've been sending people to keep an eye on them. Only that kid went in alone." An inner sect disciple asked curiously, "Elder Lin, what's that kid's name?" "What's his name?" Lin Hun was stumped. He didn't know either. He snorted and said, "A slave doesn't deserve a name. He's only a slave of Xianxia Prefecture. He'll always be a slave." Rumble. 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 A few dull sounds of collision rang out. Immediately after, a long python was thrown out and directly smashed into the barrier above the assembly point. It bounced off and fell to the ground, struggling for a few moments before dying. Rank 4 demon beast, flame python. Heavens! He single-handedly killed the flame python. He's too powerful. How could such a person be a slave? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Someone must be deliberately making things difficult for him. This kind of thing only happens in the outer sect. Lin Hun stared at the python below the village. He couldn't believe that it was killed by Luo Tian. Even rank 6 or 7 gods couldn't do it. How could he do it? He shook his head and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." An inner sect disciple said, "Elder Lin, if he's really from Xianxia Prefecture, then he's definitely a super genius. If such a genius dies outside, I'm afraid you, as the outer sect grand elder, can't bear the responsibility, right?" There was a hint of threat in his voice. In order to compete with Nantian Prefecture, Xianxia Prefecture had been recruiting all kinds of talents. If such a genius died just like that, it would definitely be a loss to Xianxia Prefecture. Lin Hun snorted coldly and said, "It's not up to you to teach me how to do things. You inner sect disciples should just take care of yourselves. Don't meddle too much. Otherwise, he laughed coldly. The disciple who spoke just now snorted unhappily and said, otherwise what? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The moment he spoke, all the inner sect disciples looked at Lin Hun in unison. Numerous sharp gazes were directed at him. Lin Hun instantly felt the pressure. The inner sect was the core of Lin Zhan, and no one could shake it. This was also the reason why the inner sect disciples didn't take him, the outer sect Grand Elder, seriously. Lin Hun secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves and said to himself, just you wait. If I get the 9 Suns flower, I'll turn all of you into dried corpses. He was extremely furious. Lin Hun smiled faintly and said, you're all the elites of Xianxia Prefecture, the cornerstones of the prefecture. Just do what you're supposed to do. As for the outer sect, everything is decided by me. If you're not satisfied, feel free to speak to the prefecture master. The mountain was high and the emperor was far away. He could cover the sky with one hand in the outer sect. He wouldn't open the gate of the stronghold and let Luo Tian and the others in just because of the pressure from the inner sect disciples. This was absolutely impossible. An inner sect disciple said softly, Senior brother, let's not interfere in the matters of the outer sect. Don't forget the purpose of our trial this time. The leading disciple snorted softly. Then he shouted towards the forest, brother, no matter who you are, I have to say this. As long as you survive, the inner sect of Xianxia Prefecture will always be open for you. You must survive, you must. His voice wasn't loud. However, leaning against a rock in the forest, Luo Tian, who was gasping for breath, heard everything clearly. He laughed bitterly, you might as well come down and help me, sigh. He knew that this was impossible. Because of Lin Hun. He had heard the conversation on the city wall. Lin Hun wanted to use these beasts to kill him. The more it was like this, the stronger he became. His desire to kill Lin Hun became even more resolute, he clenched his fists tightly and stood up with difficulty. He rushed towards a flaming beast that was slowly walking out and roared, come on. When Zhang Ao heard Luo Tian's voice, he said excitedly, all right, you must survive. Then he glared at Lin Hun fiercely and said coldly, I will report everything that happens here to the prefecture master without missing a word. Let's go. Huff, Lin Yu'er suddenly stood up, as if she had been resurrected from the dead, where is he? The second chapter was delivered. When Lin Yu'er woke up, the first thing she asked was Luo Tian. At the same time, she also realized that this was not a canyon, nor was it a gathering point. There was only one possibility. Lin Yu'er instantly stood up, and said, is it Lin Hun who won't let us in? Gu Zhongtian heard the 2 words Lin Hun and became angry, and said, it's that old dog. What about him? Lin Yu'er asked again. The 2 of them fell silent. Lin Yu'er frowned, and raised her voice, hurry up and say it. Madman Su stammered, Lin Hun killed a slave, and used his blood to stimulate the surrounding demon beasts. Before we left, the demon beasts had already approached, and in order to protect us, Boss went to fend off the demon beasts. What? Lin Yu'er's heart ached, and she muttered to herself, so stupid. Immediately after, my power has increased by quite a bit. Father was right, he is my destiny. Every time I suck his blood, I will suffer a backlash from that power. But at the same time, my cultivation is rapidly increasing, and the purity of my blood is also increasing. It won't be long before my blood will catch up to Father's. He can't die, he absolutely can't die. After waking up from a coma, his strength increased. Without a doubt, this was all because of the dark energy in Luo Tian's body. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow. Gu Zhongtian pulled Madman Su, and said, if anything happens to her, Boss will not let you and me off. Only then did Madman Su react, and said, Third Miss is awake, she can protect herself, I will go find Boss. A few minutes later, Lin Yu'er heard the sound of power colliding in the forest. As she ran, she shouted to the disciples guarding the city wall, if anything happens to him, I will use all of your lives to accompany him in death. On the city wall, Lin Hun's eyes turned sinister, and he coldly snorted, and whispered, "You should be buried with my brother." The disciples on the city wall all looked at Lin Hun. Lin Hun shouted, "No one is allowed to open the door." Third Miss did not appear on the list of candidates. Who can prove that she is Third Miss? Also, no one is allowed to mention this to the inner disciples, not a single word. Do you understand? Lin Hun exhorted sternly. He thought to himself, as long as I get the 9 sons flower, I don't care if you are the 3rd young mistress or the 8th young mistress. Seeing Lin Yu rush into the forest, Lin Hun smirked coldly and said, "It is now the latter half of the night. High-level demonic beasts will appear. After killing so many demonic beasts, the smell of blood will attract enough demonic beasts to crush the 2 of you." Ha ha ha, at this moment. Gu Zhongtian happened to hear Lin Hun's complacent laughter and immediately scolded, "What the hell are you laughing at? Lin Hun, I'll kill you sooner or later." Madman Su gazed at the outer court disciples that were still kneeling at the entrance and shouted, "All of you are still watching the show? Could it be that all of you don't know that my boss didn't allow a single demon beast to charge out in order to protect all of you? Why aren't you coming to help?" The dozen or so outer sect disciples looked at each other. A brawny man stood up and shouted heavily, "Motherf ****, rather than kneeling here in such a cowardly manner, we might as well fight with them for a while. Are you going or not? A bunch of cowards." "I'll go." While they were talking, the brawny man followed Madman Su and the others and rushed forward. "Next. Count me in." "I'll go too." As a person, you have to have some guts. After kneeling for half the night, has anyone taken pity on us? No. Kill. I'm going all out. At most, I'll just die. Then. More than a dozen outer court disciples all rushed forward. Lin Hun revealed a look of disdain, and said, "Good, good, very good, this is the disciple of the Xingtian mansion, this is the purpose of you entering the Flame Mountain range, ha ha ha. All of you, go to hell." Rumble. 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 A series of explosions suddenly came out from the forest. Following that, flames soared into the sky. One by one, the towering trees were uprooted, the entire forest was on fire. It was a complete mess. Not long after, a few outer court disciples ran out while wailing like ghosts and howling wolves. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lin Hun laughed out loud, laughing with incomparable joy. "Aren't you showing off? Aren't you going to live and die with those slaves? Why are all of you running out as if you've seen a ghost? Ha ha ha. You bunch of trash, you're laughing at me." In the forest, the 3-headed cobra was crazily spewing out flames. Luo Tian was sent flying. His body rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. His entire body was in indescribable pain. The blood that flowed out was dried, like a set of black armor on his body. Seeing Lin Yu rush into the forest, he immediately asked, "Why are you here? It's dangerous here, hurry up and leave." Lin Yu's body released a bloody mist, and with a move of his sword, he immediately rushed to Luo Tian's side. Seeing that Luo Tian's entire body was covered in wounds, he immediately scolded, "Do you want to die? Didn't I tell you that everything is waiting for me to wake up?" His heart ached. Luo Tian scratched his head, and laughed, "I just don't like Lin Hun." "Don't like your head, are you happy now?" Lin Yu really wanted to punch Luo Tian, but seeing how injured he was, she held back. But, in that instant, her eyes suddenly shook, and she said, "Your cultivation?" Luo Tian laughed, "Rank 6 deity. How is that possible? You actually broke through from rank 4 to rank 6 deity in one night, this speed. Others might not be as fast as you even in 10 years. Lin Yu was very shocked. The divine realm was not a low-level plane, and it was extremely difficult to break through one level here, but Luo Tian seemed to be playing around. Breaking through twice in one night, what kind of concept was this? Luo Tian said, "It's because I'm handsome, that's why I broke through so quickly." Still talking nonsense? If you break through so quickly, you can kill the cobra. You'll still be tortured. Lin Yu glared at Luo Tian, then said to Madman Su, Gu Zhongtian, and a few outer sect disciples whose legs were trembling, "You guys work together to hold back one of the cobras, leave the other 2 to us." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu was like a jumping sprite in the blood mist, flashing quickly. It was completely different when a beauty gave orders. Those outer sect disciples who were afraid immediately became strong, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and all of them wanted to show off in front of Lin Yuer. Huff, Luo Tian took a deep breath, looked at Lin Yuer's speed, and said softly, after being unconscious, "Your cultivation has indeed increased. Looks like the dark energy in my body is quite helpful to you. But, I'll kill this cobra first. The flaming fruit on the demonic tree only needs a little more fire essence to activate." The third chapter has been delivered, there are 2 more chapters today. In addition to breaking through, there was an even bigger reason for the night's hunt, which was to absorb the fire essence, the fire element that could activate the burning fruit. Any demon beast in the Flame Mountain range contained the essence of fire. Luo Tian would be able to absorb these demon beasts after killing them, and the demon tree in his mind would naturally absorb the essence of fire and provide it to the burning fruit. The entire night of hard work. Just a little bit more, Luo Tian could even smell the fire energy emitted by the burning fruit. Excitement. I hope this cobra can activate me. Then. Luo Tian took a step forward and shouted, "Third miss, give me strength." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian had already rushed forward. Divine fire. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a move of his right palm, flames shot out, and then he shouted in his heart, "God explosion." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His strength multiplied. Luo Tian leaped into the air. Lin Yuer released a mist of blood onto Luo Tian's body. His strength increased once again, and he aimed at the cobra's head and smashed it down. The snake's tongue was like lightning. It flickered crazily. The 2 fangs were especially sharp, and carried a dark green venom. The moment it saw Luo Tian jump up, its throat rolled, and then a thick flame sprayed out, directly engulfing the divine fire. However, the divine fire ignored all attacks and directly pierced through. Luo Tian faced the flames that shot out, his fists were like hammers as he bombarded them like a torrential rain. The dark energy on his fist continuously bombarded the surface of the flames. The flames that shot out were like a piece of scrap iron that was punched by Luo Tian, unable to get close to his body at all. The divine fire smashed onto the cobra's head. The snake's head trembled slightly and was stunned. There was no instant kill. The other 2 snake heads immediately turned and formed a line of defense, instantly blocking Luo Tian. "You think you can stop me like this?" Explode. Luo Tian did not retreat, the power on his fist suddenly increased, and the idea sank, "Aren't you awesome? Let me see your awesome strength again. Kill it for me." The will of darkness moved slightly. The power of darkness was released from the godhead. They instantly converged on Luo Tian's fists. Dark doqi twined. Lin Yuer's expression changed as she cried out to herself, "It's out, it's out. It's even stronger than the last time he used his dark doqi. In just one day, his cultivation has broken through, his strength has increased, and even his dark doqi has increased. Furthermore, he seems to be able to control it as he pleases." He was shocked. The surrounding people did not know what the dark flame on Luo Tian's fist was, they only knew that it was very strong, as long as Lin Yuer knew. She was very clear. Every time she saw Luo Tian release his dark doqi, she became excited and envious. Even god kings and sovereigns were envious of his strength. How could she not be envious? Lin Yuer thought to herself, "Who are you? Where did this dark doqi come from?" He really wanted to know, at this moment. Luo Tian's right fist punched out, and his left fist punched out. One fist aimed at a snake head, and both fists moved at the same time. Like a cannon firing, a dark devouring power shot out, directly entangling the 2 snake heads. With a thought from Luo Tian, "Explode for me." Boom. The 2 snake heads were directly devoured by the dark doqi. The snake heads were completely gone. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. They were completely devoured by the power of darkness. So strong that it was a mess. Luo Tian's heart was also incomparably excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. "Ha ha ha, this power is really King awesome, but, what is this dark power? How can there be such a powerful force in my body? If not for the dark doqi protecting him, he would not have been able to withstand the attacks of these beasts. Just relying on the power of a rank 6 deity? No, just relying on the power of God Explosion, God Flame, and the bloodline of the 4 deity beasts was not enough. The reason why Luo Tian was able to survive until now was because of the unending supply of dark battle aura within his body. However, Luo Tian didn't know that this dark energy was dark battle aura. He didn't know that the dark divinity within his body was the crystallization of the power of darkness tempered by 999 heavenly tribulations. Of course, he also did not know what this dark power, dark divinity, dark will, and dark dochi meant. If this power was completely unearthed, it would be so powerful that the entire deity realm would tremble. 2 snake heads were killed. The cobra only had 1 head left. After Luo Tian killed it, the fainted snake head suddenly stabbed out, its entire body turning scarlet red. Damn! Oh no! Luo Tian secretly cried out. Lin Yuer's eyes widened as she shouted, "Be careful!" At the same time, the blood mist released from her body became even thicker, forming a blood mist wall in front of Luo Tian. Rumble, 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 the flames erupted like a volcano erupting. Directly towards Luo Tian, the blood mist shield emitted crackling sounds as the flames pierced through the blood mist wall, directly towards Luo Tian. Mother ****. After losing 2 heads, you still don't know how to remember. You still dare to be arrogant? Luo Tian shouted in his heart. With a thought, he transformed into the rank 4 king level rock fireworm king. His fat body was like lava, illuminating the night as if it was daytime. Let's see whose flame is more ferocious. His mouth moved. Rumble. 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 Streams of magma and flames shot up. Lin Yuer's face darkened. Rock fireworm king? Isn't this the beast in the canyon? Why did it suddenly become him? He should have turned into a beast. What kind of strange cultivation technique did he cultivate? One must know that no matter how powerful the cultivation technique in the lower planes is, it is useless in the divine realm. It is unable to break free from the shackles of the laws. How did he do it? She did not understand. The one who killed Xianxia was the giant flame scorpion. Now he had turned into the rock fireworm king. What was going on? She was completely stunned. This man had too many secrets. Lin Yuer secretly said in her heart, "Humph, I must find out all your secrets. Next time, if I give you something stimulating in my blood, I won't be able to stop you." Rumble. 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 Flames soared to the sky. The beasts bombarded each other. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The disciples in the assembly area looked at the sky and were all dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? Are the beasts fighting? Seems like that kid. Sigh, what a pity. Xianxia sighed and said in his heart, I must report this to the mansion master. On the city wall, Lin Hun's face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha. That dog went against me. Are you happy now? Brother, you can rest in peace in the underworld. That kid is dead. The 4th chapter has been delivered. There are more chapters today. Under such circumstances, it would be hard to survive. Even if they managed to survive, they would be useless. Lin Hun laughed happily. Not only was Luo Tian going to die, Lin Yuer was going to die too. This way, he would be able to take revenge for his brother. He was in a good mood. This is the result of going against me. Lin Hun laughed coldly and said, all of you, guard this place well. Don't let anyone in. Do you understand? Yes. Lin Hun walked down the city wall. While walking in the square of the village, Xianxia and a group of inner sect disciples were looking at him coldly. Lin Hun laughed coldly and didn't reply. He snorted in his heart, report to the prefecture head? Then all of you have to be alive to return. Wait until I get the 9 suns flower. What can Lin Zhan do to me? I want Xingtian prefecture to be mine from now on. Ha ha ha. One more day. Tomorrow, when I reach assembly point 3, I will be able to get the 9 suns flower. Tomorrow is the only day left. Thinking about what would happen tomorrow, Lin Hun's blood boiled. At the same time, he also quickly returned to his room to rest and prepare for tomorrow. Senior brother, what should we do? Xianxia sighed and said, he definitely won't be able to survive. Let's go back and rest. We will reach the training grounds tomorrow. Don't forget the mission that the prefecture head gave us. Rest up tonight and we will set off at dawn. Since the outcome was already like this, he couldn't change anything. The only thing he could do was to return to Xingtian prefecture and tell the prefecture head about this. Everyone left. The village slowly quietened down. In the forest. After the clash, Luo Tian's rock flame worm king was almost riddled with holes. And the three-headed cobra was on the verge of death. It was the same, riddled with wounds. Its injuries were even more serious than Luo Tian's. The blood on its head had already reached the bottom. As the wounds on its body worsened, it would die in a few minutes. Lin Yuer, Gu Zhongtian, Madman Su, and a few outer sect disciples were stunned. They stared blankly at Luo Tian's rock flameworm king. They didn't know if they should be shocked or afraid. The battle between the demonic beasts just now was simply too shocking. Lin Yuer walked to Luo Tian's side. Looking at its weak state, she gently cut her palm with her sword. Fresh blood dripped down. She said, my blood can heal your wounds. Don't move. The blood of the vampires was all-purpose blood. Luo Tian had already experienced this. Luo Tian was filled with gratitude. With a thought, he returned to his original body. He looked at Lin Yuer seriously and said, thank you. Lin Yuer said, we should be thanking you. With this big snake dead, we'll be completely safe tonight. If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. Lin Yuer's heart tightened. Looking at the exhausted outer sect disciples, she said, I will report this matter to my father. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Under his sleeves, he clenched his fists and thought to himself, Lin Hun, this matter isn't over yet. Luo Tian thought to himself, report my ass, I'm going to kill it in the blazing mountain range. It's just that, Luo Tian's mind moved as he sensed the demon tree in his mind. He looked at the burning fruit that was about to mature and be activated. He had absorbed the fire essence of the three-headed cobra, but it still hadn't been activated. This made him a little annoyed. If the burning fruit was activated, he would immediately rush to the assembly point and destroy Lin Hun's anus. But it wasn't activated, the system showed that it was still lacking a little bit. Just a little bit, Luo Tian guessed that this little bit of fire essence couldn't be replenished by killing beasts. He thought of the 9 Suns flower that Lin Hun was looking for. Don't tell me I really need the 9 Suns flower to activate it? No matter what. I'm definitely activating the burning fruit. Luo Tian made up his mind. No matter what, he had to activate the devil fruit. Having Ace's burning fruit was something he had imagined. He definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Definitely not, just as Lin Yuer said. With the three-headed cobra dead, no other beasts dared to come. The forest regained its peace. Half an hour later, Gu Zhongtian groped his way back and whispered, it's just as you expected. There are only a few outer sect disciples on routine patrol on the city wall. That old bastard Lin Hun has already gone to rest. The stockade is quiet. They should be resting to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Stamina was very important. Lin Yuer said, Lin Hun definitely thinks we're dead. Under those circumstances, even my father would think that no one could survive. Crazy Sue asked, Boss, what do we do next? Luo Tian pondered for a moment and said, since they think we're dead, then we're dead. Third Miss, do you know the route to Assembly Point 3? Lin Yuer said, yes. Luo Tian said, then we'll travel at night and reach the assembly point before them. Lin Hun's goal this time is definitely the 9 Suns flower. I'm afraid only he knows where the 9 Suns flower is. We'll hide first and find a chance to follow him. The more he wants something, the more I won't let him get it. Want the 9 Suns flower? I don't care what you use it for, I won't let you get it. Lin Yuer said in shock, travel now? It's nighttime. There aren't any monsters here, but that doesn't mean there won't be any along the way. There's more. What about them? We can't bring them along, can we? Lin Yuer lowered her voice and looked at the outer sect disciples who were about to fall asleep. They had participated in the trial competition as Lin Hun's pawns. Luo Tian said, "They can't go, and they can't be discovered by Lin Hun." An outer sect disciple heard this and smiled bitterly. Assembly Point 3 is not a place for us outer sect disciples to stay. Training there is no different from seeking death. You guys go, we'll return to Xingtian Prefecture. Don't worry, we won't say a word to the first elder. We won't say a word even if we die. The other disciples also stood up and said, "We won't say a word. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have survived tonight. You're our savior. No matter how cowardly we are, we won't betray our savior." Luo Tian looked at them seriously and said, "I believe you. I won't say much either. Be careful on your way." Immediately after, Luo Tian said to Lin Yuer, "Let's hurry." After a night of trekking, finally, they arrived at Assembly Point 3 in the afternoon. They were the first wave. However, Luo Tian and the other three did not enter the assembly point, but hid in 4 places. They were waiting for Lin Hun. Luo Tian had to rely on him to lead the way to find the 9 Suns flower. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Tomorrow, the 4th chapter, I'll support whatever I have, ha ha ha. In the evening, Lin Hun rushed a group of slaves and more than 20 outer sect disciples to the assembly point. After staying at the assembly point for a while, he came out. "Grand Elder, it's getting dark. Where are we going at this time?" Lin Hun slightly said, "Of course it's to bring you to the trial. If you do well in this trial, you can all become inner sect disciples, including you slaves. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that all of you will be able to regain your freedom." Inner sect disciple? Is that true? The outer sect disciples were all extremely excited. The slaves were the same. They were extremely excited. To change their fate, Lin Hun only needed to say a word. Immediately, everyone became 100 times more spirited. "Grand Elder, let's hurry up." Lin Hun smiled faintly, and said, "All of you follow closely, don't be afraid no matter what you encounter, I will guarantee your safety." He had already scouted the path along the way. Even at night, he wouldn't encounter a single demon beast. This was also why he dared to travel at night. Because the growing environment of the 9 Suns flower was very special, Lin Hun didn't walk very fast. At this time, he was very clear that he couldn't lose another slave or an outer sect disciple. Their lives were extremely important to him, and whether or not he could obtain the 9 Suns flower depended on them. Boss, Lin Hun brought the brothers from the slave camp and dozens of outer sect disciples towards the northwest. After Lin Hun left, Madman Su quickly came to Luo Tian's side to report. At this moment, Lin Yuer and Gu Zhongtian also came over. Luo Tian looked at Lin Yuer and asked, "What's in the northwest?" Lin Yuer thought carefully for a moment, and said, "There is a volcano. Could it be that the 9 Suns flower grows in the volcano?" The fire attribute of the 9 Suns flower. It would definitely grow in a scorching hot and sunny place. Moreover, its growth was nurtured by the heavens and earth, and it required 100 or even 1,000 years. During this period of time, it would constantly absorb the fire essence from the depths of the fire mountain range. Luo Tian slightly said, "It should be." "Third Miss, Madman, Zhong Tian, you guys return to the assembly point. I'll go alone." Luo Tian said seriously. This time, it was a narrow escape. He didn't want anyone to take the risk with him. Moreover, he wasn't sure himself. Lin Yuer immediately said, "Wherever you go, I'll follow." If she encountered Lin Hun, she could still use the mansion master token to intimidate him. Furthermore, her father had clearly instructed her to protect Luo Tian. This was her lucky chance, although Lin Yuer did not quite understand her father's arrangement. However, if something were to happen to Luo Tian, she would be very sad. Furthermore, her breakthrough in cultivation would also slow down. She could not let Luo Tian take the risk alone. To Luo Tian, Lin Yuer was a powerful support. However, Luo Tian still didn't want her to take the risk for him. "I'll be fine. Just wait for me at the assembly point." Lin Yuer immediately said, "No, I want to go with you. If you die, it's important that someone collect your corpse." You're cursing me to death." Luo Tian laughed bitterly. Lin Yuer said, I'm not cursing you, I'm just telling the truth. Madman Su struggled for a moment before he said, Boss, I won't be going. I'll only cause trouble for you if I go with my current cultivation. The divine energy here is much denser than the Xianxia prefecture. I want to cultivate properly here and strive to break through to the third rank of deity. He wanted to follow Luo Tian and take the risk. Very much, but he couldn't, because of his strength. Along the way, the strength that Luo Tian had erupted with was too powerful, and he was completely unable to keep up with him. Sometimes, he would feel flustered in his heart, afraid that he wouldn't be able to follow Luo Tian and take the risk. Gu Zhongtian said, Third Miss, I won't be protecting you along the way, I'll give this mission to our boss. Boss, she's the third miss of the Xianxia prefecture, you know what I mean. As he spoke, he winked at Luo Tian. The third miss of the Xianxia prefecture, once they had this relationship, they would have a much better life in the Xianxia prefecture in the future. Luo Tian smiled and said, Alright, you guys go to the assembly point. Luo Tian and Lin Yu were quickly followed. Because Lin Han was leading a group of slaves, he didn't walk very fast, so Luo Tian and Lin Yu were quickly caught up. Along the way, Lin Han looked at the sky, then at the volcano spewing thick black smoke in the distance, and the 9 suns flower was imprinted in his mind. It's going to be mine soon, it's going to be mine soon, ha ha ha. As long as I refine all the fire essence in the 9 suns flower, I will be able to raise my blood clan power to the highest level. As long as I bite someone, I will suck their blood essence dry, and all their skills will be mine. Ha ha ha. What is the inner sect, what is Linjian? The entire Xianxia prefecture will be mine, ha ha ha, at this moment. Lin Han was extremely excited, as if he was about to succeed. After 3 hours of rushing, they finally arrived at the foot of the volcano. It was extremely hot here, and everyone was sweating profusely. Great Elder, why are we here at the volcano? The divine essence aura here has been swallowed by the volcano. We can't raise our skills here, an outer sect disciple asked curiously. Lin Han smiled faintly and said, Of course, I know that the divine essence aura around here has been swallowed by the volcano, but do you know why this volcano can swallow the divine essence aura? The reason is inside the volcano. Don't you want to break through quickly? Once you enter, you will know. It's the same for the slave camp disciples. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Those who are late will regret it. As he spoke, Lin Han walked towards the volcano, towards the middle of the volcano, where there was a small crack. Flames kept flashing in the crack. Since Lin Han was going, what reason did they have to not go? They quickly chased after him. In the dark, Lin Yuer carefully sized up the volcano, and at the same time, sensed the divine essence aura around. She frowned and said, The divine essence aura within a few thousand kilometers is being sucked into the volcano. There must be something wrong with this volcano. Immediately, the two of them said in unison, 9 suns flower. Lin Yuer muttered, One person is enough to pluck the 9 suns flower. Why did Lin Han bring so many slaves and outer sect disciples? Luo Tian said, All treasures of heaven and earth have protectors. Do you know why there aren't any beasts in this area? It's because of the protector beast's aura that ordinary beasts don't dare to approach. These slaves and outer sect disciples will definitely be used as cannon fodder. Lin Yuer frowned slightly and said, Lin Han is too vicious, sacrificing so many lives for the 9 suns flower? Luo Tian said, Stop talking, let's follow. Today, the first chapter of the 4 chapters had been delivered. Besides Luo Tian and Lin Yuer, there was another group of people silently approaching. It was Xianxia, the senior brother of the inner sect. When he was in the Xianxia prefecture, he had received orders from the prefecture master to secretly investigate Lin Han and see what he was up to. Xianxia had trained in the area many times. When he found out that Lin Han had gone to the volcano, he was not worried. He was all too familiar with this path. However, he had some doubts. Does the 9 suns flower really grow in the lava? The lava in the Flame Mountain range is different from other places. With such high temperatures, even a rank 8 deity like Lin Han wouldn't be able to last long, right? Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, a man ran back. Senior brother, Lin Han has led the slaves and outer sect disciples into the crack. This crack is very hidden. We couldn't find it even after searching for a few times. If he hadn't gone in today, we probably wouldn't have found it. Also, besides them, 2 other people have also entered the crack, the disciple said. Xianxia frowned and said, there are 2 more people? Do you know who they are? The disciple shook his head. They were too far away. I was afraid of being exposed, so I didn't dare to get too close. However, I'm certain that those 2 people are definitely not Lin Hun's people. Xianxia nodded. Take a few people and follow me in. The rest of you, guard the exit. Other than our own people, don't let even a mosquito fly out. Master has ordered that we have to get the 9 Suns flower no matter what. Yes. Yes. Xianxia led 5 of the stronger inner sect disciples towards the crack's entrance. At this moment, Luo Tian and Lin Yu'er had already entered the volcano's crack. After passing through the crack, which could only fit 1 person at a time, the space immediately enlarged. The crimson lava illuminated the surroundings, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. Their clothes were instantly soaked. Lin Yu'er's exquisite curves were all exposed. Her pure white skin and the unique cold arrogance of the blood clan, as well as her perfect figure, made her the woman of everyone's dreams. If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Lin Yu'er could clearly feel Luo Tian's fiery gaze on her. Furthermore, it was from her head to her toes, and then from her head to her toes. It was as if he had seen her naked body for him to see. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Her cheeks were also flushed red. It was just that, it couldn't be seen under the scorching lava. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, you're walking in front of me. If I don't look at you, where can I look? Besides, you're soaking wet, and your clothes are sticking to your flesh. Also, your clothes are transparent, so it's hard for me not to look at your curvy figure. Do you want me to sneak a peek or do you want me to do it openly? Anyway, I don't have any evil thoughts. I usually just look at it openly. If you have any evil thoughts, then it can only mean that your thoughts are really not pure. Young girl, you're in love. He had an evil grin on his face. He even said it so seriously. He was lying with a straight face. Lin Yu'er couldn't find a reason to refute. She glared fiercely at Luo Tian and said, you're the one who's in love. Luo Tian glanced at her perky buttocks and said, too tempting. If looks could kill, Luo Tian would have been killed by Lin Yu'er. Lin Yu'er hated this flame mountain range. Once she entered the mountain, the heat was unbearable. She had been controlling her body temperature, but she couldn't stop sweating. Every time she sweated, she would be soaked. Coupled with the clothes she was wearing, not to mention humans. Even demons would be impulsive. Suddenly, there was a scream in front of them. Luo Tian frowned and immediately rushed in front of Lin Yu'er. He shielded her behind him and said, something's wrong. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. When Luo Tian shielded Lin Yu'er behind him, the demon claw just happened to be placed on Lin Yu'er's huge breasts. Lin Yu'er's eyes were about to spit fire. She stared at the back of Luo Tian's head and wanted to smash it down. Moreover, Luo Tian still pretended that he didn't know anything and scratched a few times. Lin Yu'er stared at the demon claw on her breasts and gritted her teeth in anger. Huff, false alarm. Nothing's wrong. Someone must have died from the heat. Luo Tian turned and looked at Lin Yu'er. She looked like she was about to explode. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Who made you unhappy? Tell me, I'll definitely make him pay. Lin Yu'er stared at Luo Tian with a murderous look. She didn't say anything and just stared at Luo Tian. After Luo Tian turned around, his hand was still on her breasts. It was soft and bouncy. That feeling was amazing. Wow. Feeling Lin Yu'er's murderous look, Luo Tian didn't immediately remove his hand. He still pretended that he didn't know anything and said, let's chase after them. Lin Hun should be here soon. With that, he quickly chased after them. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Lin Yu'er stood where she was. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. She wanted to chop Luo Tian up. It was really not good to expose herself here. If they were outside, she would have already done it. I'll settle this with you when we get out. Gulyalu, 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 the lava was bubbling like boiling water. This was the bottom of a volcano. The surrounding magma was like a lake, a tumbling lake. The scorching heat was unbearable. In the center of the magma lake, there was a protruding black rock, and on the rock, there was a flame-like flower. The flower's roots were deep in the lava. The flower petals opened slightly. The flower bud was something like a fire crystal. It's ripe. It's ripe. The time is just as I predicted. Ha ha ha. 9 suns flower, a ripe 9 suns flower. I've swallowed it. Who in the 8 million territories of Xianxia Prefecture can be my opponent? Lin Hun was very excited. Immediately, Lin Hun shouted, that's the 9 suns flower. Whoever picks it for me, I'll immediately guarantee him entry into the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. Grand Elder, it's at least 80 meters from here to the Black Rock. With our cultivation, we can't cross such a long distance, an outer sect disciple said. Indeed. If they couldn't even get close, they would be turned into powder by jumping over the lake. However, this wasn't the most dangerous place. Just as Lin Hun and the others entered, the surface of the lava lake began to stir. Huge man-eating flowers stretched out from the lake. They were extremely huge. There were 2 more chapters today. The guardian beast of the 9 suns flower, giant man-eating flower, the entire magma lake was filled with them. Beside the 9 suns flower, a man-eating flower king rushed out from the bottom of the magma lake. Magma flowed down from its branches and leaves. The scene was extremely terrifying, and its man-eating mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Teeth that couldn't be found, it was as if a meat grinder was turning. The originally boiling magma lake became even more lively after being stirred up by these man-eating flowers. However, all of this did not affect the 9 suns flower at all. Countless drops of lava splashed onto the petals of the 9 suns flower and were instantly absorbed. There was no change at all. The 9 suns flower was a supreme existence of the fire attribute, an incomparably powerful existence. Even if the entire lava poured down, it would not be harmed at all. There's a monster. Monster, Fire Mountain Range has never had a plant demon beast before. These giant flowers are too powerful. Run. Everyone run. It was a mess. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. Who would still have the mood to care about the inner sect disciples? Who cared about freedom? All they thought about was saving their lives. If they didn't run now, they would lose their lives. However, it was unknown when Lin Hun had already blocked the exit. The powerful aura of the divine essence was released from his body, directly blocking all of them. He shouted in a deep voice, outer sect disciples, listen up, throw all of these trash slaves down. Ah, Lin Hun, you're a bastard. Lin Hun, *CK your ancestors. You tricked us here just to feed these man-eating flowers. You're too heartless. The slaves immediately cursed. However, it was useless. The outer sect disciples did not move, but looked at each other. Lin Hun said, once these man-eating flowers are full, they will sink down to digest. These slaves are enough, and when the time comes, all of you will enter the inner sect. I, Lin Hun, promise you. It was very difficult for him to chase these slaves into the magma lake by himself. Moreover, catching this and running away, he had to rely on these outer sect disciples. The disciples' faces turned ruthless as they shouted at the slaves, are you going to jump down yourself, or do you want me to throw you down? They chose to help Lin Hun. Dozens of slaves were forced to the edge. Some were begging for mercy, some were cursing, and some were regretting it. Pudong. A slave fell down. Before he could fall into the magma, he was swallowed by a man-eating flower. As Lin Hun said, the man-eating flower immediately dived down and didn't show its head again. Those outer sect disciples immediately became excited. There were enough slaves here. These slaves could feed all the man-eating flowers in the lava lake. When the time came, they wouldn't need to go down and die. He worked even harder. Lin Hun looked at the 9 suns flower swaying gently on the black rock. He could not wait any longer. Immediately. You trash. Lin Hun took a step forward and rushed into the group of slaves. He grabbed a slave and threw him into the lava lake. Crack! Crack! Another man-eating flower dived down. Plop! Pudong, slaves kept falling down and being devoured by the man-eating flowers. In the distance, Luo Tian and Lin Yu watched on. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop it, but with his current strength, he couldn't stop it at all. In the end, he would be thrown into the lava lake like these slaves. Lin Hun was already impatient. At this time, even if Lin Yu took out the prefecture master's token, it would be useless. Then again, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong survived. This was the law of survival in this world. Their deaths only proved this point. However, Luo Tian secretly said, "Don't worry, I will make him accompany you in death." Lin Yu could not bear to watch any longer. She said in a low voice, "Although they are all slaves, they are still lives. This Lin Hun is too vicious. He is willing to sacrifice so many lives for the 9 suns flower. Don't you want to stop it?" Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "Can we stop it? This world is like this, people eat people. If you don't want to be eaten, you have to become stronger. Third miss, you better not leave. Otherwise, even if you take out the prefecture master's token, Lin Hun won't buy it. Also, I will definitely not save you." Lin Hun wanted the 9 suns flower, Luo Tian was the same. He needed the 9 suns flower to activate the flaming fruit. He needed the flaming fruit to make himself stronger. Only then could he find Shui and Chun Chun, Xian and the rest. Only then could he go to the infernal court to save Erdan and the rest. All of this required strength. The flaming fruit, it had to be activated. If Lin Yu really went out to die, Luo Tian would definitely not help. What they had to do now was to wait for the right time. Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian's cold face. She knew in her heart that Luo Tian was not joking. She wanted to save these slaves, but Luo Tian was right. If she went out, she would not be able to change anything. Instead, she would lose her life. One by one, the man-eating flower sank. The boiling magma lake regained its calm, leaving only the man-eating flower king beside the 9 suns flower. At this moment, there were no more slaves. An outer sect disciple asked, "Great Elder, what do we do now?" "What do we do?" Lin Hun grinned sinisterly. His divine essence aura formed a crushing force, instantly crushing all of them. He directly grabbed a disciple beside him and said, "Of course, I'll send you guys down too. For my hegemony, sacrificing you ants, you should feel extremely honored." Ha ha ha, whoosh. A person flew up and landed beside the man-eating flower king. Kacha. It was swallowed in one gulp. It did not sink. Another outer sect disciple was sent flying. Lin Hun said excitedly, "Eat, eat, I have plenty here, ha ha ha." He had already experimented at the beginning. As long as these man-eating flowers ate something, they would dive down. As for the man-eating flower king, it would eat a little more. As long as they were all full, it would be able to fly to the black rock and take the 9 suns flower into its bag. He had planned all of this a long time ago. Otherwise, why would he bring these slaves into the Flame Mountain range? The number of outer sect disciples was simply not enough. Whoosh! 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 More than 20 outer sect disciples were sent flying in just a few minutes. The man-eating flower king was also constantly devouring. In the end, it was full and its body slightly sank. The entire magma lake regained its calm. The 9 suns flower was right in front of him. Lin Hun was excited, 9 suns flower, ha ha ha. I'm coming. His palm moved. A fire avoidance pearl appeared in his hand, and the scorching temperature instantly dropped. Lin Hun moved in the air, and directly flew towards the black rock in the middle of the magma lake. At the same time, Luo Tian shouted, "Do it." The 3rd chapter was delivered, there was still one more chapter at night. Attack. He had to block Lin Hun's path before he returned. Make it so that he couldn't get ashore. As long as he was attacked by Luo Tian, he would die in the magma lake and all the items on his body would be dropped by him. As a boss, the chances of the 9 suns flower dropping on him were extremely high. Lin Yu was startled. At this moment, Luo Tian had already rushed out. Just as he got close, white smoke rose from the back of his hand, and the water in his body evaporated crazily. Hot, the heat was unbearable, and his entire body felt as if it was about to be roasted. It was incomparably uncomfortable, and the clothes on his body felt as if they were about to melt and stick to his flesh. Lin Yuer hurried over, releasing the blood mist from his body. Luo Tian's body slightly improved. However, Lin Yuer's expression was somewhat pained, and said, "It's too hot here, it will quickly dry up the water in our bodies, I can't hold on for too long." Her physique was different from others. She was the blood tribe. All of her power came from the blood flowing in her body. Under such a high temperature, the blood would quickly evaporate out of her body, so the pain she endured was several times that of an ordinary person. It was extremely uncomfortable. The temperature of the magma lake was too high. Luo Tian glanced at Lin Yuer, and said, "Retreat to the side first, protect yourself, I can do it alone." At this moment. "Ah, ha, ha, 9 Suns flower, 9 Suns flower, I finally got you." Lin Hun leaped onto the black rock and looked at the 9 Suns flower that was like a fire spirit. His expression was extremely excited, and at the same time, he discovered that Luo Tian and Lin Yuer were standing beside the magma lake. His eyes were filled with shock, but he quickly recovered and sneered, "I didn't expect you two dogs to still be alive. It's best that you're not dead, that way I can personally kill you and avenge my brother." Immediately after, Lin Hun squatted down and carefully looked at the blooming 9 Suns flower. His expression was ecstatic, and with a move of his right hand, he instantly grabbed the stem of the 9 Suns flower and pulled. Rumble! 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 A deafening sound of thunder came from the bottom of the magma lake. It was as if a huge monster was moving its body. The entire lake began to tremble violently, and the magma began to churn. The magma that burst out was already more than a meter high, and it could erupt at any time. The temperature of the entire space soared rapidly. Lin Yuer's face was already turning pale, and her lips were cracked. She was severely dehydrated. "Ha ha ha, mine. I've finally gotten it. What is Linjian? What is Xintian Prefecture? Soon, all of you will be trembling under my feet. Ha ha ha." Lin Hun's excited expression was extremely ferocious. It was as if he was number one in the world. Holding the 9 Suns flower, he leaped up and glared at the darkened Luo Tian. He said, "Bastard, scram." Boom, dense spirit essence burst out. At the same time, a bloody mist shot out from his body. Lin Yuer's brows twitched as she shouted, "Be careful." Immediately after, the bloody mist in her body became thicker and turned into a ball of gas to block it. Luo Tian stood in the darkened area and said, "You want to go ashore? Get down." His fists moved. The 4 divine beasts of darkness bloodline burst out. 2 punches were thrown out, directly shattering Lin Hun's divine aura. At the same time, 2 bloody mists collided. Buzz, Lin Yuer was sent flying and fell unconscious. Lin Hun's body swayed slightly in the air. He was furious as he snorted and said, "I didn't expect the blood of the blood race in your body to strengthen so much in just 2 days. If not for the fact that my cultivation is higher than yours, I wouldn't be your match." However, at the edge of this unbearably hot magma lake, the blood in your body has almost evaporated. Ha ha ha, high temperature is the natural enemy of the blood race. The feeling of your body being sucked dry must be very satisfying. Ha ha ha, it's just a pity for you, the number 1 beauty of Xintian Prefecture. Ha ha ha, he had the fire spirit pearl on him, which could block most of the blazing flames. Lin Hun, who was in midair, stared at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, your little wife is about to die, and you're still guarding me here. If you don't bring her out, she will really die." Luo Tian was indifferent. Lin Hun frowned and said, "Don't tell me you want the 9 Suns flower too?" While they were talking, he raised the 9 Suns flower in his hand and laughed disdainfully, "A trash like you wants to snatch the 9 Suns flower from me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Snatch it from me? Ha ha ha. I can easily play you to death." It was very disdainful. At the same time, Lin Hun was a little frustrated. If Luo Tian kept guarding the darkened area, It would not be easy for him to go ashore, however, with his current cultivation, he could not last long in the air. In addition, the turbulence at the bottom of the magma lake was getting stronger and stronger. He was worried that the man-eating flowers would rush out. Lin Hun pretended to be calm and laughed. "Brat, do you think I'm lying to you? If you don't take her out, she really will die. She's the third young miss of Xianxia Manor. If you save her life, you can definitely enter the inner sect and even become the son-in-law of Xianxia Manor. This is your chance to leap through the dragon gate. I can guarantee you that I definitely won't do anything to you. I need to hurry up and refine the 9 Suns flower." Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Are you afraid?" "Huh?" Lin Hun was immediately enraged and said, "I'm afraid? The 9 Suns flower is in my hands, who am I afraid of?" "Afraid of you? With just you, a piece of trash of the 6th step? What a joke." His body was sinking. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, rumble, a stream of magma spewed out. An incomparably huge man-eating flower rushed out from the surface of the lake, like the most primitive and ferocious creature. Its long roots directly swung out, wrapping around Lin Hun's heel, and fiercely pulling. Hula! Lin Hun's heel immediately caught fire. His face turned sinister. At this time, he couldn't care so much. All the strength in his body erupted as he roared, "You dog, scram!" He rushed straight to the shore. He had to give it his all. As long as he reached the shore, these man-eating flowers would not be a threat to him. As for Luo Tian, it was the same. He would kill Luo Tian and all the disciples of the Xianxia mansion in the assembly point. The matter of him obtaining the 9 Suns flower must not be spread out. He was only a meter away from the shore, half a meter, 10 centimeters. Lin Hun was about to laugh out loud. However, in that instant, the man-eating flower's strength suddenly increased. His body sank. Plop! Only one hand was placed on the rock by the shore, and this was only holding on to the supreme treasure, the 9 Suns flower. Lin Hun glared at him. "What do you want to do? The 9 Suns flower is mine." At this time, Luo Tian took a step forward, directly stepping on Lin Hun's hand, and laughed. "It's mine now. The 4th chapter has been delivered, brothers, good night." "Damn slave, what do you want to do?" "The 9 Suns flower is mine. It's mine. No one can take it away." Lin Hun struggled with all his might, but the man-eating flower vines wrapped around his feet were too strong. He couldn't break free at all. Coupled with the erupting lava and the high temperature of the fire spirit pearl, the clothes on his body were burning. He was very flustered. He thought that the man-eating flower wouldn't appear again after eating people. He didn't expect it to appear suddenly. Of course. All of this was because of the 9 Suns flower in his hand. How could the guardian beast get rid of it so easily? Luo Tian stepped on the back of Lin Hun's hand and laughed. "It was yours a second ago, but now, it's mine." At this moment, Lin Hun no longer had the ability to resist. Luo Tian exerted force and twisted his heel, causing Lin Hun's hand to bleed. "You didn't expect me to still be alive, right? You want to kill me? Who's going to die now?" "Ah, you trash, how dare you steal my things? I want you to die a horrible death." Lin Hun scolded. The back of his hand was in pain. His fingers loosened. At this moment, Luo Tian snatched the 9 Suns flower from his hand. The moment he got the 9 Suns flower, the burning fruit on the devil tree in Luo Tian's mind trembled rapidly. Even Akainu's magma fruit was trembling. The 9 Suns flower contained too much fire essence. In addition, it had been absorbing the fire essence in the blazing mountain range for 1,000 years in this magma lake. The energy it contained was imaginable. Akainu's magma fruit was also of the fire attribute. So, it was also trembling, as if it was excited and burning blood. "Ha ha ha," Luo Tian laughed wildly in his heart. "Ace, burning fruit, I'm coming." At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding. "Do you want to activate the burning fruit?" As long as he nodded in agreement, the burning fruit on the devil tree would be activated. Luo Tian would instantly possess the power of the burning fruit, just like Ace in One Piece. Ace's death, Luo Tian secretly shed a few tears in his previous life. He didn't expect that he would actually have his devil fruit in this other world. Therefore, he didn't consider Akainu's magma fruit at all. This was one of his wishes, of course. Could the magma fruit be activated with the 9 Suns flower? This was still unknown. Luo Tian didn't dare to take too many risks. If he couldn't activate it, it would be too wasteful. Give it back. Lin Hun let out a heart-wrenching roar. 120,000 units of power erupted. Seeing the 9 Suns flower in Luo Tian's hand disappear, the anger in his heart made him instantly explode. Bastard, I want you dead. In an instant, his potential erupted. Breaking free of the man-eating flower vine, he grabbed Luo Tian's leg and pulled, using all of his strength to unleash the power of a peak rank 7 god. This move was simply too powerful. In addition, Luo Tian had focused all of his attention on the 9 Suns flower. He did not expect Lin Hun to be able to explode with such power. His body was sent flying. Luo Tian's face darkened. His body had already appeared above the magma lake. Below him was a group of man-eating flowers, all of them staring at him. Lin Yu slowly woke up. Seeing this scene, she instantly rushed forward, no. However, everything was too late. Lin Hun leaped up and directly flew to the shore. Those man-eating flowers were the guardian beasts of the 9 Suns flower. Whoever had the 9 Suns flower would be their target. They did not chase after Lin Hun, but instead all rushed towards Luo Tian, as if they wanted to tear him apart and eat him. Ha ha ha, this is the result of snatching something from me. Go to hell. Lin Hun stood in the dark, extremely furious, staring at Luo Tian who was in midair. There was an indescribable hatred in his heart. 9 Suns flower. He had waited for a full 10 years, but at the last moment, all his efforts were in vain. It was all because of this slave in front of him. He hated it very much, so much so that, before Luo Tian was eaten by the man-eating flowers, he moved his body, grabbed Lin Yu's hair, and fiercely threw the extremely weak Lin Yu onto the ground. He laughed maniacally and said, ha ha ha. You destroyed my 9 Suns flower. I will use your woman as my target. Lin Zhan values this daughter so much. Her blood is also the purest in the blood race in Xianxia Prefecture. I will suck her blood dry, but, before I suck her dry, I will let her have a good time, ha ha ha. You dog. You asked for all of this. As he spoke, he pulled Lin Yu's hair for a while. Such a beautiful woman, known as the #1 beauty in Xianxia Prefecture. As her uncle, I must have a good time. I have never played with a woman from the blood race. Today, I must have a good time, ha ha ha. Lin Yu was extremely weak. Under the blazing heat, her blood felt like it was drying up. This was fatal to the blood race. However, she had forgotten the pain now. Seeing Luo Tian slowly falling from the sky, her heart couldn't help but ache. Isn't it a very satisfying thing to watch the man you love die? You bitch, you asked for all of this. You actually used the prefecture chief's token to suppress me, just for such a useless slave. Today, I will let you know what it means to be a man, ha ha ha. Lin Hun was excited. He wanted to vent the hatred in his heart, vent his anger. So many years of hard work was gone just like that. He had to vent this hatred. Vent it out without caring about the consequences. Plop. Luo Tian fell into the magma lake. The boiling magma quickly swallowed his body. At this moment, those man-eating flowers leaped up high, and at the same time, all of them rushed towards Luo Tian. The entire magma lake splashed with flames that were tens of feet high, and the surrounding temperature became even hotter. This volcano also became unstable, and could erupt at any time. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu's heart was completely dead. No one could survive such high temperature. No one, even a stage 9 god expert, would not be able to. Moreover, and with so many man-eating flowers, it was even more impossible. His heart ached like death. It was very uncomfortable. Even his tears could not flow out, as they were evaporated by the high temperature. Lin Hun laughed wildly, ha ha ha. You dog, are you satisfied? Going against Lousy, snatching Lousy's things, do you think you can live? This lava can burn your divine sense and soul into nothingness. You won't even be able to become a ghost. Ha ha ha, now. I want to ruthlessly ravage this bitch, and then suck all the blood in her body, ha ha ha. Without the 9 suns flower, it's the same with her blood, ha ha ha. Lin Hun's gaze turned and stared at Lin Yu'er on the ground. Little beauty, come, uncle will take good care of you. Activate. Burning fruit. The first chapter was delivered. Activate. Flaming fruit. The moment before Luo Tian fell into the magma lake, he activated the flaming fruit. At the same time, the flaming fruit ripened on the demon tree and fell down, just like the leaves of the ancient tree. The moment it landed, the flaming fruit disappeared. Luo Tian's body was instantly filled with a strong and explosive flame power. He could clearly feel it. It was different from the one in One Piece. They didn't feel anything after eating the fruit, but Luo Tian could clearly feel the explosive power in his body spreading to every corner of his body. Every cell was filled with this power. Too strong. Is this the power of the flaming fruit? Ace, is this your power? Luo Tian was extremely excited. When he fell into the magma lake, his body turned into flames. The magma did not devour him. It didn't even hurt a single hair on his body. Because he was fire, his body was a ball of fire. During the Battle of the Top, he was killed by Akainu, and he used the magma fruit. However, the magma here was completely different from Akainu's magma fruit. It did not reach that level at all. Therefore, Luo Tian was like being in water in the magma lake. He could not feel the heat at all, nor could he feel the devouring power of the magma. Moreover, the moment those man-eating flowers rushed down, Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Boom, 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 the flames on his body spontaneously ignited. The flames spread out. In less than half a minute. Plop. Gudong. One after another, the man-eating flowers floated out of the lake. The fire attribute man-eating flowers were directly roasted dry, floating on the surface of the lake for a few seconds before slowly sinking down. In the end, they were swallowed by the magma. And the system beep kept ringing in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing man-eating flower for gaining 1200 experience points, 90 divine essence points. Ding. Plant demon beast, cannot be replaced. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing man-eating flower for gaining 1200 experience points and 90 divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining fire essence. The fire essence was instantly absorbed by the devil tree's magma fruit. He sucked it very hungrily. However, the fire essence was like a drop in the bucket for activating the magma fruit. The magma fruit didn't react even after absorbing dozens of fire essence. It just hung there quietly. Luo Tian thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't choose to activate the magma fruit. If I didn't succeed, I would have turned into ashes. Rumble. 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 The magma lake began to shake violently. Man-eating flower king. Luo Tian's expression changed. The man-eating flower he had just killed was just a root of the sky. It didn't even have 1/10,000th of the man-eating flower king's power. This man-eating flower king was a true guardian beast, it was a boss, moreover. At this moment, the man-eating flower king was extremely angry. The power that exploded out. Luo Tian's mind secretly sank, the power of the burning fruit has not been fully developed yet. If I were to fight it now, I might not be able to win, and the most important thing right now is to kill Lin Hun. What was happening on the shore? When Luo Tian thought of Lin Hun's lecherous face, the roar in his heart could not help but burst out. Without a doubt, Lin Hun had touched Luo Tian's reverse scale. Even though he had nothing to do with Lin Yu'er. However, Lin Yu'er was his powerful support, his powerful nanny, and had even saved her along the way. She had even taken out the palace master's token, and she was so beautiful, how could he not save such a beautiful girl? Was he still a man? Shortly after, Luo Tian moved, and shouted, rise. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The power of the flame moved, and a huge force shot out. Whoosh. A streak of flame flew up. At this moment, the man-eating flower king was even more furious. The entire surface of the lake was filled with its roots, twisting crazily, continuously stabbing towards Luo Tian, who was in midair, wanting to restrain him. However, Luo Tian was a streak of flame. He nimbly dodged the man-eating flower king's restraints and looked at Lin Hun, who was unbuttoning Lin Yuer's clothes on the shore. He was furious. "Old dog, give me your life." An angry roar. Lin Hun's body shook violently. He turned to look and realized that a flame was rushing towards him. His face was filled with shock. However, he reacted in an instant, and his divine essence formed a defensive wall to block it. As the flames got closer and closer to him, Luo Tian's face changed bit by bit. Lin Hun's eyes suddenly bulged out. "You're not dead yet, you lowly slave is not dead yet, you actually fused with the profound meaning of the fire essence and can transform into a flame. Is this the power of the Nine Suns flower? The more he spoke, the angrier Lin Hun became. All of this was originally his. All of it was his. Seeing Luo Tian turn into a flame and feeling the power of the flame emitted from Luo Tian's body, he was jealous and even more hateful. All of this originally belonged to him, but now. Lin Hun was furious. He roared. "Go to hell." He retracted his divine essence defense and turned it all into an attack. He punched towards Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian looked at the disheveled and weak Lin Yuer on the ground. Looking at her haggard face, the anger in his heart rose 100,000 feet high. He roared, "Fire ring." Boom. His right arm moved. It burned. The thick power of the flame gathered crazily and turned into a huge flaming fist. One shot. Boom. It collided. Boom. 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 The power was raging and colliding, and the sound of thunder was very ear-piercing. Lin Hun's face was pale. Even if he had the fire spirit pearl to avoid some of the impact of the flame, the power of this flaming fist was too strong. In addition to the furious Luo Tian, the power was even stronger. He was instantly sent flying. Luo Tian moved. His body turned into an afterimage. As though he had teleported, he landed beside Lin Hun. Without waiting for him to stand up, his right fist moved again. Fire fist. Boom. It landed directly on his chest. PFFF, fresh blood spurted out. Fire fist. Boom. Lin Hun screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His chest was torn, and the intense pain made him extremely afraid. "I'm the outer sect elder. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my Xianxia prefecture will not let you off. Kid, you better," without waiting for him to finish. Fire fist. Boom. A fist landed on Lin Hun's face. "I better kill 18 generations of your ancestors." The second chapter has been delivered. Everyone, please support me. Old Bull thanks you. Kid, are you tired of living? I'm the great elder of the outer sect. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Lin Hun's voice was trembling. At this moment, his face was completely unrecognizable. His chest was split open, and his face was charred black. He wanted to fight back, but his power was completely suppressed. He was suppressed by the intense power of fire that Luo Tian was releasing. He was extremely vexed. When he had obtained the Nine Suns flower, he should have immediately consumed it. Now, seeing how powerful Luo Tian had become, his intestines turned green with regret. Furthermore, he was about to die at Luo Tian's hands. A slave killing the great elder. This was definitely impossible in Xianxia manner. Moreover, Lin Hun was also considered a core member of Xianxia manner. If he was really killed by Luo Tian, who was a slave, even if Lin Hun was in the wrong, he would not be able to escape punishment. However, who was Luo Tian? He was not afraid of threats. "I can't live, right?" Luo Tian looked at the weak Lin Yuer not far away. His eyes were filled with anger, and his entire body was burning. "Even if I can't live, I will kill you." Boom. The flames moved. An all-out attack, it landed on Lin Hun's head, and a wave of divine essence blocked it. Luo Tian's fist pressed down, break. Crack. The divine essence defense shattered. A fist landed on Lin Hun's head, and the fist continued to press down. Lin Hun was so scared that he peed his pants, and shouted for help, spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Let me go, from now on, I will be your slave, I will be absolutely loyal to you, I don't care about trash like you. Luo Tian interrupted him, and his fist sank, explode. Bang! The flame fist directly smashed Lin Hun's head. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Hun for obtaining 30,000 experience, 300 divine essence, and 120 origin energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Fire Spirit Pearl. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the refining technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining blood essence. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian, ding. Sin plus 1 inch, a series of system notifications rang out. Lin Hun was just a small boss. Although he didn't drop anything good, the fact that he had dropped so many items was already pretty good. Luo Tian focused his mind and confirmed the crafting skill. There was an extreme shortage of weapons in the god domain. After killing a few people, only Lin Tai had dropped a trash profound iron sword. He needed to forge a weapon that belonged to him. Tailor-made, immediately after. Luo Tian glanced at the attributes of the Blood Clan's essence blood, and his heart trembled. This is the source of the Blood Clan's power? All the power comes from the blood, but it's useless to me. He put it aside and didn't study it in detail. After dealing with Lin Hun, Luo Tian immediately ran to Lin Yuer's side and placed the Fire Spirit Pearl in her palm. Then, he carried her and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you out." At this moment, the man-eating flower king in the lava lake continued to churn. The surrounding rocks continued to fall. The long roots wreaked havoc. Luo Tian glanced at it. If he had enough time, he might be able to kill it, but, if he stayed any longer, the blood in Lin Yuer's body would be sucked dry. He couldn't wait any longer. The Blood Clan can survive as long as they have blood. My blood, Luo Tian thought of the vampires in the movies in his previous life. He didn't care whether it was useful or not, and directly cut his palm. Fresh blood flowed out and placed it on Lin Yuer's mouth. The fresh blood flowed into Lin Yuer's mouth. At this moment, Lin Yuer seemed to have been electrocuted. Her body trembled, and her eyes flashed red. Her entire body started to spin like an engine, and, at this moment, she suddenly sucked hard on Luo Tian's palm. In the Godhead, the black power was enraged. Luo Tian had a thought and said, "Calm down. What's wrong with having your blood sucked?" "Ah? What's wrong? This is my blood, not yours. If you dare to stop me, I will not let you off easily. No matter what." He wanted to stop the dark power from devouring Lin Yuer. She was already weak. If she was devoured by the dark power, Luo Tian was worried that Lin Yuer wouldn't be able to take it. However, Luo Tian didn't know how precious his blood was. He didn't know how powerful his blood was. The dark power, the power of the 4 divine beasts. Now, it had fused with the burning fruit. Any one of them was an extremely powerful existence. Especially the dark power. After being attacked by 9,999 heavenly tribulations, Luo Tian's blood contained an endless amount of dark power. It belonged to an ancient giant. Luo Tian didn't know about this at all, however, even if he knew, Luo Tian would still let Lin Yuer suck it. It was very simple. This woman had helped him before. She couldn't die. The dark power hidden in the Godhead retracted slightly and quietened down. Lin Yuer sucked greedily. With Luo Tian's blood and the Fire Spirit Pearl's ability to repel fire, her face gradually became rosy. However, she had sucked too much blood. Luo Tian couldn't take it anymore. However, Luo Tian didn't let go. He continued to let Lin Yuer suck. Looking at the calm Lin Yuer in his arms and the 2 cute little canine teeth at the corner of her mouth, he smiled and said, "Suck, suck. Haven't you always wanted to suck my blood? Suck to your heart's content. Everything is settled now." Lin Yuer sucked like a baby. Suddenly, the system interface popped up in Luo Tian's mind. Connection progress, 90%. A progress bar appeared in Luo Tian's mind. It was advancing bit by bit. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What is this? The system has changed back to the previous system. There has never been such a thing. Could it be that the previous system has been updated? What can I do even if it reaches 100%? Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. Although he was a little dizzy, he still let Lin Yuer suck. A few minutes passed. Ding. Connection complete. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Lin Yuer for completing the blood fusion. Do you want to control Lin Yuer? No. Luo Tian didn't even think about it and immediately rejected it. Ding. Rejection successful. Ding. Player Luo Tian and Lin Yuer have completed the blood fusion. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest Capture Lin Yuer's heart, create a relationship, and produce a crystal. Quest difficulty, SSS level quest reward, give birth to a child with a supreme divine soul, a natural divine king. Quest time, 10 years. Luo Tian was stunned, he was completely dumbfounded. This quest is actually forcing me to have a child? Oh my god. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Thank you. Luo Tian was going to have children. Capture her heart. In order to have a relationship, he had to produce a crystal. He had seen all kinds of missions. There had never been a mission that forced him to give birth to a child. Comrade Little Flower, aren't you meddling too much? Luo Tian was a little unhappy in his heart. How could he be in the mood to marry a wife and have children? What he wanted to do now was to save Shuer and the others as soon as possible. Also, if you want to have a child, I'll have a child. You have to ask Lin Yuer if she agrees or not. How could this kind of thing be forced, moreover? She was still a Strigoi, could she get pregnant? No wonder this was an SSS level mission. As for the mission reward, Luo Tian was a little moved. Unparalleled divine soul, born divine king, how awesome is that? It's much more awesome than my father. One had to know that in the divine realm, the divine king was an existence that was even stronger than the dominator level. There weren't many divine king rankers in the entire divine realm. To be born in the divine king realm, this was too awesome, not to mention the supreme divine soul. It was something that ordinary divine king wouldn't even dare to think about. However, this was not strange. The power contained in Luo Tian's blood was unimaginably strong. The four divine beasts' bloodline, the burning fruit, the power of darkness, especially the power of darkness, the energy it contained was immeasurable. It was a power that Luo Tian could not imagine even if he racked his brains. If blood contained such a powerful force, then what about a man's most essential thing? One could imagine, so. It was reasonable for Luo Tian's child to be born as a divine king ranker. However, all of this had to be arranged by the system. This was the aspect that Luo Tian could not accept the most. Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Lin Yuer who had a peaceful face, like a little kitten that had eaten its fill, and laughed lightly, muttering, "The system wants me to sleep with you, little kitten, what should I do? Should I make my move now, or should I wait for you to wake up? If you knew that our child would be born as a divine king ranker in the future, how would you feel? You would probably be afraid, right?" Huff, Luo Tian let out a heavy breath and said to himself, the mission time is 10 years. No hurry, really no hurry. Thinking of this mission, Luo Tian felt even more pressure. It was as if someone was staring at him while he was having sex with a girl. No matter what. Let's get out of here first. This place is no longer safe. Luo Tian turned his head and looked at the man-eating flower king wreaking havoc in the lava lake. Lava kept spewing out from the lake, causing the mountain to shake violently. The volcano was about to erupt. It would be very dangerous to stay here. At this moment, Xianxia rushed over with a few inner disciples. He excitedly looked at Luo Tian and said, "Are you the slave from last night in the jungle?" Luo Tian could feel that Xianxia was not hostile, so he nodded and said, "Yes. Brother. You're too valiant. Ha ha ha. We all thought you were dead, but who would have thought that you would actually survive, Anne?" You killed that old bastard Lin Hun. Strong, simply too strong, ha ha ha. Xianxia's face was filled with excitement. His personality was somewhat similar to Madman Su's. He admired the strong. Moreover, admiration was admiration. There was nothing else in it. Moreover, when Luo Tian killed Lin Hun, they had all seen it with their own eyes. Even they were unable to do it, especially when Luo Tian released the Ace Fire Fist. He directly crushed Lin Hun to the ground, unable to move. Zhang Yao was extremely excited, and said, "Don't worry, no one will spread the news of Lin Hun's death. He fell into the lava and burned himself to death, and no one will dare to do anything to you when you return to the Xingtian mansion." Then Zhang Yao said to the brothers beside him, "Lin Hun fell into the lava and died, did you know that? Eldest senior brother, you don't need to tell us. We know what to do." "Understood. Don't worry. Even I want to kill this old bastard. He will do anything to achieve his goal. When I was still in the outer sect, I was bullied by him quite a bit." Luo Tian said, "Thank you, brothers." Zhang Yao laughed out loud, and said, "We're all family, why are you being so polite?" Here, Zhang Yao did not mention the matter of the 9 Suns flower. He was very clear in his heart that the 9 Suns flower had been devoured by Luo Tian. Otherwise, how could he have survived in the lava lake, much less be Lin Hun's match? The palace lord wanted him to obtain the 9 Suns flower, but now he did not want to become enemies with Luo Tian, and did not want to make a move. More importantly, Luo Tian was still holding on to the third Miss Lin Yuer, so he could not make a move. He was clear in his heart, and so was Luo Tian. Why did Zhang Yao follow them? Of course, his goal was also the 9 Suns flower. If he didn't say it, Luo Tian naturally wouldn't say it either. The 9 Suns flower activated the burning fruit, but the development of the burning fruit still needed time. Fire Fist, Fire Dharma, Flame Spear, Crossfire, and the strongest move, Flame Emperor. Luo Tian needed to slowly comprehend all of these. It was like leveling up a skill. He needed to slowly activate the hidden power of the burning fruit. "Stop talking, the volcano is about to erupt. If we don't leave now, we will all die here," a disciple said. Everyone quickly left. Luo Tian carried Lin Yuer all the way to the gathering point. On the way, Lin Yuer had actually woken up a long time ago. After coming out of the volcano, her body temperature recovered, and she woke up. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she looked at Luo Tian. She was careful not to let Luo Tian notice her. She kept looking at him, at the man who was carrying her. His chin, his sharp face, and the firm muscles on his chest gave her a sense of security. It was as if even if the sky fell, she would not have to worry, as Luo Tian would protect her. At this moment, she was like a happy little woman, clinging to the embrace of her beloved man. It was very warm, very comfortable. Finally, with a sweet smile, she fell asleep in Luo Tian's embrace. Wu, Lin Yuer stretched lazily, feeling very comfortable. She stretched out her hands and puffed out her chest. Her huge twin peaks seemed to be about to burst her clothes, and the deep ravine in the middle was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, making one reluctant to return. "You're awake?" Luo Tian supported his head with one hand, and when he heard movement on the bed, he opened his eyes, and saw Lin Yuer stretching. He smiled knowingly. Lin Yuer was shocked. His body suddenly shrank, and he immediately curled his body up, and said, "Why are you in my room?" Then she immediately checked her body. Luo Tian laughed, "I've seen everything I need to see, touched everything I need to touch, even if I'm wearing clothes, I can still feel it, because it's all imprinted in my mind, ha ha ha, you bastard." Lin Yuer glared at Luo Tian angrily. She looked as if she wanted to eat someone. However, Luo Tian was the same, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. Now that she was awake, should he make a move? Let's start with the chapter. Those brothers with recommendation votes should vote for it. To do it or not to do it, this was not a problem at all. The key was, Lin Yuer's face was full of wariness. Force himself on her, force, this was not what Luo Tian wanted. Seeing her frightened look, Luo Tian stood up. The moment Luo Tian stood up, Lin Yuer hugged her knees even tighter, her nerves tense. What do you want to do? Don't think that just because you saved me, I will repay you with my body. That is something only a fool would do. Luo Tian smiled bitterly. Don't worry. Even if you want to repay me with your body, I have to consider it carefully. After saying that, Luo Tian turned and left the room. Now that Lin Yuer had recovered, he did not want to stay any longer. His purpose in coming to the Flame Mountain Range was to break through, not to flirt with Lin Yuer. He had so many women around him. If he wanted to flirt, he did not need to come to the Divine Realm. In the room, Lin Yuer was still hugging her knees with her chin resting on them. Looking at Luo Tian's disappearing figure, her mind was filled with wild thoughts. She was even blushing a little. Obviously, this girl was thinking of love. After a long while, Lin Yuer calmed down and sat down cross-legged. She closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. My cultivation has directly broken through to the 8th level of the Divine Realm. What's going on? What shocked her even more was that there was an additional power in her body that was not there before. This power was much stronger than his blood clan power. Furthermore, this power was like a seed, germinating and growing in the depths of her dantian. Every time it released a sliver of power, she could clearly feel how powerful it was. Lin Yuer's heart tightened as she said to herself, this power is so familiar. What kind of power is this? Could it be? Lin Yuer looked outside the room again. It's his power. How did his power enter my body? What happened when I was unconscious? She could not remember. She only knew that when she woke up, she was in Luo Tian's arms. She did not know what had happened in front of her. Immediately after, Lin Yuer recalled Luo Tian's pale face before he left. Her heart skipped a beat as she murmured, could it be that he gave me his blood? His blood contains too much power, the power of the dark Do Qi. This kind of power is much stronger than the power of the vampires, but his blood will backfire on me. Even if my blood is beneficial to the purity of my blood, it's impossible for me to break through in such a short time. Could it be that he can already control the dark Do Qi? She didn't know. However, at this moment, Lin Yuer's heart was touched. Others might not know, but she was very clear. Luo Tian's blood was extremely precious. Blood that contained the power of darkness was an existence that even God Kings feared. In order to save her, he had allowed her to drink his blood. If she did not drink his blood, Lin Yuer would not have been able to survive in that situation by the lava lake. For this reason, she was touched. Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. She pouted and said, silly. Boss. Boss. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian stood up. Luo Tian asked, how is it? Madman Su said, I have already touched the threshold of the 3rd stage of Divine Expert. Give me a little more time and I will be able to break through. The Divine Essence aura in the Flame Mountain Range is very dense, and after the volcanic eruption, the Divine Essence aura became even denser. Gu Zhongtian also said, I am also about to break through. In the past, when I was a slave, I couldn't cultivate. Now, don't give me a chance, or else I will soar into the sky. Both of them were filled with confidence. Cultivating in the assembly area was extremely satisfying. Luo Tian said, then you guys continue to cultivate, there is still a period of time before the trial ends, you guys don't have to think about anything, just focus on cultivating. Every day I will provide you with some demon beast's blood essence and raw meat, eating these things will make your physique stronger. The Divine Essence aura in the demon beast's body is also in the blood essence. The demon beast's breakthrough was also due to the Divine Essence aura that was nurtured between heaven and earth. Their blood essence contained a dense amount of Divine Essence energy. Eating it raw was the best way. If one roasted it, then the Divine Essence energy would be greatly lost. Madman Su said gratefully, thank you, boss. Luo Tian laughed, since you call me boss, then I have to take care of you, my little brother, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the 3 of them laughed. Luo Tian did not tell them that everyone in the slave camp had died, leaving only the 3 of them. This was how the world was. Humans ate humans, if you were not strong enough, then you would be eaten by others, if you did not want to be eaten, then you had to become strong enough and stand at the peak of this world. Luo Tian was not strong enough, very, very not strong enough, in this divine realm, compared to those sovereign rank experts, he was not even an ant. He had to quickly become strong, there were too many things waiting for him to do. The first step was to get rid of the threat of the ancient continent. Think of a way to kill Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, this was difficult, extremely difficult. Luo Tian only knew that the Crown Prince was in Heavenly Tao City, which was more than 100 million kilometers away, he did not even know how to get there. The three of them casually chatted for a while. The sky slowly brightened. Luo Tian did not disturb their cultivation, and instead walked out of the gathering point. Brother! Where are you going? Xianxia woke up early in the morning, and when he saw Luo Tian walking out of the gathering point, he could not help but ask. He was not worried about Luo Tian's safety, as someone who could even kill Lin Hun, he had the ability to protect himself. Luo Tian said, Big brother Zhang, where are the most demon beasts in the gathering point? Zhang Ao was startled, and said, This is still the outer region of the Flame Mountain Range, the more demon beasts there are, the deeper you have to go. That's true, these demon beasts' entire bodies are treasures, bones, blood essence, fur, they can all be sold for money. In the divine realm, you can't do without money. How about this? Today, you come with us, I'll bring you to hunt demon beasts, and we'll split the demon beasts equally. What do you think? Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, a young man walked out from a luxurious building, coldly snorted, and said, Zhang Ao, is your brain filled with shit? This brat is just a slave, and you want to split it equally with him? Don't tell me you want to go back to the slave camp too? Ha 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 ha, as soon as he finished. Many of the surrounding disciples dressed in luxurious clothes laughed. Zhang Ao's expression changed slightly, and said, Master Hai Lin, identity and strength are two different things, and we are all brothers of the Xingtian Palace, so an equal distribution is naturally the most fair. Ha ha ha, Lin Hai laughed out loud, and said with disdain, A slave is born a slave, just like a dog can't change its tail. Brat! I heard that you defeated Lin Tai and Han Xiao, the two stewards. Don't think that just because you defeated the two of them, you're awesome. In our eyes, you're not even worth a fart. Lin Hai looked at Luo Tian with disdain. Not giving Luo Tian any face, he would never give the other party any face. With a sneer, he said, Not defeat, but trample to death. The word death was especially heavy. The smell of gunpowder was intense, the second chapter was delivered, there should be a third chapter before 7 o'clock. Lin Hai was a blood clan. He was a core disciple of the Lin family and was the focus of training. The people around him were also core disciples of the Lin family. And they were all members of the blood clan. It could be said that they were rich second generation. Lin Hai's gaze tightened, and said slightly, Are you very arrogant? Just so. Luo Tian replied. Killing intent flashed across Lin Hai's eyes. Zhang Ao immediately stepped forward and smiled apologetically, Master Hai, he is a newcomer and does not know the rules, please forgive him. After saying that, he pulled Luo Tian's hand and walked to the side, saying in a low voice, Brother, he is not Lin Hun, Lin Tai, a peripheral figure of the Lin family, he is a core member of the blood clan, we must not provoke them, we cannot afford to provoke them. There was no need to talk about authority, there was no need to talk about status, cultivation. Needless to say, a very strong existence, just the title of core member of the blood clan meant that their blood was very pure and contained a very strong power. Zhang Ao. Lin Hai shouted coldly, as if he was calling for a servant. Zhang Ao immediately bowed and smiled, Master Hai, what orders do you have? Lin Hai sneered, You better tell him who is in charge here, whose territory is this? I am in a good mood today, if it was before, you would already be a corpse, you disrespectful dog. Luo Tian was furious. Zhang Ao held on tightly and smiled apologetically, I know, thank you Master Hai, thank you Master Hai. Humph. Lin Hai snorted, looked at Luo Tian with contempt, and said slightly, If it wasn't for the fact that you saved Yuer, do you really think you would still be standing here? Brat, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to get close to Yuer again. Otherwise, I'll break your third leg. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the disciples of the Lin family laughed out loud. They all looked at Luo Tian mockingly, their faces full of ridicule. Then, Lin Hai said to the brothers beside him, let's go and eat breakfast. After breakfast, we'll start cleaning up the North District today. Suddenly, Luo Tian said, looks like you guys are a team. Lin Hai turned around and asked, what is it? Brother Hai, could it be that he wants to join our battle team? Ha ha ha. A lowly slave like him has the right to join our blood god battle squad? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? He's not even qualified to carry our shoes. Xianxia's face was filled with anxiety. He didn't know what Luo Tian wanted to do. However, no matter what Luo Tian did, he had to stop him. Anyone who offended Lin Hai would not have a good ending. They were the overlords of the inner sect, and in the Lin clan, they were all vicious and sinister overlords. If anyone dared to provoke them, there was only one outcome, death. Zhang Ao liked Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Ao urged in a low voice, brother, let's go, let's go. Lin Hai sneered in disdain, and said, Zhang Ao, let this brat finish speaking. Slave brat, if you have anything to say, just say it, of course. You better not talk nonsense, you won't be able to bear the consequences of wasting our time. Luo Tian laughed, I don't want to do anything, I just want to ask if you guys are a team. Since you guys are a team, then let's have a competition. This time, the rewards for the inner sect are different from the rewards for the outer sect, right? The results of the trial competition are also based on the number of demon beasts, right? Are you crazy? Zhang Ao's face became anxious. He immediately pulled Luo Tian back, lowered his voice, and said, do you know their cultivation, do you know their identity, you want to compete with them, are you courting death? The faces of the brothers beside Zhang Ao all darkened. Lin Hai's group was a group of silk pants, but their cultivation was definitely not ordinary silk pants. Among the inner sect disciples, their cultivation was at the top, especially Lin Hai, who was already a peak of the 8th step. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, did I hear wrongly? Brother Hai, he actually wants to compete with us? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. A disciple of the Lin family laughed so hard that he was convulsing. You lowly slave, do you have the qualifications? Competing with our blood god battle team in hunting demon beasts? Better than being hunted by demon beasts? Who do you think you are? All sorts of ridicule. All sorts of disdain. In their eyes, Luo Tian did not have the qualifications to compete with them at all. Lin Hai had a look of disdain on his face as he said, we have to give him a chance. A slave is also a human. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Is it a one-on-one battle? Or is it a team competition? Of course. I'm more concerned about what the stakes are. Zhang Ao stepped forward, not waiting for him to speak. Lin Hai was immediately enraged, and suddenly shouted, Zhang Ao, scram to the side, this is none of your business, this dog dares to compete with my blood god battle team, this is an insult to me, I accept this competition, you can't go back on your word. Speak. How do we compete? His tone was filled with anger. Many of the Lin family disciples stared at Luo Tian with playful expressions on their faces. At this moment, Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest, and said, Before he could finish his words, Zhang Ao said, he is Zhang Ao's, brother, so he is naturally a member of the Thunder Battle team, so of course it's a team competition. Luo Tian was startled, he looked at Zhang Ao, and said, Big brother Zhang, you don't have to. Zhang Ao smiled faintly, and said, it's fine, you are my brother. Luo Tian was secretly grateful in his heart. Huh? Lin Hai frowned, and said, Zhang Ao, are you sure you want to get involved in this mess? Don't think that just because you are the palace chief's disciple, I don't dare to do anything to you. I'll ask you again, are you sure you want to participate? Zhang Ao looked at the brothers beside him. They all nodded their heads heavily. Immediately after, Zhang Ao said, a mouthful of saliva is a nail, how can I take back my words? Thunder Battle Team and Blood God Battle Team will compete, the loser, alright. Very good. Zhang Ao, you know the consequences of challenging the authority of the Blood God Battle Team. Lin Hai sneered, and said, the loser is very simple, disband the battle team, and all of you have to crawl under our legs. Also, You have to do it in front of the entire Xingtian prefecture. Xianxia's expression changed. Lin Hai sneered, what? Are you afraid? Xianxia himself was not afraid of anything. If the battle team was disbanded, then so be it, but crawling under Lin Hai and the others' legs, one must know that they were the palace chief's disciples. If they crawled under their legs, it would be an insult to their master. And this was exactly what Lin Hai wanted to achieve. He wanted to embarrass Lin Zhan. It seems that just now, who said that a mouthful of saliva is a nail, and now you are afraid? Lin Hai's face was full of disdain, and his smug look was extremely annoying. Zhang Quan gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll bet with you. The third chapter has been delivered. Those brothers who have a recommendation ticket can help me, thank you. Lin Hai's expression became extremely ugly. His two eyes stared at Luo Tian as if he wanted to eat him up. Luo Tian pretended not to see it. Moreover, Lin Yuer's face flushed red. She looked shy and did not say anything. She buried her head in Luo Tian's arms and silently agreed, however. Her other hand was placed on Luo Tian's waist. Her two fingers moved and suddenly pinched the flesh on Luo Tian's waist. That pain. It was a heart-wrenching pain. It was even worse than being stabbed. Lin Yuer lowered her voice and said, fierce, powerful, at this moment. No matter how painful it was, Luo Tian had to endure it. Wasn't Lin Hai arrogant? Now that he was holding Lin Yuer in his arms, Lin Hai was instantly killed. Huff. 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 Lin Hai's breathing became erratic. His breath was like flames. If Lin Yuer was not present, he would have attacked instantly. He said in a deep voice, brat. He gritted his teeth. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Luo Tian pretended not to hear and said to Lin Yuer in a domineering manner, this is a matter between us men. As a girl, you shouldn't interfere. Just wait for me at the assembly point. When I come back, I will take good care of you. Lin Yuer increased the strength in her hand. Luo Tian was in pain, he cried out in pain. The flesh on his waist was about to be twisted off. He was most afraid of this move. The strength of the woman's two fingers was simply too terrifying. Lin Yuer was also furious. She lowered her voice and said, don't push your luck. Her words could only be heard by Luo Tian. Lin Hai was so angry that smoke rose from his head. He fiercely shouted again, brat. However, in front of Lin Yuer, he did not dare to be too angry. Luo Tian raised his head. He still did not look at Lin Hai. He said to Zhang Ao, brother Zhang, let's go. Subsequently, his palm moved and gently slid across Lin Yuer's cheek. Two fingers grabbed her chin and lifted it slightly, wanting to kiss her. However, when he saw Lin Yuer's murderous gaze, he held himself back and said, be a good girl and wait for me to come back. After saying that, he let go of her. Lin Yuer wanted to follow, but Luo Tian's gaze did not allow her to. She muttered, all right. When Luo Tian let go of Lin Yuer also let go of him. The pain in his waist spread out again, causing Luo Tian to grimace in pain. But at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, women are too scary. Even a piece of meat was almost ripped off. Damn it. Lin Yuer walked back to the assembly point and walked to Lin Hai's side. Her voice turned cold as she said, he is my savior. If you dare to play any tricks on him, I will not let you off easily. One was extremely gentle. One was as cold as an iceberg. This was the difference between them. At this moment, Lin Hai was killed once again. Lin Hai kept saying in his heart, hold it in, you must hold it in. After saying that, Lin Yuer did not wait for Lin Hai to say a word and walked away. It was another invisible slap to his face. She completely despised him. The anger in Lin Hai's heart was like 100,000 wild horses galloping wildly. He stared at Luo Tian, who had walked away, and said darkly, you even looked at my woman. Bam. You dog, you are dead, you are dead. Big brother Hai, I'm afraid Lin Hai glared and shouted, no, she is still pure. Just now, the two of them were just acting in front of me. But, they did not think of the consequences of angering me. He did not want to hear the rest of the words. He believed it, he believed that Lin Yuer was still pure. Although, he did not believe it himself, and could only use acting to deceive himself. That disciple did not say anything else. Another Lin family disciple walked up and said, "Big brother, hi, Lin Yuer is just grateful to that guy for saving her. She does not really like him. But, if you want to kill him, I think you are letting him off too easily. Didn't he want to compete? Then trample him under your feet in front of everyone in Xianxia Prefecture. If you lose, he will crawl under your crotch. Will Lin Yuer still like him then? That's impossible. Any woman in the world likes the strong." Lin Hai's brows relaxed, and he laughed coldly. "That's right, I want to trample him under my feet in front of Yuer. Then, I want to see how he can be arrogant in front of me." Blood God Squad. "Ha!" The 8 of them took a step forward. Lin Hai said excitedly, "This time, we will crush him completely. We will let everyone in Xingtian Prefecture know the consequences of angering me, Lin Hai. We will let them know that if they dare touch the woman I like, there will only be one result, death." Ha ha ha, awesome. Too awesome. The members of Leitang, who had walked away, burst into excited laughter. Xianxia said, "Lin Hai's face is distorted. His face is ashen, as if he was poisoned. Ha ha ha, this is too awesome. I have never seen Lin Hai in such a sorry state. Brother, that move of yours was too cool. It was a complete one-shot." The Blood God Squad's prestige was completely destroyed. "Brother, you have guts. That's Lin Yuer we're talking about, the #1 beauty of Xingtian Prefecture. The number of people who like her can surround Xingtian City. Yet, she fell into your arms. So handsome, so handsome. Ha ha ha. I'm impressed." The group said whatever they wanted to say. Every one of them was excited. Seeing Lin Hai suffer, they felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. Luo Tian kept hugging his waist, and a large piece of flesh on his waist had turned purple. He thought to himself, "This girl is too ruthless. Next time I'll definitely let her know my methods." Ouch. It hurts so much, it's too painful. Seeing the excited smiles of Zhang Ao and the others, Luo Tian said, "It was awesome, but we also angered him. This time, the competition will be more difficult." Phew, everyone fell silent. Indeed. Lin Hai's anger was indeed not a good thing for them. When he was serious, he would really go all out. The Blood God Squad was already very strong. If they were serious, the Thunderclap Squad would not stand a chance. Luo Tian said, "This happened because of me. I will take responsibility for everything." Zhang Ao immediately said, "What are you saying? Since I, Zhang Ao, have agreed, I can accept defeat. You are my brother, a member of the Thunderclap Squad. If you want to take responsibility, we will take responsibility together." "How can you take responsibility alone?" "That's right. What nonsense are you talking about? We are brothers. We will take responsibility together. We will take responsibility together. Even if we lose, we will lose with integrity." The words "we are brothers" stimulated Luo Tian's nerves. The feeling of having brothers was really good. They could share blessings and difficulties together. This feeling was really good. Luo Tian clenched his fists and said to himself, "I will not let Thunderclap disband. I will not lose." The second chapter has been delivered. Fire Wolf Valley. At the entrance of the valley. From time to time, the low growls of the fire wolf could be heard. Even during the day, one could clearly feel the dangerous aura in the valley. This place would not be safe just because it was daytime. This was the territory of the fire wolf, and they moved in groups, regardless of whether it was day or night. Humans couldn't get close. Eldest senior brother, this is the Fire Wolf Valley. These fire wolves are all beasts that live in groups. There are at least 7 or 8 of them when they appear. If we meet a large pack of wolves, we won't be able to fill the gaps between their teeth. Isn't this place too dangerous? Beasts that live in groups are the most afraid. Wolves were beasts that lived in groups. Their individual strength might not be strong, but they liked to group up. The strength of a group was quite terrifying. Xianxia looked at the valley and said, if you want to win against the Blood God Battle team, you have to be ruthless to yourself. Moreover, this place is the closest to the gathering point, and is also the place with the most concentrated demon beasts. As long as we clean up the Fire Wolf Valley, I believe that we will definitely win. He had no choice. Zhang Ao naturally knew that the Fire Wolf Valley was extremely dangerous, but he had no choice now. If he wanted to win, he had to go in. In any aspect. This was a very good place. No one said anything. If he wanted to win, he had to be determined. Zhang Ao glanced at Luo Tian, and then said, enter the valley. Wait, Zhang Ao, this Fire Wolf Valley is the place we discovered first, you guys should scram to the side. Suddenly, Lin Hai's Blood God Battle team walked out of the forest. Lin He sneered disdainfully, and immediately blocked Zhang Ao's path, and laughed, scram to the side. How did it become the place you guys discovered first? We were clearly the ones who arrived first. One of Zhang Ao's brothers said unwillingly. They were already at a disadvantage when competing with the Blood God Battle team. If they lost the best place to hunt demon beasts in the Fire Wolf Valley, then they could forget about winning. They could just wait to lose. Lin Hai had a playful sneer on his face, and said, if I say we found it first, then we found it first. Are you not convinced? Do you want to have a fight with me? Ah? Let's fight. Whoever wins, this place will belong to you. He directly crushed her. Lin Hai's Blood God Battle team. Zhang Ao's face darkened. Lin Hai said arrogantly, if you don't dare, then scram to the side. Humph, a bunch of trash. As he spoke, Lin Hai stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was unhappy. Very unhappy, Zhang Ao grabbed onto Luo Tian's arm, laughed apologetically, and said, Master Hai, Fire Wolf Valley will be yours. Let's leave, let's leave. Humph. At least you know your place. Lin Hai sneered as he coldly stared at Luo Tian and said, brat, don't think that I will let you off so easily. Once you crawl under my crotch, I will let you know how the word death is written. Those who dare to touch my, Lin Hai's, woman have yet to be born. Luo Tian clenched his fists. Zhang Ao pulled him into the dark forest and said, brother, Lin Hai is a spoiled brat. He can do anything. We can't afford to offend him now. Zhang Ao knew Lin Hai's character very well. It was really unpleasant, Luo Tian said, big brother Zhang, I'm not afraid of him. Zhang Ao said, I know, but do you know who is behind Lin Hai? He is the second strongest person in the Xianxia mansion, second only to the mansion master. There are even rumors that he is stronger than the mansion master. Lin Hai is his son. If you want to win, you have to win in front of everyone in the Xianxia mansion. Only then can you destroy his prestige, and this is also the best place. We just have to endure it here. Enduring was not Luo Tian's style. His style was to fight. Lin Hai had repeatedly caused trouble for him. Just like in the game, he had finally found a place to level up. A few hoodlums came and said, this is our territory, you guys give it up and scram to the side. How could he endure it? In the online game in his previous life. Normally, when faced with this kind of situation, Luo Tian would only say one word, die. However, this was not a game. He couldn't revive and start over. Luo Tian was furious and unhappy, but he knew in his heart that this was not the time to fight Lin Hai head-on. If he wanted to win against him, he had to use the number of demon beasts to crush him in the Xianxia Mansion's plaza. Only then would he be able to deal the greatest blow to him. Huff. Luo Tian suppressed the anger in his heart and said, big brother Zhang, the Fire Wolf Valley has been taken over, where are we going to hunt demon beasts now? That's right, eldest senior brother, the Fire Wolf Valley is so densely packed with demon beasts, it's the only place we can turn around. We can't possibly go to an area that we haven't explored before, right? That's too dangerous. This area had been explored by the Xianxia Mansion. They were all marked. The Fire Wolf Valley was occupied, the demon beasts were hard to find during the day, and it was too dangerous at night. The competition, which was already at a disadvantage, was now even more difficult. There was a feeling of being pressed down so hard that he couldn't breathe. Xianxia said, wealth comes from danger, let's enter an unknown area. Everyone's eyes turned cold. They all nodded their heads heavily. Lin Hai's bullying of them made them very unhappy. If they didn't vent their anger, would they still be considered men, following that? Xianxia gave a simple mission. Second bro, third bro, and I will be responsible for the main attack. Fourth bro, fifth bro, the two of you will be responsible for the left side. Sixth bro, seventh bro, the two of you will be responsible for the right side. There was no Luo Tian here. Luo Tian looked at Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao immediately said, your cultivation is only at the 6th stage of the divine realm, you might not be able to integrate into our battle system for a while, and you might not be able to cooperate, so you should observe from the side first, and, as he spoke, Zhang Ao handed over a dissecting dagger and said, I'll leave the collection of demon beasts' blood essence and bones to you. Cut off the heads, these are the proof of killing demon beasts. Here is the space bag, keep it well. Finished. Zhang Ao stood up and said, do you have any objections? No? Then let's go. Luo Tian stood in place with a wooden face and muttered, I have objections. At this time, Zhang Ao and the others had already walked far away. Huff, Luo Tian was a little worried in his heart. Zhang Ao's tactical arrangement was not a problem for a single demon beasts, but what if there were two, or more than two demon beasts? This kind of combat system would be instantly disintegrated. Moreover, at that time, they would definitely panic. Once they panicked, someone would definitely be injured or even killed. The most important point was, this kind of hunting speed of demon beasts was extremely slow. The Blood God squad had already found the Fire Wolf Valley, and the demon beasts were extremely dense. If they were to hunt them one by one, they would not be able to catch up in terms of numbers. Luo Tian was secretly worried. However, Zhang Ao was the captain of the Thunder Battle Squad. Since he had already made the tactical arrangement, he could not refute it. Luo Tian quickly followed, about that, tomorrow, I'll be willful and update 2 chapters. Tomorrow, I'll update 5 chapters. Don't ask why, I just want to update a bit, and then. Brothers, do as you see fit. Unknown territory. They slowly approached the hinterland of the Flame Mountain Range. In the forest. A rank 4 one-eyed fire crocodile. Number 3, number 4, hold it. Number 6, number 7, you have to keep up with your attacks. After you finish, run. Don't stay. Zhang Ao commanded as he continued to attack. The defense of this fire crocodile was too strong. Their attacks were weak, and they did not have any Xian weapon, so killing it was very slow. After fighting for half a day, Luo Tian saw that the fire crocodile's HP had only decreased by half. At this rate, it would be difficult to kill it in a day. Although he was anxious, Luo Tian still stood at the side and watched seriously. He was not looking at their tactics, but their specialty, their usage of cultivation techniques. It's about to die. Continue to kill. Zhang Ao encouraged, but he was also secretly anxious. The defense of the one-eyed fire crocodile was too strong. That layer of stone-like armor, every time it hit it, sparks would fly in all directions. It basically could not cause any damage. It was really difficult to not have a Xian weapon. In the words of the game, it was impossible to break its defense. It was not that their cultivation was not good enough. It was that their equipment was too poor. Luo Tian also saw this and thought to himself, it seems that I have to raise my refining technique and forge some weapons. Otherwise, if I meet a high-level monster again, I won't be able to do it with the firewood chopping knife in their hands. An hour passed. Zhang Ao and the others were still continuing. It was just that, they seemed a little tired. 2 hours passed. One-eyed fire crocodile's HP was still left with 1/3, but Zhang Ao's spirit essence was almost dried up, and he was bitterly holding on. 3 hours passed. One-eyed fire crocodile still had a bit of HP left. However, of the 7 people in Thunderbolt squad, only 3 were still fighting. The other 4 were all injured and lost their fighting strength, unable to participate in the battle. The 3 people fighting were the same, their bodies were covered in wounds. The containment tactic changed from 7 people to 3. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It's going crazy. Number 2, number 6, be careful. Xianxia's heart sank, and he was a little worried. When a rank 4 monster was about to die, it would explode with a powerful force, or it would attack or escape. At this juncture, no matter what, he had to win. Otherwise, a day's work would be in vain. Boom, 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 the one-eyed fire alligator's body glowed red. The aura it released had become much stronger. Suddenly, it locked onto OL6 on the right and shot out like a sharp arrow. It was extremely fast. Luo Tian cried out, "Not good." At this moment, he couldn't care less. Although he kept asking to fight, but Zhang Ao kept rejecting him. Now, he couldn't care less. Saving lives was more important. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Godly explosion." Exerting his strength, he rushed forward as if he was flying. However, his speed was still a bit slower than the one-eyed fire crocodile in its berserk state. Old Six was instantly sent flying. He flew through the air and landed heavily on a rock. Gotcha immediately. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out. Old Six. Sixth brother. Everyone's face sank. The crocodile did not stop. It turned around and rushed towards OL2. At this moment, Luo Tian finally caught up and roared angrily, "Bastard, give me your life." His right fist moved. The dark white tiger suddenly roared. Power poured in. A heavy punch came crashing down. Bam! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Smashing onto the one-eyed fire crocodile's head, its body sank, and was crushed to the ground by the power of Luo Tian's punch. Luo Tian's arm went numb, as if his entire arm was about to be crippled. The fire crocodile's defense was too strong. It was to the point that he was shocked by his own strength. Hell! The one-eyed fire crocodile roared, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian's right arm could no longer release any power, and his body was forced to retreat. Zhang Ao reminded loudly, "Be careful. Be careful." Everyone looked at Luo Tian and started to worry. Luo Tian retreated continuously, his back leaning against a big tree. There was no way out, his left arm sank, and he shouted in his heart, "Azure Dragon Fist." Roar! The dark green dragon on his left arm suddenly moved. A layer of dark green dragon scales appeared on Luo Tian's left arm, looking incomparably sinister. With a move of his fist, a trace of dark energy wrapped around his fist, and Luo Tian roared, "Lie down." His left fist landed. A heavy blow. Boom! A punch sent the one-eyed fire crocodile flying. Bam! The moment he landed, Luo Tian moved his feet, and instantly leaned against the place where the fire crocodile landed, his left fist striking out again, "Die." Bam! 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 After several consecutive punches, it was completely killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing one-eyed fire crocodile, for obtaining 1900 experience, 120 divine essence. Ding! Do you wish to replace it? Huff. Luo Tian thought for a moment, then said, "Replace." The beast martial system moved. The original rock flame worm king had turned into this one-eyed fire crocodile. This fire crocodile's defense was too strong, it was simply a natural meat shield, a super tank-like existence. Huff, Luo Tian's body went limp, and he fell to the side, panting heavily. Looking at the divine essence value, he was secretly shocked. "I used up nearly 500 divine essence value, but the return is only 120, it's too hard to kill." Zhang Ao looked at Luo Tian in shock, and was extremely impressed by the power of Luo Tian's punches. Even the Tier 1 Xian weapon in his hand was unable to cause such great damage. Let's dissect this fire crocodile first. It's going to be dark soon, we must return to the assembly point before dark. Zhang Ao ignored the pain in his body and quickly walked to the side of the one-eyed fire crocodile. "Second brother, take care of sixth brother. Third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, seventh brother, all of you come over. First, absorb some of this fire crocodile's blood essence. This will help your recovery. Eighth brother, you come too." Luo Tian shook his head and said, "I don't need it, all of you absorb some." Just give me a few pieces of raw meat. He remembered the promise he made to Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su. After a day, they only killed one demonic beast. Moreover, they suffered heavy losses. Half of the Thunderbolt battle team would not be able to fight tomorrow and could only rest. This was a huge blow to Xianxia. He was secretly worried. Luo Tian's mind was thinking. With this speed, it was impossible for them to win against the Blood God battle team. They might even die in the blazing mountain range. No, they had to change. At dusk, the Thunderbolt battle team returned to the assembly point in a sorry state. Lin Yu'er had already gone up to welcome them. Seeing Lin Yu'er go up, Lin Hai's face changed again. He snorted and said, "Let's go and see what our Thunderbolt battle team has gained today." Today, the first chapter of the 5 chapters had been delivered. Yo, isn't this the Thunderbolt squad that dares to challenge the Blood God squad? Why do all of them look like they were beaten up by ghosts? Did we meet a ghost? Ha ha ha. Looking at their miserable appearances, I know that they aren't the ones hunting the demon beasts today, but the ones hunting them. Ha ha ha. Some of the other inner sect battle teams walked up, and when they saw Zhang Ao and the others in a sorry state, they started to mock them. Zhang Ao clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unhappy in his heart. The other brothers were the same. Zhang Ao stared at the person who spoke just now, and said, "Li Kuei, no matter how miserable we are still stronger than your vicious wolf squad. Let's compete again, I will still trample you under my feet." Yo! You sure talk big. Lin Hai walked up and stared coldly at Luo Tian, then said to Lin Yu'er, "Little sister Yu'er, your status is so noble, don't mix with these slaves, it will lower your status." Lin Yu'er glared at him, and said, "Who do you care who I'm with?" Lin Hai was not angry, the corner of his mouth curled up, he looked at Zhang Ao and said, "Zhang Ao, looks like you must have gained a lot today, take it out for everyone to see, we also want to see how ferocious the Thunderbolt squad is. Yeah, take it out and let us see. If you dare to challenge the Blood God squad, then take it out and let us see." "I definitely don't dare." Everyone started to jeer. Today, he had lost his men and his brothers were heavily injured. Zhang Ao's heart was filled with a ball of fire, and when he heard these cold eyes and ridicule, that ball of fire became even stronger. He swept his cold eyes across and said, "You like to jeer, right? Why don't we compete together?" Everyone trembled. In the inner sect, Thunderbolt squad's strength was at the front. Moreover, Zhang Ao was also the direct disciple of the palace chief. Furthermore, his personal cultivation was very strong. Other than the core disciples of the Lin family, many people were afraid of him. Lin Hai coldly snorted, and said, "What an arrogant tone, I just want you to take out today's harvest, looking at your tone, I can tell that you didn't kill a single demon beast today, how about I give you one, even if you lose, don't lose too badly." Ha ha ha, Zhang Ao, our Blood God battle squad killed 58 demon beasts today. Among them, there were 8 4th-grade demon beasts and over 40 3rd-grade demon beasts. There's also a 1st-grade demon beast among them. I think I'll give it to you. Seeing that your Thunderbolt team is either unconscious or heavily injured, why don't you just admit defeat and crawl under the legs of our Blood God team so that you won't embarrass yourselves in front of even more people when you return to Xianxia Prefecture, don't you agree? Humiliation, Zhang Ao's face was red with anger. He couldn't help it, he really couldn't help it. At this moment, Luo Tian grabbed Zhang Ao's arm and held it tightly. He smiled and said, "It's not time yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid that we will surpass you? How about this? If you admit defeat, you don't have to crawl under our legs. Just kowtow and admit your mistake." "Kid, what did you say? I think you're tired of living. I dare you to say that again." The Blood God battle squad disciples immediately stepped forward and rolled up their sleeves in preparation for battle. Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest. In terms of anger, the anger in his heart was not any less than Zhang Ao's. He had wanted to fight for a long time. Lin Hai stopped his brother beside him and sneered. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "There are still 4 days. At that time I will make you kneel down and admit defeat in front of the entire Xianxia Prefecture. 4 days will pass very quickly. Think about the scene of your death. You want to fight with us? Humph, you don't even have the qualifications. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, let's go and drink and eat meat. Being with this group of smelly slaves will only lower our status. Immediately after, Lin Hai gently said to Lin Yu, Sister Yu, I caught a 4th grade fire wolf alive today. Its blood essence is very pure. Do you want to drink it with us? It can help you increase the purity of your blood. Lin Yu did not even look at Lin Hai. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth twitched and he snorted softly. He was furious in his heart. When I break through to the 9th grade and increase the purity of my blood to the 4th grade, I will ask my father to propose marriage to your father. At that time, you will be my woman. I will play with you well. Just you wait. He was ruthless in his heart. A large group of people left. Only Thunderbolt and Lin Yu were left. The atmosphere was stifling. Lin Yu quickly took out a bottle of healing pills and handed it to Xianxia. Brother Zhang, this is a healing pill. Hurry and let them consume it. Thank you for your concern, 3rd Mississippi. We are fine. Xianxia supported one of his brothers and walked back to his residence. He did not take the healing pill from Lin Yu's hand, as if he was rejecting it. In fact, he was arrogant in his heart and did not want to accept Lin Yu's charity. The 7 members of Thunderbolt limped back to their residence. They were in a sorry state. They were really in a sorry state. Under the ridicule of many people and the oppression of Lin Hai's Blood God Battle Squad, they could not even raise their heads. Luo Tian could understand this feeling. It was very uncomfortable, Lin Yu said with grievance, did I do something wrong? Luo Tian said, Brother Zhang just doesn't want to accept charity from others, especially you. Because your surname is Lin. Alright, don't think too much. You are different from Lin Hai and the others. Brother Zhang is not targeting you. The healing pill in Lin Yu's hand, Luo Tian took it and said, I will give it to them for you. Lin Yu's expression turned for the better and she asked in a low voice, how many demonic beasts did you kill today? I heard that Lin Hai's Blood God Battle Squad did not only kill 58 demonic beasts today, but they also hit quite a few. Are you confident in competing with them? The Blood God Battle Squad was stronger than Luo Tian had imagined. Although they were a group of hedonistic and evil tyrants, they were very hard-working in their cultivation. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, don't worry, I have not lost yet. Lin Yu smiled and said, that's good. When we return to Xingtian Prefecture, I will recommend you to my father. You must win. If you lose, I will not be able to recommend you. Luo Tian teased, are you going to see your father-in-law? You, bastard. Lin Yu stomped her feet in anger. Luo Tian smiled and said, alright, let's stop fooling around. Is there a crafting workshop in the assembly area? Lin Yu was stunned and asked, what do you want a crafting workshop for? There is one, but it has been abandoned for many years. In the past, there were craftsmen here to repair Xian weapons for the inner disciples, but there are too few craftsmen now. Our Xingtian Prefecture controls 8 million square kilometers of land, but we cannot afford craftsmen, so it has been abandoned for many years. Craftsmen were too rare. Luo Tian was a little shocked. He did not expect craftsmen to be so rare. The huge Xingtian Prefecture could not afford a few low-level craftsmen. What kind of concept was this? Luo Tian did not think much and said, bring me there. The 2nd chapter has been delivered, there are 3 more chapters today. It wasn't that Zhang Ao and the others weren't strong enough. It wasn't a problem with their tactical coordination either. On the contrary. Each of them was very strong and had a single cultivation technique, but they had cultivated it thousands of times, and every time they made a move, they would release their strongest power. The reason why they could only kill 1 demon beast a day was because of their weapons. The reason why the Blood God Squad could kill nearly 100 demon beasts a day was not only because of their strength, but also because of their equipment. The defenses of the demon beasts in the Flame Mountain range were all very strong, especially the demon beasts of the 4th step and above. Zhang Ao and the others couldn't even break through their defenses with their firewood chopping blades, so how could they be fast? Luo Tian wanted to change. 10 minutes later. Lin Yu brought Luo Tian to an abandoned hut behind the assembly point. The hut was like a blacksmith shop. The equipment was simple, but it could still be used. More importantly, there was a pile of abandoned black iron or ore. These were important basic materials for forging a profound weapon. Luo Tian was a little excited, and said, "You can go back first." Lin Yuer said, "You can't be thinking of refining, right? Are you a refiner?" Luo Tian laughed, "I wasn't before, but now I am." Huh? Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian as if he was staring at a monster, and said, "Are you joking? Not everyone can become a refiner, and becoming a refiner is not something that can be done overnight. Furthermore, refining a profound weapon is even more difficult. The reason why refiners were so scarce was because it was too difficult. Moreover, refiners needed a special physique, a fire physique. Only those who were born with a fire attribute physique could become a refiner. However, physique alone was not enough, talent was also needed. This was different from the talent that martial arts required. This kind of talent directly determined your achievements. It could not be changed by external forces. Luo Tian said, "Just come and see tomorrow. Hurry up and leave now, I'm about to start." Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian, completely unable to understand him, nor did she know what he wanted to do. Refiner? If something that was too far away could be done so easily, then this world would be filled with weapon refiners. However, she also didn't want to discourage Luo Tian. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "If you need a profound weapon, I'll find a way to get you one when we return to Xingtian Prefecture." Luo Tian said, "Thank you." After Lin Yuer left, Luo Tian immediately started. Now that he had cleaned up the crafting workshop, he started a fire and began refining. He did not directly forge a profound weapon. Instead, he picked a piece of inferior dark iron and kept hammering it to release the crafting skill. What Luo Tian needed now was not to refine weapons but to raise the level of his crafting skill. He held a hammer in one hand and pounded it crazily. He didn't care about anything. He continued to release the refining technique. The refining technique was the same as other cultivation techniques. It required 10,000 proficiency points to level up. Clang. Ding. Proficiency plus 1 inch clang, proficiency plus 1, clang, proficiency plus 1, the proficiency points were increasing bit by bit. Fortunately, the refining technique's cooldown time was very short. If he did not inject divine essence, he would not consume divine essence points. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Luo Tian to level up. All his divine essence points added up was only 6,000 points. Crazy tempering. Not stopping, not for a moment. If he wanted to win against the Blood God squad, it was not enough to rely on Luo Tian alone. He needed the Thunderbolt squad. Now that the Thunderbolt squad's morale was low, they needed the profound weapon very much. Once they obtained these profound weapon, their fighting strength would definitely increase. Clang. Clang. 2 hours passed. Luo Tian was still cultivating. 4 hours passed. Luo Tian was still cultivating. His entire body was drenched in sweat, but Luo Tian did not stop for even a second. He was risking his life. If he wanted to change, he had to work hard. The clanging sounds of hammering rang out in the assembly area for the entire night. Until the dawn of the day. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up refining technique. The current level is 2nd grade refining technique. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming a refiner. The system rewards 100 proficiency points, 100 experience points, 100 spirit essence points. Cultivation method, refining technique proficiency points, 100300000. Cultivation method description, 2nd grade refining technique can refine 2nd grade profound weapon with a success rate of 20%. 3rd grade profound weapon with a success rate of 1%. 3rd grade profound weapon with a success rate of 0.1%. Huff. Finally level 2. This is too damn tiring. Luo Tian took a deep breath. However, the success rate is so low that it's killing me. Only a 20% success rate, isn't that too low? Moreover, it requires 30,000 proficiency points to upgrade to the 3rd level of the refining technique. It's too difficult. Are all the cultivation techniques in God's domain so difficult to cultivate? I will have to train in the future. After complaining for a while, Luo Tian's stamina was severely depleted, and his body could not take it anymore. He took out the one-eyed fire crocodile's raw meat, roasted it a few times on the stove, and ate it just like that. The most direct way to replenish his stamina was through food. After resting for a moment, Luo Tian stood up again and looked at the black iron stone that he had been hammering for the entire night. Originally, it was half the size of an arm, but now, it was only half the size of a fist. After hammering out all the impurities in the black iron stone, the black iron stone had directly turned into a high-grade black iron concentrate. This kind of black iron concentrate could be used to refine a high-grade profound weapon. It was just that, it was too small, so he couldn't refine anything. Luo Tian did not think too much about it, and kept the fist-sized black iron concentrate. Then, his eyes became serious, and he picked out a slightly better black iron stone, and muttered, "It's about to start, 20% success rate." Huff. He calmed himself down. In the profound sky continent, in the ancient continent, Luo Tian was a powerful weapon refining Grand Master. However, those experiences were useless in different law planes. Luo Tian tried his best to forget all of his past weapon refining experience. In that instant, with a thought, Luo Tian's divine energy activated the furnace's fire. With a boom, the furnace's fire surged. The profound iron stone was roasted until it turned scarlet red. Luo Tian's iron hammer moved abruptly, directly striking the furnace's fire. Each time, he was completely focused. 10 minutes later. Ding! Refining failed. Again. Luo Tian was not depressed at all. He picked up a piece of black iron stone and started hammering it again, his spirit essence also rapidly decreasing. Ding! Failure! Again. Luo Tian continued to refine. The process of every failure replayed in his mind. After pondering for half a second, he began a new round of refining. This time, the hammering lasted for 10 minutes, and a piece of black iron stone had already been hammered into the embryonic form of a sword. Luo Tian also became exceptionally careful. Boom, suddenly. A dark energy erupted from his body. Next. At the same time, the flame of tempering erupted from Luo Tian's body, and the two powers were unleashed. Suddenly, Luo Tian's right hand moved, and he smashed down with his hammer. Complete. The third chapter has been delivered, there are still 2 chapters left today. Brothers, please support me. Do it for me. The last hammer fell. The tempering fire and the dark flame chi surged into the red sword. Ding! The system sounded out. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. Huff, I finally succeeded. Luo Tian's heart was filled with indescribable joy. After working hard for an entire night, he finally succeeded. However, at this moment, the system sounded out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for refining a level 4 Xian weapon. You have obtained the system's reward, Proficiency 1000 points, Experience 1000 points, Divine Essence 1000 points. What? 4, level 4 Xian weapon? Luo Tian was dumbstruck, and was speechless for a moment. One must know that the success rate of a level 3 Xian weapon was 1%, and the success rate above was only 0. 1%, what kind of probability was this? He was too lucky. It was as if Chun Chun, the goddess of luck, was by his side. Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check the attributes. Weapon? Unnamed, grade, level 4, lower grade, also divided into 3 small grades, upper, middle, and lower. Energy, contains the power of fire and the power of devouring. Activating the attribute can cause 3 times the attack power. Description: this Xian weapon can easily penetrate the defense of a level 4 monster. The attribute energy contained in the Xian weapon needs to be activated by Divine Essence. Once it is released, it can cause 3 times the attack power. Ha ha ha, good sword. I didn't expect the power of fire and the power of darkness to be fused together. Luo Tian was extremely excited. One must know that it was extremely difficult for a Xian weapon to fuse with an attribute. Even a level 4 weapon refining master would not be able to do it. But he did it. Awesome. With this sword, Brother Zhang will definitely be confident, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was extremely happy in his heart, because he had refined this sword for Zhang Ao. He thought about the weapons used by the other 6 members of Thunderbolt Squad and the weapons that were suitable for them. Other than them, there were also the weapons of Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian. Following that, Luo Tian began to forge the second weapon. With this successful experience, it would be much easier for Luo Tian to make the second one. However, he would still fail. However, every time he failed, Luo Tian would summarize it and try his best to avoid it. On the assembly grounds. Has another weapon refiner been deployed here? After a whole night of knocking and beating, I was so irritated that I couldn't sleep at all. Motherf asterisk cur, I don't even have the slightest bit of energy. I want to see who is there. If it's not a refiner, then he's dead. Let's go and take a look. Eldest senior brother, did you hear the knocking sound last night? It seems that there are new weapon refiners at the assembly point. 4th bro, 5th bro, 6th bro, and 7th bro are still using wood chopping knives. Those kinds of weapons can't harm the demonic beasts at all. Why don't we go find Master Weapon Refiner and ask him to forge a few profound weapons for us? That way, we'll have a fighting chance against the Blood God Squad, Lei Ting's second bro said. Zhang Ao laughed bitterly and said, is a profound weapon so easy to ask for? We don't have any money, so which Master Weapon Refiner would give it to us? Forget it, don't go and ask for trouble. When the time comes, Lin Hai and the others will make fun of us again. He was very clear. Their cultivation wasn't bad, but it was indeed a profound weapon that could cause damage to demonic beasts. With a powerful profound weapon, they wouldn't be able to hunt demonic beasts like yesterday. Thunder Bro San also walked out and said, eldest senior brother, let's go take a look. It's good to get to know the new master weapon refiner. Right. If we have a good relationship with him, we can help him collect black iron ore. After a night of rest, only 6th bro was still heavily injured in the Thunder Squad. The other brothers could move freely. Zhang Ao exhaled, and said, let's go take a look. In another place. Blood God Squad's residence. A disciple anxiously ran over and said, Master Hai, a new weapon refining master has arrived at the assembly point. Everyone has gone over to take a look. Lin Hai walked out of the room, frowned, and muttered, weapon refiner? Why didn't my father mention it to me? Could it be that the palace chief specially arranged it? Impossible. The Xingtian Manor simply can't afford to hire a weapon refiner right now. Even if they could, they wouldn't have arranged for him to come here. Brother Hai, he knocked on it the entire night. It should be a certain weapon refiner. That's right, it was so noisy that I couldn't even sleep. If not for the fact that I was worried about offending Master Weapon Refiner, I would have already brought this guy to F***ck him over. The other members of the Blood God Squad also walked out. Lin Hai also heard the knocking sounds, and couldn't help but become curious. If it was really a weapon refiner, then he really had to curry favor with him, and immediately said, let's go and take a look. If it's really a weapon refiner, all of you better show some respect. Don't worry, Brother Hai. Got it. The status of a weapon refiner was extremely high. Even the lowest level of weapon refiner was the same. No one dared to easily offend them. Offending a weapon refiner meant offending the weapon refining guild. If one offended the weapon refining guild, then one could forget about having any relationship with a weapon refiner in this lifetime. Moreover, the power you belong to will be ostracized by the weapon refining guild. In the divine realm, the weapon refining guild, the alchemy guild, the array engraving guild, and the merchant guild. The strongest merchant guild was the Lingtian merchant guild. These organizations couldn't be easily offended, and the Xingtian Manor that controlled 8 million kilometers was the same. Compared to these guilds, the Xingtian Manor was too small. The disciples in the assembly area all rushed towards the weapon refining workshop. Lin Yuer walked out of the room and saw everyone rushing over. She immediately thought of Luo Tian, and her expression secretly changed. She didn't bother to comb her hair and rushed over with her fastest speed. She was worried in her heart, something must have happened again. It must be Lin Hai bullying him again. Clang! 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 Luo Tian's hammer was like a rainstorm, crazily hammering down. Every time, he poured in his divine essence, and a thin layer of dark flame wrapped around his arm. This was the limit of Luo Tian's control. With a thought, the dark flame would enter the profound weapon. At the most crucial moment. Refinement fire. This was something that the rock flame worm king dropped. At first, he thought that it was useless, but now, Luo Tian knew that this refinement fire was too useful. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The two forces merged. Ding. Refining successful. Huff, this is the sixth one. I'll forge another profound weapon. Madman Suengu Zhongtian's cultivation is the key now. I'll help them forge another profound weapon next time. Luo Tian thought in his heart. He had succeeded in 6, however, the last 5 were all rank 2 profound weapon. There were only 2 of them with the power of the attribute. However, this kind of strength was even stronger than a rank 3 weapon refiner. Luo Tian put away the profound weapon and selected the profound iron ores to refine the next profound weapon. At this moment, a large wave of people arrived one after another. The 4th chapter has been delivered, there's another chapter tonight, please support. Please subscribe. Luo Tian was in the midst of training. Suddenly, he saw a large group of people rushing over. He was immediately startled, and thought to himself, damn, are they here to steal the Shin weapon? Where is he? Where's the refiner? What are you doing here, slave? Just now, I heard the sound of clanking. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Brat, where is the person from just now? The moment he came up, he asked this and that rudely. Luo Tian ignored him. Many people stared at him in disgust. Could it be that you've been knocking here for the entire night? Someone said so. Immediately. Many people became angry and shouted, you lowly slave, you knocked on my head for the entire night, causing me to not be able to sleep for the entire night. If I don't take care of you today, I'll take your surname. Teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson. I thought it was the weapon refining master, so I endured for the entire night. I didn't expect it to be this damned slave. While they were talking, a few disciples rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward to make a move on Luo Tian. Luo Tian felt that he was in the wrong, and wanted to apologize, but seeing their expressions, there was nothing to be in the wrong about. With a cold expression, he said, if you have the guts, then come. Who dares to touch my brother? When Xianxia saw that it was Luo Tian, he quickly rushed out. Second brother and third brother also rushed out and stood beside Luo Tian, saying, you dare to touch my Thunder Battle Team's people, who dares to touch him? Incomparably domineering. Xianxia was famous for being protective of his calves. As long as it was a brother of the Thunder Battle Team, even if he was facing a core disciple of the Lin family like Lin Hai, he would do his best to protect him. For example, in this competition, in order to protect Luo Tian, he did not hesitate to bet the fate of that team. Everyone trembled. They were a little afraid of Xianxia from the Thunder Battle Team. Yo! What an arrogant tone. We've been arguing for an entire night. All the brothers in the assembly haven't had a good rest because of him. Isn't it only right to teach him a lesson? Lin Hai's voice rang out, and the crowd automatically opened up a path for him. Lin Hai shot a cold glance at Luo Tian and sneered disdainfully, so it was you, this damn slave, who beat me all night. Don't tell me you want to become a weapon refiner? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, everyone roared with laughter. Other than the members of Thunderclap, everyone was laughing at Luo Tian. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Do you think anyone can become a master refiner? A slave will always be a slave, always indulging in whimsical fantasies. He thinks that he can become an artificer just by knocking around. Do you see the abandoned black iron ores beside him? So this is the profound weapon he refined, ha ha ha, this is too funny. At first, Lin Hai really thought that the manor head had arranged for a blacksmith master. He even deliberately told the brothers around him to respect the weapon refiner. Seeing that it was Luo Tian, he immediately laughed at him. Zhang Ao's face darkened. If he stayed any longer, he would only attract more ridicule. He pulled Luo Tian and said, "Let's go." "What, you want to leave?" A disciple of the Lin family beside Lin Hai immediately stopped Zhang Ao. His name was Lin Yi. His father was also an inner elder of the Lin family, a core disciple. Lin Yi sneered and said, "Kid, you've disturbed us for an entire night, how are you going to compensate us for the mental damage? Even if I don't care about this, but what about the black iron ores you wasted the entire night refining? These were all bought with the Lin family's money. If you don't compensate us today, I think you can forget about taking a step out of here." "Zhang Ao. You'd better stand aside. You should be very clear about the rules of Xintian Prefecture." Without the permission of the Lin family, he actually used the Lin family's resources without permission. This is stealing. According to the Lin family's rules, break his hands. It was just a pile of abandoned black iron ores. No one used it at all. However, this was indeed the Lin family's resources. Luo Tian had indeed used it privately. However, this matter was exaggerated. Lin Hai revealed a satisfied smile to Lin Yi and looked at Luo Tian with a playful expression. Zhang Ao slightly said, "Young Master Yi, this matter is not as serious as you say. These black iron ores have been abandoned for several years. No one used them at all. They were directly thrown here. How can it be considered stealing? At most, I'll compensate for the cost of these black iron ores." "Compensate? Humph. Zhang Ao, can you afford to compensate? These black iron ores are used to refine high-grade black weapons. Who knows, you might be able to refine a third or fourth level high-grade black weapon. Can you afford to compensate?" Lin Yi shouted loudly. He was deliberately making things difficult. Zhang Ao's face darkened and said, "This is just an ordinary black iron ores. It's impossible to refine a third or fourth level black weapon." "Humph. If you say it's impossible, then it's impossible? If I say it's possible? You're not a refiner, what do you know?" Lin Yi said in disdain, then stared at Luo Tian and said, "Today, either you are a refiner, or I'll break your hands." Zhang Ao's face became anxious. If this matter was to be made, he would definitely be in the wrong. He looked at Luo Tian. At this moment, he didn't know what to do either. Then Zhang Ao looked at Lin Hai and said humbly, "Master Hai, I did not discipline him well. Please forgive me. As long as you say something, we will do it." He had never been like this before, even in front of the Lin family's inner sect elders. Zhang Ao had never been so humble. This was the first time Luo Tian's heart felt a stab of pain. A complacent sneer appeared on Lin Hai's face, as if he was superior to others. At this moment, Lin Yu rushed out and said, "I allowed him to do so." "You want to touch him? Have you asked me about it?" Luo Tian smiled faintly, walked forward, and stopped Lin Yu. He directly walked in front of Lin Yi. The distance between the two was only half a meter. Luo Tian's eyes stared at Lin Yi without moving. Because he was taller than Lin Yi, he looked down with a look of contempt and said, "You want to break my hands? How about this, if I can refine a mysterious weapon, I'll give you a slap. If I can't, I'll let you break my hands." Just like that, he stared at him. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Yi's mouth was dry, and his heart couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He didn't dare to look at Luo Tian's eyes. He looked sideways at Lin Hai, and after getting confirmation, he said with a trembling voice, "Okay. I'm going to cripple your hands." Finished. Luo Tian immediately turned around. The furnace fire was activated. The mysterious iron stone was knocked. Divine essence poured in, dark flames suddenly surged out. Moreover, Luo Tian also merged the mysterious iron concentrate that he had been hammering for an entire night into it. At the last moment, the refining fire was released. Boom! A burst of flames appeared. A mysterious weapon was successfully refined. Luo Tian directly threw the long sword at Lin Yi's feet. Before Lin Yi could react, he slapped him as hard as he could. He slapped Lin Yi so hard that he fell to the ground. Then, he stepped on Lin Yi's head and shouted, "Break my hands." The 5th chapter has been delivered, brothers, good night. The speed was too fast, his movements were too sharp, everyone was still immersed in the matter of Luo Tian refining. There was no reaction at all. By the time everyone reacted, Linny had already been slapped to the ground by Luo Tian. The 5-finger mark on his face was clearly visible. Does it feel good? Luo Tian sent Linny flying with a kick and sneered at Lin Hai. The surroundings were silent. A pin drop could be heard, it was so quiet that it was terrifying, such an explosive force. Such arrogance. It formed a crushing pressure on everyone's mind. Xianxia looked at Luo Tian with a dumbfounded expression, the anger in his heart was vented out, and he shouted in his heart, awesome. Lin Hai's face changed dramatically. At this moment, Linny crawled up from the ground, his face full of anger, you dare to hit me, I'll *CK your ancestors. As he spoke, his body released a blood mist, the blood mist aura spread out, and the dark weapon in his hand moved, directly stabbing towards Luo Tian's forehead, you dog, die for me. At this moment, Lin Yuer's body moved, directly in front of Luo Tian, and shouted, if you agree to bet, you must admit defeat, can't you afford to lose? At the same time, Lin Yuer's body also released a blood mist. This blood mist was of a much higher grade than Lin Yi's. It instantly devoured the blood mist released by Lin Yi. Even Lin Hai's eyes narrowed. The purity of the blood was so high, immediately. Lin Hai shouted in a deep voice, Lin Yi, stop. Lin Yi was so angry that smoke came out of his head, and shouted, Brother Hai, this brat actually dared to hit me, if I don't kill him today, my name is not Lin Yi. Lin Hai's forehead shook, his voice raised a lot, and shouted, if you agree to bet, you must admit defeat, don't make a fool of yourself. Brother Hai. Lin Yi was unconvinced. Lin Hai said, let's go. After taking a few steps, Lin Hai turned around again, with a cold smile on his face, he said, there are still 4 days until the trial competition ends, kid, I'm looking forward to the day it ends, looking forward to the day you crawl under my crotch, that time will be wonderful, ha ha ha. There was killing intent in his cold eyes. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Luo Tian was able to refine profound weapons, and in the future, he would definitely become a blacksmith and be placed in an important position by the Xingtian manor. Before that, he must be killed. Otherwise, with the protection of the manor lord, it would be difficult to make a move on him. Ha ha ha, it feels so good. Good boy, you're too strong. You actually made Lin Hai suffer once again. That slap just now was too satisfying, ha ha ha. Second bro and third bro couldn't help but laugh in excitement. This was a morale boost for Team Thunderclap. Xianxia picked up the newly forged profound weapon from the ground and asked puzzledly, when did you become an armament master? Luo Tian smiled and said, last night. While speaking, his divine essence stirred, and his expression changed drastically as he said, Th3, rank 3 mystic weapon. This, how is this possible? You became a refiner last night, are you joking with me? Xianxia didn't believe it at all, and the people around him were the same. Seeing Xiangxia's shocked expression, everyone was stunned. Ling Yuer looked at Luo Tian in disbelief. She didn't believe it. However, she had no choice but to believe it, because Luo Tian had really started cultivating the refining technique last night. To be able to forge a rank 3 profound weapon in one night, what kind of concept was that? Even if it was a rank 4 or 5 blacksmith master, it was impossible to refine a rank 3 profound weapon with such crude materials in such a short period of time. This man had too many secrets. Of course, no one knew what kind of effort Luo Tian had put in. He had never been a genius. The only difference between him and others was that he was hardworking. Others would spend a day, but he would spend 100 days, a year, or even 10 years to work hard. He would persevere and never give up, this was his difference. It was also his Tao. Xianxia loved the profound weapon so much that he couldn't put it down. His divine essence could sense that the sword still contained 2 types of elemental energy. This is definitely a rank 3 upper grade profound weapon. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that this was refined by you. Luo Tian said, that was specially refined for OL7. While they were talking, Luo Tian took out the first refined rank 4 profound weapon from the space bag, and said, "This was specially refined for you." Throwing it to Zhang Ao instantly felt that this was his life weapon. The idea moved, his eyes opened wide, and he was extremely excited. Rank 4, rank 4, rank 4 profound weapon, it's worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Is it really for me? It was like a dream. It was too unreal. A rank 4 profound weapon was something that he didn't even dare to think about in the past, but now he had it in his hands. Luo Tian laughed, "Of course it's for you. Second brother, third brother, you guys have it too." As he said that, Luo Tian took out the remaining 5 profound weapons. The 5 profound weapons were all different, and were all tailored according to their cultivation techniques and moves. Other than OL6 who did not come. Thunderclap team had all exchanged for new profound coin, and everyone was extremely excited in their hearts. The surrounding inner disciples all had dull expressions, their mouths opened so wide that eggs could be placed inside. Rank 2, rank 3, and rank 4 profound weapons were given away just like that. The total value of these profound weapons exceeded 1,000,000 gold. Was his brain flooded with water at this moment? No one doubted whether Luo Tian was a refiner or not. There was only envy and jealousy in their eyes. "Big brother, can you help me refine one as well? I'm willing to join Thunderclap team." "Big brother Zhang, I've always admired Thunderclap team." I'll join, I only need a rank 2 profound weapon." "I'll join too. From today onwards, I'll be a member of Thunderclap team." "And me." Those who had started to mock Zhang Ao and the others were now eager to kneel down and lick Thunderclap team's boots. Because of the profound weapon, it was really rare. Most of the inner disciples held chopping knives in their hands. Zhang Ao laughed and said, "Weren't you all mocking my big brother just now? Weren't you mocking our Thunderclap team? Since that's the case, why should we join? Our Thunderclap team is going to compete with the Blood God team. Aren't you all afraid of Lin Hai and the others?" "Afraid of what?" "That's right, afraid of what?" "I'm most afraid of being poor, most afraid of not having a profound weapon." "Big brother Zhang, we were wrong in the past." Zhang Ao was very excited. Very happy. He was very vain, but in the end, he did not accept a single person. The reason was simple, all of this was brought to them by Luo Tian. Thunderclap team did not need fence-sitters, and did not need these people who joined because of the profound weapon. Thunderclap team only accepted brothers. The morale of Thunderclap team rising was what Luo Tian wanted to see the most. The crowd dispersed. Lin Yuer pouted and said, "When are you going to refine a profound weapon for me?" Luo Tian smiled evilly, his gaze landing on Lin Yuer's large breasts, and said, "That will depend on your performance. Let's start with 1 chapter." There were simply too many cultivation coins to forge. For Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su. And for Lin Yuer. Luo Tian didn't even have his own weapon, so he naturally had to find a way to get one. The creation of 7 profound weapons shook the entire assembly point. Lin Hai's expression was extremely ugly. "You're so cocky just because you forged a few profound weapons? Lowly slave, do you really think you're a blacksmith? Without the recognition of the blacksmith guild, you're still a slave of the Xingtian prefecture. There are countless ways to kill you." Lin Yi rubbed his swollen cheek and said, "Brother Hai, are you going to make a move on that brat? As long as you nod, I'll immediately cripple that brat. I'll definitely take revenge for that slap." Lin Yi was extremely angry. He used a little more force when he spoke, but another wave of pain came from his cheek. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss, humph. "Useless thing, you were actually beaten up by a trash slave of a 6th-rank deity, and you're still allowed to go? Are you going to die? Are you going to continue embarrassing me?" Lin Hai said solemnly. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. "That's because I wasn't prepared. He ambushed me. Otherwise, how could I let him hit me? I'll kill him in a matter of minutes." Lin Hai shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. That boy's life is mine, but, not now, but the night after the end of the trial tournament. Don't let him go to the artifact refining union in Xingtian City. If he gets the artifact refining certificate, it will be difficult for us to make a move." Understood. A blacksmith master wasn't someone that anyone could kill. The muscles at the corner of Lin Hai's eyes twitched as killing intent appeared on his face. Just you wait. You don't have many days left to live. I'll let you be proud for now. Let's go. Today's target is 100 fire wolves. The Blood Deity battle team walked out of the assembly point. The Thunderclap battle team rested for a moment before walking out of the assembly point as well. They all knew in their hearts. If they wanted to truly trample Lin Hai under their feet, they had to win this competition. Otherwise, they would still be bullied by Lin Hai. Xianxia said, now that we have profound weapons, we must go on a killing spree. We can't lose to the Blood Deity battle team. Let's wait and see. Today, I'll kill 10. Ha ha ha. Keep bragging. A group of 7 people walked out of the assembly point. Sixth brother had not recovered from his injuries, so he did not let him out. Lin Yuer wanted to follow, but was stopped by Luo Tian. Furthermore, he gave her a mission, which was to find materials for refining weapons. As long as she knew the materials that were suitable for her profound weapon, Luo Tian would help her forge it. It was just an excuse. Luo Tian did not want Lin Yuer to take the risk. The Flame Mountain range was simply too dangerous. Furthermore, she still had an SSS rank mission to have sex and produce a crystal. The child she gave birth to would be a God King level expert. For the sake of the next generation, Lin Yuer had to take good care of her body. They continued to explore the unknown territory. Boom, a Type 3 fire python spat out its tongue at lightning speed. Xianxia's body flashed, and the Type 4 profound weapon in his hand transformed into a sword flower. Circulating his divine energy, he leaped into the air and slashed down with his sword. Explode. Poochie. With a single slash, the fire python's body was cut into 2. Direct, instant kill. Ha ha ha. This profound weapon is too strong, the Type 4 profound weapon is too sharp, too cool. Xianxia couldn't help but get excited. Looking at the long sword in his hand that wasn't even stained with blood, he couldn't put it down. He said to Luo Tian, Old 8, even a tier 4 blacksmith master isn't as strong as you. In the future, we won't have to worry about the Xian soldiers of our Thunderclap team anymore. After this competition, you will immediately go and get the blacksmith master's certificate. At that time, no one in Xingtian Prefecture will dare to touch you. You will represent the blacksmith union. Luo Tian had heard about the power of the weapon refining guild from Xianxia on the way here. Moreover, when he heard about the Lingtian merchant guild, he immediately thought of a woman. Are you here too? He didn't think too much about it. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, I'm just an amateur in refining, I don't want to waste too much time on refining, it's better to work hard. And break through. Huh? Don't want to waste too much time? You're trying to anger the other weapon refining masters to death. Even if we want to waste time, we don't have the qualifications to do so. This time, whether you're willing or not, even if I have to drag you to the weapon refining guild. Xianxia said with a smile. With the identity of the weapon refining guild, no matter how ruthless Lin Hai was, he would not dare to touch Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed, and said, let's not talk about that first, today you all have profound weapon in your hands, you must kill more demon beasts, otherwise, it will be a waste of my efforts last night. There's one more thing. He did not get any experience from the fire python that Xianxia had just killed. It had to be personally killed by Luo Tian in order to gain experience. Otherwise, he would be here to watch a show. Xianxia said, speak. Luo Tian said, when you kill the demon beasts, let me kill them with my last breath. Huh? Why is that? Aren't we all killing? The second brother could not help but explain. Xianxia immediately said, Old 8 naturally has Old 8's reasons, just do as he says. Luo Tian's talent was extraordinary, and he had many secrets on him. At the lava lake, Xianxia already saw this point. Okay. Start killing. Old 8, you be careful. Xianxia held the profound weapon and took the lead. With the profound weapon in hand, the Thunder Battle team's aura rose all at once. Their combat power also soared. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing rank 3 Demon Beast Fire Ape for obtaining 300 experience points, 50 Divine Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Origin. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing rank 3 Demon Beast Fire Wolf for obtaining 300 experience points, 50 Divine Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Origin. The system sounded out. Every time he obtained Fire Essence Origin, it would not be under Luo Tian's control and would be completely absorbed by the burning fruit in his body. The fruit was still absorbing Fire Essence Origin when it was activated? Why was that? Luo Tian did not think too deeply about it. Anyway, he had his own reasons. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Ding. Congratulations to player, with the profound weapon, the killing speed was much faster. At sunset. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing rank 4 Fire Tiger for obtaining 500 experience points, 80 Divine Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Origin. The Fire Essence Origin was once again absorbed by the burning fruit. At this moment, a notification suddenly sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the second level of the burning fruit. Obtained move, Fire Dharma. The second chapter was delivered. Fire Dharma? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. Ace's move was still imprinted in his mind, and it was extremely sharp. So the Devil Fruits upgrade also requires Fire Essence, then when can I release my Haki? Haoshaku's Haki, King's Haki, if I can release these, it must be very powerful, right? Luo Tian was somewhat looking forward to it. It was just that, he suddenly thought of it. The Haki in one piece was invisible, but some of the armament Haki could be seen, strengthening the body. Then, he thought of the Dark Do Chi, can I use it to strengthen my body and make my body indestructible? Or is it that the black aura itself is Haki? It was a bit messy. Huff, Luo Tian exhaled, and thought to himself, forget it, my head is about to explode from thinking about it. It seems that I'm really not suitable for using my brain, it's too tiring. The sun was setting. This time, they had killed a total of 60 demon beasts. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad happily returned to the assembly point. At this moment, the members of the other teams had also returned. They were all asking how many demon beasts they had killed. Senior brother Zhang, how is your Thunderbolt squad's harvest today? A disciple stepped forward and asked politely. This was because he wanted to build a relationship with Xianxia, wanted to get close to Luo Tian, and wanted a Black Star weapon. Seeing that the Thunderbolt squad had returned, many people surrounded them. The Thunderbolt squad must be very powerful. Senior brother Zhang, tell me about it. Zhang Ao had a smile on his face, and was extremely excited. He patted the space bag at his waist and said loudly, today, we killed 60 demon beasts, 13 of them were rank 4 demon beasts, and the rest were all rank 3 demon beasts. The points are more than 200 points, ha ha ha. After saying that, he didn't forget to laugh excitedly. The brothers of the Thunderbolt squad also straightened their bodies, unusually proud. This was the most demon beasts they had ever killed in the Thunderbolt squad. Even the Blood God squad from yesterday couldn't compare to this result. It completely broke the record of the assembly point. 60 demonic beasts, and 13 of them are rank 4 demonic beasts. Oh my god, they are too powerful. This is the power of a profound weapon. If they were injured and did not have a profound weapon, they would not be able to kill so many demonic beasts. If only I had a rank 4 profound weapon, I would be able to kill 20 demonic beasts in a day. I'm so envious. Why didn't I meet that kid back then? At this moment, many people surrounded Luo Tian and said, Big brother, please do me a favor and forge a profound weapon for me. I beg you, can I use the head of a demonic beast to exchange it with you? What did you say you wanted? I'll get them for you. A profound weapon was too important to a martial artist. Yesterday, the Thunderbolt battle team had only hunted 1 demonic beast. Today, they had hunted 60 demonic beasts. What kind of concept was this? Humph. Is 60 a lot? A group of people walked in from the entrance of the assembly point. Blood God Battle Squad. Lin Hai walked at the front, his face full of disdain as he mocked. Do you think you're so great just because you have 60 demonic beasts? Linny, tell them how many demonic beasts the Blood God Battle team has hunted today. A proud smile appeared on Lin Yi's face as he said, 103 demonic beasts. 21 rank 4 demonic beasts, 64 rank 3 demonic beasts, and the rest are all rank 2 demonic beasts. Over 500 points. Humph. A mere Thunderbolt battle team dares to show off with 60 demonic beasts? Don't you know where to show off? With the Blood God battle team here, do you think you have the right to show off? Lin Yi's face was full of disdain as he stared at Luo Tian with murderous intent in his eyes. He wanted to return the slap he had given her in the morning all the time. 103 demonic beasts? Oh my god. Breaking the record directly. The Blood God battle team is indeed the Blood God battle team. Looks like the Thunderbolt battle team won't be able to catch up in 3 days. Sigh. The Thunderbolt battle team is going to be disbanded. Ha ha ha. It's good that they are disbanded. We will have a chance to recruit that master blacksmith. I can't wait for Xianxia and the others to disband so that I don't have to see their proud faces. Is 60 demonic beasts that powerful? The Blood God battle team will kill him in a second. The crowd burst into discussion. When he heard the number 103, Xianxia's face turned pale. The brothers of the Thunderbolt battle team couldn't help but lower their heads. This blow was too great. Luo Tian's heart sank. Although the terrain is important, there is no need to doubt their ability, especially Lin Hai. His strength is getting stronger by the day, and it won't be long before he breaks through to the 9th stage of deity. At that time, he was still a 6th stage deity. It was impossible for him to defeat a 9th stage deity. Moreover, from Lin Hai's eyes, Luo Tian could clearly feel the killing intent. As long as the trial ended, he would definitely make his move. There were still 3 days left. No. I can't go on like this. Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, looks like I have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid, Lin Hai would not make a move at the assembly point. But when he returned to the Xingtian prefecture, he would definitely make a move. Before that, he only had 3 days. In these 3 days, he had to break through to the 8th stage of deity to have the strength to fight. Otherwise, he would not be Lin Hai's opponent. At night, Xianxia's residence. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt battle team sat there with ugly expressions on their faces. Originally, they thought that they would be able to crush the Blood God battle team today, but they didn't even have half of it. They were crushed to the point that they couldn't get up from the ground. Luo Tian didn't know what to say to comfort them. There are still 3 days left. If we admit defeat now, we will really lose. Why is it called Thunderbolt Battle Team? What were you thinking when you came up with this name? The power of thunder is invincible. This is just the beginning. I can't admit defeat until the end. Even if it's the end, I can't admit defeat. I'm afraid I'll lose in my lifetime. Sonorous and forceful. Xianxia stood up and said, Old Age is right, I'm afraid we will lose. There are still 3 days left. As long as we find a place with a high concentration of demon beasts, we will definitely be able to surpass Lin Hai and the others. Tomorrow, we will work even harder to hunt. I'm going all out. Let's go all out. What the hell are you afraid of? I don't believe it. Our equipment isn't any worse than theirs. We just need a good terrain and a high concentration of demon beasts to surpass them. Everyone's enthusiasm jumped. Luo Tian's heart also relaxed slightly. However, he knew very well that even if they found a place with a high concentration of demon beasts, it would be difficult to surpass them. If they couldn't win in the day, they could only move out at night. At this moment. Cough cough, hey. A coughing sound came from outside the house. It was Lin Yuer. Luo Tian walked out of the room and asked, It's so late, why aren't you resting? What are you doing here? Lin Yuer lowered her voice and said, Follow me somewhere? Eh? Little girl, are you in heat? Are you going to do it? Luo Tian's expression became evil. Brothers, good night. The full moon hung in the sky. The pure white moonlight shone down, making the ground look pure white. It was as if the ground was covered in a layer of white snow. It was beautiful beyond words. Plus, the beasts were especially quiet tonight. Everything around them was especially comfortable. This scene, this feeling. Wasn't this the best time to talk about love? The night was long, and he was not in the mood to sleep. There was enough time to talk about life and dreams. There was also enough time to make a baby, along the way. Luo Tian was thinking about all these evilly. Thinking about the SSS grade mission to make a baby, he could not help but feel excited. What else could it be that she handed him over in the middle of the night? She must have thought it through, ha ha ha. Luo Tian had an evil smile on his face as he thought, although I'm not a casual person, but when I'm casual, I'm not a human. Little girl, I'm going to eat you tonight. For the sake of our God King's child, you have to. Luo Tian's thoughts were not over yet. Lin Yu'er suddenly stopped and said, "It's here. Have we arrived?" Luo Tian immediately stopped and became excited. The two of them walked for almost 2 hours. Because it was night, they did not walk very fast. Luckily, they did not meet any beasts along the way. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Lin Yu'er said in a low voice, "We're here. I came here during the day. No one has been here yet." "Wow. You found such a quiet place? You've worked hard." Luo Tian was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lin Yu'er to be so attentive. He immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start." As he said that, he wanted to hug her and press her under his body. Then, he fiercely, "Huh? What are you doing?" Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. He realized that Lin Yu'er had taken out a pickaxe and was handing it to him. Lin Yu'er urged, "Of course it's mining. What do you think I'm doing?" Then, she stared at Luo Tian curiously. Slowly, she understood something from Luo Tian's eyes. She immediately glared at him. "If you dare to have any improper thoughts about me, I'll break your third leg. Do you believe me?" Luo Tian was speechless. Lin Yu'er said angrily, "What are you thinking about?" "What am I thinking? You called me out in the middle of the night to a place that no one has ever seen. A single man and a single woman. I want to ask you what you want. Can't you be a little more pure? Am I that kind of person?" "Third young miss, oh third young miss, you're looking down on me too much," Luo Tian said confidently. Anyway, he didn't say anything. What could he see from his evil eyes? He would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. However, he was secretly complaining in his heart, "I almost took off my pants, and you want me to do this? For a moment, Lin Yu'er didn't know how to refute Luo Tian. She thought to herself, could it be that I'm really thinking too much? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Lin Yu'er stuffed the pickaxe into Luo Tian's hands. She pointed to a small protruding black rock and said, "There's a piece of black iron ore here. Moreover, its purity is very high. It should be a fine ore that can be forged into a high-level Xian weapon." In the morning, Luo Tian had given her the task of finding refining materials. Moreover, Luo Tian had even promised to refine a Xian weapon for her. She took it seriously. She spent the entire day searching for refining materials. There were some fine ores in the Flame Mountain range. However, they were all in the depths of the mountain range. This was only the periphery. Even if there were any fine ores, they would have been dug up long ago. When Lin Yu'er found this piece of black iron ore, she was extremely excited. She immediately wanted to dig it out. However, she realized that this piece of black iron ore was bigger than she had imagined. She could only ask Luo Tian for help. "Huff, if you want to dig, you should have said so earlier." Luo Tian picked up his pickaxe and began digging. Lin Yu'er giggled, and said, "Don't think that I can't see through a certain someone's evil thoughts. Hurry up and dig, and there's still time at night to forge an exclusive Xian weapon for me. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Sigh. Luo Tian sighed. He increased his speed. He also needed a Xian weapon. Without it, he really couldn't. Moreover, he should also make some preparations to hunt demonic beasts at night. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the Blood God battle squad. Just the thought of Lin Hai's arrogant face made him unhappy. Let's see who will crawl under whose legs. An hour later. Finally, after digging out the black iron ore, it was half the size of a person and weighed over 1,000 kilograms. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. His heart trembled slightly. Such a pure black iron ore again. This ore can be considered a top-grade ore. Furthermore, within the black iron ore, there is a fusion power. This is an attribute that only top-grade ores have. Lin Yuer said excitedly, I told you it was black iron. Or again, if a high-purity black iron ore was to be sold in the market, it could be sold for a price even higher than a 4th-level Xian weapon. The most important thing was that it contained a fusion power. As a second-grade blacksmith, Luo Tian could sense this point. On the way back, several models of Xian weapons appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Lin Yuer's thin sword, Madman Su's twin hammers, Gu Zhongtian's long spear. What about him? Luo Tian had been searching for a Xian weapon suitable for his current stage, returning to the assembly area. Luo Tian began to forge. Lin Yuer had been guarding by Luo Tian's side. Let's practice first. The black iron ore was much harder to control than the black iron ore. Luo Tian knocked down a piece of black iron ore. The furnace fire rose and he quickly struck it. He realized that the black iron ore was difficult to melt, and the strength of the strike was too weak. Ding! Failure! Ding! Failure! Ding! Failure! Consecutive failures. After more than 2 hours of refining, he kept failing. However, Luo Tian also managed to figure out some techniques. Huff, Luo Tian let out a heavy breath and said, let's start refining for you. I'm about to fall asleep. You've wasted a lot of black iron ore. Can you do it? I heard that only a 3rd-stage blacksmith master can control the black iron ore. Why don't you wait until you've improved your refining skills before helping me? I'm not in a hurry anyway. Lin Yuer was drowsy and could not hold on any longer. Luo Tian said, you sleep first. I'll wake you up when I'm done. Lin Yuer laid down again and said drowsily, N. Huff huff huff, the furnace fire released a blue flame under the urging of the spirit essence. Tempering fire. Luo Tian's idea moved, and the tempering fire directly rushed into the black iron ore, directly starting to reconstruct it from the inside. Clang! Clang! God burst. Power of the white tiger. Crazy hammering. After 2 hours of crazy hammering, Luo Tian's idea moved, Will of Darkness, fuse. A wave of power was released from the black divine deity. This was different from the 4th-stage Xian weapon that he refined yesterday. This was a dark aura. This was a wave of power that directly erupted from the divine deity, and this power contained Lin Yuer's own blood clan power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Do it for me. Luo Tian roared. A burst of flame shot up into the sky from the smithing workshop. All the disciples in the assembly area were awakened by the sound of the explosion. Luo Tian said excitedly, it's done. 1 chapter in the morning. Yesterday, Old Cow carelessly forgot about his father's birthday. Today, he personally cooked his father's favorite dishes. Dad, happy birthday. Carrot carrot. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Following this explosion, the entire assembly area was alarmed. The furnace exploded. Ha ha ha. The furnace exploded, everyone go and take a look, I told him to refine, even his mother's legs, this time he must be happy, ha ha ha, the furnace exploded. The furnace exploded. Many people started to jeer. This sound was obviously the sound of a furnace exploding. Many people became excited. There was no other reason. Envy, jealousy, and then the most intense hatred. Those who did not refine a Xian weapon for me should all explode their furnaces, and every time they did so, their furnaces would explode. Xianxia suddenly woke up and immediately woke up the brothers from the Thunderbolt battle team, saying, not good, Old Eight's furnace might have exploded, I don't know if he's injured, everyone get up, quickly go and take a look. He could not help but worry. Linny walked out of the room and heard the commotion in the assembly area. He immediately returned to the room and said, Brother hi, that kid's furnace exploded, ha ha ha. There's a good show to watch now. Lin Hai naturally heard it as well, and sneered, let's go and take a look. Lin Yuer would definitely go. At that time, he would definitely step on Luo Tian ruthlessly. He would not let go of any opportunity to step on Luo Tian, especially in front of Lin Yuer. It was normal for a refiner's furnace to explode. However, the reaction of the people in the assembly area was very different, because many of them could not wait for Luo Tian's furnace to explode. Even, they could not wait for him to explode. This was the human heart. Refining workshop. Thick black smoke billowed, making it impossible to see one's fingers. Lin Yuer choked unbearably, fanning the smoke with one hand. She coughed and said, "What's wrong, what's wrong? Are you all right?" She did not care about anything else. She was concerned about Luo Tian first. Luo Tian smacked his lips. The commotion was a little too big, I didn't expect. Then he said to Lin Yuer in the smoke, "I'm fine." "It's good that you're fine." In an instant, Lin Yuer's tone immediately changed, and said, "You didn't explode the furnace, did you? Didn't you say that you would succeed? You wasted my entire night, you're too detestable, you've disappointed me." Cough cough, cough cough cough. "I'm choking to death." He coughed as he walked over. Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "Did I say that I didn't succeed? The furnace has exploded. Can it still be refined?" Lin Yuer rolled her eyes at Luo Tian. Seeing that Luo Tian was truly uninjured, she finally felt relieved. "Forget it. Next time, I'll find another craftsman myself." Huh? Luo Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, the cauldron didn't explode, and the profound weapon was successfully refined. It was just that, he had used too much of his divine essence in the end, and it had clashed with the profound weapon's energy, resulting in such a loud sound. It had caused the charcoal ashes in the cauldron to explode, creating the scene of a cauldron explosion. In less than a minute, the crafting workshop was filled with people. Ha ha ha. Who asked you to refine it? Did you have a good time refining it? You even blew up the furnace. You want to become a refiner like this? What a joke. Brat, it's useless to rely on luck to forge a few Xian weapons. Haha. I asked you to help me refine it, but you didn't. It feels so damn good that the furnace exploded. Old 8, are you hurt? More and more people gathered around. A few minutes later, everyone in the assembly area had come. At this time, the thick smoke had also dispersed. Two swarthy people stood beside the furnace, their eyes moving. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to tell that they were two people. Suddenly, ha ha ha, Luo Tian and Lin Yuer pointed at each other. Seeing each other's swarthy face, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yuer's gloomy mood was swept away. Lin Hai walked out from the crowd, his expression immediately changing. He gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. He didn't think that Lin Yuer would accompany Luo Tian to refine a Xian weapon for an entire night. Seeing the two of them laughing at each other, the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. He suddenly shouted, "You're really something. How can a lowly slave like you use the things of the Xingtian prefecture? You don't know how to refine weapons, but you're messing around. Now that the cauldron has exploded, you have to take responsibility." Lin Yi immediately shouted, "Let me teach him a good lesson." As soon as his voice faded, Lin Yi's body suddenly moved. In his heart, he hated Luo Tian's slap. "Kid, I'm going to cripple you." He took a step forward. The blood mist was released, and he activated the power of a 7th-level god. His fists moved, transforming into a set of 3rd-grade divine fist techniques, and directly punched towards Luo Tian's face. Luo Tian looked up. Lin Yuer immediately shouted, "Lin Yi, how dare you!" Lin Yi was eager for revenge. Yesterday, he was slapped in the face by Luo Tian in front of so many people. He definitely had to get back at him. With a step, his figure flashed past Lin Yuer like a ghost, and directly rushed in front of Luo Tian. "Get down!" In an instant, Luo Tian's right hand moved. He directly grabbed a thin sword covered in soot from the cauldron. Buzz, the sound of the sword rang out. It was very ear-piercing. At this moment, a stream of light flashed, directly cutting through the blood mist released by Lin Yi, instantly killing him. The tip of the sword moved. Pressing against Lin Yi's neck under his chin, he smiled coldly and said, "Half a point more." Lin Yi's back was covered in cold sweat, and his heart was cold. The speed of the lightning sword was something he could not compare to, but this power was not Luo Tian's, but the thin sword in his hand. Fear struck him. He could clearly feel the chill from the tip of the sword penetrating his body. That kind of powerful dark power was crushing him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. "Half a point more? Aren't you very arrogant?" Luo Tian said coldly. The surroundings were silent. Even Lin Hai's expression was incomparably shocked. This sword, or rather, this sword. What a powerful sword. You, what do you want to do? My father is an elder of the inner court. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you off. Lin Yi's voice trembled, his palms constantly sweating, and fear spread in his mind. You exploded the cauldron and destroyed the property of Xianxia Prefecture. Pa. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian slapped him. "Which eye of yours saw my cauldron exploding?" The slap caused Lin Yi to see stars. Xianxia immediately said, "There was no explosion at all, the cauldron was very good, there was no explosion at all." Next, Luo Tian took another step forward and slapped him again, arrogantly saying, "So what if I touch you?" Pa. The 5-finger marks were clearly visible. Lin Yi stared at Luo Tian, his heart filled with incomparable hatred. "Look at your sister." Another slap. "Still looking?" Another slap. Every time, Lin Yi did not dare to move, because the moment Luo Tian retracted his palm, the thin sword was pressed against his neck, making him unable to move. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Lin Yuer looked at the thin sword in Luo Tian's hand, then looked at Luo Tian's overbearing aura, and could not help but say in her heart, "So handsome." The second chapter has been delivered, there's still one more at night. If you have a recommendation ticket, please give it a try, thank you. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Sharp, clean and efficient. Coupled with the domineering aura emanating from Luo Tian's body, it completely suppressed Lin Yi, a 7th-order deity. One slap. One slash, the left and right were used incisively and vividly. Lin Yi did not dare to resist at all. His cheeks were red and swollen like a pig's head, and he was in an extremely sorry state. During this period, the surrounding cultivators all stared at Luo Tian in shock, unable to wake up for a while. Too bold? Isn't he too sharp? Has he gone mad? There were all kinds of discussions. Luo Tian kicked Lin Yi out, causing him to roll directly to Lin Hai's feet. Luo Tian raised his eyes and stared at Lin Hai. This kind of dog needs to be taught a lesson. As soon as his voice fell, everyone's hearts tightened again. He was clearly scolding Lin Hai. Could he endure it? Lin Hai's eyes narrowed, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. The anger in his throat was forcibly swallowed back in an instant. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. "Boy, good job." Lin Yi stammered as he was beaten until his words were unclear. He said, Hi, brother Hai, kill him, avenge me, you must kill him." Slap. Lin Hai leaned over and slapped Lin Yi's face. "Useless thing." Lin Yi directly fainted from the slap. Lin Hai did not even look at him. He stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, "There are still 3 days. You only have 3 days to live." He did not hide his strong killing intent at all. Lin Yuer stepped forward and said, "Lin Hai, he is now a craftsman of the Xianxia Prefecture. If you dare to touch him, my father will not let you off." Craftsman? Who can prove that he is? Is there a certification from the Craftsman Guild? No, he's not a blacksmith. He's just a lowly slave of the Xianxia Prefecture. Do you understand what a slave is? Lin Hai coldly said. He then waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." The Blood God battle squad departed. The people who were waiting for Luo Tian's furnace to explode quickly dispersed, fearing that Luo Tian would find trouble with them. However, this time, no one stayed behind to beg Luo Tian to forge a profound weapon. because of Lin Hai's words. You only have 3 days to live. It was clear that Lin Hai really wanted to kill him this time. Who would dare to curry favor with such a person? Wasn't this going against Lin Hai? In their hearts, Luo Tian was already a dead man. Lin Yuer comforted him, don't listen to his nonsense. With me here, no one will dare to touch you. Furthermore, your status is extremely noble. If my father knew that you were an armament master, he would definitely protect you. Speaking of weaponsmiths. Lin Yuer immediately rushed forward and looked at the thin sword in Luo Tian's hands. She was almost drooling as she asked, is this made for me? Without waiting for Luo Tian's consent. She directly snatched it and giggled, this profound weapon is completely made for me. I love it so much. Thank you. After she finished speaking, she directly pecked Luo Tian's black cheeks. After pecking, her expression was slightly stunned. Fortunately, her face was covered in dirt and could not be seen clearly. At this moment, her cheeks were bright red. Lin Yuer then quickly left with the sword, leaving behind Luo Tian, who was still savoring the aftertaste. She kissed me. Haha. Looks like I've taken a big step forward. I'm not far from having sex. When the time comes, I'll have a divine king's son. How awesome would that be? Ha ha ha. My life will reach the peak. Luo Tian was somewhat excited. Xianxia walked up with a serious expression and said, Old 8, this time Lin Hai definitely wants to kill you. Since he said those words to you, I'm afraid that he will do something to you when you return to Xingtian Prefecture. Why don't, before the competition ends, you should leave quickly. With your talent, your refining skills will definitely be able to find a large power to protect you. Don't go back to Xingtian Prefecture. Xianxia was worried. He was very clear about Lin Hai's character, and this was the first time he had been forced to this extent. The brothers of Thunderbolt Squad all looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was grateful. Leave? Where could he go? He wouldn't be able to walk out of the 8 million kilometer territory even after 10 days and 10 nights. With his current cultivation, he couldn't even break through the deeper hinterlands. Where could he go, moreover? Running away when faced with difficulties was not his style. His style was to do it if he was unhappy. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. You also said that I only need to go to the refining guild to be certified as a master refiner. At that time, would he still dare to touch me? Besides, there's still the third mist to protect you. Luo Tian would definitely not leave. How could he leave without getting Lin Yuer pregnant? That was the son of a divine king. Xianxia exhaled, and said, I hope so. Luo Tian laughed, Don't worry about me, the most important thing right now is to hunt more demon beasts. We are more than 500 points behind the Blood God Squad. If we don't work harder, we will really lose. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, and said, Alright, we must surpass him today. Luo Tian put away the black iron concentrate that he had dug up last night and thought to himself, the Xian weapon that I made for Lin Yuer is a 4th level upper grade one. It contains the power of the blood race. She should be even more powerful when she uses it. This is all because of the black iron concentrate. Only good materials can make good Xian weapons. When I return tonight, I should make a personal weapon for myself. Rumble. 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 A new day of hunting began. This time everyone was going all out. Luo Tian also proposed a series of tactical improvements. Their hunting speed increased once again from yesterday's foundation. After a day, the number of demon beasts they hunted had already exceeded 100, reaching 113. No one dared to believe it, even Zhang Ao himself did not dare to believe it. In the evening, many teams returned to the assembly point. The Blood God Squad had also returned long ago. The last to return was Luo Tian and the others. Many people gathered around to inquire, and Zhang Ao proudly announced the number of demon beasts they had hunted today. When they found out that the Blood God Squad had only killed 101 demon beasts today, a rare smile appeared on the faces of the Thunderbolt Squad members. Hope was right in front of them. Luo Tian was also happy. Let's improve our tactics a little more, and then come up with a new set of tactics. Tomorrow's hunting speed will increase again, and we should be able to catch up by then. But, are Lin Hai and the others willing to be caught up? In the Blood God Squad's residence. Brother Hai, the Thunderbolt Squad killed more demon beasts than us today, and the Fire Wolf Valley's demon beasts have decreased. This is very disadvantageous for us. Their black weapons are better than ours, and if this continues, I'm worried. Lin Hai's face was calm, and he did not seem to be worried about the number of demon beasts killed by the Thunderbolt Squad. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he said coldly, "Don't worry, after tonight, the Thunderbolt Squad will be crippled. Brothers, good night. If you have a recommendation vote, please vote for Old Cow, thank you very much." Even though the Thunderclap Battle Team had killed a lot more demonic beasts than the Blood God Battle Team, the Thunderclap Battle Team had killed a lot more demonic beasts today. However, the difference in points from the past 2 days was too big. Therefore, the gap in points was not much. However, with this kind of morale, there was still a chance to catch up in 2 days. The prerequisite was that Blood God did not play any tricks at night. Luo Tian still did not rest and ran to the blacksmithing workshop. He did not rest for 3 days and 3 nights. He was very tired. However, he had to persevere. He had to forge an exclusive Xian weapon for himself. After a few days of contact, he had a deep understanding of what kind of person Lin Hai was. He would definitely not admit defeat and would definitely not let Thunderbolt have an easy time. He had to make himself stronger. Phew, Luo Tian emptied his mind and calmed himself down. Blacksmithing was the same as cultivation. It required one's mind to be as one and not be distracted. Only then would one be able to pour all of one's mental energy into one thing. Therefore, blacksmithing consumed a lot of mental energy. A few minutes later, Luo Tian opened his eyes and took out a large piece of black iron concentrate from yesterday and prepared to start refining. "You're still refining? Do you want to die? You haven't rested for the past few days. Your body can't take it." Lin Yuer walked out. She had just gone to Luo Tian's residence to ask and found that Luo Tian was not around. She immediately ran here. The reason she came was to thank Luo Tian. The Xian weapon that he had forged. Lin Yuer really liked it. After a day of contact, she felt that the Xian weapon was already a part of her body and was indispensable. Luo Tian laughed, "Why aren't you sleeping? You didn't rest yesterday either. Don't tell me you want to become a little kitten again?" Pfft. Lin Yuer thought of her dark face in the morning and could not help but laugh. "You dare to say that? My beautiful image has been destroyed by you. How can I marry in the future?" "Huh? That's easy. I'll just suffer a little and marry you." Luo Tian joked. Lin Yuer glared at Luo Tian angrily and said, "What do you mean you'll feel wronged?" "Humph. This young lady will not marry you. You look pretty good when you're angry," Luo Tian said sincerely. Lin Yuer's cheeks immediately turned red as she fiddled with the corners of her clothes. Luo Tian said, "All right, you can go back and rest. Didn't you want me to go to the refining guild for certification? I have to practice more, or else how can I get the qualifications to become a weapon refiner? Go and rest, I'm fine." Lin Yuer's heart ached a little. "Take care of yourself then. Remember to rest early." "Yes. Don't worry, I will." Luo Tian smiled. It felt really good to have someone care about you. Luo Tian exhaled, looked at the stars in the sky, and muttered to himself, "Schwer, are you all right? I miss you, every day I think, you must wait for me, I will definitely save you." Every time he looked at the stars in the sky, he would think of Li Schwer. That mischievous and adorable smile was imprinted in his mind, irreplaceable and indelible. Suddenly, a star in the sky suddenly flickered a few times. Luo Tian smiled knowingly, and said, "Are you talking to me?" Then he laughed bitterly, and thought to himself, "How is that possible?" Then Luo Tian readjusted his state of mind, and once again entered a state of unity with the heavens. And the twinkling star above his head was still twinkling, just that. Luo Tian did not notice it, until the last star disappeared from the sky. Dang, 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 the fire burned brightly. The refining fire directly exploded in the black iron concentrate, melting it from the inside out. The idea outlined, the heavy hammer in his right hand would sometimes be light, sometimes heavy, and sometimes heavy. After a few days of continuous practice, Luo Tian's understanding of artifact refining had deepened by a bit. Ding. Refining failed. Ding. Refining failed. Ding. Refining success. 3 hours later. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, current level, 3. Level 3 artifact refining. Luo Tian was secretly excited, this was what he wanted. For the past 3 hours, he had been continuously hammering on a piece of black iron concentrate, regardless of whether it failed or succeeded. What he wanted was for his proficiency to increase, and for his artifact refining to reach level 3. Only by reaching level 3 would he be able to break through the shackles and refine Black Soldier S of the 4th step and above. Huff, Luo Tian exhaled heavily, the appearance of the Black Soldier that he had already thought of appeared in his mind, and he muttered, "It's about to begin." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Spirit Essence activated the fire. The fire in the furnace suddenly burst out, and a thick blue flame burned. Next. Luo Tian placed a large piece of black iron concentrate on the furnace fire and melted it. He wanted to refine an exclusive weapon, a very, very, very sharp profound weapon. Ding. Refining failed. Again. Ding. Refining failed. After continuous failures, Luo Tian continued to summarize his experience. Level 3 artifact refining was completely different from level 2 artifact refining, so Luo Tian had to start from scratch. Late at night. It was so quiet that it was scary. In the assembly area, other than the sound of iron being hammered from the artifact refining workshop, there was no other sound. A black shadow dashed forward. It quietly hid in the darkness. Next. Standing quietly in the darkness, after confirming that there was no one around, he moved again. Finally. He landed in the Thunderbolt Squad's residence. After working hard for an entire day, everyone was exhausted and snoring loudly. Furthermore, they did not have to worry about the attacks of the demon beasts in the assembly area, so everyone slept soundly and did not have any defenses. The black shadow glanced at the room through the window. Following that, he took out a small bag of things from his bosom, carefully lit it up, and blew on it towards the window. The sleeping gas entered the room. Half a minute later, the earth-shattering snoring stopped. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly woke up and shouted, "There's an assassin, someone sneak attack, number 2, number 2, heh. Xianxia is indeed Xianxia, as expected of the captain of the Thunderbolt Squad, he still has some strength to be able to wake up after drinking the soul-scattering powder. However, it's useless, tonight, all of your Thunderbolt Squad will become trash." As soon as he finished, the black shadow suddenly moved. A palm strike came and landed on Xianxia's chest. Bam! Xianxia crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The divine essence in his body was completely suppressed by the soul-scattering powder and could not be released at all. He shouted a few more times, "Number 3, number 4, number 5, no one answered." "Ha ha ha, they won't be able to wake up now." The black shadow sneered confidently. Xianxia's face darkened as he shouted, "Who exactly are you? Why did you sneak attack the Thunderbolt Squad?" The black shadow man said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that someone wants you dead." While they were talking, the black shadow man moved once again. However, this time, Xianxia's profound weapon moved, and the rank 4 profound weapon directly released a dark energy that shot out explosively, causing the shadowy figure to be blasted back. After that, the shadowy figure crashed into the window and desperately flew towards the direction of the equipment refinement workshop. Rumble. 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 A thunderous explosion sounded. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha. The exclusive weapon has been refined. 1 chapter in the morning, thank you, never stop tears for your support, thank you." Compared to yesterday, the violent explosion this time did not attract the attention of the disciples. Another furnace explosion? Maybe he has refined another Xian weapon. Anyway, I have every copy. I might as well have a good sleep. Most of them were in such a mood. However, after the violent explosion, cries for help came from the back of the gathering place. Help! Help! Murder! 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 There's an assassin! There's an assassin! Xianxia shouted with all his might. Many people's rooms lit up. But at this moment, Lin Hai's voice suddenly rang out, "Without my orders, no one is allowed to take a single step out of their rooms. All of you better behave yourselves, don't make me unhappy. I will personally take care of the assassin." At the same time as he spoke, Lin Hai frowned, his face filled with displeasure. "You can't even handle such a small matter, what a useless piece of trash. Brother Hai, have you made your move?" The members of the Blood God squad all got up. They didn't know about Lin Hai's plan. Lin Yi glanced at the members of the Blood God squad and realized that not a single one of them was missing. Then, who was the assassin outside? "Brother Hai, did you call?" Lin Hai's eyes turned cold, and he said faintly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Lin Yi laughed excitedly, and said, "Ha ha ha. Tonight, all the members of the Thunderclap squad are going to be crippled. Just thinking about it makes me excited, ha ha ha." Who was Lin Hai, the third son of the great elder of the Xianxia mansion? His foundation was very strong. Lin Hai stood at the door of the room and swept his gaze across the room. He realized that the disciples of the other teams were all very obedient, and no one dared to come out. He couldn't help but sneer, "Thunderclap squad? Humph. After dawn, there will be no such team. Lowly slave, what are you going to use to fight me? You don't even have the qualifications to snatch my woman. I'll play with you however I want. I'll play you to death." A complacent sneer appeared on Lin Hai's face. Suddenly, the door was suddenly pulled open. A beautiful figure rushed out and stood in the plaza of the gathering place and shouted, "Lin Hai, what exactly are you trying to do?" Lin Hai frowned and said, This has nothing to do with you. Go back to your room and rest. Everything will be fine after daybreak." When Lin Yu heard Zhang Ao's cry for help, she quickly ran to Team Leitang's room to take a look. She found that everyone was unconscious, and she didn't see Luo Tian. She hurriedly ran back to Lin Hai's side and said in a heavy tone, "Lin Hai, I'm warning you. If you hurt any of the Xingtian Prefecture's inner disciples, I will tell my father and you will be punished according to the family rules." After that, Lin Yu quickly ran in the direction of the crafting workshop. She thought to herself, "Please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you." The hammering stopped. Lin Yu became even more worried. Seeing how worried Lin Yu was, Lin Hai's expression turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Bitch, I've been so nice to you, but you won't even look at me. Good. Good. Since that's the case, just you wait. I'll definitely get my hands on you. As for that brat, he's dead meat." The hatred in his heart was extremely strong. In the crafting workshop, Luo Tian held a saber in his hand, a saber as long as a person. The back of the saber was very thick, and there was a ferocious dragon head on it. The body of the saber was not long, only 60 to 70 centimeters. The rest of the saber was the handle. It looked exactly the same as Marshal Saint Guanyu's green dragon crescent saber. From the beginning, Luo Tian had been outlining this long saber in his mind. It was Guanyu's green dragon crescent saber. Holding it in his hand, Luo Tian could not help but become excited. So strong, so domineering. A saber used by a martial saint, ha ha ha, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. During the crafting process, Luo Tian had poured in the power of the Azure Dragon, the power of darkness, the flaming fruits fire dharma, and the tempering flames. Furthermore, during the refining process, he had been communicating with the primordial dragon god ancestor. This green dragon crescent saber was infused with all of Luo Tian's strength. It was incomparably strong. At this moment, Lin Yu hurriedly ran over. Seeing the long saber in Luo Tian's hand, she was shocked. Even though she was a few meters away, she could still feel the aura released by the long saber. It attacked her mind and made her feel a strong pressure. Now, she did not care so much, and hurriedly said, "Not good, someone ambushed the Thunderbolt team." "What?" Luo Tian's eyes widened. In an instant, he was furious. Holding the long saber with both hands, the blade immediately turned red, as if it was burning. How are Brother Zhang and the rest? Lin Yuer was dumbfounded. What level was this Xian weapon? How could it release such a strong force, as if it was Luo Tian? Lin Yuer swallowed her saliva and said, Brother Zhang is hiding everywhere. That assassin is crazily chasing after him. The rest of the team members are unconscious. What exactly is the situation? I don't know. Lin Hai. You're courting death. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian held the saber with one hand. The long saber fell to the ground and dragged along. Sparks and lightning flashed along the way. The saber blade collided with the stones on the ground and produced sparks, forming a black straight line along the way. The scene was extremely shocking. As Luo Tian's anger rose, the long saber directly burned. Lin Yuer was dumbfounded. She was completely stunned. Only when Luo Tian was far away did she hurriedly chase after him, shouting, wait for me, don't be rash, this is the assembly point, don't be rash. Killing was not allowed at the assembly point. Even more so, it could not be done to one's own brothers. This was a clear rule of the Xingtian prefecture. No matter who it was, once they committed a crime of death, Luo Tian would definitely make a move in such a state. At that time, the more Lin Yuer thought about it, the more afraid she became. She sped up and chased after him. Help! Assassin! Assassin! Xianxia stumbled to the square and shouted for help. It was not because he was afraid that he was crying for help. It was because he wanted to wake everyone up. At the same time, he wanted to remind Luo Tian to run, however, he was the only one in the square. The doors of all the rooms around him were tightly shut, and no one came out. Only Lin Hai stood at the door of the room not far away. With his arms crossed, he coldly looked at the battered and exhausted Xianxia and said with a sinister smile, even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will care about you. Xianxia roared, Lin Hai, F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. If you have the ability, then come out and fight with me. If you have the guts, then make a move on me. If you have the guts, then make a move on me. If you have the guts, then make a move on me. Lin Hai sneered, scold, you're going to die soon. While they were talking, Lin Hai was stunned for a moment, then nodded to the black shadow. Who dares to touch my brother? Before he finished speaking, flames soared into the sky. There was still one more chapter at night. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Luo Tian's flaming wings spread out behind his back, and he retracted them with lightning speed. The green dragon crescent blade in his hand trembled as he stood beside Xianxia. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he arrogantly shouted, who dares to touch my brother? Domineering entrance. Incomparably sharp. The black-clothed man was slightly shocked. Lin Hai was also shocked when he saw Luo Tian. However, he then sneered, another one has come to die. The black-clothed man's lips curled into a strange smile. Xianxia immediately said, Old 8, run. Don't worry about me. He had seen the black-clothed man's strength. The strength of that palm was at least that of a peak rank 8 deity, or even a rank 9 deity. Luo Tian was only a rank 6 deity. He was no match for the black-clothed man. Humph. Since you're here, do you think you can leave? The black-clothed man said coldly. In his sleeves, his hands moved, revealing 2 short thorns. He stared at Luo Tian and said disdainfully, you came at the right time. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. At this moment, Lin Yuer rushed forward and shouted, stop. Lin Hai. I want you to order him to stop immediately. You know the consequences of killing your own sect's disciples. Lin Yuer was extremely anxious. At the same time, she took out the thin sword that Luo Tian had forged. Lin Hai was enraged. The more Lin Yuer pleaded for Luo Tian, the more intense the hatred in his heart became, and the stronger his killing intent. He said coldly, Lin Yuer, what do you mean by this? I don't know him. He has nothing to do with me. What do you mean by killing your own sect's disciples? Did you see me do it? If I did, would Xianxia still be alive? Indeed. He had calculated all of this. If he didn't do anything, no one would dare to do anything to him, Lin Yuer asked. Since he's not one of your people, why did you order everyone not to go out? Lin Hai smiled playfully. I'm protecting my brothers. Can't you see that this black-cloaked man is very strong? The other brothers will only cause more deaths. As for why I didn't help. Hee hee. I'm not familiar with Xianxia. Why should I help him? What does his death have to do with me? Lin Hai laughed coldly and arrogantly. Rolling his eyes, he stared at Lin Yuer and smiled evilly. Yuer, if you want me to help them, I can. Those people from the Thunderbolt battle team have all been poisoned by the soul-scattering powder. If you want me to cure them, I can do it. But, hee hee, Lin Yuer's eyes narrowed. But what? Lin Hai laughed lewdly and said, accompany me tonight, I will definitely save them. You're courting death. Without waiting for Lin Yuer to speak, Luo Tian said coldly. Lin Hai sneered complacently, the one courting death is not me, but you. Brat, you're just a rank 6 deity. Xianxia has already been crippled. Do you think you're a match for the black-cloaked man? Lin Yuer, if you want to save him, you have to agree to my conditions. Otherwise, I won't do anything. If a lowly slave dies, then so be it. There's no loss to Xingtian Prefecture. Immediately after, Lin Hai said, there's only one chance. I can't control the black-cloaked men. I don't know when he'll make his move. The instant he spoke, the black-cloaked man moved his hands, looking as if he was about to attack. Lin Yuer was furious, but it was just as Lin Hai said. A rank 6 deity was no match for the black-cloaked man. Right now, perhaps only Lin Hai could defeat the black-cloaked man. What could she do? Lin Hai. Luo Tian's voice was loud and clear as he sneered. Do you really think I'm not a match for him? The black-cloaked man's eyes were filled with disdain. A mere rank 6 deity dares to be so impudent in front of me? You're courting death. In an instant, Lin Yuer stepped forward and said, fine, I agree, how foolish. Luo Tian's heart sank. His green dragon crescent blade moved and slid through the air. The ferocious green dragon on the back of the blade transformed into a fire dragon and charged towards the black-cloaked man. In that instant, Luo Tian roared in his heart, move. Whoosh. It was as if Luo Tian's body was being pulled by a fire dragon. In that instant, his body directly shuttled through the air, and in an instant, he was 10 meters away, directly landing in front of the black-cloaked man. The green dragon crescent blade slashed down, and he roared, I'll use your blood to consecrate my blade. Poochie. Walala, the blade slashed down. Domineering aura soared to the heavens. The blade's body carried a full moon of flames. Like a flaming blade, it soared into the sky and slashed down heavily. Plop. The blade stopped, the flames retracted. A head fell, half of the black-cloaked man's body stood there, and his head rolled to Luo Tian's feet. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear as if he had seen death. Luo Tian's right leg moved, and directly kicked him away. He landed at Lin Hai's feet. Lin Hai's body could not move. He was crushed by the powerful aura of the green dragon crescent blade. His mind was trembling, his sea of consciousness was trembling, his divine deity was trembling, and even the Strigoi bloodline that he was so proud of was trembling in his veins. That blade, if it was him. Gudong. Lin Hai swallowed hard. His back was cold, his palms and forehead were covered in cold sweat, and a cold fear rose in his heart. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The green dragon crescent blade burned. Luo Tian held the blade in one hand and walked up step by step. He walked in front of Lin Hai and said gloomily, if you give me any more trouble, I'll kill you. Finished. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. The burning fruit's flame power was released. The entire arm that was holding the green dragon crescent blade began to burn, and the powerful flame seemed to carry an endless devouring power. Lin Hai's face was pale, and he did not dare to move, his back was already wet. His palms were covered in cold sweat, and his mind was occupied by fear. Afraid, he had never been as afraid as he was now. When Luo Tian stood in front of him, he felt as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was on his neck. That feeling could not be described with words, as if he could die at any time. Lin Yuer stood in place, stunned. She was not a love-struck fool, she had always been calm, and she could remain calm in any unimaginable situation. But now, she could not remain calm at all. Her face was full of love-struck fool, and her big eyes were shining, too handsome, too domineering, too manly. Words could not describe it. Domineering entrance, domineering provocation, everything was too domineering. Irresistible domineering. Zhang Yao was also stunned in place. He clenched his fists and was extremely excited. He roared, "Awesome!" This roar echoed in the sky. The surrounding disciples all saw this scene. At this moment, their minds were trembling with fear. This person must not be provoked, absolutely not. Brothers, good night, if you have a recommendation ticket, please help me. Thank you. It was an earth-shattering saber strike that was incomparably shocking, at the assembly area. Everyone's heart trembled, then they took a deep breath. The aura released by the green dragon crescent blade made it hard for them to breathe. It was too uncomfortable. The most uncomfortable was Lin Hai. He stood there, not showing any expression, but his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. It was too uncomfortable, it was the first time he felt such great fear. At the same time, Lin Hai was roaring in his heart, just you wait, just you wait. I won't let you have it easy. I will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. I, Lin Hai, swear to the heavens. Thunderbolt's room. All 6 of them were unconscious. Zhang Yao had also lost his ability to fight. His body was extremely weak. Lin Yuer checked the 6 of them, frowning. They are all in a severe coma. They won't wake up in a short period of time. This morning powder can make people unconscious for 4 to 5 days. We don't have the antidote here. We have to go back to Xianxia Prefecture. Zhang Yao clenched his fist and said, "It's all my fault for being too careless. I was too naive. I thought that bastard Lin Hai would have a fair fight with us. I didn't expect. How could I forget his character? Extreme hatred." He clearly knew that Lin Hai was vicious and liked to play tricks. But he did not guard against him. He blamed himself. Luo Tian said, "What if we don't have the antidote in 4 to 5 days? Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian. They may never wake up. Immediately. Luo Tian did not think too much. He immediately said, "Third miss, big brother Zhang, you send second brother and the others back to Xianxia Prefecture. I still have 2 brothers in the slave camp. They will accompany you back." "What about you?" Lin Yuer immediately asked. Zhang Yao also said, "This must be Lin Hai's doing. Sending people to assassinate fellow disciples in the assembly area is a serious crime. Tell the master and he will definitely punish him. Old 8, you come back with us." Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, "It's useless. We don't have any evidence to prove that the black-clothed men are Lin Hai's men. What's more, you know Lin Hai's background better than I do. No one will believe our one-sided words. Instead, Lin Hai will bite back. Needless to say, it was Lin Hai's doing. However, where's the evidence? No, who in the entire assembly would help them prove it? Nothing, no one dared to offend Lin Hai. If they did, they wouldn't be able to stay in Xianxia Prefecture. Besides, even if Lin Hai had sent someone to assassinate him, it was impossible to punish him. The position of the first elder of the inner gate was not only in charge of all the affairs of the inner gate, but also in charge of law enforcement in Xianxia Prefecture. Zhang Yao's brows furrowed as he muttered, "Before we enter the trial tournament, Master had specifically instructed us not to fight with Lin Hai." Lin Yuer also said softly, "The first elder is indeed powerful in the Xianxia Prefecture. It will be difficult to punish Lin Hai." But, Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "If we leave, what are you doing here alone?" Luo Tian said, "Why did Lin Hai attack Team Thunderbolt?" Lin Yuer was stunned. She knew that a large part of the reason was because of her. She also knew that Lin Hai didn't want to deal with Team Thunderbolt, but Luo Tian. She bit her lips and was about to speak. Luo Tian immediately said, "It's because he's afraid of Team Thunderbolt. He's afraid of losing. Right now, 7 out of the 8 members of the Thunderclap battle team are unconscious. If they can still defeat the Blood God battle team under such dire circumstances, then they would be utterly humiliated. This is an even better blow to them than punishing them. Luo Tian naturally knew what Lin Yuer was thinking. Xianxia said, but you're alone, and they have 8 people. They also have such a good location. How can you win? Old 8, come back with us. Master definitely won't let Lin Hai do anything rash. Luo Tian smiled and said, how will we know if we don't fight? Huh? Huh? Both of them were stunned. 1 against 8? The disparity in strength was too great. It was impossible for them to be a match. It was already impossible to win this competition. Half an hour later, Luo Tian called Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian over. These 2 cultivation madmen were too crazy. In just a few days, they had actually broken through twice. Madman Su had already reached the 4th rank, and Gu Zhongtian was also a 3rd rank. If they were given more time, they would be able to break through. Luo Tian reminded them, it's almost dawn now, there shouldn't be any demonic beasts on the road. You guys should leave now, the faster the better. Second brother's injuries can't be delayed. Madman, Zhongtian, the 2 of you pay attention to protecting them along the way. It's up to you 2 now. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian nodded heavily, and said, Boss, don't worry. Lin Yuer reluctantly left. She was worried about Luo Tian. However, she knew that no matter how she tried to persuade him, it was useless. No one could change his mind. Lin Yuer and Zhang Ao left. Luo Tian did not stop either. 1 man, 1 blade, directly rushed into the depths of the forest. Big brother Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely not let Thunderbolt Squad disband. I will definitely win, definitely. There were less than 2 days left. Every second was incomparably precious. The difference between the 2 teams was still more than 500 points. Furthermore, Luo Tian was only 1 person, while the Blood God Squad had 8 people. Every one of them was stronger than him. It was too difficult to win against the Blood God Squad. It was almost impossible. However, Luo Tian would never give up. He would never give up until the last moment. Early morning. Lin Hai stood in the room for an entire night. Luo Tian's domineering blade slash was still lingering in his mind, and that move was deeply imprinted in his mind. Suddenly, Lin Yi ran into the room and said, Brother Hai, Zhang Ao and the rest have all left and returned to the Xingtian prefecture. Only that slave stayed behind. He rushed into the mountains early to hunt demon beasts. What? Is he stupid? You still want to compete with us? Is there something wrong with his head? Just him alone? Do you really think that our Blood God Squad is a pushover? There are still 2 days left. If we let him hunt by himself, he won't be able to catch up to us. Thunderbolt Squad will definitely lose this time. When the time comes, when they crawl under our crotch, it will definitely be very satisfying, ha ha ha. Lin Hai grinned and laughed coldly, lowly slave, you think you can win against my Blood God Squad by yourself? Stop dreaming, wait until we return to the Xingtian prefecture. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Then, Lin Hai suddenly shouted, from today onwards, bring out all of our strength. I want to crush that slave so much that he won't even have a chance to breathe. Let's start with a chapter. Brothers with recommendation tickets, please help me out. 500 points behind. There was a difference of 7 people. Strength. Luo Tian was the weakest. Anyone in the Blood God Squad had a higher cultivation than him. Trying to turn this situation around in 2 days, that was impossible. Moreover, Lin Hai's Blood God Squad did not relax just because Luo Tian was alone. Instead, they hunted even more crazily, bringing out their true strength. In this situation, it was too difficult for Luo Tian, who was the only one left, to win. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the word give up did not exist in Luo Tian's dictionary. Unknown territory. Ha! A fierce roar. The green dragon crescent blade slashed out. The fire dragon on the back of the blade rushed out, and the flames connected to Luo Tian's body. The moment the fire dragon landed, it suddenly pulled. Whoosh! Luo Tian's body instantly descended, and slashed down at the demon beast. Ding! Congratulations to player Luotian for killing Scarlet Fire Wolf for obtaining 300 experience, 80 Xinyuan. Congratulations to player Luotian for obtaining Fire Essence. The Fire Essence was instantly absorbed. Then, Luotian picked up the head of the demon beast and placed it into the space bag. Then, he slashed down again, killing another demon beast. Kill all the way. Kill all the way. Kill all the way. Kill all the way, at the same time. The system beep kept ringing. Ding. 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 It was incessant, but Luotian was very clear in his heart that this speed alone was not enough. The density of demon beasts was too low. If he killed one, the Blood God squad could kill 8 demon beasts. I have to change. The only way to change is kill high-level demon beasts. Rank 4 demon beasts only had 5 points. However, rank 5 demon beasts had 100 points. A difference of 20 times. At the same time, the strength of a rank 5 demon beast was stronger than 20 rank 4 demon beasts. This was the key. However, this was the only way for Luotian to win the competition. For Thunderclap. I'm going all out for myself. Luotian's heart sank. He immediately gave up on hunting the Tier 3 and Tier 4 demonic beasts around him, and quickly headed towards the depths of the Flame Mountain range. Tier 5 demonic beasts were considered high-level demonic beasts, and they would only appear in the depths of the mountains. If he wanted to hunt them, he would have to go deep into the mountains. Under normal circumstances, if Luotian did not encounter a group of demonic beasts, he would definitely not stop. Fire Wolf Valley. Master Hai, these are the 16 fire wolves that we killed. An inner disciple handed over a space bag. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, Chen Feng, your Yuntian battle team has done well. This time when I go back, I will remind my father to give your Yuntian battle team more cultivation resources. Thank you, Master Hai, thank you. Chen Feng laughed in his heart. Then, he said resolutely, Master Hai, I'll go hunt a few more fire wolves for you. Go. Lin Hai waved his hand. Master Hai, this is the demonic beasts that we hunted. This place was hunted by our Hai Tian battle team. Our Dragon Flame battle team, 8 people in the Blood God battle team, far more than that, the entire Fire Wolf Valley was filled with people. Everyone in the assembly was helping Lin Hai, using this method to curry favor with Lin Hai. They knew very well that how could a slave fight against Lin Hai? How could he fight against the Blood God battle team formed by the sons of the elders with the most concentrated power in the Xingtian mansion? It was impossible, Lin Hai sneered, fight with me? How are you going to fight with me? What do you have to fight with me? Just based on a lowly slave like you? I can easily play you to death. Looking at the entire Fire Wolf Valley, everyone was helping him hunt. Lin Hai revealed a pleased smile. He was incomparably pleased with himself. In this situation, he could absolutely crush Luotian, crush him to the ground and never get up. Luotian was still moving forward quickly. He did not know that all the teams in the assembly were helping Lin Hai hunt demonic beasts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, Luotian suddenly stopped, his expression tensed up as he stared ahead, feeling a strong sense of shock. There's something big. He slowed down and carefully sneaked over. A few minutes later, Luotian's face was filled with incomparable shock. In the depression at the bottom of the hill, a 100-meter-tall black bear was bathing in the magma that came out from the ground. Its entire body was like fire, and it was incomparably ferocious. Holy sh*t. Bathing in magma. The f*ck. This is too abnormal. Luotian was incomparably shocked. He had thought that the stage 5 demonic beasts was strong, but he had never thought that it would be this strong. Looks like this black bear has cultivated the power of the fire essence chi to a supreme realm. Otherwise, how could it bathe in magma? Huff, Luotian did not immediately make his move. He was observing. At the same time, he was waiting for an opportunity. Boom! With a loud sound, one of the trees suddenly fell down. A stage 4 ferocious tiger carefully rushed out. The great earth black bear's eyes darkened. With a move of its palm, it directly swept away a piece of magma. Walala, the magma sprinkled on the tiger's body. The fierce tiger screamed in pain, but before the scream could finish, a black shadow covered the sky and its huge body smashed down. Its sharp claws were like huge blades. Walla! The 5-meter-tall stage 4 ferocious tiger's body was split into two. Instant death, not to mention a backhand, he didn't even have time to react and was instantly killed. Luo Tian's face darkened, and he thought to himself, this is too terrifying. He still wanted to try. However, seeing this, he immediately had the thought of giving up. The stage 5 demonic beasts was too intrepid. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The great earth black bear carried the two tigers on its shoulders and walked towards the other side of the magma basin, into a hidden cave. Woo woo, woo woo woo, huh? Luo Tian's heart sank. There are still demonic beasts in the cave? This great earth black bear is obviously a male. What's the one in the cave? It's a female great earth black bear, and it's extremely likely that it's a female bear that's about to give birth. Otherwise, it's impossible for a male bear to make things for it. Luo Tian's mind spun quickly. Bam! 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 The moment the male great earth black bear entered the cave, a few huge figures descended from the top of the mountain. Red ash wolf, moreover, they were all king-level ash wolves. There were a total of 9 of them, and they surrounded the entrance of the cave. Awoo, awoo, the 2 ash wolf kings howled towards the sky. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo, in less than half a minute. The forest rustled, and a large group of ordinary ash wolves came. They were all stage 4 demonic beasts, and they were densely packed and directly occupied the entire basin. There were at least 500 of them. 9 king-level ash wolf kings, plus 500 ash wolves of the 4th step. Are they going to deal with those 2 great earth black bears, or perhaps? Am I wrong? It's not a female bear giving birth inside, but something else? Luo Tian was shocked. The second chapter has been delivered. There are more updates today. Common sense inferred. The red ash wolves were all king-level ash wolf kings. 9 heads together, to deal with the earth black bear in the cave. If it was a female bear that was about to give birth, there would be no need for so many ash wolf kings. There was even a trace of fear in the eyes of these 9 ash wolf kings. More than 500 rank 4 demonic beasts were called over. Without a doubt, this was fear. 9 ash wolf kings of the 5th step were afraid of 2 earth black bears. No matter how powerful the earth black bear was, it was impossible for it to be a match for them. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. It was not a female bear that was giving birth in the cave. It was another monster or another creature. Luo Tian held his breath and waited quietly, secretly calculating in his heart, if we kill all of these monsters, then we will be able to crush Lin Hai with 100% certainty, and will also cause Big Brother Zhang's Thunderbolt squad to shake the entire Xianxia city. It's just that, Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed dryly, and thought to himself, it's already difficult for me to deal with a rank 5 monster, let alone a king-level ash wolf king, plus more than 500 ash wolves. This kind of wolf pack is extremely terrifying. If I want to kill these monsters, maybe, he was planning crazily in his mind. At the same time, he was also waiting for the right time. Woo 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 woo, a few ash wolf kings growled in a low voice, as if they were communicating. Then, a few rank 4 ash wolves seemed to have received an order and rushed into the cave like lightning. Awoo. Aoo, in less than half a second. The corpses of 4 ash wolves flew out. What kind of strength was this? It was simply off the charts. Woo 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 woo. A ash wolf king's front claws dug into the ground, revealing 2 sharp fangs. The fangs shone with a cold light, and a long stream of crushing liquid flowed from the gaps of its teeth. Suddenly, the 9 ash wolf kings moved together. Howl, whoosh! The 9 ash wolf kings moved in an instant, almost at the same time. 9 red lights flashed out and directly rushed into the cave. Rumble! Awoo, rumble! Rumble! For a moment, sparks flew in all directions, and the sky darkened. Luo Tian couldn't see, but it wasn't hard to tell from the intense collision that the battle was extremely intense. Moreover, the Earth Black Bear wasn't at a great disadvantage. He had seen demonic beasts fighting each other. However, he had never seen such a ferocious battle. This hatred, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Demonic beasts would also fight with their lives on the line. Most of them were fighting over territory or for food. However, high-level demonic beasts had extraordinary intelligence. They would not fight to the death and would hold back. However, in this situation, it was a fight to the death. Awoo, awoo, the Ash Wolf army outside the cave howled towards the sky as if they were cheering for the Ash Wolf King inside. Woo woo woo, suddenly. A howl similar to that of a wolf, but different from the howl of a wolf, pierced out from the cave. She gave birth? Also a wolf? Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. The expressions of the Grey Wolf army in the depression changed instantly. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if they were very afraid of that voice. Bang! Bang! Bam! 3 Ash Wolf Kings were sent flying. Then a huge figure rushed out of the cave. The Great Earth Black Bear. 6 Ash Wolf Kings were lying on its 100-meter-tall body, constantly biting it, tearing off piece after piece of flesh. The intense pain made it incomparably furious, both of its palms pounded on its chest, and the moment it rushed out of the cave, it suddenly stood up, opened its bloody mouth and roared. Roar, sound wave attack, the 2 Ash Wolf Kings near its shoulders were sent flying, blood flowing out of their ears. The other 4 Ash Wolves also revealed painful expressions. However, as soon as his voice fell, the 5 Ash Wolf Kings that were sent flying moved again and pounced forward once again. Moreover, at this moment, more than 500 Ash Wolf army surged forward, rushing towards the entrance of the cave like a tide. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The Great Earth Black Bear was enraged, and directly used its huge body to block the entrance of the cave. Its palms continuously swept out, and those Ash Wolves of the 4th step were constantly killed, but there were simply too many of them. They couldn't even kill them all. With the addition of the 9 Ash Wolf Kings, the Great Earth Black Bear could no longer hold on. F***ck. I'm going all out. Luo Tian made up his mind, holding on to the green dragon crescent moon blade, he dragged the long blade across the ground, causing sparks to fly in all directions. His figure was like the wind, and before he arrived, his arrogant voice sounded out, "So many demon beasts bullying one, what do you think you are? Eat this daddy's blade." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The green dragon crescent moon blade's flame shot out as it slashed down. Awoo. A Ash Wolf of the 4th step was cut in half, instantly killed. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf 4, obtaining 300 experience, Abyss points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. Suddenly, a human appeared. However, the Ash Wolf King did not pay any attention to him. In their eyes, a human in the divine realm was like an ant, completely without any threat. However, the Great Earth Black Bear seemed to understand Luo Tian's words, and there was a trace of gratitude in its eyes. However, at this time, Luo Tian was not in the mood to care about the Great Earth Black Bear's gaze. He was here to kill demon beasts, and if possible, he would even kill the Great Earth Black Bear, because he needed these demon beasts too much. The Ash Wolf King looked down on Luo Tian, but that did not mean that they would let Luo Tian do as he pleased. A Ash Wolf King roared out. A large wave of Ash Wolves attacked. Luo Tian did not dodge, and directly rushed forward, killing the leading Ash Wolf with one slash. Then, he withdrew the green dragon crescent moon blade, and his entire body was like fire, combusting spontaneously as he roared, "Fire Dharma!" Rumble, flame soared into the sky. A Bodhidharma old ancestor shot out, crushing everything in its path. The Ash Wolves fled in all directions. Fire Fist. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a single punch, he killed a few lone Ash Wolves. However, another wave of Ash Wolves rushed forward. This time, there were even more of them, and they were even more ferocious. Kill. God explosion. Wang. The power in his body flipped over. The azure dragon and white tiger coiled around his arms. With a move of his fists turned into flames, and then heavily smashed out, sending the two ash wolves that were pouncing on him flying. Hiss, Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. A piece of flesh was torn off his back, and he was in incomparable pain. He turned his body. Another punch was sent out. Oh woo, there were too many ash wolves, too many. In less than half a minute, he was completely surrounded. Moreover, at this time, the sky was slowly turning dark, and this was a fatal pressure for Luo Tian. At night, these demon beasts would become even more ferocious. What should we do? What should we do? Should we? Luo Tian's brow sank. There was only one day left, and he had to return to the Xingtian prefecture tomorrow afternoon. If he couldn't kill these demon beasts in the remaining time, then he would definitely lose. He couldn't lose, he was going all out. Luo Tian's idea moved, linking to the ancient dragon god ancestor, and shouted in his heart, Dragon God Forbidden Technique, Dragon Transformation. The third chapter has been delivered, let's talk about something. I'm going to get Xiao tomorrow, and it's estimated that I'll spend a day, so I won't be able to update during the day tomorrow. The update will probably be at night, and if there's no update at night, I guess old cow fell into the ditch. Everyone, don't worry, I'll make it up the day after tomorrow. Everyone better pray that you won't fall into the ditch tomorrow. Dragon Transformation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The sky started to spin. Next, a black and shiny scale flashed with a cold light, and an incomparably huge body covered the sky. The sky within a radius of thousands of kilometers was covered. It was covered by the huge dragon's body. Shock. It was an unparalleled shock. All the demon beasts in the Flame Mountain range were crawling on the ground. At this time, no matter if you were a rank 1 demon beast, a rank 5 demon beast, or even a rank 8 or 9 demon beast, you were all lying on the ground trembling in fear, because the aura in the sky was too strong. They didn't dare to move at all. Luo Tian himself was also shocked to the point of being in a complete mess. The scales have all turned black, and the clouds on the 8 claws are also black. His entire body is wrapped in black flames. How could this be? Is it related to the dark divine deity in my mind? Or did the ancient dragon god's ancestor break through himself? Luo Tian did not know. Compared to the ancient continent, the current dark dragon god was simply too strong, to the point of exploding. Moreover, his body had also grown by tens of thousands of times. What kind of concept was this? Could this be the inside of the prison break that the system released? However, the Dragon God Forbidden Technique only had 2 more layers of forbidden techniques, and with Luo Tian's current cultivation, these 2 new layers of forbidden techniques were simply unable to be released. This was the benefit of the system's prison break. Then how did it become the Dark Dragon God, suddenly? Luo Tian's brows sank, and he thought to himself, the power of darkness. I only endured 80 heavenly tribulation, and the remaining 900 plus were all endured by the Dragon God's body. The power of darkness he absorbed was much greater than mine. That's why, this is too powerful. How could the tempering of 999 heavenly tribulation be just a little bit stronger? This kind of strength was unprecedented in the history of the divine realm. Feeling that the dark dochi around the dragon god's sacred art could be controlled freely, he became envious in his heart. The dragon god's ancestor is indeed the dragon god's ancestor. To be able to easily control the dark flames, the will of darkness in my body is so awesome. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. The idea. Its huge body began to churn. Rumble. 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 Thunder flashed in all directions, and the incomparably thick lightning struck the dragon god's body. Before the lightning could get close, it was scattered into powder by the dark dochi. Mother ****. You want to bully me with numbers? Come on, try bullying me again. Luo Tian cursed angrily. He was extremely displeased that these 500 wolves were bullying an earth black bear. His malevolent dragon head smashed down, and the dark dochi released from his huge body was like a vengeful spirit rushing out from hell. He let out a mournful and miserable shriek. Woo 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 ha, woo woo woo. Wherever the dark dochi went, death followed. Those ordinary ash wolves were instantly crushed and died. Ding. 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 Luo Tian's eardrums were about to explode from the system's beep. It was ringing crazily, ear-piercing and unbearable, but Luo Tian was feeling extremely good. Ha ha ha. Come on, all of you come at me. Don't you like to gang up on me? Come on. Ha ha ha, the Dragon God Forbidden technique is truly too powerful. This strength can easily crush any rank 9 deity. Even stronger experts might be able to kill the Crown Prince of Tiandao City. Ha ha ha, this strength caused Luo Tian to feel incomparably excited. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf. Reward, 300 experience points, 90 godly essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf. Reward, 300 experience points, 90 godly essence points. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, rank 7 deity. Ha ha ha. Breakthrough, I finally broke through. Rank 7 deity. With a thought, Luo Tian clearly felt his strength increase. At the same time, he continued to sweep. This time, his target was the Ash Wolf King who was dodging everywhere. Humph. Let's see where you can run to. Luo Tian naturally wouldn't let these king-level Ash Wolves go. His huge tail moved, a black dochi shot out like a roaming dragon, directly crushing the body of one of the Ash Wolves, leaving only a bald head behind. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf King. Reward, 19,000 experience points, 500 godly essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. Ding. Do you wish to replace? No. In any case, there were still many Ash Wolves, so there was no need to rush. Luo Tian chased after these ferocious Ash Wolf Kings like dogs. The Ash Wolf army didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. After being chased by Luo Tian, they fled in all directions. However, the Dragon God's body was too long. It directly encircled the entire basin, not allowing a single one to escape. Let them escape? It was impossible. Luo Tian still needed the heads of these Ash Wolves. He needed them to crush Lin Hai's Blood God squad. Rumble. Go to hell. Ding. Another Ash Wolf King fell down. Ding. Die. Another Ash Wolf King fell, leaving only 6 Ash Wolf Kings. The original 500+ Ash Wolves had been reduced to less than half. Furthermore, they were all injured, burned by the Dark Dochi. The most important point was, there was no fighting spirit in their eyes, only fear, including the Ash Wolf King. As for the Earth Black Bear, it was stunned. Seeing those Ash Wolves being crushed, it suddenly stood up and danced in excitement. However, its expression was filled with pain. Its injuries were too severe. Its entire body was covered in wounds, deep to the point where its bones could be seen. Blood was constantly gushing out. Die for me. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf King. Reward, 19,000 experience points, 500 abyss points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. There are only 5 Ash Wolf Kings left. There are still over 100 Ash Wolves of the 4th step. My experience bar has increased by more than half, ha ha ha. This feeling is too great. Luo Tian was extremely excited. With the Dragon God's forbidden skill, he would be able to roll around the Flame Mountain range in the future. Whoever saw him would die, suddenly. Buzz buzz buzz, a red light flashed in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Danger alert, body can't take it. Danger alert, body can't take it. Danger alert, body can't take it. What's going on? Can't take it? My body is at the great perfection realm, how could I not be able to take it? Luo Tian was stunned, and he could feel the power of the Dragon God ancestor slowly disappearing from his body, and he was also slowly changing back to his original form. And now that the 5 Ash Wolf Kings had all fallen down, Luo Tian's face darkened. This is bad. Thank God for his blessings. The old cow did not fall into the ditch and returned home safely. Don't say any more. The update was delivered, and there was an update at night. It was true that Luo Tian had a perfect physical body, however, his previous physical body had withstood the dragon god of the ancient continent. However, what about now? The dragon god had withstood more than 900 bolts of lightning, and its strength was many times stronger than it was during the ancient continent. Facing the powerful dragon god, Luo Tian's physical body could no longer hold on. Therefore, only then would there be a warning that his body could not withstand the danger. It was just that, Luo Tian was too arrogant at the beginning, a little too arrogant. He kept playing with the Ash Wolves and the Ash Wolf King and did not kill them with all his might. Now, he was dumbfounded. What the hell, do you have to play with people like this? You didn't say it at the beginning, but now you're telling me that your body can't withstand it. Isn't that too much of a scam? While they were talking, Luo Tian's body had completely returned to its original appearance. Even the last trace of dark Do Qi had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, Luo Tian's body became extremely weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. This was even more uncomfortable than fighting for 30,000 rounds in one night. Huff, 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 his breathing became rapid. And the worst part was far from that. The Ash Wolf King immediately noticed the change in the aura of Luo Tian's body. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched, and the hidden fangs were revealed again. A ferocious growl came from the depths of his throat. Plop! The other Ash Wolf King also jumped down from a high place and landed on the right side of Luo Tian. Plop! 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 The third, fourth, and fifth Ash Wolves all landed and split into 5 directions, forming an encirclement. Woo woo, woo woo, the 5 king-level Ash Wolf Kings took a light step forward, and the encirclement shrank a little. Behind the 5 Ash Wolf Kings, the 100 or so Ash Wolves also began to slowly recover from their fear. One by one, the Ash Wolves shook their bodies, and the hair on their bodies stood up like steel needles, slowly following behind the Ash Wolf King. Luo Tian was extremely weak. At this moment, the power in his body seemed to be suppressed. It was too uncomfortable. In addition, he had not rested for 3 days and 3 nights. His body had reached its limit and could no longer hold on. Woo woo, roar. Suddenly, the Ash Wolf King turned into a red bolt of lightning. A sudden attack, Luo Tian's eyes widened as he desperately tried to release his power, but it was completely useless. It's over. Even if he wasn't weakened, he still wouldn't be a match for a rank 5 king-level demonic beast. Right now, his body was so weak that he could faint at any moment. Even though the Ash Wolf King was injured, it was more than enough to deal with Luo Tian. Roar. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky darkened, blocking the moon that had just popped out from the clouds. Walala, its sharp claws pierced through the air, leaving a few cracks in the air. Before the Ash Wolf King could land, it was directly sent flying by the Great Earth Black Bear. Rumble. As the Great Earth Black Bear landed, the ground shook violently. Luo Tian almost fell to the ground from the shock. Awoo, the Ash Wolf King held in pain as it was sent flying. The Great Earth Black Bear turned around and looked down at Luo Tian with its 100-meter-tall body. Luo Tian's body was trembling. If this bear's paw came down, he would directly turn into a pile of meat paste. However, whatever he wanted came. The Great Earth Black Bear slapped down with its paw. Under the pressure of the strong wind, the skin on Luo Tian's face started to roll, and he shouted in his heart, "This time, it's really over, I can't block this palm at all." He closed his eyes. Luo Tian smiled bitterly, unwilling to give up. Huh? His body suddenly became light. He wasn't smashed into meat paste, nor was he given points. Instead, he was lifted up by a furry thing. Luo Tian opened his eyes and saw the Great Earth Black Bear looking at him. There was actually a trace of gratitude in its eyes. How was this possible? The intelligence of a rank 5 monster was not low, but it had not reached the level of understanding. He obviously knew that Luo Tian was helping him. Moreover, in his eyes, there was not only gratitude but also a trace of hope. Without waiting for Luo Tian to think so much, his body became heavy and he fell down. Following that, there was a landslide and his entire body directly fell down. Originally, the cave could still be seen clearly with the help of the moonlight. Rumble. The earth black bear directly blocked the entrance of the cave with its butt. It used its body to completely seal the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Luo Tian was still constantly rolling and sliding down, completely out of control. Holy sh*t. What's going on? Oh woo, woo woo woo, the Ash Wolf King became abnormally ferocious and let out an attacking howl. Following that, all the Ash Wolves rushed forward and pounced crazily. The great earth black bear went all out and was completely fearless. Its claws were like sharp blades as it crazily harvested. Before it could kill a single wolf, it had already been killed. A notification would sound out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf 4, obtaining 300 experience points, 90 divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence G. The system sounded out because the Ash Wolves outside had all been attacked by Luo Tian before. If they were killed within a certain period of time, Luo Tian would be able to obtain experience. But right now, Luo Tian did not even think about the experience. This. What exactly is going on? Gudong. Luo Tian stood in a corner and looked into the distance. He really could not understand. He was currently in a huge underground cave. In this cave, not far from him, there was a huge white wolf. At this moment, she was giving birth to little white wolf. What was worse was that the female white wolf was having difficulty giving birth and was bleeding profusely. Furthermore, she was looking at Luo Tian with pleading eyes. I'm begging you, help me. Luo Tian's mind suddenly thought of this voice. I'm begging you, help me. The voice sounded again. Luo Tian was very clear who was speaking, and at the same time, he was very shocked. An earth black bear is risking its life to protect a white wolf, and a white wolf that can send a message to a human. What exactly is going on? The world of demon beasts was also incomparably complicated. Huff, Luo Tian exhaled heavily, and said faintly, let me make it clear first, I don't know how to deliver a child. If anything happens, I won't be responsible, and I'm extremely weak right now, and don't have the strength to help you. I can only. Luo Tian's face was blank as he thought of the scene of delivering a child in a TV series. At this moment, Luo Tian walked to the white wolf's side. The white wolf's claws moved, startling Luo Tian. The moment the claws touched him, buzz! Endless power surged into his body, and in that instant, all of his physical strength recovered. There was not the slightest bit of discomfort as he looked at the white wolf's pleading eyes. Alright, I'll be a midwife today. Alright, I really can't take it anymore. 2 chapters today, 1 more chapter tomorrow, and 1 more chapter. Tomorrow, there will be 5 chapters to repay everyone. Old Cow thanks all the brothers for their support. His fingertips moved. The weakness and pain in his body instantly disappeared. There was a strange power hidden in the white wolf's body. In addition, the Ash Wolf King fought with all his might, not hesitating to bring all of the Ash Wolf's clansmen with him. Facing the earth black bear that was over 100 meters tall, he did not care about his own safety. The earth black bear swore to protect him with its life. All of these could only show that the white wolf's identity was not simple. Huff, Luo Tian exhaled heavily, slowly squatted down, and said, I don't know how to deliver a baby, so I can't guarantee that I can help you. The only thing I can guarantee is that I will do my best. The white wolf understood Luo Tian's words and nodded. Then, Luo Tian's voice sank, clenched his fists, and immediately turned into a gynecologist. He said loudly, follow my rhythm, breathe in first, suck, huff, use your strength, use your constipation. Yes, it's constipation, the power to shit, use it with all your might. Luo Tian really couldn't think of any other metaphor, so he could only use his strength to shit. Woo, woo, the white wolf followed Luo Tian's rhythm and used all her strength, but blood suddenly flowed out from her crotch. The more she used, the more blood there was. The white wolf's expression was incomparably painful, and his eyes were unfocused, as if he could die at any moment. It's bleeding profusely. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Luo Tian panicked when he saw this scene. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he didn't know how to deal with it. He thought of the movies and TV shows from his previous life. Of course, these scenes couldn't be shown, so he had no experience at all. What should we do? What should we do? I must think that the position of the wolf pup is wrong. Luo Tian's mind did not stop thinking. The white wolf's body was extremely weak. In addition, its body was covered in blood, dyeing the surroundings red like a pool of blood. If this continued, she would not be able to hold on. Luo Tian looked at her painful expression and frowned. In a low voice, he said, if you were in your previous life, you would have to undergo a cesarean section. That's the only way to save the child. But your body is too weak right now. You won't be able to support it. I suggest you. Luo Tian didn't finish his sentence. White Wolf was also looking at Luo Tian. There was a pleading look in his eyes. At the same time, there was a firm look in his eyes. He transmitted his voice to Luo Tian, save my child. Don't worry about me. I beg you, save my child. She was well aware of her current situation. Either he would protect her, or protect the child. She chose the child. This was a great maternal instinct. Luo Tian reminded him, are you sure? You will die. In this situation, no matter how strong a demon beast was, it would not be able to withstand it. White Wolf blinked his eyes, and said in a sound transmission, I'm sure, thank you. After my child is born, I hope you can protect him well. Don't worry. Huff, Luo Tian once again exhaled heavily. His heart calmed down, and he said faintly, I'm going to start. Walala, walala, walala. Without any other weapons, Luo Tian could only use the green dragon crescent blade to cut open White Wolf's stomach. Blood splashed onto Luo Tian's face, but he did not blink. His heart was shocked by White Wolf's motherly instinct. This was a mother's love. Thinking of himself, Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists in his heart, and said, I swear I will protect him well. Woo-woo, suddenly. A small wolf with a thick arm was taken out from White Wolf's stomach. Its entire body was covered in mucus and blood, and it was also weak from excitement. It had been held in its mother's stomach for too long, and was stuck to the point where it could not breathe. White Wolf stared at the little wolf in Luo Tian's hands weakly, its eyes filled with worry. Tears glistened at the corner of his eyes. At this time, he didn't even have the strength to send a sound transmission. He looked at Luo Tian pleadingly, wanting Luo Tian to save her child. Damn it, I'm going all out. Luo Tian could not care less, and roared in his heart, Dark will, come out. I want to save it. I must save him. Didn't you absorb the power of Lin Yuer's Strigoi? Doesn't the blood of the Strigoi contain the power of self-healing? I need blood essence, I need your blood essence. Luo Tian said heavily. There was not the slightest reaction in his mind. Finally, Luo Tian directly said in a begging tone, I beg you, can you help me? There was really no other way. At this time, any spirit grass or spirit pills were useless. Furthermore, little wolf had just been born and could not eat those things. I beg you. Luo Tian really wanted to kneel down to him. He could not let White Wolf's mother watch little wolf die in his hands. If that was the case, he would hate himself. He could not disappoint his great mother, especially before she died. Thus, Luo Tian shouted again, take it that I'm begging you, okay? Help me this time. I beg you. Luo Tian had never begged someone like this before. Never, and the person he was begging was a kind of power in his body. If it was himself. No matter how much pain and pressure he had to endure, even if he was facing a heaven-like enemy, he would never give in, let alone beg for help. But this time it was different. It was for a wolf. It was for a life. It was also for the great love of a mother. This was something he had lacked since he was young. He did not want little wolf to be the same, nor did he want White Wolf to leave this world with sadness. All of a sudden. Boom. There was a thunderous roar in his mind. A black bolt of lightning, like the power of the dark heavenly tribulation, exploded in Luo Tian's mind. Then, a warm current surged from Luo Tian's mind, passed through his limbs, and finally gathered on his index finger. A drop of blood essence appeared on his finger. Drip. It dripped onto Little Wolf's body. Buzz. A mass of dark doqi spread out, directly forming a black mist. The black mist enveloped Little Wolf. White Wolf was not worried. Instead, his face was filled with shock as he stared at Luo Tian in a daze. Finally, he smiled with relief. Woo 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 woo, the dark doqi was gradually absorbed into Little Wolf's body. At the same time, Little Wolf cried out in a low voice, like a baby crying. He was alive. Luo Tian's heart relaxed. He quickly hugged White Wolf and said excitedly, "Did you see that? Your child is alive, alive." White Wolf blinked his eyes in relief, then looked at a dark place, then looked at Luo Tian. His eyes slowly closed, and his body gradually stiffened. Dead, Luo Tian's heart sank. Little Wolf seemed to know that his mother was dead, and his cries became even more ferocious. And outside, Song Lang trembled, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a scarlet blood moon, incomparably ferocious. He did not look at the almanac when he went out today. When he went out, Little Wolf had already destroyed the wall of the courtyard. Old Cow's heart was about to break. He felt weak all over. "Brothers, give me some support and comfort, woo woo woo." The blood moon was scarlet red, and the entire Flame Mountain range was enveloped in this terrifying blood moon. It was as if the Flame Mountain range was no longer a Flame Mountain range, but a terrifying red blood pool. The wolf pack trembled. His legs trembled and he couldn't stand still. Many of the ash wolves were already kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads to look at the blood moon. In the sky, they were like extremely devout believers, worshipping it. Even the Ash Wolf King's expression was filled with fear. It kept roaring, as if it was resisting. Rumble. 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 The great earth black bear was infuriated. It was abnormally excited and let out a roar. A burst of fierce strength chi also erupted from its body, condensing into armor. Like a raging bear, it directly grabbed a Ash Wolf King and tore it into two halves. Swish, the Ash Wolf King's body was torn apart. At the same time, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf King 4, obtaining 19,000 experience points, 500 God Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. Ding! Do you want to replace it? No. Luo Tian still didn't choose to replace it. Among the 9 Ash Wolf Kings, there was still the strongest one. It was also a true king-level Ash Wolf, and Luo Tian wanted to replace it. Eh? The Great Earth Black Bear can actually kill the Ash Wolf King, what's going on? Luo Tian's heart trembled. The Great Earth Black Bear was at a disadvantage, but it was actually able to kill a Ash Wolf King. He didn't know what was happening outside. He also didn't know that the moon in the sky would turn into a scarlet blood moon. And now, Luo Tian looked at the dead white wolf on the ground, and then looked at the little white wolf nestled in his arms. He was sleeping soundly, completely treating Luo Tian as his mother. Luo Tian smiled knowingly, looked at the big white wolf and said seriously, "From today onwards, I will do my best to take care of him. You can rest assured." Following that, Luo Tian did not leave. Before the white wolf died, it looked into the darkness. Clearly, there was something there. Luo Tian carried little white wolf and walked into the darkness. At this moment, outside, in less than half a minute, the situation of the battle changed again. The blood moon in the sky did not last for long. After the blood moon disappeared, the ash wolves went berserk and attacked the great earth black bear crazily. They went all out and fought with all their might. The great earth black bear's body was covered with ash wolves. It kept resisting and fighting. Disadvantage. A huge disadvantage. However, it hadn't given up and was still crazily slaughtering. Furthermore, he was ready to throw caution to the wind. With a smile on his face, He stared at the Ash Wolf King and howled as if to say, "I've won." In a pitch-black cave, Luo Tian walked forward slowly. Finally, he found a small hole. He could only walk in sideways. In the cave, what is this? Luo Tian's brow sank. He walked in and saw an ancient and dusty box. Luo Tian carefully opened it, and the moment he opened it, the golden light was dazzling, and the entire cave was as bright as day. Little White Wolf opened its eyes and stared at the shining golden ball. It was attracted to it, as if it was a very familiar feeling. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Item, Direwolf King's Inner Core Grade, Endless, Level, Attribute, Direwolf King's Inner Core contains all of Direwolf King's power. After devouring it, one will obtain the inheritance of Direwolf King's power. Note, this pill can only be used by demon beasts. Humans cannot use it. The user will explode and die. I'll be damned. Luckily I have the system. Otherwise, if I really knew that this was the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core and directly swallowed it, wouldn't I be played to death? Luo Tian rejoiced, then handed it over to Little White Wolf, and said, "Do you want to eat it?" Little White Wolf seemed to understand Luo Tian's words. It glanced at Luo Tian, then curled up again and snuggled into Luo Tian's embrace to sleep. It was completely uninterested in the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core. Huh? Luo Tian was stunned. Why did the Ash Wolf King and the Ash Wolf tribe fight so hard? It was all for this Heavenly Wolf King's inner core. Little White disdained to look at it. Luo Tian first kept the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core, and muttered to himself, "You don't want it, I still have the beast martial system, I have the body of a demon beast, I should be able to use the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core with my body." Other than the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core, there was another thing in the box. An ancient book. Heavenly Wolf 9 Kills. Huh? Luo Tian was secretly shocked again. Item, Heavenly Wolf 9 Kills, Cultivation Method, Grade, Endless, Rank, Description. This cultivation method can only be used by demon beasts. It is divided into 9 moves, 1 move for 1 kill, using all of one's strength. If the kill succeeds, all of one's strength will be recovered. If the kill fails, one will be as weak as a bug. Note, this cultivation method must be cultivated together with the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core to reach large success. Huff, Little White Wolf, do you want to cultivate? Luo Tian asked first. Little White Wolf's eyes opened slightly, then it ignored him and continued to sleep. If you don't want to cultivate, then these are all mine. I asked you beforehand, you're the one who doesn't want to cultivate. Luo Tian was secretly excited. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. He needed the Ash Wolf King's body, the body of a rank 5 king-level demon beast. He clenched his fists and said to Little White Wolf in his arms, "I want to avenge your mother. If it wasn't for these wolves, your mother wouldn't have ended up like this." He walked back to the White Wolf's side. He dug a hole and buried her. He did not chop off her head just because the White Wolf was a high-level demon beast. Luo Tian was a human, a person with emotions. He wanted to win, but he would not tarnish the word win. After burying her, Luo Tian woke Little White Wolf up and said, "Kowtow to your mother, then we will leave this place." Little White Wolf glanced at Luo Tian, then walked forward and gently licked the pile of yellow soil. A drop of tear fell from the corner of its eye. Luo Tian also clenched his fists tightly, and thought to himself, "Don't worry, I will take good care of him." Rumble. Rumble. The Earth Black Bear's body was constantly being torn apart. There was not a single piece of good meat on its body, but it still guarded the entrance of the cave without caring about its own safety. Huff, 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 the great Earth Black Bear panted heavily, blood spurting out of its nostrils. Its eyes were incomparably resolute as it roared at the leader of the Ash Wolf King, as if saying, "Come on, you son of a bitch, come and kill me." It also seemed to be laughing maniacally. The Ash Wolf King was completely enraged. It raised its head and howled at the moon. With a leap, it pounced heavily towards the Earth Black Bear. At the same time, the other 3 Ash Wolf Kings led more than 100 Ash Wolves and pounced forward with all their might. At this moment, a childish wolf howl suddenly came out from the cave. "Oh woo, the second chapter has been delivered, there are still 3 chapters today." Brothers, where are your recommendation tickets? A woo. A low howl of a wolf could be heard. It came out from the deep hole. The sound was not loud. But, at this moment, all the wolves that were pouncing on him stopped abruptly and retreated instantly. Even the leader of the Ash Wolf King's eyes tensed up, and its body leaned back slightly. The Earth Black Bear suddenly stood up. It stood up with difficulty and then moved its body with difficulty. A man and a wolf walked out. The wolf was Little White Wolf. After the recovery time of forging, he could already walk on the ground. A layer of white wolf fur grew on his body, making him look like a Pekingese. He followed Luo Tian at a leisurely pace, wagging his tail. His two eyes were looking forward. A red cold light flickered in the darkness. Gudong. Woo woo, the wolves were growling. They were retreating. They were afraid, their bodies were trembling as they watched the pair of blood-red eyes gradually walk out from the deep hole. The fear that came from their hearts made them unable to resist. Half a minute later, a man and a wolf were gradually seen clearly. Awu, the leader of the Ash Wolf Kings, let out a ferocious howl. Then, it jumped down and landed heavily in front of the cave entrance. Its eyes were filled with endless anger. Its eyes were cold and filled with ferocious killing intent. When Luo Tian and Little White Wolf walked to the entrance of the cave, those rank 4 wolves relaxed, and the pressure from before disappeared instantly. They all surrounded them step by step. Obviously, what they were afraid of was not a newborn wolf cub. Even if its parents were the supreme existences of the wolf clan, this white cub could be killed by any ash wolf. What was there to be afraid of? As for Luo Tian, these ferocious wolves' eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Plop! Plop! The wolves jumped down from the rocks and surrounded the entrance of the cave, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. The Earth Black Bear was stunned. When it saw Little White Wolf, its body slightly arched, as if it was bowing to the king. Then, it looked into the depths of the cave. It did not find Little White Wolf, nor did it feel her aura. Luo Tian looked up at the Earth Black Bear and said slowly, "She died of dystocia." Roar! The great Earth Black Bear suddenly roared. The powerful energy released from his body caused the surrounding wolves to roll on the ground for more than 10 meters. He was furious. Little White Wolf looked sideways at the angry great Earth Black Bear. It was not afraid at all. Phew! Luo Tian squatted down and said to the Earth Black Bear, "This is her child." Subsequently, Luo Tian hugged Little White and smiled, "Be good, come into my embrace." The Little White Wolf licked Luo Tian's palm and lightly jumped onto Luo Tian's palm. Its body curled up and nestled in Luo Tian's embrace. Its face was filled with satisfaction and did not feel unfamiliar at all. It completely treated Luo Tian as its mother. The great Earth Black Bear was shocked by the scene. Similarly, the wolves were shocked as well. However, the moment they were shocked, they were completely enraged, as if they had been greatly insulted. To them, they were incomparably noble. Their race was noble. Especially Little White Wolf's identity, it was even more so the noble kind. However, to be nestled in the embrace of a human with a face full of satisfaction and enjoyment, it was as if he had insulted their ancestors. Their eyes turned sinister and their hatred soared to the sky. All the ash wolves stared at Luo Tian, their eyes flashing with a green light. It was incomparably terrifying in the dark night. Buzz! With a move of his right hand, the green dragon crescent moon blade shook heavily. He placed Little White in his clothes and shouted, "If it wasn't for you guys chasing after him, his mother wouldn't have had a difficult birth. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to his mother's soul." While they were talking, Little White Wolf poked its head out from Luo Tian's embrace, revealing a fierce look, and let out a few low growls. Woo! However, his appearance was too cute, without the slightest hint of savagery. Little White Wolf, you should go in." Luo Tian's aura was destroyed. In the blink of an eye. Kill. Without waiting for the ash wolves to rush up, Luo Tian suddenly attacked. God explosion. Divine fire. His gaze locked onto the Ash Wolf King's head. "Let's blast you first." Among these wolves, the Ash Wolf King was almost unharmed. Luo Tian's target was him. He needed the body of the Ash Wolf King's leader, then. At the same time that the divine fire was released, the green dragon crescent moon blade swung and a surging fire dragon rushed out. The fire dragon roared and turned into a straight line as it pounced towards the Ash Wolf King. Luo Tian moved and his body was instantly brought over by the fire dragon. Whoosh! The timing was extremely precise. The divine fire fell first, previous chapter next chapter boom. It exploded on the Ash Wolf King's body. It did not trigger an instant kill, this was normal. It was too difficult for such a high-level demon beast to trigger an instant kill. However, all of this was within Luo Tian's control. The divine fire exploded on the body of the Ash Wolf King's leader, but it did not suffer any damage. The Ash Wolf King looked at Luo Tian with disdain, as if to say, "Brat, you want to hurt me with your lowly human? Dream on." However, at this moment, the Ash Wolf King's body sank, his strength was suppressed, and his defense was suppressed. Seeing Luo Tian slashing down, he wanted to dodge, but it was too difficult, his speed could not keep up with his reaction. He was suppressed, at this moment. His only way was to call for help. Awoo, with a low growl, the other two Ash Wolf Kings pounced forward. Roar! The great earth black bear roared and pounced forward with its huge body. With one palm each, it threw the two Ash Wolf Kings away. Looking down on me? I'll show you my strength. Buzz! In that instant, Luo Tian's entire body began to burn. The green dragon crescent moon blade's entire body was crimson red, and there was a layer of dark flame surrounding the blade. He had activated the strongest hidden power of the green dragon crescent moon blade. He slashed down. One slash. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Roar, flames burned. In the sky, the roar of a green dragon suddenly sounded out. At this moment, Luo Tian used all his strength, gathered all his strength, and with a swing, he slashed down like a thunderbolt. Look down on me, die. Boom. The blade slashed down. The eyes of the Ash Wolf King's head widened, and at the same time, it roared and resisted with all its might. However, it was useless. Crack. Its head was chopped off. Blood spurted out. The entire scene was silent. Those Ash Wolves stared at Luo Tian in a daze, as if they had seen the most terrifying creature in the world. Their eyes trembled violently. At this moment. Ding! The system sounded out, the third chapter has been delivered. Old Bull, please subscribe. Please subscribe to all of them. Ding! The system beep sounded. Luo Tian did not stop. He released all of his strength. At this time, he was not quietly waiting for the system's voice, but escaping. The Ash Wolves were all in shock. Luo Tian quickly retreated to the side of the Earth Black Bear. It was also at this time. The system beep sounded. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf King 4, obtaining 31,000 experience, 900 divine essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining dense fire essence. Ding. Do you wish to replace it? Replace. This time, Luo Tian did not hesitate to choose to replace it. This was the leader of the Ash Wolf King, and could be considered the King of Kings. Ding. Replacement successful. Do you wish to activate it? Luo Tian pondered for a moment. His strength was not enough to kill so many Ash Wolves, he could only activate it. Activate. Buzz. Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and directly turned into the Ash Wolf King that he had just killed. The Earth Black Bear was shocked, and its body tilted slightly, but in that instant, it opened its mouth and said in beast language, "Who are you?" Beast language, this language only existed with high-level demon beasts. Ordinary, low-level demon beasts were unable to use it. The Ash Wolf King of the Nine Wolves was naturally a high-level demon beast, so Luo Tian naturally understood the beast language that the Earth Black Bear spoke, and immediately said, "I am that human just now, I am just cultivating a type of demon beast." Cultivation method. His mouth moved, and the beast language naturally came out. There was no hindrance, as if he was speaking the human language. Luo Tian was secretly shocked, and thought, I didn't expect to be able to talk to demon beasts, this will be fun in the future. Luo Tian's words were heard by the Earth Black Bear. The other two Ash Wolf Kings also heard it. Woo woo woo, they did not feel afraid because they had taken away their king's body. Instead, they became even angrier, and those Ash Wolves also became angry. The Earth Black Bear said slightly, "Come, brother, let's have a good fight." He looked excited. He looked like he was going all out. White Wolf's death was a huge blow to him. He was White Wolf's guard, but he didn't fulfill his responsibility. He felt that he shouldn't live in this world anymore. He should go to hell with White Wolf. However, Luo Tian stood in front of him and said, "Your battle is over. Now it's my turn. I promised her that I would take good care of her child. If I don't kill all these wolves, my promise will be empty. A promise is worth 1,000 gold." While speaking, Luo Tian thought, Heavenly Wolf King's inner core. Gulp. He swallowed it. A stream of heat began to boil in his abdomen and then spread throughout his body. Every acupoint and even every capillary was filled with power. At the same time, 9 slaughters of the Heavenly Wolf. Cultivate. After consuming the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core, Luo Tian immediately started to cultivate the Heavenly Wolf's 9 murders manual. Next, a new cultivation method appeared in the Beast Martial System's cultivation method column. This cultivation method was not limited to the body of a demonic beast. In other words, in the future, Luo Tian would be able to transform into another demonic beast's body to cultivate this cultivation method. The Heavenly Wolf King's inner core also remained in the Beast Martial System, not just the Heavenly Wolf King's body. Beast Martial System's first set of cultivation method. Cultivation method, Heavenly Wolf 9 kills grade, endless level description. This martial art is divided into 9 moves. 1 move is 1 kill. You must kill the enemy before you can release the second kill. If you don't kill the enemy, the stronger the killing move, the stronger the power. The interval between each move cannot exceed 30 seconds. 9 kills slays God. A more comprehensive description of the cultivation method appeared. Simply put, if the first kill was successful, the power would increase. If the second target was killed within 30 seconds, the power would increase again. It kept repeating until the 9th kill. Then, the power would be enough to shake the gods. In the divine realm, everyone had divine deity. The god described in the cultivation method did not refer to an ordinary god. Was it a god king? Or what? Only by trying would he know. On the contrary, if the first kill failed, Luo Tian's body would be in an extremely weak state. And he would not be able to release the second kill. This was a set of killing moves, and it was a set of consecutive moves with the goal of killing. Once it was hit 9 times, then, the power would reach a level that could destroy the heavens and earth. After consuming the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core, the aura on Luo Tian's body clearly changed. The Great Earth Black Bear was slightly shocked. He immediately understood and smiled faintly. "It seems that the Queen has chosen you." At first, he did not believe in Luo Tian. He even suspected Luo Tian, but now, there was no need to doubt. If it was not for the White Wolf's instructions, Luo Tian would not have been able to find these 2 items. These were the supreme treasures from the Heavenly Wolf King Star Field. The most precious treasure of the entire divine realm, only, Luo Tian did not know this. The huge rock in the Great Earth Black Bear's heart loosened. He then reminded, "Brother, be careful. Don't worry." Luo Tian grinned. He took a step forward, and a wave of energy shot out from beneath his feet. With a move of his 4 limbs, he flew out, howling towards the sky, and shouted, "Come, you shameless scum. Awoo, awoo, awoo." The horn to attack sounded, in the blink of an eye. The ash wolves rushed towards Luo Tian like a tide. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, and said, "All of you scum, go and die." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down. He did not use Heavenly Wolf's 9 kills, because what if he did not succeed? Then his body would become extremely weak, and there was no turning back for this technique. As long as he released it, he could only move forward. There was no way back. Regardless of whether you killed the target or not, once 30 seconds passed, your body would immediately weaken. This was a killing move that came back from the dead. Luo Tian would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf 4 obtaining 300 experience, 90 God Essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian. The system kept beeping. Luo Tian had too much of an advantage against these rank 4 Ash Wolves. Moreover, he had swallowed the Dire Wolf King's inner core. His body was not something a rank 5 demon beast could contend against. Their attacks could not break through his defense at all. He was like a hungry wolf that had rushed into a sheep's pen, crazily harvesting. One after another, they fell. His experience was rising. The God Essence was rising. Similarly, the Fire Essence absorbed by the burning fruit was also slowly rising. Half an hour passed. The number of Ash Wolves was reduced by half. An hour passed. There were only 20 or so Ash Wolves left. 2 hours passed. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating burning fruit. Activating a new skill, Great Flame Ring. The 4th chapter has been delivered, there is still one more chapter tonight. Brothers, please support me. Excluding the domineering aura. The Great Flame Ring should be the strongest move below the Flame Emperor. Luo Tian was very excited, it was as excited and happy as when Ace from One Piece came back to life. Although the path we take is different and the world we live in is different, I will pass on your will. I will protect everything I need to protect. Luo Tian said in his heart. At this moment, all the Ash Wolves had basically been cleaned up. There were still a few that were barely hanging on. They were about to die without needing to do anything. This time, the Earth Black Bear was shocked. He looked at Luo Tian, Ash Wolf King, in a daze and said excitedly, "Brother, you're strong enough." Ha ha ha, after saying that, he laughed excitedly. However, when he laughed, he pulled at his wounds and couldn't help but tremble in pain. Luo Tian hurried forward and said, "The injuries on your body, it's fine. This little injury is nothing, you have done me a great favor, you have done the Wolf Clan a great favor, I thank you on behalf of the entire Wolf Clan, but..." At this point, the Earth Black Bear's expression tightened slightly, and then said, "Little White Wolf, I hope you can take good care of him. When he grows up one day, tell him his identity, and his father and mother, they are the gods of the Wolf Clan, the strongest warriors from the Sirius Star region." This time, cluck cluck, the Earth Black Bear's eyes were suddenly bloodshot as he said angrily, "If it wasn't for Lei Lai, they wouldn't have been in trouble at all." The Ash Wolf tribe was also ordered by Lei Lai. "If it wasn't for you today, I think we would all be dead. From today onwards, I hope that you won't step into the Flame Mountain range for the next 10 years, and even more so, you can't let their son enter this place. Once Lei Lai finds out, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. In 10 years, with the physique of the Heavenly Wolf King, the young lord will definitely grow quickly." Luo Tian nodded and said, "I'll remember it," but he did not say it out loud. Every breakthrough he made required experience. If he was not allowed to enter the mountain range, how could he hunt demon beasts? How could he level up? He also had a deep hatred, and there were things that he had to do. There were also people and things that he had to protect. However, in the end, Luo Tian didn't say it out loud. He smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to him. I promised his mother that I would protect him well." The Great Earth Black Bear gave a gratified smile. "Many humans are hypocritical, despicable, and vicious, but I don't see any of that in you. You're a human who keeps his promises. Thank you for helping me, to express my gratitude." While speaking, he had no idea where he had taken something out from. One item, armor, soft silk armor. Handing it over to Luo Tian, he said, "This is the treasure of our Great Earth Black Bear tribe. It is the god of our Great Earth Black Bear tribe. It is also an armor passed down from our ancestors. This armor can hide on your body as if you are not wearing anything. It can help you resist 50% of the power of the attack and 80% of the power of the earth element. At a critical moment, it can save your life and make your body invisible." Good stuff, it was definitely good stuff. The overbearing attack of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. This was Luo Tian's current exclusive weapon. He had the weapon, but what about the defense? With his current cultivation of the 7th step of the Divine Realm, he was not a match for the 9th step of the Divine Realm. If he had this defensive armor, it would be different. Luo Tian did not refuse, and accepted it, saying, "Thank you." "No, no, no, I should be the one thanking you," the Great Earth Black Bear said humbly, then took out a fist-sized tooth and said, "This is the keepsake of our Great Earth Black Bear tribe. No matter where you are in the Divine Realm, as long as there is an Great Earth Black Bear tribe, as long as you take out the keepsake, we will definitely do our best to help you." It was another incomparably precious item. It was the same as Luo Tian controlling the powerful force of the Great Earth Black Bear. He had also completely gained the trust of the Great Earth Black Bear. From this, it could be inferred that the Great Earth Black Bear in front of him must be extremely precious in his tribe. Luo Tian was once again grateful, and said, "Thank you." The Great Earth Black Bear's expression became serious, and asked seriously, "Can you let me take another look at young master?" "Of course." Luo Tian returned to his original body and carried the sleeping little white wolf out of his embrace. He snuggled up to Luo Tian's arm and slept extremely quietly, just like a sleeping baby. The Great Earth Black Bear slowly knelt down on one knee and moved his mouth. Luo Tian was currently in his human body, so he did not know what the Great Earth Black Bear was saying. However, he could guess a little from his expression. Following that, the Great Earth Black Bear slowly stood up and bowed to Luo Tian. It was still a human bow, a 90-degree bow, and finally, a silly smile appeared on its face. With a heavy leap, with a hong sound, it had already flown 100 meters away. Then, he heard the sound of a few trees breaking, and finally disappeared without a trace. "Let's go." Luo Tian looked at the little white wolf in his embrace, then looked at the gradually brightening sky, and then looked at the corpses of the ash wolves all over the ground. He grinned and laughed excitedly. "It's time for me to get to work. I have to leave Flame Mountain Range in the afternoon, and I have to finish harvesting the heads of these ash wolves before the afternoon. Lin Hai. Blood God Battle Team. Come on. Scheming, even if it's a big scheme, I will still crush the shit out of you today." Luo Tian put the little white wolf back into his embrace, and quickly started harvesting the heads. At the assembly point, Lin Hai had a satisfied smile on his face. Last night, Luo Tian did not return to the assembly point. "Big brother Hai, I think that kid must have died in the mountains. Exploring in an unknown area, he would die if he met any high-level demon beast. He really overestimated himself. Did he not see that Flame Mountain Range was a place that trash like him could enter? Master Hai, the Blood God Battle Team has already accumulated more than 2,000 points from killing demon beasts in this trial competition, breaking the Xianxia Prefecture's record. This time, Master Hai Lin is destined to cause a sensation in Xianxia City. How can that slave compete with Master Hai? He is simply courting death." Everyone was flattering Lin Hai. Very comfortable. Very happy. However, these were not the things that made him the happiest. Just last night, he had broken through his shackles and became a level 9 deity. This was the happiest thing for him. Looking at the sky, the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. "If you stand in front of me right now, I can easily crush you to death. Lowly slave, I hope you don't die. I will wait for you in Xianxia City. Ha ha ha. I will trample you on the ground in front of Lin Yuer, never to get up again." Chapter 5 has been delivered. Tomorrow morning, I will bring Little 3 to the 4S shop to report for repairs. I probably won't have time to write in the morning, so I will update at 6 p.m. Today, I am a little mentally and physically exhausted. I am really annoyed and tired. However, under these circumstances, Old Cow still managed to update 5 chapters. I hope that my brothers will support me. Thank you. Let's go. Back to Xianxia City. Lin Hai led the disciples of the Xianxia mansion and set off at noon. With their strength, it was not a problem for them to reach the second assembly point within half a day. Standing at the entrance of the assembly point, looking at the distant forest, Lin Hai sneered, and thought to himself, "Brat, this time, it's over for you to come back. Lin Yuer is destined to be my woman, and the Thunder Squad is destined to be disbanded, and They will all die, ha ha ha, this is the result of fighting with me. Lin Hai was very proud. Very proud. Big brother Hai, do we need to? Linny asked. Close it. Lin Hai said without thinking, even if that slave doesn't die, we can't let him return to the assembly point. I want to see how he will rush to the assembly point at night. Linny laughed sinisterly, and said, understood. Lin Hai and the others left. The gate of the assembly point was also closed, and the barrier was activated for protection. Luo Tian was busy for the entire day. After harvesting all the ash wolves, he was so tired that he was about to burst. He wanted to go back to the assembly point and have a good night's sleep before rushing back the next morning. This way, he would be in a hurry. Compared to not sleeping for 5 days and 5 nights, he really couldn't take it anymore. The overdraft in his body was too great. However, when he returned to the assembly point, he secretly clenched his fists. How ruthless, you didn't even leave a place for me to stay. Lin Hai, do you really want me to die here? I won't let you do as you wish. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The throbbing roars of demon beasts could be heard from time to time. Luo Tian advanced quickly. At night, his vision was blocked, and Luo Tian was not familiar with the roads. After taking several detours, he finally arrived at the assembly point at dawn. However, the assembly point at the second station was already empty. Moreover, the gate was closed, and the protective barrier was activated. Phew. I'll chase again. On the third day, at night. Xianxia City, Central Square. A sea of people was discussing spiritedly. The Blood God Squad will definitely take first place in this year's competition. There's no need to even think about it. The captain of the Blood God Squad is Lin Hai, a rank 8 deity. He's a genius of the Blood clan with extremely high blood purity. Of course. Who could contend with Master Hai Lin just now? I heard that Thunderclap is a dark horse this year, but I heard that they were defeated a few days ago. Now, they don't even dare to come out and meet people. I also heard that they made a bet with Lin Hai's Blood God battle team to see who would take first place. The loser would have to disband their battle team and crawl under the winner's crotch. The humiliation of being under the winner's crotch, ha ha ha. There will definitely be a good show to watch today. I heard that Thunderclap has an extra member. I heard it's a slave. What? Slaves? Ha ha ha, slaves can also participate in the competition? Was he here to be funny? Or was Zhang Ao's brain filled with sh*t? How could he let a slave join Thunderclap? Looks like it'll be hard for Thunderclap to not lose. Let's just wait and see. The disciples from the trial competition had yet to return, but the entire Grand Sky City was already in an uproar. The news of the bet had already spread throughout Grand Sky City. Everyone was laughing at Thunderclap for overestimating themselves and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. No one in Xingtian Prefecture dared to challenge Blood God battle team. In the crowd, Lin Yuer and Zhang Ao had anxious expressions. Why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened? Don't worry, he'll definitely be fine. Lin Yuer said with concern, Big brother Zhang, you should go back and take care of them. They've just recovered from their injuries and need someone to take care of them. We don't need to take care of them. We need to wait for old age here. If there's anything, we'll shoulder it together. We definitely can't let old age shoulder everything alone. Suddenly, 6 people squeezed into the crowd. They were all members of Thunderclap. As soon as they appeared, someone immediately mocked them. How can a speck of stars compete with the moon? Why don't you guys take a piss and look at yourselves? What qualifications do you have to compete with Blood God battle team? That's right, you guys really think you're something. Who in Xingtian Prefecture doesn't know that you guys are just a few slaves picked up by the prefecture lord? Do you really think you're something? I think they came together to be humiliated, ha ha ha. These people were all inner sect disciples of Xingtian Prefecture. The faces of the Thunderclap members all changed, and a ball of fire burned in their hearts. Lin Yuer wanted to go forward and argue, but was stopped by Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao smiled and said, just pretend you didn't hear it. To us, this is nothing. What was this bit of ridicule in Xianxia Prefecture? They were already used to it. On the VIP platform, a few elders of Xianxia Prefecture sat there and chatted in low voices. The Great Elder has instructed that the reward this time will be a rank 4 profound weapon and 3 blood god pills per person. Yes, yes, yes. In any case, Lin Hai isn't someone else. These things should be given to him. Oh right, the Great Elder specially instructed that in order for Lin Hai to take first place this time, someone needs to raise the marriage contract between Lin Hai and Lin Yu'er to the prefecture lord. If this matter is done well, the Great Elder will reward you handsomely. Suddenly, a voice came from the east gate of Xianxia Prefecture. They're back! They're back! Master Hai Lin and his blood god battle team have returned victorious. Everyone in Xianxia City looked towards the east gate. At this moment, Lin Hai was as proud as a peacock with its tail open. Walking at the front of the team, he had a confident smile on his face. Feeling the burning gazes of the crowd, he felt even more proud, as if he was a hero. Victorious. So handsome. The members of Blood God Battle Team are all so handsome. Did you guys notice that Master Hai Lin's aura is different from before? He must have broken through. To reach rank 9 at such a young age, a rare genius in Xianxia Prefecture. Everyone was envious. Lin Hai was a rare genius in Xianxia City, and the purity of his blood was extremely high. The Cloud Sky Battle Team is here. The Zhanlong Battle Team is here. The Flowing Cloud Battle Team is back, voices sounded one after another. Every time, Lin Yu'er would be happy, but after hearing the name of the battle team, her face would darken, and she would start to worry. After all, it was the incomparably dangerous Blazing Mountain Range. Everyone in Thunderbolt Battle Team looked towards the entrance of the city, and they even forgot to breathe. They started to feel nervous. Half an hour passed. All the battle teams had returned, but Luo Tian's figure was still nowhere to be seen. The path that the crowd had cleared was gradually swallowed up by the crowd. No one cared if there were any other battle teams returning. In their eyes, how could a mere slave return, at this moment? Lin Hai walked to Lin Yu'er's side, and with a sense of superiority, he said, "Sister Yu'er, that slave won't be coming back, hee. The first chapter has been delivered, old cow, please support me." Lin Yu'er was back. Her eyes were a little red. It was obvious that she had cried just now. Luo Tian did not ask. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped himself. Lin Yu'er saw that their expressions were different from before. She hesitated for a few seconds and did not hide anything. She said frankly, "Lin Hai is going to propose to my father." After saying that, Lin Yu'er kept looking at Luo Tian. Oh. Luo Tian only responded softly and didn't make much of a response. Lin Yu'er was a little angry. She said, "Why do you have such a reaction? I'm going to be someone else's woman soon." "How can you, Aya?" Lin Yu'er stomped her feet in anger. Luo Tian smiled faintly and turned to look at Lin Yu'er seriously. He did not say anything. Instead, in an instant, Luo Tian directly hugged Lin Yu'er into his arms and whispered in her ear, "I won't let you become someone else's woman. Because you are my woman, Luo Tian's woman." His voice was very soft. Lin Yu'er was dumbfounded, not only him, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Thunderbolt's brothers were dumbfounded. Everyone around them was dumbfounded. Lin Hai, who had not gone far, was also dumbfounded. The sense of superiority he had just shown, the arrogance he had displayed earlier, the arrogance he had displayed earlier had all been shattered by Luo Tian's domineering hug. It was as if an invisible slap had landed on his face, causing him to feel a burning sensation and incomparable pain. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, he gritted his teeth, and his joints cracked. His pupils shrank like needles, and his killing intent was incomparably strong. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." His killing intent was burning in anger, however, killing Luo Tian like this was too easy for Lin Hai. He wanted Luo Tian to die. He would stomp him to death on the ground and make him lose completely. Lin Yu'er, who was in his arms, felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her mind was blank and she was completely dumbfounded. However, 2 words had stimulated her nerves. Luo Tian, this name was too familiar. The entire divine realm was talking about this name. Not only her Xianxia prefecture, but also the Nantian prefecture on the other side of the river and all the other divine prefectures in the vast divine realm were searching for Luo Tian. However, just half a month ago, the Nantian prefecture suddenly announced that they had found Luo Tian. The Xingtian prefecture even discussed a series of countermeasures to deal with the Nantian prefecture. That was why Lin Yu was so sensitive to the two words Luo Tian, even surpassing the words of love that Luo Tian had said to her. What did you say your name was? At this moment, Luo Tian had already loosened his grip. Looking at the center of the arena, the members of the various battle teams had already walked up. He smiled lightly and said, Lin Hai will only have the qualifications to propose marriage to your father if he wins first place. As for first place, he will not be able to win. After that, he did not answer Lin Yu as he walked towards the Beast Battle Center. As for his name, ever since he had entered the Divine Realm, he had never mentioned it to anyone. At first, he did not know who was looking for him. Even now, he did not know. He did not know the power of the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord in the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm where danger lurked everywhere, he had to be careful. Eh? Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. She wanted to ask, but Luo Tian had already walked far away. Xianxia went forward and asked, Third Miss, what did Old Eight say just now? Did he say that he can win against Lin Hai's Blood God battle team? Lin Yu was still thinking about the name Luo Tian and did not hear what Luo Tian had said at all. She could only nod her head and say, okay, it seems so. However, is it possible to win against the Blood God battle team? All the battle teams in the assembly area had given all the demonic beasts they had hunted to the Blood God battle team. She had already known about this matter yesterday. It was simply impossible for Luo Tian alone to win against all the battle teams in the assembly area. The Beast Battle Center was the center of the plaza. Here, in the Beast Battle Center, the battle points of the demonic beasts they had hunted would be tallied. Humph. You actually dared to come? Lin Hai's eyes were filled with killing intent. He sneered disdainfully and said, Of course, I was really afraid that you wouldn't dare to come. Otherwise, how could I trample you under my feet in front of Lin Yu? No matter what you did to Lin Yu, after today, she will be my woman. As for you, you will disappear from this world forever. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Young Master Lin Hai, the battle hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there a need to compete? Kid, how can a slave like you compare to Master Hai Lin? You don't even have the right to lick Master Hai Lin's shoes. Just scram back. A few of the inner disciples mocked him. Luo Tian sneered and said, I think all of you have the right to lick his shoes. All of you are like dogs. Why don't we make a bigger bet and include all of you? If the Blood God battle team loses, how about we disband the entire battle team? Oh? How could I be afraid of you? Brat, with just you? If you lose, other than disbanding the Thunder battle team, you'll have to crawl under our legs. All the captains of the battle teams expressed their stance. They were willing to accept the bet. To them, the Thunder battle team was bound to lose. Moreover, they did this to please Lin Hai again. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back. He laughed coldly and said, What we're playing with is our heartbeat, come on. On the VIP platform, an elder walked out, his voice sank, and he coughed lightly. The hundreds of thousands of people in the plaza quietened down, not a single sound could be heard. The elder slightly said, The beast battle begins. Rise to the beast stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the center of the beast battle that Luo Tian and the others were in began to slowly rise, just so that more people could see the situation of the beast battle. After rising to a certain height, he stopped. Then, the captain of the Yun Tian battle team was the first to walk out, and said, The focus of the Yun Tian battle team this time is to absorb the heaven and earth divine essence, and not to hunt demon beasts. Huh? There's not a single demon beast? 8 people didn't kill a single demon beast, what's going on? Zhang Long battle team is the same. Another team did not kill a single demon beast. Was this a coincidence? At this moment, Luo Tian frowned slightly. Right now, even a fool would know what was going on. Lin Hai looked at Luo Tian and laughed coldly, and said, "Tell me, what are you going to use to fight me?" "The entire assembly point is my people, the entire Xianxia mansion is my people, what are you going to use to fight me?" "Huh?" His voice rose, and that complacent look appeared on his face once again. He looked down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes turned cold, but he did not say anything. The entire assembly points team, Xianxia suddenly came to his senses and started cursing. However, his cursing went unheard by the hundreds of thousands of people who were talking. Blood God Battle Team. Lin Hai walked out, smiled, and stared at Luo Tian. "Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Thank you to Sai Knight Shan Liu Tian Ming 1888 plus 588 for your support, and also to the other brothers for their support. In the future, all 1888 rewards will be nominated. Old Cow is extremely grateful." Other than the Blood God Battle Team, all the other teams had hunted 0 demon beasts this time. Luo Tian had thought that this was an unfair competition. However, he did not expect it to be so unfair that all the teams would give all the demon beasts they hunted to the Blood God Battle Team. Even a fool would know what was going on. However, no one stood up for Luo Tian and the Thunder Battle Team. Why? Because his identity, status, and strength were not enough to shake Lin Hai. Who dared to offend Lin Hai? Who dared? Lin Hai walked out proudly. With a disdainful sneer, he said, "For you to be able to stand here, I admire your courage. Of course, you are just my foil. Once I step on you under my feet, Lin Yuer will naturally not like a lowly slave like you anymore." Finished. Lin Hai was about to take out the first demon beast. 1 rank 2 demon beast. 1 rank 2 demon beast. 1 rank 3 demon beast. 1 rank 3 demon beast. One by one, the heads of demon beasts were taken out from the space bag, and the war beast stage gradually began to fill up. Half an hour later, Lin Hai was still constantly taking out demon beasts. The people on the VIP platform and the entire plaza were in an uproar. There are already more than 260 demon beasts, and the points are already close to 1,000. Too powerful. Lin Hai is indeed worthy of being a genius that only appears once in 100 years in Xingtian City. The Blood God Battle Team is really too powerful. All sorts of praises could be heard, and the expression on Lin Hai's face became more and more complacent. Every time he took out a demon beast, he would stare at Luo Tian, as if to say, "Brat, are you worthy to fight with me?" Luo Tian stood there quietly, not moving at all. His face was calm and expressionless. However, his expressionless face was mocked by the bootlicking disciples of the Lin family. Look, he was completely scared silly by Master Hai Lin. Isn't that so? Who is Master Hai Lin? How can he compare to Master Hai Lin? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Master Hai Lin? When Master Hai Lin takes first place, he will propose to the number 1 beauty in the city, Lin Yuer. At that time, this slave will have nothing to do. Master Hai Lin, do your best. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to these taunts, as if he hadn't heard them at all. Lin Hai continued to take out more demon beasts. Below the stage, Lin Yuer looked anxious. Zhang Ao and his brothers from Thunderclap were also filled with depression. They were no match for him at all. How could Luo Tian alone be a match for all the inner disciples in the assembly? In the meantime, their hearts were filled with resentment. But no one cared about this kind of indignation. Another half an hour passed. The 518th demonic beast. Lin Hai took out a rank 4 fire wolf from his interspatial bag, but he suddenly stopped. At this moment, the warbeast stage had already been piled up into a small mountain. The total score is 1,897. Voila! The entire audience was in an uproar. Even the elders on the VIP stage stood up in unison with a smile on their faces. Lin Hai really didn't disappoint us. He broke the record. The record of the Lin family battle team is 1,561 points. Now, they have exceeded it by more than 300 points. Too powerful. The Blood Deity battle team is too awesome. They will definitely be the team to fight against Nantian House this year. Wait. What is Master Hai Lin doing? He is still taking out demon beasts. Lin Hai revealed an extremely excited smile. Look carefully. At this moment, Lin Yi and the other members of the Blood Deity Battle team were extremely excited. It's coming, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Hai used all his strength as his right hand reached into his interspatial bag and pulled with all his might. Bang! Boom! An incomparably huge fire wolf head was taken out and thrown heavily onto the warbeast stage. 5. Rank 5 Demon Beast. Oh my god, the rank 5 Fire Wolf, the strongest demon beast in the Fire Wolf Valley, actually killed a rank 5 demon beast. He's too strong, so strong that there's no end to it. This. How is this possible? This is too unbelievable. Throughout the history of the Xianxia Mansion's intersect teams, there has never been a team that has been able to kill a rank 5 demon beast. Master Hai Lin is too powerful, shocking the entire city. This time, the team that screams miserably is definitely his Blood Deity Battle team. The rank 5 demon beast was incomparably powerful. To be able to kill one would definitely cause a sensation in the entire city. However, if the demon beasts in front were hunted by all the other teams for the Blood Deity Battle team, then this rank 5 demon beast was definitely hunted by Lin Hai. Rank 5 Demon Beast, 100 points. The referee was stunned for half a minute before reading out the results. Blood Deity Battle Team, total points of 1997, breaking the historical record. As soon as he finished, the entire plaza was in an uproar. So strong. Too strong. As expected of Lin Hai, as expected of the Blood Deity Battle Team. He's amazing. In the dark, an old man was smiling at Lin Hai. He was very satisfied with the result of Lin Hai's hunt. Lin Hai laughed complacently, walked to Luo Tian's side, and said with disdain, "Compete with me? Come on, with just you, a trash slave?" Humph. He was showing off his superiority again. Below the stage, a wave of ridicule immediately sounded out. There's no need to compete, right? Can he kill a rank 2 demon beast? If he did, I reckon that demon beast would have crashed into a tree and died. If he met it, ha ha ha. Kid, just admit defeat. There's no need to continue. At this moment, Luo Tian did not take out his demon beast. Instead, he took a step forward and directly said to the elders on the VIP stand, "Elders, I believe you have heard of the bet between me and Lin Hai's Blood Deity Battle team." Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, Lin Hai immediately sneered, and said, "What? You want to go back on your word? Sure. Kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, and I will consider letting you go." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and then said, "I just want to ask, do the elders know about the bet?" The bet between the Thunder Battle team and the Blood Deity Battle team had already spread throughout the entire Xianxia city before they had even returned. How could the entire Xianxia mansion not know about it? After all, this was a bet between the intersect teams. One of the elders said impatiently, "Of course we know, but since you agreed to the competition, you can't go back on your word." Lin Hai mocked, "Brat, are you afraid? Kowtow to me 100 times and I will spare your life. This way, it will also save everyone's time." Luo Tian ignored Lin Hai and asked, "Since you know about the bet, can you be a witness?" The elder who spoke sneered, and said, "Don't worry, we will be witnesses." That's good. Then Luo Tian turned his body, a glint flashed past his eyes, he stared at Lin Hai and laughed coldly, "Afraid? There is no such word in my dictionary, now you can enjoy it." The first chapter was delivered. Afraid, in Luo Tian's dictionary, there was no such word as fear. He was afraid that Lin Hai would not admit it. He was afraid that those ugly elders would not admit it. Now that he had made it clear, even if he did not admit it, would he still have the face to stay in Xianxia City? Immediately, Luo Tian walked to the side, took out the space bag that Zhang Ao gave him, and smiled, "I'll let you know what it means to be bombarded by demon beasts like a storm." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's hand speed was extremely fast, and he threw out one demon beast after another. At first, there were some second-rank demon beasts. These demon beasts were all hunted together with Xianxia and the others. Lin Hai could not help but laugh in disdain. You have the nerve to take out these low-level demon beasts? Aren't you ashamed? The audience also began to jeer and laugh. What's the use of killing so many low-level demon beasts? It's better not to come out and make a fool of yourself. Brat, scram back to your slave camp. This is not a place for you slaves to stay. Luo Tian was still taking out demon beasts. His speed was still very fast. The referee who calculated the points was a little busy, and under his deliberate efforts, he ignored a few demon beasts from time to time. However, even if he ignored them, he still recorded most of the demon beasts. Half an hour later, the entire square was much quieter, and at this time, Luo Tian had already taken out more than 300 demon beasts. These demon beasts were all at the second and third rank, and their points were not high. Lin Hai's expression changed slightly, but he still had that confident and complacent smile on his face. These demon beasts did not even reach 800 points, and even if Luo Tian still had some fourth-rank demon beasts that he had not taken out, they would not be able to surpass his 1,997 points. He could win against Luo Tian with a 100% chance, then. Luo Tian kept the space bag. Lin Hai could not help but sneer. That's it, the number is not bad, but I'm too lazy to kill these low-level demon beasts, and only a trash like you would hunt them. Luo Tian also sneered, and said, what's the hurry, it's not over yet. After that, Luo Tian took out another spatial bag and said with a smile, let's begin. So. The first one. So. The second one. This time, Luo Tian didn't count as fast as before. Instead, he counted one by one because he didn't trust the referee anymore. 137. 182. The 200 and. First one. At this moment, the audience counted with Luo Tian. Fourth rank demonic beast, 5 points. 200 class 4 monster beasts had earned them 2,000 points, and they had already surpassed Lin Hai's Blood God Battle Squad. To be more precise, they had surpassed the total points of all the other battle squads in the assembly area. At this moment, Lin Hai's complexion turned into the color of pig liver. It was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped dozens of times. It was incomparably uncomfortable. Standing on the Warbeast stage, he felt like a clown. He was angry, but at the same time, helpless. Below the stage, however, there was an uproar. 200. I've already accumulated 2,700 points. How is this possible? This is too awesome. Is he really a slave? The Blood God Battle Squad's record has already been left behind by a few streets. At this moment, Lin Yuer was so excited that tears flowed out of her eyes. Zhang Ao and the brothers from the Thunderbolt Squad clenched their fists tightly. Their faces were filled with indescribable excitement. At this moment, Luo Tian stopped for a moment. With a smile on his face, he asked, is it good? Lin Hai gritted his teeth, and the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably strong. Luo Tian continued to laugh, it must be very good, right? Do you want to feel even better? As soon as he finished. Without waiting for Lin Hai to speak, his hand speed suddenly increased, and the heads of the Class 4 Ash Wolves were thrown out one by one, quickly piling up like a mountain. At this time, every time Luo Tian took out a head of a demonic beast, the audience would shout out a number in unison. The 213th head. The 367th head. The 482nd head. The 531st head. When this number rang out, Luo Tian once again kept the space bag. At this moment, his points had already reached 3,300 points, far surpassing the Blood God Battle Squad's points. Lin Hai's expression was as ugly as shit, and it was the kind of shit that could only come out when one had diarrhea. Suddenly, the crowd burst out. Wolf Pack. A pack of Class 4 Ash Wolves, close to 500 of them. Oh my god, how is this possible? Could it be that he is dealing with the entire pack of wolves by himself? This is too unbelievable. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience went into an uproar. Even the elders on the VIP stand frowned. If it was them, it would be impossible for them to deal with such a huge pack of wolves. It was simply impossible. However, the truth was the truth, the ash wolf's head was placed on the stage. It was an undeniable fact. Luo Tian once again sneered, and said, "This time, you must be feeling good." Lin Hai clenched his fists tightly, chuckled, and said in a deep voice, "Even if your points are higher than mine, the rule of the war beast competition is that whoever kills the most powerful demon beast, which is the highest level demon beast, will be the winner. So what if I kill more demon beasts? So what if your points are higher than mine? Are you a class 5 demon beast again? No, you still lost, and you have to crawl under my crotch, ha ha ha. Trash, you want to fight with me? Even if there are 100 of you, you won't be my opponent." As soon as Lin Hai finished speaking, the entire audience was silent. Indeed, this was the rule of the Warbeast competition. Points were one thing, but the more important thing was the level of the demon beast. Because no team had ever hunted a class 5 demon beast before, this rule was slowly forgotten, and many people did not even remember it. However, the rules were not like this. The class 5 demon beast could only be used as a reference. If it was a war beast, the class 5 demon beast's reward would be set separately, and the final result would still be based on points, but this place had been tampered with by Lin Hai. Lin Yuer immediately shouted, "The rules of the war beast competition are not like this. The one with the highest points wins." At this moment, an elder on the stage suddenly stood up and said, "What Lin Hai said just now was right, the points are only used as a reference, whoever kills the highest level demon beast will be the winner. If you can't take out a class 5 demon beast, then you've lost. The loser will have to," not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian took out another space bag, smiled slightly, and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a rule. Since that's the case, then I'll slap your face again. Sigh, some people are just so cheap. If you don't slap his face, you won't know what satisfaction is." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's brows suddenly moved, and he directly took out the head of a class 5 king-level ash wolf. His voice sank, and he suddenly roared, "Do you want more?" His right hand moved, another head. "Does it feel good? Take out another one. Isn't it great? Take out another one." He took out 9 class 5 ash wolves in one go, and each of them was a king-level demon beast. At this moment, the entire city was silent, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The second chapter was delivered. End of chapter 1625. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.